Chapter 1. Scanning the rows of students, I couldn't find a single empty seat. After making awkward eye contact with many of the students, I lowered my gaze to the floor. Rosanna Edwards, am I right? I tilted my head up, nodding toward my new English teacher. I never liked the first days, especially when it was my first day at a new school and a new pack. All that attention filled me with anxiety. My mother just had to drag both my sister and me to this pack, forcing us to leave our old life behind. She excused it as a chance to start fresh, although I never minded our old pack. The only one who really needed a fresh break was my mother. After all, her mate, my father, had died. I wanted to be angry at her for making us leave our lives to start a new one, but I couldn't. My heart broke when I thought of the pain she endured losing her mate. I was never very close to my father. It was no secret that he cared little for children, at least not his own. The only reason I existed was that my mother always wanted a daughter, and my younger sister was just an accident. I still loved him, though. He was, after all, my father. Would you like to say something about yourself? The teacher asked politely. Despite the urge to answer negatively, I smiled and nodded. Well, my name is Rosanna, but I prefer Rose. I moved here from Canada, and I'm a werewolf. I heard some boys snicker at my last comment. Obviously, one commented. Ignoring him, I looked down shyly. It was no secret that I was a werewolf, considering the high school was one of the few designated educational institutions for wolves. Just east of Amherst, Massachusetts, Pelham was a small town full of trees and forests, bordering the Quabbin Reservoir. It was perfect for the Silver Heart Pack as their population was small, and there was plenty of free land to roam. The lake was also a bonus for swimming and hanging around. Go take a seat, Rosanna, my teacher, Mr. Roman, instructed. It's Rose, I mumbled quietly. Looking back at the class, I was stuck with the same problem. There were no empty seats left. My peers stared at me like I was a freak. You can sit here with me, a boy in the fourth row said, patting the limited space on his bench seat. I almost shivered with discomfort. And we wonder why our generation is so messed up. I ignored his offer and instead took a lone chair from the back, sitting without a desk. Playing hard to get. I like it. Again, I ignored his comment. Hating someone on the first day, how classy of me. The class was boring as Mr. Roman spent more time than necessary explaining how to insert quotations into an essay. 5 minutes before the end of the class, Mr. Roman came up to me and apologized for the lack of desks. He also promised me a seat with a desk for tomorrow. As soon as the bell rang, I didn't move an inch. Everyone rushed out, bumping and bouncing into each other. When the coast was finally clear, I made my way out. I never even had the chance to make a friend. Friends were overrated anyway. Looking at my schedule, I found I had math next. Turning the paper around, I was thankful to find a map of the school on the back. Very convenient. Oh, hello. You must be Rosanna. Come on in. Looking up, I noticed I had reached my destination. The blonde woman in front of me stood tall in her black heels and gave me a thoughtful smile. That's me, but I prefer Rose. Of course, Rose. Well, my name is Mrs. Morgan, and I will be your math teacher. Come in, don't be shy. Students were scattered around the room, seated. Unsure if they had designated seating, I picked a random seat in the back and hoped for the best. The last thing I wanted was extra attention for stealing someone's spot. The buzz of chattering teens grew louder, giving me a slight headache. Were people always this annoying, or was I just getting old? Oh my gosh. He is so hot yet terrifying. I love it. Excitement thundered around the room, making me curious. While looking around, I caught the eye of a curly-haired blonde. I was ready to look away before her words stopped me. Hey, you. Yes, you. She took quick strides up to me before swiftly taking the empty seat directly in front of mine. I haven't seen your face around here before. You must be new. I gave her a kind smile, and she returned it. Yes, I am new. Is it that obvious? I took some time to really look at her. Her blonde curls reached an inch past her shoulders, her green eyes shining under the room's light. She was thin but curvy. She was very beautiful, but then again, it seemed that everyone at this school came from a modeling shoot. They all looked like goddesses, making me feel left out. I felt so plain, so ordinary, with medium wavy brown hair that reached mid-chest and big dark brown eyes that looked black unless the sunlight hit them. Well, not exactly obvious because of the way you're acting, just your existence in general. Oh, that was even worse. Seeing my reaction, her eyes widened in the realization of what she had just said. No, I don't mean it in a negative way. I just meant the population of the school is very small, so a new face would stand out in general. Plus, everyone was warned about a new family joining the pack. I just nodded, going back to looking around. Students still spoke excitedly about some unknown man. "What's your name?" the girl questioned. "Rosanna Edwards, but just call me Rose." She reached out her hand, giving mine a shake. "It's nice to meet you, Rose. My name is Livia McLaren. It's nice to meet you too. Maybe I was going to make a friend today." "Hey, what's everyone talking about?" I asked as my curiosity got the better of me. "You mean who is everyone talking about?" She smirked and slightly leaned in. "Well, it seems that we are joining our pack with another." Her news surprised me. It was rare for two packs to join. It usually occurred when no alpha or beta could control the pack. "Why?" Giving it some thought, Livia replied, "Protection, I guess." "I'm not very sure, but I'm not complaining. We'd be the biggest pack in North America." It didn't make sense. That would mean one alpha would give up all his power. There could never be two alphas in control of the same territory. "Wait, so what happens to the alphas and betas from your pack?" The smile on her face slowly faded. "Oh, well. Our alpha Jasper has made the choice to step down from his position." Talk about a demotion. Who is going to be the new alpha? Before she could reply, Mrs. Morgan began speaking. "Just wait until tonight when we are all introduced," Livia whispered, then turned back toward the board. Math went by fast. With just a couple of worksheets to follow through, we weren't even assigned homework. "Hey, wait for me." Looking back, I saw Livia hastily collecting her work. "Why don't you eat lunch with me and my friends?" It was generous of her, but I wanted to explore. Livia's face lost emotion when she saw me stalling. I was always a people pleaser. "I would love to," I smiled. Just like that, Livia's face brightened as she grabbed my arm, dragging me toward her locker. "So you should totally get ready with us for tonight," she said while stuffing books into her already packed locker. "I mean, everyone is going to be there, so you need to look nice." A second after she said that, Livia sharply turned toward me. "Not that you don't look nice right now. I just mean that tonight is a formal kind of thing, you know. Since we are meeting a whole new pack in our..." "Livia," I interrupted her rambling. "I get what you're saying, and thank you very much for the offer, but I need to help my mom and sister get ready, so I should probably stay with them." I had never met someone so friendly and extroverted. She had known me for barely an hour and was already inviting me out. Perhaps that was normal behavior, and I was just the weird introvert. She shut her locker and began walking. "Oh right, yeah, that makes sense," she murmured, but waited for me to catch up to her pace. "But I will see you there, right?" "Yes." She smiled a great big smile. I envied her confidence, how she could strike up a conversation and make friends so easily. I was appreciative that she had approached me. Otherwise, I probably would be out of the loop on pack matters. "Come and meet my friends." Livia hauled me past the cafeteria doors and along the path toward a table in the center of the room. The room was large, with the left wall holding a counter piled with food, set out buffet style. Once we reached the table, I saw two boys sitting down, engaged in a heated discussion. One was blonde with hazel eyes that held a mischievous spark. The other boy was facing away, so all I could see were the brown curls on his head. "Tomas, Jarrett, meet my new friend Rosanna." Facing the two boys now, we received no attention as they kept speaking quietly. "Tomas, Jarrett." She yelled louder, but to her dismay, she got no reaction. Reaching over, she slapped both boys on the head. "Ow," they yelled in unison. "What was that for?" the brunette asked while rubbing his head. "Oh, please. You guys are pack warriors," as if a little slap on the head would hurt. Livia laughed at the boys as they denied ever being hurt in the first place. Anyhow, meet my new friend Rosanna. Rose, I corrected, but still gave the boys a friendly wave and smile. Oh, hello there. I'm Tomas, the blonde spoke, and this is my partner in crime, Jarrett. He winked at the brown, curly-headed boy next to him. We are not partners, Jarrett said sharply. His voice caught the attention of nearby students, who turned to look. He denies it, but I know the truth, Tomas said casually, teasing Jarrett by staring meaningfully into his eyes. What? No, I don't. You have a girlfriend, Tomas. Jarrett spoke more quietly this time. I couldn't help but laugh at the bickering. You guys act like an old married couple. We do not, they both denied. Oh, I said that too loudly, didn't I? Yes, you did, Tomas answered, nodding his head and giving me a playful glare. So, what were you guys talking about? Livia asked. Jarrett gave Tomas a slight look before glancing back to Livia. We're not supposed to tell anyone. Oh, come on, Jarrett. Who would we tell? You two are my besties, and Rose is alone or so. Hey, I pouted at Livia. She just rolled her eyes at me and laughed. Okay, fine, Tomas agreed. Well, as we all know, tonight we will be introduced to another pack, and we are supposed to be acquired by them. Yes, Livia encouraged. Well, something happened this morning. Something bad, Tomas said. What? Alpha Samuel's pack was attacked. Wait, what? When? By whom? Livia asked out loud, panic clear in her eyes. Alpha Samuel is the alpha of the pack we are supposed to join. By the way, Livia filled me in. It occurred this morning at dawn, completely out of the blue. By rogues. Livia's voice was drenched in curiosity with a hint of fear. Oh, we wish. But it appears to be much worse than a rogue attack. What can be worse than a rogue attack? I asked. How about Alpha Hunter Rivers coming to take your territory and your pack? Forcing an entire pack to join him or be killed by him. My whole body froze at that thought. Alpha Hunter, one of the strictest, most ruthless alphas out there. He destroyed packs without remorse. He was one scary man, and even though I was lucky enough to have never seen him in person, if he attacked Alpha Samuel's pack, he must be nearby. You've got to be joking. He will destroy anyone and everyone. If Alpha Samuel's pack was targeted, then we are next. Livia began to shake as fear consumed her thoughts. He is going to kill us all. I won't be any use to them. I suck at fighting, she whispered, her eyes wide. Livia, calm down. That is not true, and there's more. We waited for Livia to steady her breathing before the boys continued. He gave Alpha Samuel and Alpha Jasper a proposition. He wants all our territory and for the two packs to join his, with Hunter being the alpha, of course. Everyone else will just be an average pack member. That doesn't seem fair. All the betas, alphas, and warriors worked hard for their positions. It's not right for them to be downgraded just at the whim of a monster. Livia shared her distraught feelings and once again began to shake, this time due to anger. Well, what are you going to do about it? Make a petition to overrule Alpha Hunter? Huh, good luck with that. The guy's a tyrant. He will kill you without a second thought, Tomas spoke truthfully. So, I'm guessing both alphas accepted, I stated. The boys both nodded unhappily. Well, on the bright side, if we stay out of his way, we will still be alive. Jarrett tried to cheer up the table, but the mood was already too low to lift. Yeah, alive, but prisoners. I bet he would kill us just for breathing his air. Who knows how he treats his own pack members? I bet they get punished for looking at him a second too long. Livia spoke with her face in her hands, groaning in discomfort. The bell rang, signaling that classes were about to start. All this worrying had drained our appetites. Our lunches remained uneaten. Just forget about this and go back to class. You shouldn't even know any of this, Jarrett said. Livia gave him a look that screamed disbelief. There's no way I'm going back to class with all this going on, Livia said sternly, crossing her arms. She breathed deeply, attempting to calm her nerves. Well, you can't. Suddenly, Jarrett's features went blank. He must be talking through the mind link. Never mind. The whole pack needs to meet outside of the pack house. Now. I couldn't help but feel concerned at the urgency in his tone. It was midday. People were at school and at work. The request to drop everything and meet right away was a significant one. What happened? I questioned. Jarrett's eyes met mine. They were cold, his ocean orbs glazed with anger. However, for just a millisecond, I saw something else. I saw a glimmer of fear flash in the warrior's eyes before he returned to the solid, icy look he had. Come on, Jarrett urged. They all began walking toward the exit. I could see everyone else in the school hurriedly extracting themselves from the building as well. Wait, I need to pick up my little sister. The trio looked back at me. She is 12, so she should be at Thornton Middle School. We'll pick her up on the way. Jarrett turned back toward the parking lot, his pace quickening. It was then that I realized how lucky I was to have met the three. Without them, I would have no ride and no information. We reached the middle school, and I saw all the kids outside, teachers attempting to control the crowd. Sophie, I screamed, seeing her brown waves. Sophie, come over here. She finally noticed and came running toward me. What's going on? My sister looked terrified. Her breaths were deep and short, her hands gripped tightly into fists. It's okay, Soph. Come on, there's an important pack meeting right now. I moved over to the back seat, giving her enough room to sit. But we're not even officially a part of the pack yet, and who are they? She directed her last question toward Tomas, Jarrett, and Livia. They're my new friends. Don't worry about that right now. Everything will be okay. I tried my best to sound calm. The last thing I needed was for Soph to panic. What's going on? Are we in danger? Should I have brought my taser? Her questions were starting to worry me. I was already on edge with my own unanswered questions. I couldn't even begin to answer hers. Stop with all the questions, sophomore. We will see when we get there. She immediately fell silent, looking away. Feeling somewhat guilty, I asked in a softer tone, did you make any friends? 10 minutes that felt like hours later, we finally reached the pack house. People were packed everywhere. The Silver Heart Pack had about 100 people of all ages and ranks. From the looks of the crowd standing by the front steps of the house, it appeared every member was there. The house was a fair-sized mansion, but I doubted it could fit all 100 residents inside. It was more of a meeting ground than a residency. Gather around, please. The loud voice came from Alpha Jasper. There's something very important that needs to be announced. As the Alpha began explaining, I suddenly remembered my mother. Where was she? Was she safe? There was no way I could contact her now. I scanned the rows of people standing around and couldn't find my mother, last seen wearing a red blazer with her brown hair in a ponytail. Focusing back on Alpha Jasper, I saw a pained expression form on his face. I am very sorry, but there was nothing I could do. Sadness rippled through the crowd. People began shouting, disliking the situation. The noise grew louder and louder, making me cower and cover my ears. Some people were even crying. Enough. An unfamiliar booming voice screamed. The deep voice affected everyone, silencing the crowd until only quiet remained. His voice was stern, sending shivers down my spine. I was afraid to look. The power that came through with the voice was undeniable. Only one person was that powerful. Glancing up for just a second, there stood the most powerful, intense, and terrifying Alpha. Alpha Hunter. He stood tall and mighty with about 20 of his pack members guarding him. They all had a cold exterior, showing no emotion. They seemed miserable, or maybe that was just their resting expression. I wouldn't be surprised if they always looked that uninviting. Would that be me in a couple of days, miserable and cold? As a chill breeze went by, I couldn't help but perk up. The scent was magnificent. Inhaling deeply, I could smell the incredible aroma I had ever encountered. A huge grin plastered on my face at what that meant. My mate was here. What awful timing. It wasn't until Alpha Hunter's pack members appeared that I sensed the proximity of my mate. Oh God. Horrified, I looked down, trying to distract myself. I could sense Jarrett glancing at me with a confused look as I wouldn't meet his eyes. My mate was one of those prisoners. What if they were just as cruel as Alpha Hunter? Or maybe I was wrong. Today was my first day at the Silver Heart Pack, so it could very well be one of their members. You are now all part of my pack, the Dark Moon Pack. I demand respect for not only myself, but also all members of my pack. As of tomorrow, you will all officially be allies with my members and can begin moving your stuff to the housing provided. This territory you currently live in will belong to the Dark Moon Pack as well. We have not confirmed our intentions with the property, but please make sure to evacuate your belongings. Alpha Hunter stood with his back straight and an expressionless face as he conveyed the news. I didn't understand why people had to move if the land was now counted as the Dark Moon's territory. I noticed a few people had tears running down their faces, realizing everything they had was being taken from them. I guess I had a slight advantage. My mother hadn't unpacked very much since arriving a few days ago, so moving again wouldn't be such a big issue. Each of you will be tested physically to see where you stand as far as your position. Just because you are ranked with your current pack does not mean you will be granted the same rank again. The Dark Moon Pack has very high expectations and standards when it comes to your intellect and your strength. I award those who deserve so. Kin means nothing to me. Everyone stood still, afraid to move an inch, some even holding their breath. Did he even have any kin? I remembered hearing that he had killed his father after challenging him for the alpha position. If any of the rules are broken, punishments will be assigned. Wait, what rules? I was so distracted by my own thoughts that I missed most of his speech. Alpha Hunter turned around and began speaking quietly to another tall, brown-haired man standing near him. My best guess was that he was their beta. I was too far to get a good look, but I couldn't help but wonder if the beta was my mate. I shook my head, attempting to get the thought out. I was just an ordinary wolf. There was no way I would be mated to a beta, the second in command. I let my eyes wander toward the other representatives from the Dark Moon Pack. There was no way I could tell which one my mate was with, given the distance between us. I had to admit they were all very handsome. The Silver Heart Pack was a generic brand, and Alpha Hunter's pack was a luxury designer when it came to comparing appearances. I wanted to get a better look at the people standing on the porch of the house, but I didn't want to move closer to Alpha Hunter willingly. He might be extremely handsome, but actually, now that I took a proper look, he was the most attractive man I had ever seen. He had brown, loose curls pushed back as if he had been running his hand through them. His tan skin glowed under the sun. I bet he had small light freckles scattered on his face. I was a sucker for freckles. Even though he was wearing a slightly loose t-shirt, there was no doubt that beneath it, his body was defined by muscle. For a second, I saw him smile at something his beta had said. Even from a distance, I could see his sharp canine show. I bet he loved using those strong teeth to hunt, and if stories weren't enough, the power his wolf radiated was all I needed to know how dangerous he really was. Before I could blink, the former beta of the Silver Moon Pack stood up. How dare you? How dare you come into my pack, my home, and demand respect? You get nothing. You greedy, evil monster. I had only met Beta Roger once, and that was when he welcomed us to the pack. I was truly shocked by his courage. Then again, he was facing the strongest alpha alive, so perhaps it was more stupidity than courage. Beta Roger finished his rant by jumping up and transforming into his wolf form, running straight at Alpha Hunter. No one intervened. No one tried to help. It was a lost cause. The beta's wolf was big, much greater than mine, but Alpha Hunter's strength surpassed him even in his human form. The beta went for a swift attack on the neck. He came close, but all too fast, the beta whimpered and fell to the floor. Dead. I knew it before he even slammed against the ground. The scary part was that I never even saw Alpha Hunter move. His actions were so swift that death was meaningless to him. I was traumatized by the image of the once strong beta now lying lifeless. Gasps rang out from everywhere as people finally broke their stoic stance. Look at me, Alpha Hunter demanded. I do not tolerate disrespect. If in any way I am challenged, threatened, or not respected, be certain that this is your fate. He raised his arm high in the air. Not being able to deny him, I looked up at the Alpha to see something dark in his hand. Oh no. Alpha Hunter held the beta's heart. Tears escaped my eyes at the sight. I did not know Beta Roger very well, and in all honesty, I wasn't crying for him, as cruel as that sounds. I was crying for myself, for my mother and sister, for my new friends. I was crying for all of us, because looking up at the merciless Alpha, I knew we had met our match. Alpha Hunter would be the death of us. Literally. Suddenly, Alpha Hunter's eyes met mine. Even though he seemed to be meters away, I could see the sparks in his green eyes. Was my eyesight that good, or were his eyes just that mesmerizing? How he even noticed me from the rest was a mystery. Once I matched his gaze, I could not look away. I felt captivated by the powerful Alpha. My mind went fuzzy, and I couldn't move a muscle. There he was, my mate. Alpha Hunter is my mate. Feeling nauseous and sick all at once, I could feel my stomach drop. It felt like fireworks were going off in my head in celebration of finding my mate, but the fireworks were crashing back down and blowing up in my stomach. How could this happen? Why would the universe pair me with a monster? That's exactly what he was. My mate, Alpha Hunter Rivers, is a monster. Unable to breathe, I reached for my chest and tried to draw in a breath of fresh air. This just did not make any sense. I was not strong enough to be the mate of an alpha. Not wise enough, not old enough, not special enough. Just like that, all the emotions rushed out at once, consuming me. I could not stop myself from falling over, slamming into another body until finally, my head hit the hard concrete floor. And then it went black. Chapter 2. I didn't know which was worse. I passed out in a crowd full of werewolves I hadn't even met before, or B, my mate was the reason I had fainted. Considering my mate was the infamous Alpha Hunter, I'd go with B. Do you ever have that feeling like you're falling? Like you've reached the climax of a roller coaster, stuck in those few seconds at the very top, anticipating the drop. And then you drop. You have absolutely no control, the butterflies going to war in your stomach, the pounding against your head as the wind whips past you. I felt like I was falling on an endless roller coaster with no UPS. When I finally woke up, fed up with the dreadful feeling, I found myself inside a car. The sun's rays shone right through the window, blinding me for a couple of seconds until I could adjust. Turning away from the sun, I noticed I was placed in the passenger seat of a two-seat car. It was one of those small, cute cars that you swooned at when they passed on the road. Looking to my left, I saw a boy no older than myself. He drove firmly, his attention on the streets in front. My brain erupted in questions. Why was I in a car? Who is this guy? I certainly didn't recognize him. His hands were fists wrapped around the steering wheel, his black hoodie tight against his arms, outlining his muscles. The sleeves of his sweater folded up a bit at the wrist, revealing a small crescent moon tattoo. He was a pack warrior for the Dark Moon Pack, my mate's pack. My mate. The word sounded so foreign, echoing in my mind. Suddenly uncomfortable in my position, I arched my back, stretching it. Before I could stop myself, I let out a big yawn. Not once did the boy look over. "Excuse me," I spoke, rather politely, might I add. He gave me no attention, just kept staring at the road. I grew annoyed by his hostile attitude. "Hello." I tried again. His grip tightened on the wheel, but not once did he look over. I could be dying right now, and he would just continue driving without a clue. "Will you just look at me?" I yelled. As soon as the last word slipped from my mouth, the car aggressively pulled to the side of the isolated road we were on, then abruptly stopped altogether. Not prepared for him to suddenly stop, my hands reached out in a useless attempt to catch myself as my head swung toward the dashboard. A big arm reached out, pulling me back just in time. Once I was back in my previous position, I noticed the stranger's dark eyes watching me, with an obviously annoyed expression on his face. No apology, not even a hello. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under. He looked so serious that I couldn't help but smile in amusement. Maybe I had hit my head a little too hard. "Do you find this funny?" his bold voice asked. And now I was scared. No, it sounded more like a question. "Just don't talk anymore," he demanded. Not liking his tone, I replied, "You're not my alpha. I don't need to listen to you." His lips then formed into a spiteful smirk. On the contrary, it was our alpha's order. So, in a way, yes, you do need to listen to me. I didn't like this guy. Crossing my arms over my chest, I sat back and pouted. Why am I even here? Where's the rest of my pack? Apparently, that wasn't the right thing to say because the next moment, a harsh look formed on his face. There is no my pack anymore. You are all part of the Dark Moon pack at the bottom. The very bottom. Geez, this guy needed to relax. Why am I here? He put the car back in drive and started back toward the road. Why did he even stop in the first place? Didn't I just tell you this? Make somebody happy and mind your own business. This is my business. And no, you didn't tell me. I spoke, making sure to extend the no. He didn't reply. For the love of God, just answer my question. I screamed, very frustrated with the guy. I told you, he spoke through clenched teeth. You pups are now part of. No, I interrupted. Why am I in this car with you? I couldn't help but speak with distaste. He gave me a look as if to say the feeling was mutual. Please just answer that question, and I'll be quiet. He sighed, but nonetheless, finally cooperated. The Alpha asked me specifically to drive you to our pack house. For some idiotic reason, you fainted earlier. The boy took a second to glare at me before looking back at the road. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms at the mention of Alpha Hunter. My mind wandered from there. Would he reject me? Would I reject him? What if he killed me? I mean, one less problem for him. And why did he do that? I don't know. I don't question our Alpha. He didn't know we were mates. I mean, of course not. There was no way he would have spoken to or treated the Alphas mate the way he was treating me. It was better off this way. Maybe if he rejected me, I could live my life like I wanted. Go to a school far, far away from here. After 10 minutes of endless driving, I attempted to make conversation. So, what's your name? No reply. Well, my name is... Didn't I tell you to shut up? He muttered angrily. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I rolled my eyes at him. Well, technically, you told me to stay quiet, not shut up. And now I'm telling you to shut up. Chill, I just asked for your name. I decided to ignore him and stare out the window for the next few minutes. Greg. Startled by the voice cutting the silence, I pathetically stuttered, what? My name is Greg. Oh, my name is... Rosanna Edwards. I know. He didn't look at me when he interrupted. He knew my name. That was creepy. How did you know my name? For once, his eyes met mine. The Alpha had me do a full check on you. Oh. I tried not to show how worried I really was. Why would he do that? I decided to play dumb. I knew exactly why. Alpha Hunter would want to know everything he could about me. Like I said before, I don't question my Alpha. But aren't you curious? I was. Curiosity killed the cat, he muttered, looking bored. Lucky the cat had 9 lives. He chuckled at my reply, making me smile. As if he realized he was smiling, he went back to looking emotionless. What a shame. He had a charming smile. The car began to slow, then stopped altogether. We're here, he stated, getting out of the car. Getting out of the car, I saw a mansion nicely decorated with flowers on the outline and a fountain a little to the left. Pack homes were always big. They were where pack members could live, though many did get their own homes. It was also a common area for pack meetings and celebrations. The Dark Moon's pack house was triple the size of my old one. It was vast and beautiful. It looked like the back bordered a forest, which would be perfect for running. Follow me, Greg's voice demanded. I followed him as he led me into the house. As soon as I entered, I could see a large staircase leading up to the many floors above. I was so mesmerized by the crystal chandelier hanging near the staircase that I never noticed that Greg had walked on. Hey, where are you? Greg. Ugh, why did he never reply? Walking to the left, I was going to look around until a cough startled me. Turning around quickly and trying to act as innocent as I could, I came face to face with none other than the infamous Alpha Hunter. His green eyes stared through me as he could see into my soul. I wouldn't be surprised if he really could. Rosanna, his husky, deep voice said. The way he said my name. Let me tell you, his voice alone was much more amazing than that chandelier I was engrossed with earlier. It's Rose. A scowl formed on his face. I'll call you what I want, he muttered lowly. Okay. Well, this was awkward. What if he pretended like he didn't even know we were mates? Okay, what? His dark tone scared me to no end. I took a short but swift step back, but my back hit the wall. Of all the places a wall could be, it just had to be behind me. Okay, Hunter. Oh God, I didn't say Alpha. How could I forget the Alpha? Everyone called him that, even other alphas. It was probably on his birth record. His face didn't change. I thought maybe he'd let it go. Shouldn't being his mate give me a freebie? In books, the guy always told them to call them by their first name, anyway, or a cute nickname. This wasn't a book, Rose. This was real life. Plus, I could never imagine belittling Hunter by calling him something like baby. Oh, but he could call me baby whenever he wanted. I mentally slapped myself for thinking like that. That's alpha to you. I didn't know it was possible to look so hot yet scary, but Alpha Hunter sure proved me wrong. Sorry, Alpha. I looked down, unable to handle the intense eye contact with such a terrifying man. Look at me, he commanded in his alpha tone, though I would have listened even if he hadn't. Things are different now that there are a lot more people in the Dark Moon Pack. I hope you don't think you can go on acting like you were before. Yes, Alpha. This was so embarrassing. Being told off by my mate was not on my checklist. After laying out some more rules, in which I just nodded politely, he finally finished his rant and dismissed me. They were basic rules that would apply to any pack member. Don't disobey. Don't revolt. Don't steal. Oh, and no talking to the opposite sex. He had already turned his head when he spoke, making his words sound distant. Wait, what? You can't do that. I quickly argued. His emerald green orbs clouded with darkness, betraying his anger. He clearly did not like me telling him what he could and could not do. I just mean, my father is male. I tried proving a point. Who was he to demand something so extravagant? You mean your dead father? He muttered bitterly. Right. Guess he really did do some research on me. Well, I have friends who are boys. You can't make me stay away from them, I yelled back. Stupid, stupid Rose. You just angered him even more. Before I could even blink, my back was pressed hard against a wall, making the chandelier above shake from his strength. His hand gripped my neck tightly, surely leaving a mark. Listen here, Rosanna, and listen well. His eyes were now completely black. His wolf was threatening to break through. If I thought Alpha Hunter was scary before, then clearly, I had never seen him truly mad. No, not even angry. He was furious. You will not talk to any other man but my beta and myself. If for some idiotic reason you go against me and do carry a conversation with the opposite sex, well, I'll promise you one thing. It's going to be hard to talk to him if he cannot speak. Is that a threat? I asked angrily. I usually wouldn't let someone push me around this much. The only thing restricting me was knowing Hunter would not hesitate to hurt someone I cared for. It most certainly is. He gave me his famously sinister smirk. But I am your ma, I quickly shut my mouth into a thin line, not wanting to finish that statement. He knew I was his mate, and it changed nothing except that he suddenly started giving me demands. Demands I wasn't planning to listen to. Would he hurt the people I care about? Yes. Would he hurt me? Maybe. Pushing past him, I was surprised when he let me go. Without giving it a second thought, I ran out of the house and into the woods. I needed time to think. I needed to find my mom and sister. Running to the forest, I picked a tree, then stripped behind it, keeping an eye out for any bystanders. Without giving it a second thought, I shifted into my pure gray-coated wolf and ran freely. I guess I lied when I said I was just ordinary. I mean, I was, but I was also somewhat special because out of all the wolves I had encountered, I was the only known wolf who had a pure gray coat. Most wolves had fur in multiple shades, or were pure black or white. I knew this was dangerous. I didn't know the territory or even where I was going, but I did know that I wanted to get as far away as I could from my mate. Why me? Why on earth would I be paired with a monster like Hunter? As soon as that thought registered in my mind, I regretted it. I may hate him, but my wolf sure did love him. I can't do this. I can't ruin my whole life because of him. I knew what I had to do. Greg. I shouted in relief at the sight of him. Where is Alpha Hunter? I got straight to the point. What's it to you? Look, Greg, I really need to talk to him. So, if you don't mind, just tell me where he is. I knew I shouldn't have taken my anger out on him, but I couldn't stop. Greg seemed to have an even shorter temper than I did. Standing at his full height, he towered well over me, coming up real close so our chests were almost touching. Don't disrespect me, pup. His voice was hot, and I practically felt him spitting words at me. You can't go around ordering people. There is no way. Gregor. Suddenly, as if there was a mute button, he stopped talking. With a smirk playing on his lips, he told me the alpha was in his room. I wanted to question his change of heart, as he quickly went from screaming in my face to looking mischievous with a smile. It's on the 4th floor. There's only one room there. Don't worry, you'll find it. Happy that he was listening, I smiled and thanked him. See, all he needed was for me to scream back at him. Using his directions, I finally found myself planted right in front of what should be Alpha Hunter's room, my mate's bedroom. I was going to knock, but realized the door was slightly ajar. You look stressed, a voice commented. Unfamiliar, but I knew it belonged to a female. I am stressed, a deep voice replied. Unfortunately, very familiar and belongs to Alpha Hunter. Tell me what's wrong, the girl cooed. I knew I shouldn't have been listening and that Hunter would be furious if he knew I was, but then again, he had another woman in his bedroom. I should be the furious one. I don't feel like sharing. His voice was soft and caring. Something so strange to my ears. Why had he never spoken to me like this? You always tell me what's wrong, the girl mentioned. I told you, I'm not in the mood to share, Hunter spoke again, a little less patiently now. Well then, let me give you a hug. No. He'll say no. Since when does the badass alpha give hugs? Especially when he has a mate. He wouldn't. Oh, but he did. I may not have seen it, but I sure as hell felt it. Our connection was stronger the closer we were to each other. I could practically feel what he felt. I sensed his fury, his confusion, but also his relief that there was someone there for him. That someone should have been me. Thank you, Emery. You should go down and eat now. I need to finish some paperwork anyway. His voice was so delicate, I almost forgot that it was Alpha Hunter. Alrighty. Realizing that the girl would walk out of the room at any moment, I ran down the hall only to discover there were no more rooms to hide in. Who makes a floor with only one room? Reaching the end of the hall, I tried sticking myself to the wall, looking almost invisible. I tried sticking my stomach in as much as I could to make myself less visible. You would think, as a werewolf, I would be ripped with a flat stomach or abs, but no. Sure, I used to be thinner a few years ago, but when my father died, I lost a lot of motivation to work out. So, I gained some weight, sue me. The girl, or Emery as Hunter called her, walked straight from his bedroom door to the stairs, walking down without another backward glance. I felt more self-conscious when I noticed her skinny physique. Is that why Hunter didn't accept me yet? Wasn't I good-looking enough? I felt utterly and completely broken. I felt as if my heart had been smashed into millions of pieces. I could even feel my wolf's sadness as it mixed with mine. He never wanted me. What a hypocrite, telling me that I couldn't talk to boys while he himself had a girlfriend. My sadness formed into anger. I felt disgust for him, and any respect I had for my mate was gone. Without thinking, as everything I do nowadays starts like that, I marched into that room, ready to confront him. Ready to yell, my words got mumbled between my lips at the sight. In front of me, he stood shirtless. His toned chest caught my attention. I needed to focus. You bastard. You insensitive jerk. How could you? You are such a freaking hypocrite, telling me to stay away while you went and had a great time. You disgust me. You. As each insult escaped my mouth, I began taking steps toward him and ended up pointing my index finger at his chest. I hate you. I yelled, raising my hands up to show how frustrated I was. Grabbing my hands with his, he pushed me back up until we reached the wall. He then dragged my hands up and pinned them above my head with only one hand. I tried pulling my arms away, but even with one hand, I was no match for his strength, stupid strong alpha. I couldn't help myself as my eyes wandered toward his lips. The urge to kiss him became more than I could handle. His lips were just an inch away. I hated how easily I got distracted by our bond. I wearily took a step to the side, feeling too intoxicated in this room. I didn't get far as my hands were still pinned in his, and he wouldn't budge. Even though it was an aggressive hold, I felt electric sparks flow where he was touching me. His intoxicating scent drifted to my senses, smelling like fresh mint and shampoo. I needed to remember what was at hand now, what I had to do. I couldn't be here. I couldn't stay here with this monster. With my mate. I wanted to touch him. To have him hold me. I wanted him, and that wasn't good. His dark green eyes met mine. It was just too much. I didn't want to feel this way. I couldn't feel this way. I need to go, I mumbled out. I couldn't hold his stare any longer. I took another step back and prepared to leave. You came to me. His deep voice rang through my ears like a symphony. Right. I couldn't leave yet. There was something I had to do first. I, Rose Edwards, reject you, Hunter. I couldn't finish my line as I was lightly pushed back. He held me tight against his chest with my back firm against the wall. Do you really think you could reject me? The strongest alpha alive? Well, think again, Miss Edwards. You belong to me now. Every part of you, everything about you, is all mine. Got it? His lips slightly grazed my neck as he made his demands. My knees felt too weak. I couldn't even reply. Do you understand? His lip brushed the side of my neck before he placed a small, delicate kiss there. I don't want any boy to look at you, think about you, or even know you. You are all mine. This time it wasn't a question. My senses finally came back to me as I realized how bad this had gotten. He held most of my support as we stood flushed against each other. I dragged my hands up toward his torso, stopping just below his chest. Taking a big breath, I pushed forward. In my mind, I imagined him flying across the room. In reality, I pictured him stumbling a step back. But never did I think he would do what he did next. He didn't move an inch. If anything, he somehow came closer to me. That was odd. I mean, sure, he was an alpha, but I was a gray wolf. A rare trait that is supposed to make your human form stronger. You know, sweetheart, I heard you were special. A gray wolf, huh? I bet you loved taunting all the boys about it, Hunter whispered in my ear, his lips brushing against me as he spoke. He brushed my hair away from my face. But you want to know a secret? I am also a gray wolf. I didn't have to look at him to know he had a wicked smirk painted on his mouth. The cards were stacked in his favor. As both human and alpha, he radiated great strength and power. I once heard a rumor that he alone could take down 12 wolves at once. I could feel goosebumps creeping up my arms at just the thought, all the people he killed, all the children left without parents. I was so engrossed with my thoughts that I didn't even notice when his head moved toward my neck. You would think the tingles that left his body to mine would wake me up from my deep thoughts, but no. I didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. Until his teeth sank into my neck, marking me. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't find my voice. My mind hated this, knew it was wrong, but my wolf fought. My wolf wanted this. Wanted the mate that belonged to us. I don't remember much after that. Just small drops of liquid dripping down my face. I was too numb to feel it, but later I realized they were tears. My own tears came from the sudden realization of what my future held. I tried so hard to stop this. I didn't want this. I don't like this. As weird as it sounds, I don't want to be with my mate. Because my mate, the alpha of the Dark Moon Pack, the strongest and most feared pack out there, was a cruel, hopeless monster. I am mated to a monster. I am mated to my doom.
Introductory Author's Commentary. Duration, midnight to 0:45. Visual suggestion, a split screen showing a lonely bedroom and a framed photo of a happy couple, or a slow pan across an empty, modern living room. In this chapter, I wanted to explore the cruelest kind of rejection, not being sent away, but being kept close and treated as invisible. When I wrote this scene, I made sure Rose woke up in Hunter's house, her mate's territory, only to hear him planning a future with someone else. I wanted you to feel her humiliation. To Hunter, she isn't a threat or a partner, she is just an inconvenience. But pay close attention to the conversation she has with Greg, the Delta. It reveals a crack in Hunter's armor that Rose is too angry to see right now.
Chapter 3. A nightmare. This was all just one big, stupid nightmare. It must be. I wanted to wake up, but my eyes felt sealed shut. My body lay limp, but my ears were wide open. I could hear everything, or more so nothing, since the room was silent. So, what's the plan? An unfamiliar voice cut the stillness. I almost shivered at the sound. Was there someone here this whole time? I don't know. I could have sworn the second voice belonged to Hunter, but the man spoke with such sadness and sympathy, it couldn't have been him. She is our Luna, Hunter. So, it was him. Were they talking about me? Was Hunter going to accept me as his mate? An unsettling feeling sat in my stomach at the thought. I didn't want to be his mate or Luna, not after his forcefulness and how he opened his arms for another. Though my thoughts led me one way, my heart went another. Emery can be the Luna. I think my heart just broke a little bit. Knowing Hunter would even suggest another woman as his Luna made me want to throw up. I finally opened my eyes, nearly squinting from the brightness of the room. It was a simple room with white walls and a desk in the corner. Looking down, I noticed I was tucked into a bed, and directly in front of me were two men. Hunter and another slightly shorter man who looked almost as powerful as Hunter. The man gave me a familiar smile, and I recognized him as the beta. How much did you hear? Hunter's dark tone brought me back to reality. I just woke up, and he was already yelling. How typical. I heard enough, and I remember everything. He had forcefully marked me. He was rude and manipulative, and most of all, he had Emery. Good. So now I won't need to repeat myself. Alpha Hunter held no sympathy in his words, not even for his mate. You will not be the Luna. You are far too weak. Yeah, well, sorry I'm not big and scary like you. My mouth moved before my brain could even register that I was talking. The anger inside me turned to fear. I had just yelled at the big, dire Alpha. What did you just say? Hunter growled out. Nothing, I pathetically stuttered. Way to hold your ground, Rose. Nothing what? Nothing, Alpha Hunter. Hunter's expression didn't change, but he did become calmer. You make her call you Alpha? The beta spoke up. I mean, I don't even call you that. Hunter turned toward his beta. Well, Jackson, you are my beta and hold power. Why would a weak pup have permission to act with power? The beta went silent, and Hunter didn't mind. So that's what I was to him, a weak pup. Beta Jackson glanced at me, and as our eyes connected, I could have sworn I saw a speck of sympathy. I wanted to be angry at Hunter, scream at him for making me feel so insubstantial, but a bigger part of me knew there was truth to his words. I couldn't be the Luna because I was nothing but a weak, unworthy wolf. I would only bring everyone down. An awkward tension carried around the room. I have to go, Hunter abruptly spoke up. The beta only nodded, not caring for an explanation, although that didn't stop Alpha Hunter from giving one. Looking me in the eyes, he said, I promised a dinner with Emery. Emery. How could one word bring out so much anger and hatred in me? I never used to be such a spiteful person before. I hated her. I didn't know who she was, and quite frankly, I didn't care. If Emery wanted to be Luna, then by all means, she could go right ahead. She could have my mate, my title. Heck, she could even have my life. I just wanted to start a new school with a new pack and a new life. I just wanted my happiness back. It's not too late. As if Jackson had read my mind, he came closer to me so that he was standing beside the head of the bed. Hunter, he's a tricky person, but he does care for you. Giving a sarcastic laugh, I responded, yeah, he's clearly overjoyed that I'm his mate. He doesn't show it, but it's true. Why else would he mark you? Looking up to meet the beta's blue orbs, I said, how about he's a possessive, power-hungry jerk who loves to ruin lives? The beta's hands clenched into fists. I was insulting his alpha, of course, he'd be angry. It's only because you're his mate. He doesn't know how to share his feelings, so he chooses to hide them. He takes his anger and confusion out by acting irrationally. Wow, you really do know your alpha. I gave out a dry, humorless laugh. I knew Jackson was trying to help, and I should watch my tone, but the bitterness inside me was seeping out uncontrollably. Well, we have been best friends since we were children. The beta sighed and turned to leave. I'll call your mother to come get you. Where am I? You're in Hunter's house. My mouth hung open and my eyes went wide. If Hunter hated me so much, why on earth would he bring me to his home? I figured the room I caught him and Emery in at the pack house was where he lived, but this place seemed more fitting. It was much smaller and gloomier. I wanted to think something special of the fact that Hunter brought me to his home, but with my luck, the only reason he brought me here was that it was the closest place to go without being noticed by others. And Beta, looking around, I realized the Beta was long gone, most likely calling my mother to pick me up. My mom! As horrible as it sounds, I nearly forgot about them. My poor mom would now have to take time out of her night to pick me up. It's not easy being a single parent. Not wanting to be stuck in a bed any longer, I stood up and steadily took some steps forward. Turning my hip and hearing small creaks as my joints finally got some stretch, I prepared to search for the front door. You would think that the biggest, boldest werewolf would want to live in a huge mansion, but clearly, this wasn't the case for Alpha Hunter. His house was small, only 2 floors, yet it still had a cozy feel. The more I looked around, the less gloomy it felt. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw 2 other doors further down the hall and a grand staircase leading down. Following the steps, I reached the only other floor. I was impressed by how organized everything was. The glossy white tiled floor with gray designs and white furniture to match looked straight out of a designer home magazine. I could see the front door to my left, a dining room to my right, and a hall that went further back, most likely leading to the kitchen. The house may have been cozy, but it sure was lonely. Not a single picture was put up on the walls. I decided to wait for my mom in the dining room. As I walked in, I realized it was more like 2 sections attached. The first part seemed more like a family room. There was a fireplace lining the wall and a complete set of white leather couches lined up in front of a flat-screen television. It was an overall nice room. Looking out through the window, I only found darkness. It must be late. Great, now my mom will have to be woken up. Sighing, I walked back toward one of the couches and took a seat on a single recliner. The room seemed quite dull without any framed pictures or art hanging around, unlike my previous home. The house was so quiet. Hunter's dinner plans must be out in public or in secret at Emery's home. Or, what if Emery lived with Hunter? I quickly dismissed the thought. Why did it matter? He didn't want me anyway. And I didn't want him. Deciding I needed a distraction, I let my eyes wander around the room. The fireplace was really nice. Black bricks outlined the fireplace, with a white edge at the top. And then I saw it. An actual picture frame. I was stunned, for it was the only picture I had seen in the house. Unable to tell who was in the photo, I slowly walked closer. I could barely make out the outline of a man and a woman standing side by side. As I came close enough, I realized it wasn't a man and woman, but 2 teens. The uneasy feeling returned to my stomach. They seemed no older than 15. Both were young, happy, and smiling widely. There was so much joy in the photo, but that wasn't what shocked me most. There in front of me were 2 young kids who looked to be in love. So young, yet so certain. It was Hunter with an unrecognizable female. That's Hunter as a teen. Startled by the voice, I turned back to see Greg standing there. I figured, but who's the girl? I knew I sounded jealous, but I really didn't care at the moment. That is the famous Emery, our future Luna. I felt as though Greg had stabbed me directly in the heart with his words. Turning fully toward him, I didn't even try to hide the pained expression on my face. How could she be your Luna? She's not Alpha Hunter's mate. I could barely speak, but I needed information. He laughed bitterly. I doubt Hunter even has a mate. And why would you say that? Well, he's so cold-hearted, I don't think he's even capable of love. I was surprised by Greg's opinion. You think he has a cold heart, yet you still follow him? He has a cold heart when it comes to love, but he's the best alpha there can be. Always puts his pack first. Your pack is lucky to be joining ours instead of being slaughtered. I was appalled at the cruel words that Greg made sound so easygoing. But he loves Emery? I questioned. Some say it's love, but I see it as a sham. She's strong, the strongest she-wolf I have ever seen. I'm guessing Hunter only picked her because she'd make the next best Luna, and they were already close since childhood. He has a soft spot for Emery, but I doubt it's real love. I'd call it companionship at most.
Author's insight. Here, I'm revealing the real tragedy of Hunter's character. He isn't just cruel for the sake of it, he is pragmatic to a fault. He chose Emery not because of passion, but because she is strong and useful. This tells us that Hunter views love as a weakness and strength as the only currency that matters.
Story continues. I decided to change the subject before I said something I regret. Hypothetically, let's say Alpha Hunter did find his mate. His eyes squinted in confusion before he swiftly spoke, then I wish her luck. Why would you say that? Like I said, I don't think Hunter can even love. You and me both, Greg. Hey, wait. You called him Hunter, I said. Yes, Greg asked, confused again. I thought only a wolf with a high rank could do that. He smiled at my words. I'm the Delta of the Dark Moon Pack, he spoke proudly. He had more power than I suspected. The reason I'm here is because Jackson told me to inform you that he wasn't able to contact your mother, guessing she has already fallen asleep. I spoke to her this morning when Hunter asked me to pick you up. I let her know you are safe and getting an early jump at adjusting to the new pack. That is what Hunter told me to tell her at least. He gave me a sheepish look. It was good they didn't wake my mother. The last thing I needed was to add to her stress. I knew she would still be angry with me, blaming me for the fact that I didn't come home, even though I was taken against my will. I knew I should have probably tried to find a way to contact her or leave a message, but I guess if she were that worried, she'd have seen me already. That, or she feared the Dark Moon Pack enough to trust them when they told her I was safe. A sudden fatigue came over me, making me yawn loudly. It had been a long day. First, I was marked. Then I passed out for the second time in 24 hours. Finally, I found out I am being replaced in my mate's life. I will never find true love, not the way my parents had described when teaching me about mates. I've had enough. Greg, MHM, take me home. I was once again astonished by Greg's behavior. He obliged with my demand and led me to his car. He seemed much different than before. He was nicer. It's nearly midnight and you live about 30 minutes away. How about you just crash at my place? I have to get up early tomorrow. I didn't know how to respond. On one hand, I would much rather sleep in the comfort of my home, safe with my family. But driving me home would be a major hassle. Alright, cool. I live alone in a one-room complex. You can take the bed. Thanks, Greg. Can I ask for a super big favor? Greg glanced over at me with curiosity. What is it? Can we get McDonald's? I haven't eaten all day and my mouth is watering at the thought of a Big Mac right now. He wasn't looking at me, but I still gave him my puppy dog eyes. Only if you're paying, he chuckled, and I noticed he had such cute dimples. Why couldn't my mate be like this? Or better yet, why couldn't Greg be my mate? As Greg pulled into the drive-thru, I remembered I didn't have my phone or wallet. They were both in my backpack. Greg? I interrupted him before he could order. What? He scowled, turning away from the fast food speakers to look at me. I don't exactly have my wallet right now. How about an IOU? I gave him a cheeky smile, praying he would still buy me food. I got my food.
End of chapter analysis. In my opinion, this chapter is the calm before the storm. I ended on a lighter note, McDonald's, a new friendship with Greg, because I needed to show Rose grasping for any shred of normalcy. But the underlying tension is heavier than ever. Rose is now indebted to the Delta, her mother has been lied to, and Hunter is still out there with Emery. The most dangerous part? Greg just admitted that he doesn't believe his alpha is capable of love. That isn't just an observation, it's a warning. If Hunter can't love, then the mark on Rose's neck isn't a promise of forever, it's a shackle. Audience engagement questions. Hunter chose Emery because she is strong. Do you agree with his logic that a Luna must be a warrior, or is he missing the point of what a Luna actually does? Rose just agreed to stay the night at Greg's place. Is this a smart move to gain an ally, or is she trusting the wrong person too quickly? Greg says Hunter has a cold heart. Do you think Hunter is truly heartless, or is he protecting himself from something? Rose got her Big Mac, but she's about to realize that running away from the alpha only works for so long, especially when you're wearing his mark.
Chapter 4. You know those cliché books where the girl can't be with the guy, so they're like, my brain says one thing, but my heart says another. I never understood that. I mean, think about it. Your brain controls everything. It stores up all your memories and regulates your will to survive. The brain controls how you talk, walk, think, see, and feel. Your brain tells your heart to pump blood through your veins, tells your body to keep breathing. The brain even stops you from biting off your finger because, supposedly, it would be as easy as biting a carrot. Therefore, without your brain, your heart is useless. This time, I knew I had no choice but to listen to my brain because clearly my heart couldn't be trusted. I had to move on, not with another partner, but with my life. Looking down at the ground, I heard his quiet snores, signaling that Greg was still deep in his sleep. His mouth hung open, and I swore I could even see a small stream of drool from the corner of his lips down to his pillow. He looked so peaceful, so cute, it made my heart skip a beat and my stomach feel light. This must be what people mean when they say they feel butterflies. It was nothing compared to the electricity I felt with Hunter, but it still felt nice. Despite my insistent demand that he sleep on the bed, since it was his house and the floor would be fine for me, he wouldn't allow it. I guess underneath that hard, mean exterior was a nice guy. A really nice guy. I felt silly for crushing on the first boy I laid my eyes on after being rejected by my mate, but it is what it is. The void in my heart from the disparity my mate caused was ripping away inside me, and I needed a distraction. Not feeling the slightest bit tired, I sat up on the bed and stretched out my arms. That was some mattress he had. I felt revived with the quality sleep it gave me. I noticed the clock on the bedside table flashing at 10 a.m. in bright red. Didn't Greg have something essential to do early today? Looking back at him, he seemed so serene. I almost felt guilty for what I was deciding to do. Gently hopping over his body, I opened the white door that Greg had said was the bathroom. Walking in, I looked for a cup but came up short. Instead, I took one of the white hand towels and soaked it in water. Walking out of the washroom and back to the sleeping Greg, I kneeled close to his body, practically hovering over him. I stretched my hand back over my shoulder and swiftly flung the towel downward, aiming directly for his face. As it made contact, a loud splat sounded. That surely woke him. I admit, there were many safer ways I could have woken Greg up, but this was far more fun. Greg abruptly lunged up, and to my surprise, in an attacking stance. His eyes fluttered rapidly as he tried to get familiarized with the bright room. GRE. I could barely finish one word before I was pushed down to the floor with his entire weight upon me. GRE, Greg. Why you're choking me. Greg's large body squashed me to the floor, making it hard to breathe. Rose, his husky voice questioned, sounding rough and dry, but I still found it attractive. I'm not sure what that bed of his did to me, but after a whole night's rest, I was looking at Greg in a different light. Or perhaps I fall for anyone who gives me the slightest attention. I blame Hunter. What are you doing here? He asked, confused. You kind of let me sleep over. Remember? Realization crossed his face, and he finally moved away and relaxed his shoulders. I couldn't help but feel a tiny bit upset that he didn't even remember. Right, sorry. I don't often have visitors sleeping over, he said as he got up and held his hand out for me to grab onto. I let his big hand engulf mine and thanked him as he brought me up. Well, I didn't exactly wake you in a great way, I said sheepishly. So, I guess we're even. I smiled. Oh shoot, I'm so late. Greg stared at the clock on the bedside table, and I watched as he frantically rushed to his closet. Pulling out some clothes from his drawers, he didn't give me a second look as he dropped his pants to the floor. I yelped and turned away as soon as I made eye contact with his skin. Did he forget that I was standing here? Or perhaps he was just that confident. I envied that type of confidence. What exactly are you late for? I asked, facing the bed, opposite where Greg was changing. Moving day. What do you mean moving day? What's MOV? Without thinking, I turned back toward Greg. I stopped mid-sentence when I realized Greg was half naked. Ugh, for the love of chocolate. Cover yourself. I could feel the warmth on my cheeks as they reddened. Greg laughed loudly before replying, "Oh, come on, Rose. You're a werewolf. You should be used to seeing other werewolves naked." "Just cover up," I muttered bitterly, still avoiding his direction as he called me a prude. Greg's laughter reached my ears yet again, making goosebumps rise on my arms. It was a beautiful sound. I didn't understand why I felt so much attraction to Greg, especially since I knew who my mate was. After all, since Hunter had marked me, I should be repulsed by just the thought of another man. Well, at least that's how it goes for a normal mating bond. Clearly, Hunter and I didn't have a normal mating bond. Rubbing the spot where Hunter had bitten, I felt the soreness, but refused to look. I'd rather set that aside for now and hope no one notices the mark since we haven't fully mated. Coming back to reality, I heard Greg telling me to turn back around. Slowly, I followed his command, but still squinted my eyes. Seeing a little bit of his covered torso through my squinted eyes, I opened them fully. "Oh, come on. It's not like you've never seen a naked body before." His laughter died down once he saw my expression. "No way," he screamed, truly looking surprised. "It's not that big of a deal," I barked back, then cast my eyes away in embarrassment. I'm sure I looked like a tomato right now. Of course, it is. You're a 20-year-old werewolf that's still a virgin. Hey, I'm not 20. I'm 18. I stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Greg's mouth nearly hung open from shock. "That doesn't make sense," he said after minutes of thinking about it. I think I know my own age. I'm 18 years old in my senior year of high school and ready to graduate in a few months. It was pretty evident from Greg's expression that he doubted me. "I'm 18, Greg. Trust me. What's the big deal anyway? 18, 20, that's only a 2-year difference." Was he embarrassed to be with a minor? I mean, 18 is basically an adult. "It's just the alpha," said. Greg cut off his sentence midway. "I'm going to be late, let's go," he stated, his whole posture changing. He became stiffer and more on guard. There was something he was going to say before, and it killed me with curiosity not to know. "Not until you finish your sentence," I said. "I'm serious, Rose. Let's go." And serious he was. Though his mouth was closed, I could tell his teeth were clenched. His hands in fists, and his eyes meeting everything but mine. "I'm serious, Greg. Tell me." I refused to back down. Greg's eyes finally met mine. I was startled by what I saw. So much sadness pooled in his eyes, on the edge of bursting. "Please, Greg. Whatever it is, you can tell me." I spoke softly, afraid that the big, muscular man in front of me would break down at any moment. Though I barely knew this man, my heart ached to see him struggle inwardly. He sighed, then took a seat on the messy bed. "I'm such a bad guest, I didn't even make my bed." "Rose," Greg's voice rang. "Yes, I'll tell you, but it's not easy for me." "All right." I felt a knot in my stomach, anticipating what he was about to say. Greg told me to sit down, and I sat right beside him, compelled. His big brown orbs met mine. I nearly choked on my saliva from all the emotion flickering on his face. "You're the alpha's mate, but when we first met, the thing is..." "Well, I thought you were, but you're so young." Greg couldn't control the words spiraling out as his breathing grew erratic. I froze at his statement. "Where did you hear that I am the alpha's mate? And I'm not that young." "Nowhere specifically, I just had a feeling. Although now you basically confirmed it. You're wrong. He is not my mate." Deciding to change the subject, I turned toward him and asked my own questions. "Greg, why did you hate me so much when we first met? Why are you being so nice to me now? What's with your alpha? And what's wrong with my age?" I had so many questions running through my mind that I felt as if I would break at any moment. He looked straight ahead, toward the door. "There's nothing wrong with your age, I just assumed that you were older. Alpha Hunter is one of the best alphas out there," he started. He would do anything for his pack, and because of that, he has all my respect. To everyone outside of the pack, he looks like the devil's son, but it's all just an act. I mean, the killings and fighting are real, but he has his reasons. So, Hunter is a good guy, not the devil. Got it. Now on to you. I merely blushed as I almost said us. Is there even an us? Just yesterday, he hated my guts and hasn't even given me an explanation yet. Maybe I need to chill. But one thing is for sure, I don't need to sit here listening to how fantastic my mate is. I need to move on from him. You despised me yesterday. What changed? I asked directly. I never hated you, Rose. However, I admit I did want you to think that I did. Yesterday wasn't the first day I saw you. I couldn't help but gasp at his confession. What do you mean? I didn't know you even existed before yesterday. I tried to make sense of the situation. Formally, yes. Yesterday was the first time you knew of my existence. But I had seen you before. About a year ago, my pack took over the River Mill pack. As the Delta of the pack, I'm the right-hand man for both the Beta and Alpha. He paused, making sure I was comprehending his words. I nodded, and he continued. Alpha Hunter was showing me the territory, outlining the borders. I remembered the River Mill pack. They were a small pack with a big territory. I even remembered the boys in my grade having bets on when the Dark Moon pack would take down the River Mill pack. As cruel as it sounds, people were making money off their misery. I remembered the day that they were attacked vividly. There was a big warning in my pack. We weren't sure if they would come to attack us as well. My sister and I were taking a walk at the time. I was showing her this calm pond near the border. And that's when I smelled it. Greg's voice became soft, his eyes wandering to the painting on the wall, trying his best to avoid my direction. It was the best scent I have ever had the privilege to consume. Like a mashup of fresh chocolate chip cookies and coffee. The perfect combination. And then I saw her. Is Greg talking about his mate? I didn't know Greg had a mate. An unsettled feeling formed in my gut. Her long brown hair, her big brown eyes. Just her sight alone made me freeze. She was the definition of beautiful. Long brown hair, big brown eyes, sounded familiar. When her eyes met mine, she froze. At first, I thought she recognized me as her mate. However, that wasn't the case. Her eyes scanned over mine before stopping completely on Hunter. And that's when Alpha Hunter described a smell. The smell of fresh-baked cookies and coffee. He said it was so powerful, so intoxicating, that he fell in love with just the mere scent. Wait, so she was his mate, Greg stated motionlessly. But I'm Hunter's mate. So why didn't he go to her? I questioned. Because at the time Hunter already had a mate. Impossible. I screamed hastily. You only get one mate. That's it. But here's the thing, he met his first mate many years before the other. They were friends since childhood. They were always together. When Hunter first announced that she was his mate, we were all shocked. I mean, we all assumed they would get together. But the chance of them actually being mates. Emery. I wanted to suggest that Hunter was lying, but Greg talked before I could. And I knew Hunter believed it. He truly believed that they were mates. He smiled around her. They always talked and had dinner together. She soon started taking on tasks for Aluna. No one dared question their bond because we assumed the only female that Alpha Hunter would tolerate would be his mate. He had quite a daunting reputation when it came to being nice to other girls. Hunter and Emery believe that they are mates. So, what am I, number 3? But that day by the border, that was the first time someone had caught my attention like that, Greg continued, but it was also the first time I had seen Hunter caught off guard. He looked vulnerable. He showed all the signs that he had found his mate. Signs that he never showed with Emery, but people never bothered to point it out. But you said I'm his mate. If you think I really am his mate, then what about that girl? Greg sighed sadly. I don't pity Greg, but I think he deserves better. He thought he found his mate, and then suddenly she's gone. I know the feeling. Think hard, Rosanna. Where were you that night? I didn't understand what Greg was referring to. It couldn't be me. I would have remembered. I recalled being by the river with my sister, right by the border of our land, but I would have sensed them. I would have smelled them or noticed the shadows lurking behind the trees. Shadows. Oh my God. I screamed when memories flooded my mind. I remembered the two wolves in the forest. I remembered their large stance and the fear I felt as I held onto my sister's hand tightly. I also remembered the feeling. The most amazing sensation known to a werewolf. The feeling of finding your mate. That day I had taken my sister's hand, turned, and run home. Not once looking back. The wrong move to make against two large wolves, but for some odd reason, they never came after us as I expected. When I got home, I told my mom about seeing my mate, and she laughed. She said I was too caught up in the thought of having a mate that I imagined it. She then read the statistics that said 99% of werewolves who do find their mate find them after the age of 17. When I kept arguing, my father asked me to prove it. Said that it was 1 in a billion to find your mate that young, that I realistically was not that special. Where's this so-called mate of yours then? No true mate would have let you get away, he had asked. After I explained how I didn't actually know who he was, as they were on the other side of the border, she started yelling at me for putting both my sister and my life in such danger. I remembered the emotions racing through me as I looked at the giant gray wolf. He was not only the most enormous wolf I had ever seen, but also the only other entirely gray one. My father dismissed me as delusional, stuck in my head, daydreaming too much, and thus pushed me down a road of constantly feeling inadequate. Like most traumatic incidents, I had suppressed the memory, eating into my father's theory. But if Greg's story is true, then Hunter genuinely has mate-like feelings for Emery despite also admitting that I am his mate. Also, the fact that Greg thought I was his mate. Nothing made sense. Let's say for argument's sake that Hunter and I are mates. Not that we are, but why would we feel something for someone else? Greg looked taken aback by my question. You feel something for someone else? For me, he asked disbelievingly. I blushed, looking down. Not much that day by the border, but right now I felt something. It's not as strong, but it's still there. I thought it was feelings that one would have for a friend or a playful crush. However, there's no denying that at times I felt more. I wanted more. But it couldn't compare to the stupid, strong feelings, the useless tingles, and the unfortunate warmth that Hunter gave off. Greg smiled. Well, that's something. Hunter pretty much rejected me. Made me feel like crap. Maybe, just maybe, I could find happiness with Greg. Hunter and I are not mates. There's no need for everyone to think we are, especially if Hunter is planning to reject me or keep me on the side. Right. If you're not his mate, then I guess Emery is. I knew he didn't entirely believe me, especially since he knew that Hunter had also been distracted by my scent. Maybe I just smell excellent. There is no absolute assurance that he is my mate, at least not in Greg's mind. The fewer people who know the truth, the better. But this changes everything. If Greg doesn't think Hunter and I are mates, then he will give in to what his wolf is feeling for me and try to claim me as his mate. This has gotten more complicated than I had even anticipated. Greg, I started, but was soon cut off by a loud ringtone. Greg and I both jumped at the sound, and he quickly scrambled to grab his phone. Maybe it was my mom checking to make sure I was still alive. I haven't spoken to her in 2 days now. Who called you? I asked Greg as he blankly stared down at his phone. Alpha Hunter. I'm super late. He's going to kill me. And just like that, we both rushed out the door and to his car, leaving our heavy discussion on pause for the moment. Chapter 5. Welcome, everyone. Alpha Hunter's voice hushed all the whispers. When Greg said he was late, he meant we were. Not only were we stuck at the very end of the crowd standing in the clearing, but we had also missed Alpha Hunter's opening speech. Though I wasn't complaining, I'd prefer to steer clear of Hunter as long as possible. The fewer times I had to hear that melodic voice, the better. Hunter stood on top of a podium that I assumed was built just for this event, considering I hadn't seen it yesterday. A slight breeze wafted by as a mix of different wolves entered my senses. There were at least 300 people in the clearing. After Hunter's official welcome, my former pack members were officially announced to be under the protection of the Dark Moon Pack. Prior positions and titles were stripped from the former pack members, as we were forced to be part of the pack. I don't want any trouble. You should respect each other along with your higher ranks. Now enjoy the rest of your day, Hunter said. I thought that was the signal to leave, but no one moved a single muscle. I tried to look over the heads of people around us to spot a familiar face, preferably my mother. Hunter stepped down from the higher platform he was standing on and walked toward his beta. And like that, everyone divided their attention away from the front and started whispering. However, no one actually left the area, which I found annoying because I wanted to look for my mom, but there were way too many people blocking me. I thought Hunter said everyone could leave? I asked Greg. Greg gave me a reassuring smile as he placed his arm on my back and guided me out of the crowd. Not exactly. We missed the beginning where he told everyone to stay half an hour after his announcement in order to become accustomed to other members. He wants the transition for your former pack to be as smooth as possible. Greg never removed his hand from the small of my back as we headed toward the front, joining the group of top-rank werewolves gathered there. I froze immediately, seeing Hunter's broad shoulders enter my peripheral vision. If it weren't for Greg's hand pushing me forward, I would have been frozen in place. Greg must have believed that Hunter and I were not mates. Otherwise, there was no way he would pridefully walk me directly toward Hunter. Our closeness and Greg's confidence would definitely raise some rumors. Hunter didn't look my way, but I knew he sensed I was close as his body stiffened while talking to someone. Hey, Greg, the beta greeted. Hey, Jackson. They did their manly handshake before the beta's eyes met mine. I braced myself for what was coming next. Jackson and I had met in unfortunate circumstances already. He knew that Hunter was my true mate. What if he informed Greg? Who's this? The beta's strict voice made me shiver. I didn't like how Jackson was pretending not even to know who I was, as if he hadn't told me hours ago that Hunter cared for me. I guess it was better this way. This is Rosanna. No explanation added. And thankfully, no questions asked. Jackson went back to his conversation with some other members, completely ignoring me, but including Greg every once in a while. I couldn't help but notice the way Hunter smiled at something Jackson said. Rose. Rosanna. Hunter's stern voice brought me out of my daydream as I realized I had been caught staring directly at his mouth. Kill me now. Yes, I asked politely, hiding how ashamed I was as I attempted to control my breathing. Beta Jackson asked you a question, Greg whispered in a gentle tone in my ear. I didn't miss the way Hunter's jaw clenched at our closeness. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just caught in my head. What was your question, Beta? Jackson was now my beta, and, according to Hunter, he ranked above me. He needed to be respected. How are you liking the Dark Moon pack so far? Being at a loss for words, I replied, it's very welcoming. Lies. This pack had been anything but welcoming. Oh, I'd bet, another member from the pack spoke up. I would have ignored his comment if it weren't for the laughter that followed. And what does that mean? I glared at the dark-haired boy who had an amused expression plastered on his face. Boy, did I want to slap the smile right off his smug face. The boy, being utterly unaffected by my death glare, blissfully replied, well, I'm just saying, you must have had a pretty good welcoming with Greg last night. Don't think we didn't notice Greg and your poor punctuality today. Had a little too much fun, did ya? Another laughed, elbowing Greg teasingly. My face flushed from embarrassment. Did they really think I did something with Greg? Did Hunter think that? I tried watching Hunter from the corner of my eyes, trying not to make it too obvious. All I could notice were his hands in tight fists against his sides. So, he did believe them? Why did I even care if Hunter cared? He was trash. Oh no. It wasn't like that, Greg said as his face tinted slightly pink, but the nervous chuckle that escaped him made him lose all credibility. Oh, sure it wasn't, the dark-haired man said, followed again by laughter. Enough, a resonant voice demanded. As soon as that one word escaped Hunter's lips, the group silenced their laughter and looked at the ground in respect. The tension soared, no one daring to make a sound. Let's go, Hunter said, already turning away from us. But Alpha, you said everyone should stay at least 30 minutes, Jackson responded. Are you comparing me to the rest of these lowlifes? Hunter angrily muttered, his eyes showing fragments of black as his wolf threatened to emerge. No sir, Jackson replied. Hunter's anger radiated off him and made even his beta take a step back. I could sense the confusion the rest of the group had regarding Hunter's big mood shift, but Jackson must have figured it was due to Greg and me. "Just meet me at the pack house," Hunter muttered bitterly. I assumed his words were directed to Jackson, as Jackson was the one who nodded and followed behind him. "We should probably leave as well," another guy stated, and before I knew it, it was only Greg and me left. "I've got to go too. Go find your family." Greg's somewhat harsh tone shocked me. Worried he was starting to doubt that Hunter wasn't my mate, I nodded sadly and refused to make eye contact. Just an hour ago, we were like close friends, and what, now he was going to go back to hating me? Looking up finally, I watched as he escaped my presence, his body already mixed into the crowd, leaving me all by myself. Following his words, I went in search of my mother. Scavenging through the groups of people standing around, I almost felt like giving up until I heard my name. "Rose." A familiar voice shouted out again. Turning around, I came face to face with Livia. Oh, thank God. Before I could even register what was happening, two slim arms wrapped themselves around my torso. Hugging Livia back, I awkwardly patted her shoulder as my social anxiety seeped through. Moments later, Livia pushed herself back and started to examine me. "We thought you were dead. Where the hell have you been, Rose?" Realizing how weird it must have been for my friends and family to see me disappear for a day without any word, I concluded that it was all Hunter's fault. If it weren't for him, I would have never fainted in that crowd. Greg would never have brought me to their pack house, and I could have gone on living my life, ignoring Hunter without ever speaking a word to him. I could have been there with my mother and sister during such a stressful time. I wouldn't have the picture of Hunter and Emery holding hands as kids embroidered into my mind. Oh, right. Well, now, how was I going to get myself out of this one? Again, Hunter's fault. I couldn't tell them the truth, so I had to improvise. Saying the first thing that came to mind, I met a guy. Not totally a lie. Greg is a guy. "You met a guy," she squealed, catching the attention of people nearby. "Shoo." I hushed before she gained too much attention our way. "Wait a minute, let me get this straight. So, while the whole pack was panicking about being abducted by the Dark Moon Pack, you were off with some guy? This guy better be your mate." Livia seemed betrayed. "No, Livia. It wasn't like that. It was too dark out to even attempt finding my way home after I woke up that day, and this guy who is not my mate was there to help me out. He was super sweet and let me stay the night." "So, you couldn't even bother to call?" Her tone dripped with disappointment. "I didn't have my phone on me." "So, you couldn't use this guy's phone?" Livia had a point. "I could have called my mother to tell her I wasn't coming home." I can't even imagine how worried she was, especially after what happened to my father. "I'm really sorry, Livia, but I need to find my mother. I promise I will make it up to you later. Have you seen my mom or Soph?" Livia nodded, her expression still dull. If I'm being honest, I didn't understand why Livia cared so much when she had merely met me a day ago. I should still be just another stranger to her, yet here she was, panicked by my absence. Perhaps I am just a psychopath with no feelings. She was just about to leave. "Your sister wasn't feeling so good." Suddenly alarmed for my sister's health, I thanked Livia and started toward the lot of cars further back in the clearing. Werewolves can't get the common cold or even the flu, but an ache in the head is susceptible to everyone. "I think they're getting a ride with Jasper. He offered your mother and sister a ride." Livia's little slip-up was just another reminder that our former Alpha went from being the most superior werewolf in the pack to now just an ordinary wolf. "Thanks, Livia. I'll see you soon," I said as I began my way toward the cars. Just as I came near, I spotted Sophie's brown, wavy hair from a distance as my mom had her arm wrapped around my sister in support. Our eyes met, and I braced myself as soon as I saw my mother's expression. "Rosanna Maria Edwards, how dare you?" Cringing from my mother's words, I plastered an apologetic smile in hopes that she'd be easy on me. "Mommy," I said sweetly, sauntering over to her. I rubbed the top of Sophie's head, messing up her hair. "Don't mommy me, Rosanna. Where were you yesterday?" Huffing, I replied, "You know I hate it when you call me Rosanna." And you know I hate it when you ignore my questions. Question? What question? I don't remember a question. Oh, Mom, you just have such pretty hair. Rosanna, Mother said sternly. Oh God. Guess there was no getting out of this one. All right, I'm going to just say it. You might want to sit down for this though. Perhaps after we get back to the house and away from all of the wandering ears. I decided to tell my mother the truth, or somewhat of it. No. Now, Rose. Sighing, I knew there was no real way out of this. She wouldn't leave the clearing until I told her something. Jasper, my former alpha, took my short silence as his cue to give us privacy as he began walking in search of his car. Trying to keep my voice quiet but audible, I slowly responded, I'm Alpha Hunter's mate. The words seemed so foreign to me. Mate. Hunter's mate. Alpha Hunter's mate. I didn't know what to expect from my mother, but I certainly didn't expect what was to come. My mom's loud laughter rang in my ears, making my stomach turn. Oh, Rose, I knew you weren't a good liar, but I didn't think you were this bad. Feeling very hurt from her words, I bit my tongue before I said something I'd regret later. My mother has always been like this. Don't get me wrong, she is a fantastic mother, but she's got no filter. She just doesn't realize how her words can come off to others, and it used to be much worse when my dad was alive and would egg her on. She'd say anything she wanted to. Noticing my serious expression, Sophie whispered for her to stop, and finally, my mom's laughter died down. Oh, come on, Rosie. Alpha Hunter? You're telling me that you are mated to the most powerful alpha there is? Is this like that time you said you found your mate when you were just a little child? I'm not lying to you, Mother. I rolled my eyes aggressively and scoffed. All right then. If he's your mate, then why didn't he announce that? Or why didn't he hold your hand, stand beside you, or at least even talk to you? The first thing an alpha would do is to mark their mate, so all other wolves know who she belongs to. My mom rubbed my shoulder in an attempt to comfort me. I didn't need her comfort. You probably just had a miscommunication. I know Alpha Hunter is this big bad boy. He's attractive and powerful, and girls your age are all into that stuff. But sweetie, it's not real. It's just a crush. Frustrated by my mother, I decided to get Soph's intel instead. What do you think, Soph? You know I wouldn't make this up. You know me better than anyone. She looked hesitant to respond, her brown orbs avoiding my own. Soph? Just say it. Her silence was deafening. I couldn't believe she thought I was making this up. I believe you, Rose, but it just doesn't make any sense. Why would Hunter be having a wedding if he is your mate? My heart sank. W wedding? What wedding? I pathetically spat out. My mother was quick to answer. Alpha Hunter's wedding. It's the biggest gossip around. He announced his date at the beginning of his speech. Didn't you hear? I felt as if my throat was closing up and my lungs were burning for oxygen. I stuttered a couple of times before I could finally make out a proper sentence. What do you mean he announced his date? He's really getting Em married? She's not even his mate. And you are? Rosie, let it go. He obviously already found his mate and is prepared to marry her. But he marked me. I touched the delicate skin on my neck where Hunter had pierced with his teeth. It felt sore, but I couldn't feel a scar or any mark for that matter. This has gone too far, Rose. You are not marked because there is no mark nor scent attached to you. You are not mated to the Alpha, and I beg you to keep those thoughts to yourself. Alpha Hunter might not appreciate your inappropriate ideas, and he will not show us any mercy. My mother spoke sternly, her eyes hard in intimidation, but I could see the pity she felt inside them. My own mother thinks I'm a lunatic. My mom spoke again, more softly this time. But don't worry, Rosie. Your real mate is out there. You'll find him. She reached her arm out and squeezed my shoulder. I love you, but don't think you're off so easily on ditching and not even calling last night. Now come on, I promised Sophie I'll make my famous soup for her when we get home to help cure her headache. Sighing from my mother's ignorance, I quietly followed her to Jasper's car. There was no use in trying to convince her of the truth. She'd never believe me. No one would. Although that's probably a good thing, as it secures the fact that my secret will be safe. No one will ever suspect that I could be the Alpha's mate. This is a good thing, but why is it making me feel so lifeless? There was an empty hole building inside my heart, engulfing my joy and happiness from within. I could feel it drain any hope I had for that daydream life, that happily ever after with my mate who would love me above all. "You can sit in the front, sweetie." My mother smiled at me as she ushered me past her. Not replying, I opened the passenger side door of the black car and made eye contact with Jasper. "Hello, Rosie." "It's been a while," Jasper greeted as I began sitting down. I didn't like him calling me by the same nickname my mother uses, but I refrained from saying anything rude. I flashed Jasper a genuine smile. "It has, hasn't it?" Jasper's a really good guy. He was only a few years older than my mother, and had the biggest heart a man could have. When my mother and I first came to his pack, we were terrified of being rejected. Packs don't just accept anyone, especially not people who are as useless as we are. As cruel as it sounds, a single mother with 2 children had no benefit to their pack. We couldn't fight, we didn't hold any high ranks, and we didn't have very many assets. Jasper didn't care. He knew my father had recently passed away, and he helped take care of us. He set us up with a lovely cozy home, and even helped my mother find a job. A small part of me suspected that he had a slight crush on my mom, as his mate was also dead. Widow werewolves usually find each other and form a bond of companionship. It would be a lie if I said I never imagined him and my mother together, but each time I brought it up, my mother hushed me, saying she wasn't ready for a relationship. Rosanna Edwards. Hearing my name being yelled from a distance, I turned toward the sound. "Are you Rosanna Edwards?" a young man said between taking big breaths. It looked like he had just run a marathon as he leaned through the open window and rested one arm on the top of the car. I nodded nervously. "The Alpha requests to see you in his office." Now, not seeming so tired anymore, the man stood up to his fullest, showing off his lean torso. "Oh, what for? Why would Hunter want to speak to me? Did he want to tell me in person that he faked marking me and is going to reject me? Or perhaps he wanted to gloat about his great big wedding?" "I don't get paid to ask questions. Now let's go." "Do you even get paid to do this?" I asked. He yanked the door open and reached out, grabbing my arm in a tight grip. Before I could argue anymore, he was dragging me back toward the pack house. "Hey, wait. Where are you taking her?" Jasper questioned, quickly getting out of the car and running toward us. The man tightened his grip around my arm, but stopped when Jasper stood directly in front of us. "Alpha demands her presence. If you have a problem, then go talk to him or the beta. I'm just following orders." Jasper stood speechless. The former Alpha was powerless, and I could see the pain and anger in his eyes as he surrendered, stepping away from our path. "Be safe," he whispered to me as the man tugged me forward by my arm. I was now standing outside of Hunter's office, directed to knock and wait for his approval to enter. Hunter's office was on the left side of the pack house, down a long, quiet hall with a couple of closed doors nearby. It was the most private and most peaceful area of the house, in my opinion. The young man who dragged me here, whose name I learned to be Todd, was useless when it came to finding out information. He neither knew nor cared why Hunter asked for me. Millions of thoughts flooded my head on what he could want. Was he mad about how Greg was to me? Did I somehow disrespect him earlier in front of the other wolves? Is he going to kill me? Or maybe he called me here because he broke it off with Emery and decided he wanted to spend the rest of his life with me. Good one. Slowly, I raised my fist toward the door, bracing myself to knock. "Come in," the familiar voice called out before I even touched the door. Well, that was creepy. "Does he have cameras in the hallway?" I didn't bother saying hi. I opened the door and got straight to it. "How did you know it was me?" "I could smell your scent," he replied, his eyes still glued to the stack of papers in front of him. He sat behind a large dark brown desk closer to the back of the office. The table was 10 times the size of those individual high school desks, with a computer on the left side. Hunter sat directly behind the center of the desk, the tip of his pen tapping against his bottom lip as he tried to focus on the paper in his hand. He had definitely been chewing on that pen before I came in. It made me think of those silly movies where the female love interest seductively puts the pen in her mouth, attempting to catch the main character's attention. The idea that Hunter was one of those seductive side characters made me laugh, but I held in the urge and pretended to cough as a cover. Hunter froze, then dropped the pen onto the table. Finally, he looked up and started examining me from head to toe. Feeling very uncomfortable with his wandering eyes, I awkwardly shifted my weight between my feet, waiting for him to speak. "You asked for me," I said, unable to take any more of his scrutinizing stare. "Yes, I did." He slid his chair back and got up. He interlocked his hands and stretched them outward. "Where were you last night?" he demanded while taking short yet steady steps toward me. He nonchalantly fixed his shirt cuffs, pretending like he didn't even care for my response. "At Greg's house." I knew those words would only anger his wolf, as his wolf recognized me as his mate, no matter how many times Hunter rejected me. "And why were you with him?" He growled out menacingly, his focus now on my face. His forest-colored eyes flickered with specks of black. He was losing control. "Because he was there for me. You weren't." He was. I spoke as if he were a 5-year-old. I wanted him to feel the pain I felt. He was now only a step away from me, far too close for my comfort. As he kept getting closer, I took small steps backward. "You are not his, Rosanna. You are mine." His eyes were nearly fully black. "How dare you say that? You're getting married to someone else, and here you are saying I can't be with someone else." "Well, a little too late there, buddy. I slept with Greg." That was a lie. One big fat lie. A lie that could potentially put both Greg and me in danger. "You're lying," he stated between clenched teeth. His eyes were now fully black. He lost all control. "You're lying. You're lying," he muttered repetitively. "You are mine," he growled out one more time before lunging toward me. I pushed myself back, expecting to hit a wall, but was surprised to feel nothing. I fell through the doorway and backward until my back hit the hard ground. Hunter wasted no time as he pinned me to the floor, his one hand holding both my hands down above my head. "You're mine," he said again, snuggling his head in my neck and placing small kisses all around. "You rejected me. You said you didn't want me. You're getting married, for Pete's sake." I wanted to show the same affection that he was showing, but I couldn't. As much as the mate bond was pushing me toward him, I had to resist. Once he regained control of his werewolf, he'd regret ever kissing me. It was so hard to resist him when his scent made my inner wolf go crazy. To resist his cute, dimpled smile, his captivating green eyes, his desirable deep voice, and most of all, his plush, tempting lips that were so close to mine. "No one else can ever have you. You're all mine." His arm reached for my back, pulling me up. His hands gripped my hips, leaving sparks everywhere he touched. He hoisted himself up, pulling me with him, forcing me to wrap my legs around him so I wouldn't fall. "What are you doing?" I whispered, embarrassed with how red my cheeks must be right now. "What mates do." And just like that, his lips were on mine. This time, I couldn't resist. I kissed him back with just as much fierceness, passion, and what I like to assume was love. Though I doubt that's what it was for Hunter. Kissing until we were breathless, neither of us wanted to stop. And so, we didn't. Both of us were too caught up in the moment. We didn't realize there was a new presence in the room until it was too late. "Hunter," the voice screamed out. Chapter 6. "Hunter," the voice screamed out. "Emery." Hunter pushed me away and stood, eyes wide. So this was the infamous Emery. Her strawberry blonde hair suited her well, neatly hanging in open curls past her shoulders. Her blue eyes shone despite the lack of light in the room. She was beautiful. No wonder Hunter chose her instead of me. Just the thought of the two together made me nauseous. Emery didn't reply. She didn't even react. Her lips were tight together, her face expressionless. Hunter said no more, but looking at his face, I saw regret. He regretted being with his mate. Emery walked out. Hunter ran after her. I just stood there, feeling empty. I hated this. I hated the feeling of being ignored and being put last. I hated Hunter for rejecting me, then acting like he wanted me just to regret it. I hated Greg for being moody. One minute he was nice, and the next he was a jerk. I hated Emery for being so perfect. But most of all, I hated myself for letting this happen. I should have stopped Hunter from kissing me. I should have never felt anything for Greg, even if it was just friendship. I shouldn't let Emery affect me. And I wouldn't. From now on, this was all over. Taking out my phone, I dialed my mom's number. With my luck, I reached her voicemail. I then dialed Jasper's number. I still found his name so foreign without the title Alpha before it. Hey, Jasper. Can you by any chance pick me up? Jasper agreed, saying it was no trouble. After a few minutes had passed, his red Honda drove up. Get in. He smiled, opening the door for me from inside. Thanks. He started driving back toward my house. So, Rose, I have something very important to ask you. Now noticing it, Jasper looked quite nervous. Of course, anything. Do I have your permission to ask your mother out on a date? Jasper rushed it all out in a breath, like when someone rips off a bandage at once. I started to laugh. That's why he was so nervous? Because he wanted to date my mom and was afraid I'd say no? I mean, I kind of thought they were secretly dating this whole time. So, is that a yes? I smiled. Yes, Jasper, that is a yes. Okay, good, phew. We both laughed. Anyways, your sister has been a little lonely these past few days, so maybe you should take her out to a movie or something. It'll be good for the both of you. Agreeing with his words, I decided that Sophie and I would have a girls' night tonight. All right, kiddo. Any movie, it's up to you. Sophie looked up at the long list of movie titles. I want to watch that one, she said, pointing to the horror section. Annabelle, I said aloud. I remembered hearing about the movie and how scary it was. You sure you're not going to have nightmares? I knew I probably shouldn't be letting her watch such a scary movie, but Sophie has always loved horror. She even liked to play scary pranks on me, though it never worked. Of course, she muttered snobbishly. Are you sure you're not going to have nightmares? She teased. You know what, now that you mentioned it, I think I will. Why don't we pick another movie, like a romance? I couldn't help but chuckle at my own words. Sophie hated romantic anything. No, we're watching Annabelle, now let's go. She grabbed my hand and dragged me towards the ticket sellers. All right. Sheesh, relax. We both laughed, enjoying the sister bonding time. 2 hours later, I was speechless. That was amazing, Sophie screamed, causing some eyes to turn our way. No, that was just messed up. Thank God Mom threw out all our dolls years ago. Oh, come on, that wasn't even scary, my sister bragged. There's something really wrong with you, sophomore. No, there isn't, she muttered under her breath. Walking towards the exits, darkness consumed the parking lot. Checking my phone, it was 9 o'clock. No wonder it was so dark. It's freezing, Sophie complained, wrapping her arms around herself. Well, it's the middle of September. What did you expect? And I told you to wear a sweater. I told Mom to pick us up from the front. Do you see her? No. Where on earth was my mother? She never forgot to pick us up. Rosanna. A quiet voice spoke. I barely even heard it if it weren't for my werewolf hearing strength. Spinning around too fast, the wind flipped my hair in all directions. Emery, I asked, dumbfounded. Rosanna, I really need to talk to you. I wanted to correct her. Tell her that my name was Rose, but I didn't. She didn't deserve to call me Rose. I'm sorry, can't talk now. It's important, she begged. However, I still ignored her. I know you're Hunter's mate. Gasping, I turned back towards her. Soph, go wait inside the movie theaters, I demanded. But Rose, Now, Sophie. I didn't look at my sister, but I heard the small taps of her shoes on the cement floor until they finally faded. Hunter told you? I asked. Yes. But Rosanna, I need to tell you something very important. What? That you and Hunter are in love? That I should back off? Or, wait, maybe you're here to rub it in my face that you're about to marry him, my own mate. No. But that would be too simple. Oh no, you're pregnant, aren't you? My tone was vile and cruel, and the worst part was that I didn't care. No, and no. Emery screamed out, sounding desperate now. Little sprinkles of rain started to fall from the sky as the wind picked up. There was going to be a storm tonight. I don't love Hunter, Rosanna. I don't love him, she shouted. With each word, the storm got worse. That's a lie, I sneered. You were going to marry him. Why would you marry someone you don't even love? He's a ruthless man, Rosanna. Just because he acts like he cares for me now, doesn't mean he acted like that before. When he first saw me, he thought I was his mate. That's impossible. I blinked rapidly, rain was getting in my eyes. I was already in love, and it's not with Hunter. She paused, her face forming into pain. Hunter ended his life. Hunter took away the only man I ever loved. Then, he kept me here and insisted I belonged to him. He threatened my family, Rosanna. He said he would hurt them if I didn't act like a better mate. I didn't know what to say. Was Emery telling the truth? I remembered hearing stories about the ruthless alpha hunter, but I was also told that he had changed. People often said if you think he's scary now, you should have seen him before. I knew I couldn't beat Hunter, so I had to play by his rules. After a while, I realized there were no escapes. I mean, even if I ran, the price my family would pay. It's not worth it. I know you hate me because you think we're in love, Emery spoke loudly. Thunder erupted from the sky, and both of us were drenched in water. But I hate him, Rosanna. I hate Hunter. When you showed up, you don't understand how happy I got. But then I remembered what he did to me. I don't want that to happen to you. I don't know why Hunter thought I was his mate, but now that he met you, he knows I'm not. This morning when I saw you two kissing, I was so happy yet so sad. Rosanna, do you want to be with him? Her question caught me by surprise. The Hunter she just told me about, I didn't want to be with him. He's my mate. I want to be with Hunter, but not the one you just described. He's not that bad, you know. He's worse. I mean, yes, he's a monster. He treats me like a princess. I think that if he really was my mate, then things would have gone differently. Maybe I would have given him an honest chance, but he took the man I loved away. I could never forgive him. I didn't speak, once again too speechless to say anything. So Rosanna, I come here with a proposition. I'll leave your life and Hunter's. He's all yours. But I beg of you, you're a strong girl. Fight for yourself. He won't hurt you. Change him. Make him better. What do you mean, you'd leave our lives? I'm leaving. Leaving the pack. Going rogue. What? You'd rather go rogue than face Hunter. Why would anyone willingly go rogue? I won't be alone. I have friends and family. Long story short, I tried to escape once, a long time ago. My family paid the consequence. They're all rogues now, and I really want to join them. I'm leaving tonight. Whoa, wait up. This is all going too fast. I know, I'm sorry, but I need to leave now. A roar of thunder echoed out, making me jump. Wait, what if I don't want to be with Hunter? Well then, I wish you luck. But Rosanna, you may not want to, but your wolf will. You and Hunter's wolf will always want each other. The rain was growing more complicated, pounding against my skull. Beep. The sound of a car honk made me jump yet again. Looking towards the parking lot, I saw my mom's black truck waiting. Okay, wait, we're not finished here. Turning back to where Emery was standing, there was nothing there. No Emery. If it weren't for how loud the thunder was, I might have heard Emery's footsteps. Rose. Sophie's voice brought me back to reality. Rose, come on, Mom's here. She grabbed onto my arm, pushing me towards the truck. Once inside the car, my mother took one look at me inside. Rose, how are you soaked and your sister dry? I didn't respond. I didn't know how to feel. With everything Emery had told me, I didn't know what to do. I felt numb, though that may be because I was soaked from head to toe and cold. What did the girl say? Sophie whispered. Mother was too distracted by the news to hear us. Nothing, I shivered. Is it true? She asked again. What's off? I said irritably. She said you are Alpha Hunter's mate. I didn't speak. So, is it true? Of course not, sophomore. That girl, she was a bully. She knew I had a crush on Alpha Hunter and likes to make fun of me for it. But that was a complete lie. Emery was never the bully, she was the victim. She was forced under Hunter's wrath. I felt very ashamed of the things I thought about Emery. Of how much I hated her. She didn't deserve it. All her loved ones suffered because of Hunter's selfishness. But I wasn't prepared to tell Soph everything, at least not yet. When we reached my house, I thanked my mom and said goodnight to both her and my sister. I silently went to my room and towards my closet. Taking out a large t-shirt and pajama pants, I changed quickly. The bed was neatly made, untouched since a few days ago. It felt good to be home finally. About to lie down, I realized I hadn't brushed my teeth. Groaning, I made my way to the washroom. Rosanna. A sickly sweet voice rang from behind the shower curtain. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Rosanna, won't you help me? Sounded the voice again, rough and scratchy. It's just soft playing a joke. Reaching towards the curtains, I pulled them all at once. I knew it wasn't real, but that didn't stop the scream from escaping my mouth. There, sitting on the edge of the bathtub, was an old antique doll. Seconds later, laughter rang from behind me. You should have seen your face. Sophie laughed so hard that she started to hiccup. Not in the mood for any of this, I ignored Sophie, put my toothbrush in its place, and started straight towards my bed. Nice and comfy. I snuggled into my blankets. I was just about to doze off when little sprinkles of water sprayed on my face. What the? Getting up as fast as I could, I realized that my window was wide open. Oh, can't I just have a peaceful moment? Getting up, I closed the window and went straight to bed. There was a slight breeze whipping at my toes, startling me from my sleepy haze. Another breeze swooped in, making goosebumps rise all over my body. I remembered clearly that I had closed the window. Lazily, I pushed the thin blanket to the side and used my arms to hoist myself up. Darting my eyes towards the bright moonlight, I saw the window wide open. Sighing, I got up to close it. How on earth did the window open? It was a cold day. Maybe Sophie was pulling a prank on me. Using as much strength as someone half asleep could, I got the window closed. I'll deal with Sophie later. I began to go back to bed. Without thinking, I threw my whole body onto the mattress. Feeling a shock of pain hit my back, I bit my tongue to stop my scream. Oh, Sophie is getting it now. Pushing my body up, I found a wrapped gift box. The side was somewhat crushed from the impact of my body. Now I was confused. It was a square black box with a beautiful red bow at the top. Why would Soph leave me a gift? Lifting the top off, I became fully awake. There was a card. A tiny white card. Flipping the card to the other side, I gasped. This time, I didn't hold back my screams. Written in dark red letters. Dear my beloved Rose, I'm watching you. Chapter 7. Rose. I could hear my sister's voice. It was so distant, yet there she was in front of me. Rose, is that blood? I tried to steady myself by taking deep breaths. I don't know. Calm down, my sister demanded. She grabbed my upper arm and shoved me towards the bed. Sit, breathe, calm down. I wanted to yell at her for telling me to calm down. I hated when people told me to calm down or chill. However, at that moment, I knew Soph was saying it for my own gain. Okay. I'm calm. All right, now mind telling me what this is? Her arm stretched out, the letter in her hand. Dear my beloved Rose, I'm watching you. Who is this creep? I grabbed the letter from her hand and crumpled it. Nothing. Don't worry about it. She didn't believe me, and I didn't blame her. I was shivering, yet I wasn't cold. I couldn't even say a sentence without stuttering. It's 1 a.m, Rose. It's not nothing. What's going on with you? You're never home, you're skipping school, and now this. The room was filled with silence. If I told Soph everything, would she believe me? I mean, my own mother laughed in my face. Ignoring her question, I asked, Where's Mom? She's at work. She's working late these past 2 weeks. Why? Hey, don't try to change the subject. Tell me everything. I'm your sister. You can trust me. It's just stupid, sophomore. You won't understand. Try me, she challenged. Go to bed, Sophie. Are you honestly telling me that you can sleep after what just happened? Just tell me one thing. Was your window open or closed last night? Closed. Or open? I don't know, okay. It's late. I want to sleep. All right then, if you can honestly sleep on your bed after someone sneaked in and smothered their blood everywhere, then go ahead. Sighing, I replied, blood isn't smothered everywhere. I can see right through your act, Rosanna. Her attempt to sound more mature by using my full name failed. I ignored her and instead started rifling through my bed sheets. I know you try to hide your fear, your pain, and your worry. But do you really think you can fool me? I've spent my whole life with you, not that I had a choice, and I think I picked up a little about you throughout the years. Soph finished her rant and then sat down beside me on my bed. Davis asked me out today. Startled by her random confession, I looked at her, dumbfounded. Wait, Davis asked you out? Who the hell was Davis? Yes. What? Sophie Edwards. You know you're not allowed to date. You're only 13 for crying out loud. Mom's gonna kill you, and you know what? I'm gonna help. Soph's confession made me so angry that I couldn't control myself, and I just burst. Soph, I'm sorry. I'm just in a really bad mood right now, and... I said no. She interrupted. What? I told Davis no. She burst out laughing, and for some odd reason, I joined. What was the point in telling me then? Trying to make me angry at a time like this? Well, are you angry right now? Thinking about her question, I realized Sophie's words did calm me. Maybe I did need to burst. Here, you can come sleep with me in my room. We'll ask Mom about locks for the windows tomorrow. Just rest for today. I smiled at her kind gesture. You know, for a 13-year-old, you're really good at cheering someone up. She smiled, then told me to follow her out the door. Oh wait, almost forgot. Walking towards my window, I shut it quickly and didn't spend a second looking out. Darkness always scared me, though I guess it's the thing inside the darkness that scared me the most. You never know what's out there. Hey, Soph, none of this to Mom, okay? She nodded, then left for her room. Once we were both resting on her bed, I made myself forget the previous incident, though of course that was easier said than done. Hey, Soph, about that Davis kid. I turned my body so I was lying on my side, facing the wall. You don't worry about it. Boys have cooties anyways. Chuckling, I replied, You're not going to be thinking that in a couple years. Soph muttered under her breath, then turned to her side. Good night, Rose. Good night, sophomore. I woke up to Soph shaking me. Wake up. You gotta go to school today, Mom's orders. Groaning from my tired body, I turned to the other side and slammed a pillow on my ear to drown out her voice. Go to school. The pillow was yanked out, and in its place was cold water. Sophie. A cold breeze came by to top it off. Shivering, I walked towards the bathroom. As I passed Soph, I made sure to spray some of my wet hair on her. Hey, she screamed. Just meet me downstairs in 5 minutes. Following her direction, I went to the bathroom and combed my damp hair. I brushed my teeth, then made my way to get clothes from my room. My bedroom door was shut. Slowly, I turned the knob and pushed. The room was just like it had been last night, the window still closed. My blanket sprawled half on the bed and half on the floor. At the very end of my bed was the small black box. Shreds of the red ribbon traced the bow. Gulping, I took a big step in. No one's going to get you, Rose. Stop acting so stupid. The boogeyman doesn't exist. Taking my own advice, I shut away my fear and took wide steps in. Putting the shreds of red ribbon in the garbage, I took the box itself and stood above the trash can. My grip on the box was tight. I tried to let go, to throw the stupid thing in the garbage, but I couldn't. What if I got another one? How would I know if it's the same person without keeping this one? Attempting it one more time, I concluded. I'd lock the box away and never think about it unless I must. And most of all, no one will find out. Rose, what are you doing? Startled by my sister's voice, I pushed the box into my bottom drawer and pulled out a sweater and jeans from the first. I'm coming. Rose, this is my friend Ernest. Looking down at my sister, I saw a boy beside her about the same age. He was a few inches taller than Soph, had brown hair and freckles on his face. Hello, Ernest. Sophie has never talked about you. Like, ever. Soph blushed from embarrassment and quickly ushered Ernest out. We'll meet you in the car, she told him. Hey, don't do that. Don't embarrass me like you always do, she scowled. Laughing, I replied, and here I thought you said boys had cooties. I was joking, duh. Plus, Ernest and I are only friends. He's giving us a ride to school. Oh, so your so-called friend has a car now? What? No, his brother does. He's driving us. He'll even drop you off. I don't need a ride from a stranger, Soph, and you don't either. Does Mom know about this? Yes. Knowing she wasn't lying, I only gave her a look. I'll take Mom's truck. She shouldn't have work till late anyways. I was about to look for the truck keys when Sophie interrupted me. Mom's truck is broken. Wouldn't brake properly, so she took it in to get fixed. It looked fine yesterday when she picked us up. It broke last night. Or well, this morning on her way home. Jasper picked her up. I mentally smiled. Of course, Jasper picked her up. Alright, well I guess your friend's brother will have to drive me too. Sophie directed me to a black four-door car with the windows so tinted you couldn't see who was inside. Well, that's creepy. Soph rolled her eyes and opened the back door to take a seat beside Ernest. You can sit in the front. Opening the passenger door, I quickly sat and put my backpack on my lap. Hey, sorry about tea, Greg. I was not expecting that. Greg was sitting right there in the driver's seat, black jeans with a white t-shirt that showed off his muscles. One hand outstretched over the seat and the other on the steering wheel. Hey, Rose. Greg greeted, not at all surprised. He was about to start the car when I told him not to. I need to leave. I failed to open the car door. Unlock it, Greg. He didn't reply. Instead, he started driving. Greg, I yelled. His hands tightened around the steering wheel. There are 2 kids in the back. Do you really want to cause a scene? Feeling deeply insulted by his words, I replied, but was cut off. Who you calling a kid? Ernest asked with lots of attitude. We are 13. We are teenagers, Soph added. Pfft, barely. Looking very appalled, she replied, whatever. No one spoke after that. I wasted no time as Ernest and Sophie ran towards their middle school. You have a little brother? Yeah. It's just my parents, Ernest, and I. I nodded. I can actually walk from here. Greg started the car and drove away. Do you even know what school I go to? Pain flashed in his eyes, but a second later it was gone. How old are you, Rosanna Edwards? I started getting a weird feeling. Like the odd feeling you get when someone tells you, we need to talk. Yup. That isn't good. Ooh, look at you. You know my full name. Aren't you cool? I taunted. So immature, he muttered under his breath. Excuse me. Another insult straight to the heart. You heard me. You're so immature, Rose. Immature? How am I immature? And even if I am, I'm still in high school. I'm not old like you. I am not old. His hands turned white from their tight clench, his eyes set dead straight. Let me guess. Mid-30s? Or is that too generous? I am not old. 21 is not old. A look of shock passed through my face. Not being quick enough to hide it, Greg saw clearly. That's not bad. I mean, I'm 18. Greg looked emotionless. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings or anything by calling you old, I just... Greg's dark laugh rang out. Do you really think I'm upset because a teenager called me old? Hey, I'm a legal adult. Pfft, barely. I heard that, I remarked. You were supposed to. I wanted to smile at how childish we both were acting, but memories of last night flashed in my mind. I should be angry at Greg. His mood was like an elevator. 1 minute it's going up, the next it's going down. I didn't need someone like Greg in my life. Just yesterday, he yelled at me. I didn't like being yelled at. Thinking back to Greg's age, he really wasn't old. It was surprising that a Delta would be so young yet so strong. If Greg is 21, how old is Hunter? Hunter. Oh God, I really shouldn't be thinking about him, and for this whole day, I hadn't until now. After what Emery told me about Hunter, I lost all hope. It seemed that everyone I've met so far in the Dark Moon Pack, which I guess is my pack now, had disappointed me. Actually, I take that back. Ernest hasn't disappointed me. He actually seemed like a good kid. Here. I didn't realize we were at my school until Greg said it. How did you know what school I went to? He gave me a look that made me feel like the stupidest person in the world. There's only one school that all the wolves go to around here. Right. He stopped right at the front of the school. Goodbye, Rosanna. Don't call me Rosanna. I shut the car door and began my journey to the office. I didn't bother saying bye to Greg. I was mad at him. I know, very mature. I planned to go to the office, sort out why I was absent, and just try my best in school. Though, honestly, if it weren't my last year, I would give up my dreams of moving far, far away to a university and studying business. Hello, miss. How can I help you? Looking back at the kind lady behind the counter, I gave her my name, and she told me to wait at the side until I could talk to the principal. Just like the days before, today was no better. I got everything straightened out at school, but I also have a pile of work to do. Yawning, I tossed my bag onto the floor. Tempted to lie down, even just for a second, I pulled up the covers and quickly snuggled in. I didn't care if I was wearing jeans. From all that's happened this past week, I'd be lucky to get any sleep at all. Contrary to my words, the second my head hit my pillow, I was out cold. Where is she? Sleeping. Where? In her room. Get her. Why, what are you going to do? I'm not gonna hurt my own mate. As my beta, you should know that. What you're doing right now is going to hurt her. As your beta and best friend, do you really want to mess this up? Shut up. Is everything set? Yes, Alpha. Good. I'll carry her there. Now go. Yes, Alpha. I could hear two voices talking back and forth until suddenly one voice disappeared. Knowing by just his voice that it was Hunter, it must have been Jackson, his beta, that he was talking to. I felt two large hands gently scoop me up and then press me to them. Hunter. I could smell him so strongly, though that was probably because my face was smashed to his chest. I knew that whatever was going on, I wouldn't like it. Even Jackson said so. Is Hunter really going to hurt me? I forced my body to move, to open my eyes, to move my arms, but it seemed as though I'd lost control. Like I was sleeping in reality, but wouldn't that just be sleeping? As Hunter went downstairs, I felt my body jump up and down. I guess at one point the motion seemed soothing, and especially with the comfort of my mate being so close to me, I just dozed off, sleeping so heavily that I got lost in my dreams. There was a sharp pain in my foot. Like needles picking at my ankle, the more I moved, the more it hurt. With all my might, I finally got to open my eyes. Instead of being pressed to my mate like I previously was, I was now pressed flat against the cold cement floor. My eyes blurred when I opened them. Once I got my eyes to focus, I was frozen. I am in a jail cell. But not just any jail cell. I am in the Dark Moon prison. The small building is at a great distance away from the pack house, but far from the forest. I'm trapped, and I can't help but blame Hunter for all of this. Hey, girlie, aren't you a pretty thing? A rusty voice of a smoker brought my gaze to the front. Right across from my cell was another. And in that cell was an old lady with an evil grimace, trapped, with a cuff around her hands. Looking down at my right ankle, I saw a big black cuff sinking into my skin. I'm trapped in Hunter's personal zoo. Like the animal I am. Chapter 8. Why is it that as each day passes, you're the same person you were yesterday? Yet, I can't even recognize who I was a year ago. A year ago, I wouldn't have known about Hunter. Or about Greg. Or Olivia, or Tomas, and Jarrett. My mother would have never met Jasper, but then again, she wouldn't have needed to. My dad was still alive then. Just a year ago, I thought I had my whole life planned. Do well in high school, get into a top university, and land a good job. Mate or not, I wanted my own place out in the city, close to school and not too far from home. I had a best friend. I had good grades. I had a big house. I had a family. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I mean, I've made friends. I may not have seen Livia, Tomas, and Jarrett for a week, but I like to think that they're still there for me. I've also missed too many days at school, but I'm trying to change that. I may not have a big house, but I don't need one. It would just be creepy to have 3 people living in this giant house. Plus, that's a lot of cleaning. I'm happy and very fortunate to have a mother who cares so much that she works day and night just to put food on the table for us. I'm happy most of the time to have a little sister that I can tease, but also depend on. And as hard as it is to say, I'm happy to have had such a great father. One who always puts his family above all else. One who always bought gifts for our birthdays and was actually home for dinner. Some people don't get that, not even once. I'm lucky I got that for 18 years. Is she awake? The voice startled me from my thoughts, but I lay still, pressed tightly against the floor. I didn't know much about where I was, but one thing's for sure, I'm in the Pax jail. She's been laying like that for the past 3 hours, a voice replied to the first. I very distantly recognized the first voice as Hunter's Beta. Beta Jackson. Wake her, Jackson demanded. His voice, however, was weak. Are you sure? Alpha's orders, Jackson stated, this time much stronger. My eyes flew wide open at his words. Guess she was awake. Staring at the man who spoke, I knew I'd never met him. Jackson. I questioned, making sure it really was him. That's Beta Jackson, he said, his eyes hardening. He let no emotion escape, only stared into my eyes. I was at a loss for words. He was always so nice. What's going on? A loud beep rang, then the cell opened. Jackson took heavy steps towards me, then braced his hand up. I cringed at first, afraid he would hit me. Instead, he grabbed onto my upper arm. Pulling me to my feet harshly, he silently dragged me out. Where are you taking me? His grip tightened, surely leaving a mark. Do not speak unless spoken to. He spoke so slowly, so calmly, yet each word held much power. Being me, I pushed the little luck I had. Why am I here? Why was I in that cell? He kept dragging me. We left the room and were now going down a dark hall. Everything was cement. We were most likely underground. Why are you being so mean? Expecting no reply, I was unprepared for when he abruptly stopped. Mean? Oh, I am so sorry. Did I hurt your feelings? He was now facing me, his hand still gripping me tightly. Have you no conscience? You traitor. You're scum just like all the rest. Jackson didn't move, didn't speak any further. I didn't know what to say. I don't know what's going on. I am no traitor. Jackson raised an eyebrow. No. I didn't do anything wrong. 1 second, I'm resting in bed, and the next time, I'm here. I yelled angrily. You deserve worse. You're a murderer. He yelled back with just as much anger. Murder? How on earth am I a murderer? I've never even hurt a fly. Well, unless you count that one time, but that's beside the point. I didn't kill anyone. No, but you might as well have. What does that even mean? I'm tired of speaking in riddles. Why couldn't he just speak the truth? Our future Luna is missing. Future Luna? Isn't that me? Emery. She's gone. Just disappeared. 1 second she's here, the next she's gone. Emery left. Not a surprising fact. She told me she would. And what? How is this my fault? Best case, you threatened her. Worst case, you killed her. He began walking again. What? Me? Why is the blame going on me? She's not dead. Many wolves saw you talking to her yesterday night. Said there was lots of yelling between the two of you. Even some tears. So, we just talked, nothing else. I didn't do anything to her. And who exactly said they saw us? That's none of your concern. We may not know 100%, but you're our #1 suspect. What happened to everyone's innocent unless proven guilty? It changed to the Alpha said you're guilty, so you are. Before I could reply, Jackson stopped in front of a wooden door. Taking out a silver key, he unlocked the door and pushed me in. The room, like all the others, had cement floors. Although this time, the walls were different. Each wall was covered with long, giant mirrors. In the middle of the room was a simple wooden table with 2 chairs on either side. Jackson forced me into one of the chairs, then cuffed one of my hands to the table. Is that necessary? He didn't reply. I'll take that as a yes. He secured me in place, then took the seat across from me. Alpha's on his way. Hunter's coming? Jackson looked at me in fury and slammed his hand on the table, making me yelp. You do not get to call higher ranks by their name, you traitor. I didn't back down. I told you I'm no traitor. You killed Emery, just admit it. He screamed. I did not. There's no way I would admit to something I never even did. Emery clearly didn't think her plan through. Then what were you two talking about outside of the theaters? Jackson calmed himself down a little, but since he is a beta, his wolf will be on edge. She told me she was going to leave. But I didn't kill her or threaten her. Jackson looked down, shaking his head. You stupid, little girl. You knew that the future Luna was going to run and you didn't stop her? I wouldn't put it past you to have packed her bag for her. She's not the future Luna. I angrily stood up, but was yanked back down by the cuffs around my right hand. Emery was, and is, not Hunter's mate. She'll never be the Luna. Hunter does not have a mate. She's the closest thing to a Luna we have, or had, thanks to you. Why are you so attached to this? She wasn't your mate. Why do you care so much? She helped Hunter. She changed him. You should have seen Hunter before. He killed anyone and anything that got in his way. He had no care for morals or humans or low-rank wolves. That's exactly how he is now. Jackson gave out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, you really have no idea. Haven't you ever heard of the scary tales about the viscous and merciless monster of a wolf? I nodded. As a kid, yes. Well, they're all true, and he was only 12 at the time. It seems that every day I learn something new about Hunter that I wish I hadn't. It's no secret that my mate is a monster. She would have been the perfect Luna. Everyone loved her. Still does, actually. Well, she's not. So too bad. Don't speak so disrespectfully about her. Well, she's not the Luna. And she never will be. She's not Hunter's mate. Because he's mine. It was clear my wolf was getting tired of people saying Emery and Hunter are mates. I am. I am Hunter's mate. I didn't regret what I said, but I knew I would. No one was supposed to know Hunter and I are mates. Jackson's face went expressionless. Let's go. Jackson came over to me and unlocked my cuff. But I thought Alpha Hunter was coming. Change of plans. He dragged me hurriedly back to my cell. He wants you locked up. Of course he would. That's just how Hunter shows his affection, by locking his mate in a cell. Jackson. I realized when it was too late that I hadn't said beta. What? You believe me, right? Jackson didn't reply, but for the short second that his eyes met mine, I knew he did. He may not act like it, but he's on my side. Either that, or I'm terrible at reading someone. Jackson took out the cuffs once again. No, please no. I already have bruises. And I'll be locked in a cell. What more could I possibly do without the cuff than with them on? Just this one time. Jackson left after that, cuffs in hand. Pfft. Over here, a rough voice whispered. Coughing sounded next, until finally it was all quiet. Pfft. This way. I spoke too soon. My head felt like 100 pounds, and my body all numb. Is that her? Another voice attempted to whisper, though her voice echoed loudly through the room. See, I told you. It's always the innocent-looking ones. Who knows how many she's killed? I heard she killed the Luna. Another voice piped up. I heard she seduced the Alpha and the Luna found out and killed herself. The Luna wouldn't do that. And why not? Because a Luna is strong. She wouldn't leave her pack and Alpha like that. I heard she wasn't even Alpha Hunter's mate, so she's not the real Luna. Can Alpha Hunter even have a mate? Doubt it. Getting fed up with all the chit-chat, I turned over and yelled, "Will you all just shut up?" Oh, and I never killed anybody. Why are there so many old people in jail anyway? And why was I put in the cell right across from them? Stupid old ladies, I muttered quietly. Hear that, Florence? She called you stupid, one said. And old. But she is old, ouch. In my time, if someone called me old, I would have sliced their throat. In my time? So like 80 years ago? I mentally laughed at my joke. The chit-chat between the old ladies eventually hushed and turned into snores. Yawning, I closed my eyes and let darkness corrupt. It was pitch black when a chill swept through the room, casting a cold aura. Confusingly, I blinked repetitively, but my vision was still blocked from the lack of light. Spreading my arms out, I nearly screamed when I hit something. It made a noise as it slid away. Blindly, I swiped my hands around until I found it. A flashlight. Was it supposed to be here? Facing it towards my body, I turned it on. Very slowly, I dragged the light towards the floor. There were 4 ladies dead asleep on the floor across from me. They were all in the same cell, each with a wooden platform and a single pillow. Well, they have more than I do. Bringing the light to my cell lock, it was as before, locked. Scanning the light through my cell, I saw something black in the corner. Shuffling my body very slowly so I wouldn't make noise, I grabbed the thing. It was a box. A gift box. Black with a big red bow on top. Deja vu hit me, and I could barely breathe. I was far too scared to open it. How did someone enter the cell? And why would they? Curiosity getting the better of me, I braced myself and then opened the box. As before, there was a letter. Skipping the letter, I found a gold-colored key. It looked like the one Jackson has, but it was just gold. Picking the note back up, I shone the light at it. Roses are red, violets are blue. Here's a key to your heart and one for your room. Under the words were 2 pictures. Both are poorly drawn. One was of a key with a heart, and the other was an open lock. The lock looked awfully close to the one attached to my cell. Something clicked, and I finally realized what the letter meant. Holding the flashlight in one hand, I shoved the letter in my pocket and took the key along with me. Standing up, I took gentle steps towards the lock. As I picked it up, the chain rattled loudly. I froze, my eyes darting towards the other prisoners. I very slowly put the key into its slot and turned. When it opened, I gave out a sigh of relief. I knew opening the cell would make a lot of noise, so I did it very quickly. Kind of like ripping off a bandage all at once, I pulled it open. I stupidly froze after it opened, checking on the ladies. Surprisingly, the ladies kept snoring. Tiptoeing towards the hall, I passed a sleeping guard on a chair, or at least I hope he's sleeping. I didn't bother to check for a pulse. Instead, I walked down the hall. I have a clear destination in mind, and I may not know where I am or how to get there, but at this point I'd do anything to reach it. As I passed many doors and cells of sleeping prisoners, I also passed sleeping guards. If the Alpha saw this, they'd all be in great trouble. I mean, a prisoner, such as myself, could just find a magical key, as I did, and walk straight out of jail. Like I am. As I reached the exit of the whole building, another guard was passed out, this time sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. There was no way this was a coincidence, but at this moment, I couldn't care less. Without making too much noise, I reached into the guard's pocket and grabbed his car keys and phone. Things were actually working out, and this exact statement scared me. Back in my old pack, the guards would have phone trackers in their cars. Just connect your phone to the machine, then dial the number you want to track. Pressing the unlock button on the keys, a car sounded from the back. As I walked toward the car, I was stunned to find a bright green Volkswagen Beetle. Or as my sister and I like to call it, a punch buggy. Getting in, I was once again surprised to smell the sweet scent of flowers. Thankfully, they had the location locator machine. It was easy to use, and in no time, I had it all set up. Hello? Hunter's groggy yet heavenly voice spoke. Alex? What is it? Hunter's sleepy voice quickly turned into an alarm. The machine made an approving noise to indicate that the address had been located. Reluctantly, I hung up the phone. Hunter wasn't too far from here. He's at the pack house. There are very few people living at the pack house, even though it's enormous. People like to have their own privacy, and that includes their home. The front door was locked, but the back door opened. My mind was fuzzy with anxiety. Hunter put me in a cell and accused me of murder. He rejected me as his mate and made me feel like crap. He's destroyed thousands of lives and ended many. He's cruel. He may have a mate, but I doubt he has a heart. I didn't knock, just entered. Hunter sat on a black stool, his back facing me. I didn't care if I was being loud or disrespectful. I'm tired of everything. I just wanted one simple, typical day, and like the time Hunter felt empathy, it never happened. I didn't kill Emery. Silence. I know. Hunter placed a note on the bed, his face still facing the other way. Did Emery leave him a note? Is that? He cut me off. Yes. He turned his head towards me until finally, we were both fully facing each other. Chapter 9. Everything's gonna be alright, she whispered to herself. Why is it that as each day passes, you're the same person you were yesterday, yet I can't even recognize who I was a year ago? A year ago, I wouldn't have known about Hunter. Or about Greg. Or Olivia, Tomas, and Jarrett. My mother would have never met Jasper, but then again, she wouldn't have needed to. My dad was still alive then. Just a year ago, I thought I had my whole life planned. Do well in high school, get into a top university, and land a good job. Mate or not, I wanted my own place out in the city, close to school and not too far from home. I had a best friend. I had good grades. I had a big house. I had a family. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I mean, I've made friends. I may not have seen Livia, Tomas, and Jarrett for a week, but I like to think that they're still there for me. I've also missed too many days at school, but I'm trying to change that. I may not have a big house, but I don't need one. It would just be creepy to have 3 people living in this giant house. Plus, that's a lot of cleaning. I'm happy and very fortunate to have a mother who cares so much that she works day and night just to put food on the table for us. I'm happy most of the time to have a little sister that I can tease, but also depend on. And as hard as it is to say, I'm happy to have had such a great father. One who always puts his family above all else. One who always bought gifts for our birthdays and was actually home for dinner. Some people don't get that, not even once. I'm lucky I got that for 18 years. Is she awake? The voice startled me from my thoughts, but I lay still, pressed tightly against the floor. I didn't know much about where I was, but one thing was for sure. I was in the PAX jail. She's been laying like that for the past 3 hours, a voice replied to the first. I very distantly recognized the first voice as Hunter's Beta. Beta Jackson. Wake her, Jackson demanded. His voice, however, was weak. Are you sure? Alpha's orders, Jackson stated, this time much stronger. My eyes flew wide open at his words. Guess she was awake. Staring at the man who spoke, I knew I'd never met him. Jackson. I questioned, making sure it really was him. That's Beta Jackson, he said, his eyes hardening. He let no emotion escape, only stared into my eyes. I was at a loss for words. He was always so nice. What was going on? A loud beep rang, then the cell opened. Jackson took heavy steps towards me, then braced his hand up. I cringed at first, afraid he would hit me. Instead, he grabbed onto my upper arm. Pulling me to my feet harshly, he silently dragged me out. Where are you taking me? His grip tightened, surely leaving a mark. Do not speak unless spoken to. He spoke so slowly, so calmly, yet each word held much power. Being me, I pushed the little luck I had. Why am I here? Why was I in that cell? He kept dragging me. We left the room and were now going down a dark hall. Everything was cement. We were most likely underground. Why are you being so mean? Expecting no reply, I was unprepared for when he abruptly stopped. Mean? Oh, I am so sorry. Did I hurt your feelings? He was now facing me, his hand still gripping me tightly. Have you no conscience? You traitor. You're scum just like all the rest. Jackson didn't move, didn't speak any further. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what was going on. I am no traitor. Jackson raised an eyebrow. No, I didn't do anything wrong. One second, I'm resting in bed, and the next I'm here. I yelled angrily. You deserve worse. You're a murderer. He yelled back with just as much anger. Murder? How on earth am I a murderer? I've never even hurt a fly. Well, unless you count that one time, but that's beside the point. I didn't kill anyone. No, but you might as well have. What does that even mean? I was tired of speaking in riddles. Why couldn't he just speak the truth? Our future Luna is missing. Future Luna? Isn't that me? Emery. She's gone. Just disappeared. One second she's here, the next she's gone. Emery left. Not a surprising fact. She told me she would. And what? How is this my fault? Best case, you threatened her. Worst case, you killed her. He began walking again. What? Me? Why is the blame going on me? She's not dead. Many wolves saw you talking to her yesterday night. Said there was lots of yelling between the two of you. Even some tears. So, we just talked, nothing else. I didn't do anything to her. And who exactly said they saw us? That's none of your concern. We may not know 100%, but you're our number one suspect. What happened to everyone is innocent unless proven guilty. It changed too. The Alpha said you're guilty, so you are. Before I could reply, Jackson stopped in front of a wooden door. Taking out a silver key, he unlocked the door and pushed me in. The room, like all the others, had cement floors. Although this time, the walls were different. Each wall was covered with long, giant mirrors. In the middle of the room was a simple wooden table with 2 chairs on either side. Jackson forced me into one of the chairs, then cuffed one of my hands to the table. Is that necessary? He didn't reply. I took that as a yes. He secured me in place, then took the seat across from me. Alpha's on his way. Hunter's coming? Jackson looked at me in fury and slammed his hand on the table, making me yelp. You do not get to call higher ranks by their name, you traitor. I didn't back down. I told you I'm no traitor. You killed Emery, just admit it. He screamed. I did not. There was no way I would admit to something I never even did. Emery clearly didn't think her plan through. Then what were you two talking about outside of the theaters? Jackson calmed himself down a little, but since he is a beta, his wolf will be on edge. She told me she was going to leave. But I didn't kill her or threaten her. Jackson looked down, shaking his head. You stupid, little girl. You knew that the future Luna was going to run and you didn't stop her? I wouldn't put it past you to have packed her bag for her. She's not the future Luna. I angrily stood up, but was yanked back down by the cuffs around my right hand. Emery was, and is, not Hunter's mate. She'll never be the Luna. Hunter does not have a mate. She's the closest thing to a Luna we have, or had, thanks to you. Why are you so attached to this? She wasn't your mate. Why do you care so much? She helped Hunter. She changed him. You should have seen Hunter before. He killed anyone and anything that got in his way. He had no care for morals or humans or low-rank wolves. That's exactly how he is now. Jackson gave out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, you really have no idea. Haven't you ever heard of the scary tales about the vicious and merciless monster of a wolf? I nodded. As a kid, yes. Well, they're all true, and he was only 12 at the time. It seemed that every day I learned something new about Hunter that I wished I hadn't. It's no secret that my mate is a monster. She would have been the perfect Luna. Everyone loved her. Still does, actually. Well, she's not. So too bad. Don't speak so disrespectfully about her. Well, she's not the Luna. And she never will be. She's not Hunter's mate. Because he's mine. It was clear my wolf was getting tired of people saying Emery and Hunter were mates. I am. I am Hunter's mate. I didn't regret what I said, but I knew I would. No one was supposed to know Hunter, and I was his mate. Jackson's face went expressionless. Let's go. Jackson came over to me and unlocked my cuff. But I thought Alpha Hunter was coming. Change of plans. He dragged me more hurriedly back to my cell. He wants you locked up. Of course he would. That's just how Hunter shows his affection, by locking his mate in a cell. Jackson. I realized when it was too late that I hadn't said beta. What? You believe me, right? Jackson didn't reply, but for the short second that his eyes met mine, I knew he did. He may not act like it, but he's on my side. Either that, or I'm terrible at reading someone. Jackson took out the cuffs once again. No, please no. I already have bruises. And I'll be locked in a cell. What more could I possibly do without the cuffs than with them on? Just this one time. Jackson left after that, cuffs in hand. Pfft. Over here, a rough voice whispered. Coughing sounded next, until finally it was all quiet. Pfft. This way. I spoke too soon. My head felt like 100 pounds, and my body all numb. Is that her? Another voice attempted to whisper, though her voice echoed loudly through the room. See, I told you. It's always the innocent-looking ones. Who knows how many she's killed? I heard she killed the Luna. Another voice piped up. I heard she seduced the alpha and the Luna found out and killed herself. The Luna wouldn't do that. And why not? Because a Luna is strong. She wouldn't leave her pack and alpha like that. I heard she wasn't even Alpha Hunter's mate, so she's not the real Luna. Can Alpha Hunter even have a mate? Doubt it. Getting fed up with all the chit-chat, I turned over and yelled, "Will you all just shut up?" Oh, and I never killed anybody. Why are there so many old people in jail anyway? And why was I put in the cell right across from them? Stupid old ladies, I muttered quietly. Hear that, Florence? She called you stupid, one said. And old. But she is old, ouch. In my time, if someone called me old, I would have sliced their throat. In my time? So like 80 years ago? I mentally laughed at my joke. The chit-chat between the old ladies eventually hushed and turned into snores. Yawning, I closed my eyes and let darkness corrupt. It was pitch black when a chill swept through the room, casting a cold aura. Confusingly, I blinked repetitively, but my vision was still blocked from the lack of light. Spreading my arms out, I nearly screamed when I hit something. It made a noise as it slid away. Blindly, I swiped my hands around until I found it. A flashlight. Was it supposed to be here? Facing it towards my body, I turned it on. Very slowly, I dragged the light towards the floor. There were 4 ladies dead asleep on the floor across from me. They were all in the same cell, each with a wooden platform and a single pillow. Well, they have more than I do. Bringing the light to my cell lock, it was as before, locked. Scanning the light through my cell, I saw something black in the corner. Shuffling my body very slowly so I wouldn't make noise, I grabbed the thing. It was a box. A gift box. Black with a big red bow on top. Deja vu hit me, and I could barely breathe. I was far too scared to open it. How did someone enter the cell? And why would they? Curiosity getting the better of me, I braced myself and then opened the box. As before, there was a letter. Skipping the letter, I found a gold-colored key. It looked like the one Jackson has, but it was just gold. Picking the note back up, I shone the light at it. Roses are red, violets are blue. Here's a key to your heart and one for your room. Under the words were 2 pictures. Both are poorly drawn. One was of a key with a heart, and the other was an open lock. The lock looked awfully close to the one attached to my cell. Something clicked in my mind, and I finally realized what the letter meant. Holding the flashlight in one hand, I shoved the letter in my pocket and took the key along with me. Standing up, I took gentle steps towards the lock. As I picked it up, the chain rattled loudly. I froze, my eyes darting towards the other prisoners. I very slowly put the key into its slot and turned. When it opened, I gave out a sigh of relief. I knew opening the cell would make a lot of noise, so I did it very quickly. Kind of like ripping off a bandage all at once, I pulled it open. I stupidly froze after it opened, checking on the ladies. Surprisingly, the ladies kept snoring. Tiptoeing towards the hall, I passed a sleeping guard on a chair, or at least I hope he's sleeping. I didn't bother to check for a pulse. Instead, I walked down the hall. I had a clear destination in mind, and I may not have known where I was or how to get there, but at this point, I'd do anything to get there. As I passed many doors and cells of sleeping prisoners, I also passed sleeping guards. If the Alpha saw this, they'd all be in great trouble. I mean, a prisoner like me could find a magical key, as I did, and walk straight out of jail. Like I am. As I reached the exit of the whole building, another guard was passed out, this time sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. There was no way this was a coincidence, but at this moment, I couldn't care less. Without making too much noise, I reached into the guard's pocket and grabbed his car keys and phone. Things were actually working out, and this exact statement scared me. Back in my old pack, the guards would have phone trackers in their cars. Just connect your phone to the machine, then dial the number you want to track. Pressing the unlock button on the keys, a car sounded from the back. As I walked toward the car, I was stunned to find a bright green Volkswagen Beetle. Or as my sister and I like to call it, a punch buggy. Getting in, I was once again surprised to smell the sweet scent of flowers. Thankfully, they had the locator. It was easy to use, and in no time, I had it all set up. Hello? Hunter's groggy yet heavenly voice spoke. Alex? What is it? Hunter's sleepy voice quickly turned into an alarm. The machine made an approving noise to indicate that the address had been located. Reluctantly, I hung up the phone. Hunter wasn't too far from here. He was at the pack house. There were very few people living at the pack house, even though it was huge. People like to have their own privacy, and that includes their home. The front door was locked, but the back door opened. My mind was fuzzy with anxiety. Hunter put me in a cell and accused me of murder. He rejected me as his mate and made me feel like crap. He's destroyed thousands of lives and ended many. He's cruel and immoral. He may have a mate, but I doubt he has a heart. I didn't knock, just entered. Hunter sat on a black stool, his back facing me. I didn't care if I was being loud or disrespectful. I was tired of everything. I just wanted one simple, typical day, and like the time Hunter felt empathy, it never happened. I didn't kill Emery. Silence. I know. Hunter placed a note on the bed, his face still facing the other way. Did Emery leave him a note? Is that? He cut me off. Yes. He turned his head towards me until finally, we were both fully facing each other. Chapter 10. If you knew I had nothing to do with Emery, then why did you send me to the pack jail? Hunter's expressionless face stared into mine. He replied, it seemed reasonable. Reasonable. You knew damn straight that I didn't have anything to do with Emery's disappearance, yet you still blamed me. Oh, and now Jackson and probably the whole pack thinks I'm a traitor. For the first time since I walked into Hunter's room, he showed emotion. Anger. Nothing to do with her disappearance? Such lies. You may not have given her a one-way ticket out. Oh wait, you did. If you hadn't ever entered my life, she would have no reason to leave. You scared her. The truth was right in front of Hunter, yet he was still too dense to see it. You listen here, Hunter. Emery may have smiled at you, listened to you, and acted like a mate, but she was never your mate. I didn't scare her. You did. Hunter's eyes drifted from mine to the floor. This was the first time Hunter looked so vulnerable. Okay, that might be exaggerating, but it looked like he was backing down. I thought she was my mate. I felt something. His eyes met mine once again. Something clicked inside of me. I took the remaining steps between us and rested my hand on his arm. He was tense, but eventually relaxed. Do you feel something? I asked, referring to the sparks that ignited once our skin touched. It wasn't until now that I actually took in his appearance. He was wearing dark blue plaid pajama pants, leaving everything above bare. His perfectly sculpted body was nearly an inch away, shining in all its glory. It took all my might not to stare at his body instead of his eyes. Rose, Allen, he started, nearly choking on my name. I loved Emery. I never doubted our mate bond when she and I were together. No wolf, not even the strongest, can have a second mate. I subconsciously lowered my hand until it held his hand. I'm not going to lie. If I weren't so tired, distracted, and confused right now, I would be freaking out at how awkward it is that we're holding hands. A big, scary alpha holding hands. Then again, I'm half asleep right now while the other half is confused at how big a distraction Hunter's abs are. That's not true. A thought suddenly popped into my dazed mind. The Royals would have a backup mate. Hunter pushed his hand away from mine. That's right. The royal family would each have a mate, then a backup mate in case their true mate ever dies. A wolf can only conceive with their mate, so in case anything ever happens to their mate, the backup mate would be the substitute. It assured that there would always be an heir to the throne, I finished. But that wouldn't affect us. I am no descendant from a royal, and even if I was, it still wouldn't work. There's no way you're a royal. My mouth dropped at his statement. That wasn't. My words got caught in my mouth as he gave me a look. He looked down at me with confusion. How do you know so much about the royal family? School, I replied in an obvious tone. Yes, but you're too young. They don't teach about the royal family until your final year. So this is what he meant. How old does Hunter even think I am? Considering I am 18 and in my final year, I should know all about the royal family of wolves. A look of shock passed through his features, and he was the one to drop his jaw. You're 18? So it's legal. He muttered the last part quietly, but not quietly enough for me not to hear. A light blush reached my cheeks at what he meant. Since when did the vicious alpha who exterminated packs for fun care about whether it would be legal to be together? An awkward silence filled the room, yet it was still a good feeling. It's the first time I'm in the same room with my mate, and we're not screaming our heads off. I broke the silence. How old are you? Hunter's eyes hardened. Too old for you. How old? I pushed. Old. He was either being serious or exaggerating. I prayed for the latter. How old? Old, he repeated. What, does he have age issues like Greg? I mean, since when did men care about exposing their age? Or perhaps he's a 40-year-old man with mouth-watering abs. Can old people even have abs? First Greg, and now you. What's with the males in this pack and their sensitivity towards their age? Greg. Hunter's face snapped straight to mine. Yes. Greg. You're Delta. Hunter went from neutral to confused to angry. What's going on with you and Greg? If I thought Hunter looked scary before, then clearly I've never seen how scary Hunter looked when he was jealous. Hunter, jealous? Doesn't sound like him. And nothing, I stuttered pathetically. Hunter took one step towards me, pressing me against him. I took slow steps back, Hunter closely following. I took one last step back, expecting to hit a wall, like in every cliched movie. However, this did not happen. I seemed to have forgotten that the door was wide open, so as I pushed back, I moved my whole body back, making me land on my butt. As fast as Hunter's anger appeared, it disappeared. That was amazing, Hunter said between his laughter. Oh God, that was amazing. He began wiping at his eyes as if there were tears. Oh, if only you saw yourself. I didn't have to look in the mirror to know my whole face was as red as a tomato. Hunter surprisingly put out his hand for me to take. I ignored it and got up by myself. You know, a real Prince Charming would have pulled me up before I fell, I stated bitterly. I, like I always do, embarrass myself in front of a big alpha. More specifically, the strongest alpha. Well, you should know by now that I am no Prince Charming. He got up real close to me, his chest nearly touching my nose. I didn't cower back. Instead, I stood my ground, even if that was a few inches shorter than Hunter's. You're right. You're a monster. I'm glad we have our facts straight. It seemed that my calling him a monster only boosted his ego. He smirked. His eyes flicked to my lips, then to my eyes, then back to my lips. Hunter wasn't the type of guy who would take things slow. And for this fact, in less than a second, Hunter had his hands on my back, pushing me to him. He brought his face to mine, and before I could even acknowledge what was happening, his lips were on mine. No, no, I screamed against Hunter's harsh kisses. I finally got him to stop. I got out of his reach, taking many steps into the room, farther from Hunter. You're a monster, you said it yourself. I don't want to be with you. I may be a monster, but what does that say about yourself? I didn't know what to say. You're the mate of a monster. We're both stuck with each other. You don't even like me. You said it. You called me ugly and pathetic. You said I'd never be your Luna. He can't just change his mind because the better offer was off the table. The better offer is Emery. It doesn't matter whether we have feelings for each other. You're the only one who can give me a pup. There has to be a pup with my bloodline to one day rule the pack. Oh, so Mr. Badass Alpha wants to raise a baby. Are you gonna change its diaper too? I mocked. He seemed unaffected. No, an alpha doesn't do petty things like that. That's why you're here. His words hurt more than I'd like to admit. I'm not raising a child for you. Let's get something straight, Hunter. I said his name with a passion of hatred. I hate you. Never in my life will I willingly be with you. Hunter laughed loudly. Be with you? I agree, never will we make love. He looked dead straight into my eyes. It's more of a quick arrangement. His eyes sparkled, and his famous smirk was back. Oh my God. I can't believe you. I felt like screaming. You know what? I can believe it. You are an evil, sinful man who cares for nothing but power. Hunter raised his eyebrows as if to say, oh really? I, Rose Edwards, reject you, Hunter revered, alpha of the Dark Moon Pack. Silence. More silence. Hunter wasn't smirking anymore. He looked angry yet calm. Then, he started laughing really, really loudly. I'd never seen him laugh so hard. I swear, dimples were forming just by how big his smile was. I rejected Hunter, yet I felt nothing. No disconnection. No tingles. If anything, when I looked at Hunter's amused face, I felt even more attracted to him. Hunter took long breaths to control his laughter. You really think you can reject me? I'm an alpha. The strongest. The most powerful. I'm higher than everyone. Do you, a little girl who has no rank, really think you can reject me? He became very serious now. Huh. You really are pathetic. And this is where a knife was stabbed into my heart, mentally, of course. Well, if you are so righteous, then why would I be your mate? Hunter grew silent, for once not knowing what to say. Instead of replying to my question, he excused himself to go take a shower. At 4 a.m? I asked. Yes, he motionlessly replied. As he entered his bathroom, I prepared myself to leave. However, I stopped abruptly when the ring of a phone sounded. I hastily grabbed the phone from the bedside table and accepted the call. Alpha. One of the prisoners escaped. Rosanna escaped. Greg. I questioned doubtfully. Rose. Why did you call me? I didn't call you, I called Hunter, or at least I think I did. What are you doing with Hunter's phone? I'm a serial killer, I killed him. And now I feel bad, so I'm telling you. That's not funny. That's a joke. Right? Greg asked worriedly. Laughing, I replied, yes, it was a joke. So I'm guessing Hunter already knows where you are. I nodded, then realized he couldn't see me. Right. Hey, Rose. I'm sorry for acting like a jerk. I knew what I was saying and doing would hurt you, and that's why I did it. Why did you want to hurt me? Greg paused. I rose. I think you're my mate. What? I asked, shocked by his confession. You and I are mates. Greg's words shocked me to no end. He thought we were mates? I can't lie and say that I've never thought about it. I mean, when you find your true mate, you shouldn't feel anything for other males. I shouldn't feel the butterflies in my stomach just when Greg smiles at me. It's like the feeling that comes along when you've got a high school crush. Or any crush for that matter. When they talk, you listen even if they're not talking to you. When they smile, you smile. When they laugh, you laugh. And for that 1 second, when your eyes meet and you make eye contact, it's like there's no one else in the world but you two. Can we meet? He asked patiently. I gave his question some thought. See, I may have a crush on Greg, but Hunter is my soulmate. Literally, the feelings I feel for Greg are nothing compared to how I think about Hunter, even though I hate him. You can say it's a sort of love-hate relationship. Then again, according to Hunter, there is no relationship other than me being the mother of his pup. Yes, I agreed to meet Greg, even at 4 a.m.
Chapter 11. So you're saying that Hunter's your real mate, but Greg thinks you're his mate. Exactly. So when Greg confronted you about it, my sister sat cross-legged at the end of my bed. Her eyes were squinted like they always are when she's trying to concentrate. So nothing. I avoided eye contact. Oh please, you're telling me you sat across from him for 2 hours and didn't say a thing? Sighing, I came to the conclusion that there was nothing I could do. I have a very nosy sister who won't leave me alone until I tell her the truth, the whole truth. Okay fine, I'll tell you everything, but you can't tell a soul. Got it? Sophie nodded eagerly. So I met him at the coffee shop. At 4 a.m? Well, it was more like 4:30 by the time I got there. Anyways, we both ordered a coffee because honestly, I don't know how I would have lasted without any caffeine in my system. You should stop drinking caffeine. It affects your growing, Sophie interrupted. Okay, Mom. So back to the story. We were just talking, chit-chat, when he randomly asked me my thoughts on a mate. I didn't really know what to say, but then he asked how I felt about him. By this time, his hand was grasping mine over the table and he asked me. Oh my God. He asked you to marry him. What? No. No. How on earth did you go to that conclusion? Then what did he ask? Maybe if you stopped interrupting me, you would know by now. Sophie didn't reply, and I took that as my cue to keep going. He asked if we are mates. Sophie still didn't peep a word. Now you can speak. Alright, so if he asked if you're mates then he doesn't know about you and Hunter. True. What did you say to him? I said I didn't know. But that I did feel something, which isn't a lie. But you know you're not really his mate. So you did lie. More like withholding the truth, but never mind that. Here's the big part. Greg asked me. Out. He asked you, out. Sophie tried to make sense of my words. I know, it's weird. Werewolves don't really date. They mate. But it's different for us. Yeah, 'cause you're not really mates. Hey. Stop saying that. No one can know of this. Don't you feel bad? Sophie got up, grabbing her bag as she went. About what? I questioned. About lying to Greg? I do like him, sophomore. I wasn't lying about that. So we aren't really mates, so what? I've got to think about my future. There's no chance of Hunter and I being together. Is it so bad to want someone else? I still don't understand how you can have feelings for someone else when you already have a mate, Sophie added. I'd say maybe because I tried to reject Hunter, but I've had these small feelings for Greg before that. Whoa, what? You rejected Alpha Hunter. Sophie screamed. Shut it. Mom can hear. Mom's in deep sleep, we could blast heavy metal and she'd still sleep through it. Now tell me about you rejecting the Alpha. Shouldn't you be in pain? She scanned over my body. No, because it didn't work. Apparently, the big mighty Alpha can't be rejected. Weird, Sophie muttered. Yup. I still think you're making a mistake with Greg. He has a mate out there, and she's not you. My sister's words had a big effect on me, but I tried to ignore them. He thinks I'm his mate. Maybe, just maybe, the heavens are giving me a second chance. I couldn't even believe my own words. Impossible, Sophie stated, and I agreed. Feeling desperate, I asked, don't I deserve to be happy? Sophie stood by my room door, preparing herself to leave. Doesn't Greg? I looked down at my hands, feeling ashamed. Maybe my sister's right. I'm only going to end up hurting Greg. What did you say when he asked you? Looking back up at her, I knew exactly what she was referring to when he asked me out. I said yes. Now class, you know the drill. 10 laps around the track. Now. Groans rose throughout the class, yet everyone complied. Ms. Edwards, can I see you for a second? I waited until all the other students had left for the track before I finally approached Mrs. Bailey. Congratulations, Rosanna, you're the first student to ever miss the daily 10. Each word was dripping with mockery. My teacher's words not only confused me, but also irritated me. Not only does Mrs. Bailey refuse to call me Rose, but she also has it out for me. Never does she smile, only smirk. Never does she appreciate, only complain. I'm starting to think she's related to Hunter. What are you talking about? I asked sweetly. You've been called down to the office. Take your stuff along with you. Mrs. Bailey didn't wait for my reply as she walked ahead and started yelling at the slow runners. I changed from my gym clothes to my regular ones in no time. Shoving all my stuff into my backpack, I did a short trip to my locker before starting on my way to the office. On top of my head, I couldn't think of any reason why I would be called down to the office. Can I help you? Turning towards the voice, I saw the office secretary looking over her desk. Yeah. I was called down? The lady looked down, then back up. Nope. Unless your name is Davis Miller and you're a blonde-haired boy. The lady gave a sweet smile, which I returned. My bad, I'll just go back to class now. Going against my words, I turned away from the hall and straight out the door. I don't know why Mrs. Bailey sent me out, but I can't complain. Perhaps she was just tired of having such an awesome kid in her class. Yup, that's totally it. Walking past the rows of cars in the parking lot, I walked closer and closer towards the woods. All I wanted was to relax at home with a cup of hot tea, then take a very, very long nap. Nearing the woods, I spotted the path entrance. I've never taken it myself, but it's supposed to save you a 20-minute walk. Taking one step in, it was as though I'd entered a whole different world. It was dark, for one. It may be only 3 in the afternoon, but the tall trees seemed to hide most of the sunlight. The path wasn't clear, but there were many bike lanes directing it. The school doesn't encourage us to follow down the path, as supposedly there are bears and other stuff. Bears? No. Werewolves? Maybe. Probably. I walked at a decent pace, not too fast so I'd get out of breath, but not too slow either. The cold wind brought shivers all around my body. I snuggled my hands in my pocket, seeking any warmth. I kept my eyes straight ahead, but slightly quivered when something moved in the distance. To my left, I saw something yellow flash by, moving so fast that I couldn't even get a steady picture. I froze in my spot and searched the woods. It seemed to grow darker with each passing minute. The snap of a branch came from my right, then another louder one from my left, just a squirrel, or a rabbit, or a fox. Many things lurk in the woods. The yellow flashed once more, this time closer, yet faster if that's even possible. Or maybe it's a human. A human trying to play a prank. A very weak human, although all humans are weak compared to a werewolf. Deciding to ignore whatever it was, I kept walking straight. The farther away I got from the entrance of the woods, the darker it got. A dry cough sounded from behind me, making me freeze once more. It was a distant cough, as if many meters behind. Looking behind me, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Facing the entrance, I took slow steps back. I'm not scared. I mean, come on, I'm a werewolf. No human, not even a serial killer, could fight me and have a chance. However, deep down, I knew this wasn't a human. A human can't move that fast. Or maybe there really are bears. Big yellow bears are lurking in the woods looking for their Goldilocks. Then again, Goldilocks is the one who finds them. Turning around to walk normally, I nearly screamed when I came face to face with a tree. I was about to curse at why a tree would randomly be placed on the path, but then I realized that I had gone slightly off the track. I turned the other way, but faced another tree. This tree was different. It was marked with a yellow, folded piece of paper. Looking both ways, I finally decided to take the paper. Snatching it off the tree, I unfolded it to see 3 words. I see you. I dropped the letter as soon as I read it in full. Now I'm scared. I attempted to hide the fear by ignoring it. I stepped over the letter and back on the trail. Taking short, quick breaths, I began walking again. I heard whispers to my right, it was loud yet unclear. Then silence. Looking ahead, I couldn't tell when the trail stopped. It had to be soon. What's the point of taking a shortcut if it's not even short? Plus, there's bound to be other students taking this path home. School should be done now. Someone will be walking by at any minute. The whispering began once more, yet this time it seemed to have gotten closer. Along with the whispers to my right came a small childlike giggle to my left. The type you hear in scary movies. You know, the one with the possessed, creepy girl laughing to herself in the corner. The giggling became louder and harsher. The whispering grew closer, some words becoming clear. Hey you. I see you. What pretty. It was as though everything in the world was blocked except for the sounds in this forest. The voices were gradually becoming louder, meaning the people were coming closer to me. Not being able to contain myself any longer, I dropped to my knees and covered my ears. It helped for the most part. The voices were nearly gone, but so was my vision. My vision kept blurring, my eyes glazing over. I couldn't concentrate, and a pounding began in my head. My mouth was sealed closed, my brain not getting the message that I needed to scream. To open my mouth. To breathe. Blinking rapidly, the green trees turned into smudges. 3 figures formed off to my right, the smudges of color growing larger and larger, as if they were moving. All the colors finally stilled and formed together into one. Darkness. It was like I was stuck in a spell, and very slowly the spell was wearing off. I could finally hear clearly. Stop laughing. This is serious. She fainted. I still can't believe she fainted. She just dropped. Can you at least pretend to be a little sensitive? I'll have you know I am a very sensitive person. Isn't that right, Tomas? Whatever you say. My mouth parted, allowing fresh oxygen to enter. I did not expect her to faint. I always saw Rose as a strong girl. She is strong. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant. What did you mean? Chill, Livia. I just didn't expect her to faint. Hey. She's breathing. She's okay. Look, she's even moving now. Groaning, I opened my eyes and blinked hastily. For once, I was happy the sun was blocked, so my eyes didn't burn. Oh God, Rose. You scared us. 2 arms pulled me close, and I was tightly embraced. The sweet smell of vanilla reached my nose, and I knew exactly who it was. Olivia? I stuttered, still a little hazy. Livia, ah. Get away from me. Get away. I screamed frantically and pushed the monster away from me. There stood Livia. Yet not Livia. It was her, but with a lot of scratches and blood. Blood drooped from her eyes, a scar going across her cheek. She opened her mouth to speak, and 2 fangs popped out. No. It's not real. It's all fake. Fake blood, see? The monster took her finger and smeared the blood under her eyes. It's candy blood. You can buy it from the party market. She then put her finger in her mouth, licking off the red blood. My eyes drifted to her fangs, and she quickly explained that, too. Look, they're just a retainer. I had my dentist make it specially. It's for Halloween. Livia popped the fangs out and dangled them in front of my face. Once I could finally breathe properly, I asked, "What are you doing?" "Scaring you." A voice screamed from behind me. Not expecting it, I flinched. Tomas? Jarrett? Okay, what's going on? What he said. We thought it would be funny to try and scare you. I mean, it's Halloween tomorrow and us 3 all had last period spare. It was just too perfect to resist, Jarrett explained. We're really sorry. I never expected for it to get that far or for you to be that scared. Livia seemed genuinely concerned, but I still noticed the slight tint of humor. She found this funny. They all did. Without speaking another word, I got up, dusted off my pants, grabbed my bag, and started walking. You're mad. I know you're mad, but please, we didn't mean it. Tomas, stop laughing. Livia was trying to explain herself, and the other boys only seemed to anger me more. Just leave me alone. Oh come on, lighten up, Tomas suggested. I stopped, turned towards Tomas, then walked right past him, making sure to shove his shoulder on the way. Come on, Rose. Don't be like that. Jarrett yelled. Just let her be. She's angry, but she'll come around. Livia, Tomas, and Jarrett seemed to have left after that. I, on the other hand, was getting deeper and deeper into the woods. It has been 3 hours. 3 whole hours of walking. I tried finding the path again, but couldn't. I even screamed Livia's name, but assumed they were all gone when no reply came. It is now 6, and 6 p.m. on a cold October night is quite dark. It is nearly pitch black. My phone can't get a signal, and I've tripped over every branch I walk past. My endless walking wasn't getting me anywhere, but I couldn't just sit down and give up. Stopping in my spot, I decided to go the complete opposite direction in hopes that I could find an exit. The woods seem worse than a maze. At least in a labyrinth, you know there's a way out. Taking a step forward, my front foot gave way, and I came stumbling down. My ankle twisted, and I felt a sharp pain ignite there. No, no, no. This can't be happening. The pain in my foot was nearly unbearable, and to make it worse, a sting formed in my throat, reminding me of my constant thirst for water. My back started aching from the weight of my backpack, and my fingers went numb from the cold. Now I give up. Using my hands and the little muscle I have, I pushed myself to the nearest tree and leaned my back against it. I rested my head and closed my eyes. At this point, I couldn't care less if a crazy psycho is lurking in the shadows, or a bear is running through the woods. Although everything around me brought me pain, I felt myself wander off into sleep. I gave in, wishing that my dreams would be a haven. Just as I was about to pass out for good, I felt light footsteps followed by 2 large hands that grasped me. One protected my back, while the other held tight on my legs. I felt myself being braced up. My head felt like 1,000,000,000 pounds. I didn't even try to open my eyes. My head lay against something hard, yet soft. I subconsciously wrapped my hands around the intruder's neck. Maybe I found my haven. Or perhaps I really am dreaming. My whimpers made the person hold me tighter, yet not in a way that would hurt me. "Shoo, relax." A soothing voice whispered in my ear. I knew that voice. I can never forget it. Hunter? His name came calmly from my lips, my eyes still shut tight. It's okay, everything's going to be okay. I'll take care of you. Maybe it was because I wasn't in my right mind, or that I was far from caring, but I allowed Hunter to help me. Hunter is holding me, and for once, I let him. Chapter 12. People often use the phrase, slept like a baby. I never understood that. Babies cry. A lot. They wake up every few hours, and who knows what they dream of. Rainbows and flowers? Or perhaps those kids with no manners dream of demons and devils. I could feel the sun on my face, my eyes still shut from sleeping. I felt amazing. I was in complete bliss. I had one arm under the pillow and another over it. My mind was completely free. This might have been the first time in history I woke without feeling tired. My bed was never this comfy. I decided not to question it, but rather enjoy it. I turned my body to the left and couldn't help but sigh as I stretched my legs. Ah, much better. While stretching out my legs, I kicked something. Or someone. Groaning came from my left. My eyes opened instantly, and my breath caught in my throat at the sight. Hunter. My voice croaked halfway through, just waking up. Hello, dollface. Hunter had no difficulty replying. His husky voice left a tingling in my ears. Not realizing our position, I shrieked back. Get off. I yelled, trying to retrieve my hand from under him. So it wasn't a pillow all along. It was Hunter. You weren't saying that last night. Hunter gave a wicked grin while freeing my hand. What? What happened last night? I couldn't remember anything. I was in the woods. Livia. Livia was there. And Tomas. And Jarrett. Hunter seemed just as confused as I was. Who are Livia, Tomas, and Jarrett? I ignored his question and instead gave my own. How did I get here? You flew, he teased. Hunter. How did I get here? I added a little demand to my question. Oh, feisty. I like it. Hunter winked, not once dropping his smirk. This was a side of Hunter I had never seen before, a more playful version. I didn't know whether to be afraid or amused. Okay, that's it. Throwing the covers off me, I hopped out and walked towards the door. Hunter was up in a flash, his hand firmly on mine. Don't go. It was strange to hear those words coming from Hunter, such desperate words from such a strong man. Tell me. Everything. I walked back to the bed, Hunter still holding my hand. Before I could even sit, Hunter whirled me away, sat himself down, and then placed me on his lap. It was a sly move that I just shrugged off. I gave him a disapproving look and sat away from him on the other side of the bed. Despite how I was acting, deep down I wished I could have stayed in his arms. Stupid mating bond. Stupid alpha. Why does he have to be so strong? I can't even reject him. That's how powerful his wolf is. I found you on the brink of passing out last night in the woods. I brought you back here. You were okay, just tired. I was in the woods? I confirmed. You should be able to remember that much. You weren't drugged, Rosanna. You just made a stupid, very stupid decision. I stopped paying attention as soon as he said my name, a chill running down my spine. Rose? Rose? Rosanna? Hunter's use of my full first name caught my attention. Usually, when someone called me Rosanna, I wanted to punch them. But when Hunter said it, I wanted to kiss him. No. I can't be thinking like this. Then what? I focused back on what I was saying. Then I brought you to my bed, and we slept. Together. A dimple showed on his left cheek. He purposely made it sound like we slept together. Well, guess what, Hunter? Not in this lifetime. There are like a million other rooms. Why couldn't I have slept there? They weren't ready, he said nonchalantly. It's a room, for heaven's sake. How ready does it have to be? As before, Hunter ignored my question. Livia, she's that annoying blonde girl, right? The stereotypical blonde? Hey. Livia is not the stereotypical blonde. Even if sometimes she acts like she is. Wait, how do you even know who she is? She's the one who reported to me that you weren't home. She said you had taken a shortcut through the woods. I'm surprised you cared, I said under my breath. It looked like Hunter was going to say something, but whatever it was, he held it back. Who are Tomas and Jarrett? He asked abruptly. Why does it matter? Answer me, he demanded. I wanted to ignore him once again, but he was my alpha, and since we weren't mated, it was still hard to resist his demands. They're just my friends, okay? I could tell that Hunter didn't like my attitude, but didn't comment on it. Just friends? He questioned. Yeah, I guess. I was still confused about why he even cared. Are they gay? I was somewhat appalled by his question. No. Why would you even ask that? So they're not gay? No. They like girls. I'm sure of it. How could I not? Every time I was with them, they mentioned girls. Girls like you? He asked cleverly. Yes. Wait. No. But also yes. Okay, look. They're my friends. They like girls, but not me. Plus, I don't like them like that. No? No. Then who do you like? I gasped, then shut my mouth. I was about to tell him. I really was. But even I didn't know what I was going to say. Was I going to say Greg? I probably was. He is, after all, my boyfriend. Boyfriend. Such a weird word for a werewolf. Werewolves have mates, they usually skip the whole dating thing. I mean, sure, there are still the players, but even they will have to stop when they find their mate. A small part of me suggested that perhaps I was going to say Hunter. Hunter is my mate. How can I not like him? Even if he's a monster, the werewolf wants what the werewolf wants. Look, Hunter, maybe. A sudden ring of a phone cut me off. My phone. Giving Hunter a look, I answered my cell. Hello? Rose? Hey, it's Greg. Knowing that Hunter could hear both my words and Greg's, I attempted to excuse myself. However, when I tried to leave the room, Hunter blocked the way. Oh, come on now, don't leave on my account. He gave his wicked smirk, which I scowled at. So, what do you think? I completely forgot that I was talking to Greg. Sorry, what was that? I was going to cover the phone so it shut out any other voice, but I found it useless. He's an alpha. I wouldn't be surprised if he could hear my phone conversation if I were 6 homes down. Tonight? Movies and dinner? What do you think? Too cliché? I stared at Hunter, his face completely free of any emotions. Turning my body so I was looking at the wall, I replied, sounds perfect. Pick me up at 7. Turning back, Hunter still stood between me and the exit. Do you think you could drive me home? Who was that? His eyes hardened. My sister. Did I ever mention how bad I am at lying? Since when does your sister sound like a man? Hey. She's going through puberty. It's a hard time for her. Alright then, since when is your sister's name Greg? Ugh. Why did Greg have to say his own name? It's her middle name. Oh really? Hunter didn't believe me, he showed it in his sarcastic voice. Yup. Fine, but I have one last question. Why would your little sister, who is going through puberty, pick you up at 7 when you live in the same house? It's just a slang term we use. It basically just means that we are leaving the house at 7 p.m. Alright. Let's go. I'll take you home. I silently followed Hunter to his car and didn't speak, not even when we started driving. We should stop for some breakfast, don't you think? Hunter phrased his words like a question, but it really wasn't. There's really no need. By the time I finished my sentence, Hunter had us parked outside of a breakfast-only restaurant. Sighing, I followed. Hunter, the host cheered. Good to see you, it's been a while. And who is this? What a fine beauty. You always did know how to pick them. The woman winked at me, then directed us to a table for 2. Wow, humans actually like you, and you don't even have to use your alpha power to command them. Hunter smiled, not at all affected by my words. The woman brought us 2 plates of food, even though she never took our order. For you, your usual. The waitress placed a plate filled with scrambled eggs, toast, small potatoes, and a beef sausage. And for you, madam, a little bit of everything. The plate she placed in front of me was stacked with anything you could possibly think of for breakfast. Thank you, I smiled. I wish she had actually gotten my order because there is no way I can finish all this food, such a waste. You don't have to eat it all, you know. You can take the rest home. Hunter's calm voice shocked me. He was being nice. Too nice. After a brief conversation, a meal, and no arguments, Hunter and I were back on the road. Christmas lights already? Hunter asked as he drove up to my driveway. I laughed. Yeah, it's a sort of tradition. We do it right on Remembrance Day. Thanks for the ride. I opened the door and was about to hop out when Hunter stopped me. He had a grip on my elbow. Remember, Rose, there is only one movie theater in this whole town. His words confused me greatly. I was still confused even as he drove away. Turning towards the door, I saw an angry mother. Her eyes connected with mine, then to Hunter's car, and a look of understanding replaced her features. Greg is a great guy. So great that when he picked me up at 7 on the dot, he came bearing flowers. As embarrassing as it was, my mother forced us to stand side by side and take a photo. Mother! I complained. Just one. This is your first date, it should be documented. For some odd reason, my mother's words made me think of this morning with Hunter. If the breakfast Hunter and I had this morning could be called a date, wouldn't that mean that my first date was actually with Hunter? I ignored the thought and any other thoughts that would lead to Hunter. Tonight is about Greg and me. I'm sorry about my mom, I apologized as soon as we started driving. He chuckled. It's all cool. She's really nice. You're lucky that she cares so much. I agreed. So when I checked show times, there were few movies playing, considering it's a school night, but that new scary movie is out. Insidious 3? I questioned. I remembered hearing how part 3 of Insidious came out last weekend. I loved the first 2, despite the slow start, and wouldn't mind watching the third part. Yes. That's the one. So, what do you think? If you don't like scary movies, then we can pick another movie. Perhaps a funny one? Greg seemed almost nervous, which was actually cute. Scary movie it is. We were almost at the theaters when I noticed a black minivan behind us. It was behind us since we left my house. Deciding not to ruin the night, I concluded that I was just being paranoid. We reached the parking lot, and Greg parked the car. The black minivan was also parked a couple of rows behind. Hey! It's not that busy, what a relief. I was scared that it would be considering it's the only theater in town. The only movie theater in town. Why did that sound so familiar? Greg paid for both our tickets and a large popcorn. I told you I could pay for the snacks, I frowned. Oh, come on, it's our very first date as mates. I want to pay for everything. I knew Greg was saying that to calm my nerves, but instead, it just brought on a load of guilt. What will Greg do if he finds out we're not actually mates? Or worse, that his alpha is my mate. Are you okay? Greg asked just as the movie was about to start. I'm great, I assured him and offered a smile. Greg and I were about to pick somewhere to eat when my phone rang. I'm sorry, it's my mom. I should get this. Greg nodded. Of course, go ahead. Hey, Mom, is everything okay? Everything's fine, honey. But I need you to come home right now. What? Why? I have big news for you. Bring Greg with you. I'm sorry to cut in on your date, but it's an emergency. What happened, Mom? My mother giggled. She never giggles. Everything's perfect. Come home as fast as you can. My mother then hung up. Everything okay? Greg questioned. I don't know. I apologized to Greg about having to cut our date short, but he shrugged it off, saying we'll have many more to look forward to. It was moments like that that I wished that Greg were actually my mate. You can come in if you want, I told Greg as we stood in front of my door. I would, but I should actually be heading home. We both smiled. Before I could register what was happening, Greg's lips were merely a millimeter away from mine. Just as his lips brushed mine, the front door to my house opened, and there stood my mother. Chapter 13. Mom? The smile on my mother's face was so big, I didn't even think she was capable of it. We have very big news, Rose. We? I asked, confused. My mother sidestepped aside and ushered me in. Walking in, I turned back to Greg, only to see him being pulled in by my overly excited mother. Mom, you didn't drink 3 Red Bulls in a row again, right? My mother's smile didn't falter one bit. Mom. You know you can't do too much caffeine. Didn't you learn anything from last year when you popped the neighbor's plastic pool? My mother's forehead creased. That was one time, I learned my lesson. This is bigger. Come, come. As we walked farther into the house, my mother directed Greg and me to the family room. Once there, I noticed 2 glasses filled with white wine. Jasper stood in front of the table. Soph was standing near him, but a couple of steps to the right. They both held happy faces. Okay. What's going on? Hello, Rose, Jasper greeted, with the smile still on his face. My mother went and stood beside him, wrapping both her hands in one of his. Their eyes all stared at me, their mouths wide. Okay. I know they say it's good to smile, but you three look very creepy right now. Jasper was the first to speak. Rose, a couple of days ago I asked you permission to take your mother on a date. Yes, I remember. Well, today I need to ask your permission for something else. Alright, go ahead. Jasper took a breath, then spoke. Do I have your blessing to marry your mother? Mary. My mouth hung open, my eyes wide. Mom, don't you think that's a little too fast? I mean, Jasper, you're a great guy, and I know my mother adores you, but isn't it a little too early for marriage? My mother gave me a sad look. Sweetie, maybe for you it's early, but Jasper and I aren't getting any younger. We just don't want to waste any more time. What's the point? We both know we care about each other and love spending time together. We both know where we want to go in life. We're both happy. Together. But Mom, I wanted to tell her that she still has time. She can still think about it. I wanted to ask her if she thought she was ready. My mother saw my discomfort and added, Jasper and I have both had a rough past, but the past is the past. We're ready to start fresh. With each other, and you guys. My mother held Jasper's hand in one hand, then mine in the other. The final decision, however, is up to you two. Soph walked up and stood beside me. I think it's a great idea. I knew what my decision was. Mom, in the past 2 years, I've never seen you as happy as you are when you're beside Jasper. That goes for you too, I motioned to Jasper. I say, let's have this wedding. Cheers filled the room as my mother pulled both Soph and me into a tight hug. Thank you so much, Rose, my mother whispered in my ear before placing a kiss on my cheek. I meant what I said, I whispered back. Alright, now that step 1 is done, on to step 2, Jasper stated. What's step 2? Both Soph and I asked at the same time. Alpha's permission. What? I stuttered. You also need the Alpha's blessing to get married. I've never heard of that before. Well, it's only for non-mates. If you want to commit to someone who is not your mate, the Alpha must know and approve. Makes sense, Soph replied. That won't be a problem, right? My mother asked, very concerned. My mother didn't know the whole story about Hunter and me, but she sensed the tension between us. But for my mother's happiness, I replied, of course not. So what's the plan? Well, I'll try getting some time with the Alpha tonight to explain things. You know what, I'll call right now. Jasper excused himself, leaving just my mother, Soph, and me. Hey, I know there's a lot going on with you and Alpha Hunter. You can talk to me about it if you want. I knew that anything I'd say to my mother concerning me and Hunter's relationship would only add to her stress, so I replied, no, I'm good. I can't believe you're getting married again. You need to pick out a dress, and a cake. My mother's expression changed into one of true bliss. She and Soph began discussing themes, cake flavors, and dates. It was nice to see them so happy and excited. Looking towards the hall, Jasper laughed into the phone. Jasper's a good guy. He's perfect for my mom. If 2 people deserve happiness, it's them. Jasper hung up and started walking towards us. Good news. The Alpha wishes us the best and also invited us to dinner. At 8 at his home. Both Soph and my mother squealed. Ignoring the anxiety starting in the pit of my stomach, I smiled along with them. So you girls go get ready, we can stop by the market and pick out a dessert. Before I could even add my input, everyone in the room dispersed. Hey, you're gonna be okay tonight, right? Soph stood by my bedroom door, dressed in a formal black and white dress. Hey, aren't you a little too fancy? And here I was, about to leave in jeans, a top, and a pretty scarf. Mom said you have to dress fancy. Jasper's even wearing a suit. She walked further into my room. I began going through my drawers looking for something more formal to wear. You didn't answer my question. I don't know, sophomore. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's worth it. If this is all that's stopping Mom from staying happy, then I'll do it. Soph only nodded. How was your date with Greg? My sister raised and dropped her eyebrows, giving me a knowing look. It was fun. Hey. What happened to Greg? He was standing in the hall, then everything got a little crazy and I completely forgot about him. Another round of anxiety rushed through me. Would Greg be mad that I forgot about him? I'm sure he just left once he saw it was a family moment. Still. I feel bad. My sister attempted to change the subject. What did you guys end up doing? Just watched a movie. We didn't get to talk much. We never really got to the dinner part. My sister chuckled. What? I questioned. Nothing. Any fragment of amusement left her face. Soph, what is it? It doesn't matter. Here, this looks pretty. She lifted a dark blue dress with a tan-brown pattern. She then threw a thin black belt at me. It will look better with the belt. Sophomore, tell me. Leave your hair out, it looks better like that. Sophie. Demanding Rose was out. You'll get mad. Just say it. I promise I won't get mad. It's nothing important. Soph glanced away from me. I just thought it was ironic and slightly funny how Greg took you to the movie, but you're having the dinner with Alpha Hunter. I wasn't expecting that. I turned away and focused on my clothes. I know it's stupid. I heard light footsteps, meaning that Soph had walked out. Her words left a feeling in me, an odd feeling. A small part of me, as always, wished that both the movie and dinner were with Hunter. If only Hunter could be a better mate. If only he could actually care about me. If only I didn't have feelings for him. If only Greg were my actual mate. But he's not. He can't be. As unfortunate as it is, Hunter is my mate. Hunter. Not Greg. Greg has a mate. Maybe not now, but eventually, he'll find his true mate, and I'll be left alone all over again. I slipped out of my clothes and fell on the dress. Once fully dressed, I was grateful that my makeup was already done, since I'd done it when I got ready for my date with Greg. Rose, we're leaving. At the sound of my mother's call, I went down. You look pretty, my mother complimented. Thanks to me. Soph added. Rolling my eyes, I followed everyone to the car. It was a short and familiar ride to Hunter's home. It was actually sad how, when Jasper got a little lost about the directions, I was the only one who could help. Once we finally arrived, I let everyone out of the car before I did. I sighed. I can do this. Alpha. Jasper, my mother, and Sophie all slightly bowed. In the second when all their heads were down, Hunter came into clear view. I didn't bow. I should have, as he is my alpha, but I didn't. His eyes connected with mine, and a warm smile reached his lips. Their heads went up, and Hunter was gone from my line of vision. Thank you for coming, Hunter assisted us to the table. As everyone started walking, I followed, with Hunter waiting till we were all past him. Just straight there, to your left. Hunter's voice came from right behind me. As I walked, Hunter's hand touched my lower back, ushering me into the next room. The smell of fresh-baked bread reached my nose, making me forget about the tingles that started where Hunter's hand touched me. That smells amazing, I spoke softly, not even realizing what was coming out of my mouth. I hadn't eaten since 1 p.m., and it was clear that I was starving. I've made your favorite. Hunter's mouth was so close to my ear that his breath whisked at my skin. How do you know what my favorite is? My voice was low, but enough for Hunter to hear. Your mother may have mentioned something. I didn't know what was worse. That my mother talked to Hunter, or that Hunter made my favorite food. Everyone took a seat, leaving only Hunter and me standing. After you, Hunter pulled out a chair for me to sit in. I politely thanked him and sat. It was a small table. My mother at one end, Jasper at the other. Soph was sitting right beside me while Hunter sat directly across from me. Well, the food is already set, so go ahead and dig in. This was odd. Why are we even here? Shouldn't we be talking about the wedding? Everyone started taking food, but I decided to wait for my turn. While waiting, it seemed that I had spaced out. Something plopped onto my plate, catching my attention. Looking up, I saw my plate in Hunter's hand and him filling it with food. Oh. You don't have to. I felt my cheeks redden. This is so embarrassing. Alphas don't do things like this. This is an act of caring. I'd like to. I didn't respond. Hunter set my overstuffed plate in front of me. Thank you, I spoke, not having enough confidence to look him in the eyes. Looking to my right, Soph looked shocked. Looking at my mother and Jasper, I saw they were just as stunned. Ugh. Why does Hunter have to act like such a gentleman now, of all times? When everyone finally started eating, Soph leaned over to me and whispered, "He likes you." Soph extended the like and spoke in a sing-song voice. My eyes widened, and I nudged her with my elbow. Hunter heard. Of course, even if Soph hadn't said it so loud, he's an alpha. He smiled but didn't remove his eyes from his plate. I cut my steak into smaller pieces, then took a bite. I wanted to moan. It was the most delicious steak I have ever eaten. I refrained from making any noise, but my expression gave it away. Hunter started laughing, his eyes on me. What's so funny? I asked. You. I'm glad you like the food. I made it myself, you know. Before I could reply, Jasper did. Really? This is absolutely delicious. My mother agreed. If only Rose could cook like this, my mother joked. I could always teach her, Hunter spoke, his eyes on my mother. My mom seemed at a loss for words. Finally, she just nodded. My mind was filled with even more questions. Why is Hunter being so nice? Could Hunter actually care? Could he actually act like a real mate? My eyes met with Hunter over the table. He smiled. I smiled. Today was a long day. A very long day. After dinner, Hunter began speaking about the wedding and how we had 100% of his approval. Now that I'm home, I want nothing more than to rest. I felt my phone go off, but didn't bother checking. It might be Greg, in which case I really need to talk to him. There's always tomorrow. I feel so exhausted that if my head comes in contact with anything even remotely soft, I'm done. I'll get lost in the land of dreams. Walking towards the bathroom, I passed my mother's open door, her room entirely empty. I really need to talk to her about work. Even after everything that happened today, she still went to work. She's always at work. Fortunately, now that we have Jasper to support us, my mother can cut back on some of her shifts. I peeked into my sister's ajar door to see her lying down in bed with her phone in her hand. Hey. Soph, it's late. I'm telling you now, you'll regret staying up in the morning. My voice startled Soph, who threw her phone under the covers and started to snore. I chuckled at her actions, remembering the times when I was like her. So young and innocent. She has the world before her, her life just beginning. I closed her door, then opened the one leading to the bathroom. I quickly brushed my teeth, washed my face, and then made my way to bed. If I had to use one word to describe my day today, I would say, awkward. Today has been a very awkward day. I mean, I was stuck eating dinner at my alpha mate's mansion, sitting across from him, and along with my mother and soon-to-be stepfather. Oh, and did I forget to mention? My mate is a jerk. He doesn't care about me at all, even if he acts as he does. Even when he smiles warmly or winks, when he compliments you or talks to you civilly, don't fall for it. He's an alpha. He's Alpha Hunter, and there's no doubt in my mind that his behavior today was all an act. Right? I didn't want to think about it anymore, I just wanted to sleep. I want to dream of great things, things that would only ever happen in my dreams. I don't mind dreaming of Hunter or Greg because in the end, it's not real. That's the beauty of dreams. You can rule the world, fall in love, rob a bank, or even meet an alien, all in the course of a couple of hours. Then you wake up and reality hits. However, I can't decide whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. My mind was so busy in thought, I could feel my brain slowly shutting down. My eyes fluttered closed. My breathing is nice and steady. Sleep consumed me. Under the silence of midnight, the ring of my phone was like a horn to my ear. Startled, I sat up and reached for my phone. I answered the call blindly, not caring who it was, just wanting to shut off the blaring sound. Rose. Rose? Rose, I need your help. I didn't reply at first, my mind still half asleep. Rose, are you there? My voice came out croaky. Greg? Rose, I need your help. The panic in Greg's voice finally registered with me, as I myself started to panic. Greg, what's wrong? Are you okay? What happened? I'm fine. For now. I need you to come get me. Where are you? I wasted no time. As soon as Greg gave me the unfamiliar address, I grabbed my purse and car keys and ran out the door. Chapter 14. Greg? Greg? Where are you, Greg? My patience was running low. Greg's direction was to the middle of nowhere, which is also known as the woods. As a wolf, the woods don't often bother me, but this is new territory. I've never run through these paths, and neither has my wolf. I felt vulnerable because of my uncertainty about where I was. If someone were chasing me, would I go left or right? Straight or back? Let's face it, whatever path I choose, I'll end up tripping and falling over absolutely nothing, then being too lazy to get up, which would result in my tragic yet not so tragic death. Isn't that what happens in all those cliché horror films? I attempted to rid myself of the odious thoughts clouding my mind. I went back to calling Greg's name. Greg. Pfft, Greg. If you don't come out till I count to 3, then I'm leaving. It was a lame attempt, but it seemed to have worked on Soph when she was younger. 1. Nothing. 2. Nothing. 2.5. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. 3. Ugh, damn you, Greg. Do you know what time it is? I am losing my valuable sleep just to be here, and you're not even here. Nothing but the sound of crickets could be heard. I had a brilliant idea, call his phone. As I pressed call, a distant ring echoed from meters away. Greg? I walked deeper into the forest. Greg, is that you? I saw his phone flashing bright mixed between leaves, then many feet to the left lay his body. His heart was still beating, his stomach peacefully rising every time he took a breath. Greg! I shouted, then poked him with a stick. Huh. Rose. Greg went from confusion to relief as he gripped me in a tight embrace. Oh, thank God. I didn't think I'd be able to see you ever again. What are you talking about? And why were you sleeping in the middle of the forest? My voice was nice and loud, sounding like a lawnmower under the tranquility. Rose, I missed you so much. Yes, I can clearly tell, as you fell asleep while waiting for me. A sheepish look passed through Greg's face. Rose, something bad happened. To whom? To me. I waited for him to explain, and he did. Last night after I left your home, I was driving down an empty road when another dark vehicle came out and smashed into mine. We weren't near any big intersections, and the nearest home was about 15 meters away. The damage was mostly to my car, I'm fine. His words distressed me, but I tried not to show it, no need to add more to his plate. I urged him to go on. See, one moment I'm sitting in my car wondering what just happened, and the next I'm slung out of my car and onto the floor. There's this huge guy standing in front of me, and he starts yelling at me. Then he takes my wrist and starts burning me. What? I couldn't help myself as the words slipped out of my mouth. I grabbed both his wrists but saw no scars. Not that type of burning. They took away my Delta tattoo. You had a tattoo? How did I never notice that? Don't worry about it. It was small, just something that signifies that I was Delta. It can only be removed with the permission and 100% consent from the Alpha. A look of sadness washed through Greg's face. Wait, so that would mean... I couldn't even finish my own sentence. I'm a rogue. Not only was I stolen from my position as Delta, but the man then stated that Hunter banished me from his pack. I'm a rogue now, Rose. Why would Hunter do that? You're such a great Delta, you love the pack. Why would he do this? That's the part one don't know. Greg looked at me for hope, but looked back down when he didn't see any. Dropping Greg from his status is one thing, but making him a rogue? That isn't kind. Rogues are despised and always known as a threat. A vicious, killing threat. Greg doesn't belong there. He belongs in this pack. We can't let him do this. Well, what can we do? I have a plan. It may be very stupid and risky, but honestly, it's better than this. I motioned to his packed bag, placed beside him. I was surprised he even had enough time to pack. There's an unused room in my basement. It's a bedroom, it used to be the room of the son of whoever used to live there. It's nice and secluded, and we never use it. You can stay there for now. You won't be able to leave the house, but at least you'll be safe. That's too much to ask of you and your family. I don't want to put you guys in any trouble. Greg, we have no choice. And my mom will understand 100%. Plus, we'll get through this. We'll find a way to fix this. I'll talk to him. You don't have to. I mean, you'll get in trouble. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone. I was supposed to leave. I barely had enough time to pack the essentials. I couldn't meet his gaze. Promise me, Rose, that you won't confess to him. That'll only give him more power. Please. I couldn't reply, as I was afraid that the lies would be too fake. Promise me, Rose, or I'll leave and never come back. His voice sounded threatening, and so when I looked into his eyes, I controlled myself. I promise. I looked him right in the eyes, never flinching once. He accepted it. It was so late and dark outside that I eventually convinced Greg to sit in the passenger seat while I drove him to my home. Greg, what did that car look like? I asked randomly. What car? The car that crashed into you. Greg gave it some moments to think it over before replying, black van. No, a black minivan. Yes, I'm sure of it. I gulped. That's what I thought. I ignored Greg's confused expression and drove up my driveway. Is that your mom's car? Greg asked. Looking over, I saw that my mom had just arrived as well. Rose, what are you doing out so late? Greg, oh my. What happened to you? I instructed my mother and Greg to go inside so Greg could explain everything to her. I think I forgot my phone in the car. I'll be right back. I walked to the car and sat patiently in the driver's seat. When the front door slammed shut, I reversed out of the driveway. It seemed like a new pattern. I'm knocking on Hunter's door at an hour far too late to be knocking on doors. It was strange. This time, when Hunter opened the door, it didn't look like he was sleeping. His face was fresh, his eyes wide open. He smiled, then moved to the side as if he was expecting me. Barging in, I began my rant. What is wrong with you? Well, good morning to you too. I ignored his comment. How could you do this? It was you all along. You sent that guy to follow me. You sent him after Greg. It's all your fault. You monster. He gave me a look as if saying, go on. Why? That's all I want to know. Why? Why'd you destroy an innocent person's life? I mean, I wouldn't put it past you to do something so awful, but why? Greg is an amazing Delta. Do you even know what a Delta does? His words caught me off guard and left me stuttering. And for your question, it's really simple. You are mine. He was trying to make you his. I did the most rational thing I could think of. I got rid of him. I am not yours. You are my mate. You belong to me. You are mine. Only mine. His words brought chills to my bones. My wolf actually liked his possessive side. She yearned to be claimed. You should be thankful, really, that I didn't kill him. I could have. I wanted to. Still do. But I figured it's better to have you all crazy than all crazy and emotional. Is there ever a time when you don't insult me? I asked more of myself than him. He just shrugged. Unban him. Let him come back. He ignored me. Listen to me. I'm speaking to you. If you're not gonna give him his rank back, then fine, but at least let him come back into the pack. Making him go rogue? Really, Hunter? That's a little too low, even for you. Did you know one of my wolves was killed this morning? Hunter's change of subject was random but still caught my attention. Killed? Coldly murdered. One of my best too. Female warrior. I'm sorry? Why was he telling me this? Do you want to know where she was found? Not really. He told me anyway. At the edge of the woods, just behind your boyfriend's house. The woods framed the whole town, it's practically everywhere. So? It's more than a coincidence that your so-called boyfriend left your home just an hour before that girl was murdered, don't you think? Stop calling him my boyfriend. What, ashamed that your boyfriend is a cold-hearted killer? He's not a killer. Anyone could have killed that girl and placed her there. Why would Greg, the Delta of the pack, do it? He loves this pack. He'd never hurt anyone in it. And wouldn't that man you had follow us notice something? He only shrugged. Hunter always seemed to frustrate me, leave me in a worse state than I was before. Greg's not a killer. He was with me pretty much that whole night. How sure are you? Very sure. Now let him back in. He's your friend. Do you honestly think he killed her? I seemed to have caught him off guard by my question, as he didn't reply until moments later. He is no friend of mine, not anymore. And if you want him back in the pack, you need to try harder than that. I don't even think Hunter believes that Greg would do such a thing. He's just looking for excuses. What can I possibly do to change your mind? Tell me. I'll do it. Kiss me. His words shocked me. I didn't even move when he took steps closer to me. He now stood straight in front of me. Kiss me, he repeated, his lips getting closer to mine. Just as his lips were a centimeter away from mine, I whispered, will you let Greg come back and go back to being Delta? In a matter of seconds, Hunter filled with rage. Greg this. Greg that. I don't care about Greg. Just get out of my house. No. You said you'd let him go. I said no such thing. But you said I could convince you. Hunter was now dragging me towards the exit. And perhaps you can. And just like that, he shut the door in my face. When I arrived back home, I walked in to see Greg sitting down on the couch, nearly dozing off. Greg and I sat in silence. Too much has happened, not only today, but throughout this whole month. I don't know how this entire hiding Greg will work, he can't hide forever. What would Hunter do if he found out? You must be hungry, I broke the silence. He only nodded. We don't have many groceries. Sundays are usually the day we go out and get all the groceries. There must be something here. I walked towards the kitchen and opened all the cupboards in search of something edible for Greg and me. Well, it's either chickpeas or Minute Maid noodles. Take your pick. Greg made his way towards me and grabbed the 2 packages of noodles. I'll make it, you can go change. I smiled in appreciation. I hate wearing outside clothes at home. Comfortable clothes or pajamas are home clothes. I changed into a black t-shirt with pajama pants. Once I was done, I took my time walking back towards Greg. Both my sister's and my mother's bedroom doors were shut. Hey Soph, are you hungry? I asked, her door now wide open. Nah, I already ate. Mom said she'd drop by Walmart tomorrow. She also said to feed Greg for now. Soph nearly stuttered when she said Greg. Hey, I guess I never really asked how you're coping with all of this, but you don't mind about Greg, right? I gave her a hopeful look. She smiled, yet it didn't reach her eyes. Of course. Now can you please leave and shut my door on your way? I'm trying to start my science project which is due on Monday. Hey, it's very late. You may not have school tomorrow, but you need to sleep. You can't just sleep in every weekend. After that, I put up my hands in mock surrender, then backed out, shutting the door. Walking down the stairs, my stomach grumbled from hunger. That looks delicious. I stopped speaking when I noticed Greg was nowhere in sight. A plate of noodles sat on the table. I heard the shower turn on downstairs and realized I'd been taking too long, so Greg went and settled in. Looking back at the plate, I saw a note beside it. In messy writing identical to Greg's, it said, I know you've had a long day, so just take the rest to relax. P.S. I hope you enjoy the noodles. I smiled, then disposed of the note. I grabbed my plate and a water bottle from the fridge. Walking back up to my room, I balanced the bowl and my water bottle all on one hand and opened the door with my other. A cold gush of wind nearly pushed the plate down. Luckily, I grabbed it in time. I placed my food on my desk, then went to close the window. Soph must have opened it to freshen up the house. She would often do that because she believed there was no fresh oxygen in the rooms. I never really understood her reasoning. The window was rusty and wouldn't budge at first. After putting all my weight on it, I closed the window. A chill ran through me from the cold. I walked to my closet and pulled out a sweater. Zipping it up, I walked towards my bed. It wasn't until my foot had hit the box on the floor that I noticed it. It was a black gift box. I blinked a few times, wondering if perhaps it was all in my imagination. The box looked awfully close to the other 2 I had gotten anonymously. This is so stupid. I muttered, now very angry. What kind of person hides behind creepy letters? Freaks. That's who. This is pathetic. Half of me wished that whoever this person was could hear me, but the other half prayed that whoever it really was wasn't close enough to hear. Maybe this isn't even from them. Maybe it's a prank from sophomore. Or perhaps an early Christmas present. Picking up the box, I held my breath when I realized how heavy it was. It would still be considered light, but there's definitely something in there. Unlike the last couple of times, there was no bow this time. Maybe I'm being paranoid. It could just be a gift from my mom. Since when does my mom leave me presents? I sat on my bed and set the box on my lap. Bracing myself, I opened it. The only thing I could see was a note lying flat above the tissue paper. This note is certainly not from my mother. Dear my sweet Rosanna. Do you hear that sound? My heart just broke. The note confused me until I turned it over, and a gasp left my lips. On the back was a picture of Hunter and me earlier today when we nearly kissed. The picture made it look as if we were seconds away from touching lips, our eyes fixed solemnly on each other. If this were under different circumstances, and in those circumstances, Hunter and I were together and mated, this would be a perfect picture to scrapbook. However, the fact that someone managed to snap a picture of me in Hunter's home in such a baffling position scared me to no end. Some may even see this picture as a threat to the Alpha. A small thought peered into my mind, should I tell Hunter? Of course not. I doubt he could be of any help. Plus, he's done enough damage already. My hand, resting inside the box, grew damp. I lifted my hand to see red smeared over it. Suddenly alarmed, I removed the tissue paper to see what remained. I would scream, but it seemed that even my lungs wouldn't work. I dropped the box and stepped back many steps. My terror must have somehow reached Soph as she strolled in apprehensively. Is that? Soph's voice wandered off as she was far too stunned to complete her question. I nodded. Inside that box was a heart. A wolf's heart. The heart of the girl who was found dead this morning. The words from the sadistic note rang in my ears. Do you hear that? My heart just broke. Sophie's mouth was moving, yet no sound reached my ears. Do you hear that? Her hands gripped my shoulder, yet I couldn't feel anything. My heart just broke. It felt like hours, but it was only minutes. Sophie was pushing and pulling on me and yelling at me to wake up. It was then that I realized I had passed out. But I could still hear the ringing. Do you hear that? My heart just broke.
Chapter 15. Are you seriously not going to tell him? I told you the first 20 times, Soph. My answer hasn't changed. Don't you understand? He can help you. Aren't you scared? I scoffed. Of course not. It's just some crazy guy who likes playing a prank. We both know that's not true. Soph crossed her arms, her eyes staring at my every move. After a moment of silence had passed, she said, "You're in danger." If I was in danger, then I would have already gotten hurt. Whoever this person is, they don't actually want to harm me. Just scare me, and even then, it's not working. I am not scared, sophomore. I was lying to her. I am scared. Very scared. So scared that I didn't get any sleep last night. You might not be scared, Rose, but I am. This person can come into our house whenever they want. They can hurt you, Rose. Or me. Or Mom. I'm scared. The words just burst from Soph's mouth, and for once, I realized my mistake. I seem to have forgotten that the letters don't just affect me. They affect Soph as well. The image of a horrified Soph flashed before my eyes from when she had first seen the bloody heart in my hand only hours ago. Oh, sophomore. I marched towards her and brought her into a tight hug. I'm so sorry. I sometimes forget that the world doesn't just revolve around me. I'll tell you what, let's hang out today after school. Her face brightened. Sister Day, she asked excitedly. I couldn't help but laugh at her exhilaration. Sister Day, I agreed, leaving my hand out so we could shake on it. Sister Day is a day when we go out and do something fun. It's what we would say to our parents when they would let us go. We haven't had a day like that since before my father passed away. But, Dad, it's Sister Day. We have to go. My dad would just roll his eyes and comment something like, "Every day is Sister Day." As soon as the memory popped into my head, I attempted to erase it. Too much pain. Too many memories. I have to go get ready, Soph stated, then left my room. I also started getting ready for school. I put on fitted jeans and a purple sweater. It's far too cold outside for anything else. The beginning of January is always filled with cold wind and sometimes some snow. Skipping every other step, I ran down the stairs and straight to the basement. Greg. Running down, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing at all. No blankets rolling around, no dirty plates on the floor, no clothes in the corners. Hell, even his bag wasn't here. Walking back up the stairs, I repeated Greg's name again and again. Do I have to count to 3 again? We both know how this is going to play out. Walking towards my dining room, I saw nothing. Greg. I heard rustling noises and walked towards the kitchen. Greg, is that you? No, it's Michael Jackson, a voice whispered in my ear. I jumped at the unexpected voice. Turning around, I came face to face with Greg. He smiled like a Cheshire cat. Why are you looking at me like that? He seemed so happy. I'm just very happy. No shit, Sherlock. He ignored me and instead stepped closer to me. You weren't downstairs. I was looking for you. I pathetically rambled on as he pressed his body close to mine. He didn't speak. All your stuff. It was packed up. Did you even sleep there? His body was now pressed firmly to mine, my back pressed against the kitchen counter. He didn't speak, yet again, and this time it annoyed me. No, really, I want you to answer my question. He said no words, only a as if he were thinking. Greg, I asked innocently. His eyes showed a spark, and his face came nearer and nearer. I went out for a stroll, he murmured, his mouth only an inch away from mine. And I'm a clean man. I clean up my stuff. Each time a word escaped from his mouth, it tickled my cheek. Part of me knew this was wrong. It shouldn't be in my fate to be with Greg. It can't be Hunter's my mate. I do not doubt it, but Greg. Well, Greg is Greg. There was another part of me, the part that felt the butterflies in my stomach, that seemed to disagree. Maybe it doesn't matter. Perhaps I'm just special, and that's why Greg and I feel this slight connection. Did you even sleep downstairs? I did. I wanted to ask more questions, yet as his lips brushed against mine, I couldn't even remember where I was. Rose, it's 8 o'clock. Soft's words seemed to have woken me from my daze. I jumped back from Greg, not having time actually to kiss him. Shit. Okay. Grab your bag and meet me in the car. We're gonna be late. Hurry. The realization that I was going to be late dawned on me. I have already missed so much school. I couldn't afford to miss another minute. I stumbled to get my keys from my table, then my bag. Soph gave me a weird look before retrieving her own suitcase. Soph, I screamed as I ran out of the house and up to the car. A second after I sat myself into the driver's seat, Soph ran out towards the car. The door, Soph. Close the front door. She groaned, but then jogged back towards the house, shut the front door, then ran back. Instead of sitting in the front like she always does, she opened my rear right door and placed herself in the back seat. You do know you're old enough to sit in the front, right? She gave me a suspicious smile. I know. We were almost out of our street when Soph asked, Hey, do you think we can pick up Ernest on our way? As we stopped at a red light, I turned my head towards her. Ernest? Greg's brother. She nodded. I started driving the second the light turned green. If I do recall, I remember you saying boys had cooties. She scowled. It's called sarcasm, she shouted. And that's called attitude. I teased. We'll pick him up, I stated. I guess now that Greg can't leave the house, he can't drive his little brother anymore. I wonder if his family even knew he was exiled. I guess it doesn't matter anyway. In no time, I will find a way to turn his thoughts around. I never saw Greg in the house this morning, Soph randomly commented. Yeah, he went out for a walk. I realized the fault in my words. He went for a walk? Soph asked, not truly understanding. I nodded slowly. He went for a walk in daylight outside when absolutely anyone could see him? He's a rogue now. If he gets caught, then he'll be killed. He couldn't have gone walking out in public. Are you sure? Soph's words were 100% right. Greg wouldn't be so stupid as to have gone out in public. So he must have been lying. Why would he lie? What was he lying about? My curiosity got out of hand, question after question clouding my mind. I knew for a fact that I might not like the answers. The rest of the ride was filled with silence. Soph had said all she wanted to. As I drove up to the house Soph had directed me to, I saw one that was completely different from Greg's. Ernest was standing at the end of his lawn, his hair all ruffled and his bag on his back. Thanks for the ride, he said, before seating himself beside Soph. Soph and Ernest began whispering and giggling. It was a cute sight to see them so happy and young. Straight after dropping them off at their school, I sped off to mine. I had 3 minutes to get there before I was late. I pushed the speed to 10 miles per hour over the limit and prayed that there were no cops. Honestly, I'm not one to break rules, human or wolf, but right now I have bigger priorities. The last intersection before my school popped up and turned yellow. Instead of slowing down, I took my chance and sped up. Ignoring the horns from behind, I let out a sigh of relief. I made it. The parking lot was packed. The only vacant spots were those far off. Groaning, I parked, grabbed my things, and then ran all the way towards the door. As soon as I entered, I didn't bother going to my locker. Students were still scattered in the halls, rushing to their next class. As the door to my English class neared, I finally allowed myself to walk normally. As I entered the room, I saw in big letters the word Hamlet on the whiteboard. Everyone sat at their desks, just now pulling out their books. Rose, I was afraid you weren't going to join us. I'm glad you're here. There's a bug going around. I hope you didn't catch it, Mr. Rogers said sincerely. I couldn't tell whether he was joking. His tone was serious, yet his words didn't make sense. A bug? Like a cold? Werewolves don't get sick. It's one of the perks of being one. Instead of calling him on it, I smiled, then took my seat. I passed the rows of students and made unfortunate eye contact with the boy who called after me the first day I was here. As I walked by, I expected a wink or comment, but was surprised to see none. And I don't think this because I think I'm amazing, but more of the fact that that is how those boys are. What was even more odd was the look he gave me. He looked at me like he'd never seen me before, his eyes squinting in confusion. When his head turned towards mine, I noticed the other boys surrounding him stare my way as well. Sitting down in the spare seat in the back, I could still feel their eyes staring at me. Instead of looking back, I ignored them and took out my book. It had been like that all morning. People would go silent when I neared them, their eyes piercing at me. At last, I got so irritated that I marched up to the far left lunch table and asked, "Why is everyone staring at me?" Livia's eyes met mine, and her mouth hung open. Yes, just like that. Why does everyone keep staring at me? Livia sat beside Tomas, leaving a free space beside Jared across from them. Sitting beside him, I waited for Livia to reply. Rose, you're here. She looked shocked. We just had math together. Don't think I hadn't seen those sneaky glances you made my way. Her face flushed. I didn't mean to, I wanted to, it was strange to see her so lost for words. I'm sorry, she finally said. We all are, Tomas added. It's okay. Now, why is everyone staring at me? All three of them started looking around. Oh, yeah, about that, Tomas started. Just come on and say it. I don't care, it's just irritating. Well, it has more to do with Greg, Livia stated. Greg? What about him? Livia's mouth opened as if she was going to speak, but she quickly shut it. Ugh. Just tell me. It was Tomas who spoke next. Everyone knows that Greg was banished from the pack. And everyone knows why. I didn't even know why, how could they? There's like a wolf alert on him. It's kinda like an amber alert. If he's found on the pack's territory, then anyone has the right to kill him. I gasped. What? But what did he even do? You really don't know? Livia asked, truly confused. I shook my head. He killed one of our wolves. A female. She has no rank, but still. I could tell by her expression that the death bothered her. Did you know her? She nodded. I've never talked to her, but I know who she is. She was in our math actually. I tried racking my brain for all the females in my math class. What was her name? Celia. A vague image flashed in my mind. Blonde hair, dyed green eyes, covered with glasses. For a split second, the image in my mind took on a red hue. Something bloody. It was weird though, Jarrett spoke for the first time. She was found dead with black spots all over her arms. And not on the outside like a tattoo, it was imprinted on the inside of her skin. I had never seen anything like it. You were there? I asked, shocked. He nodded. Tomas and I were running. You know how it is for pack warriors. Gotta stay in shape. Tomas corrected. Whatever, Jarrett muttered. No, the weirdest part was the fact that her heart was nowhere in sight. Tomas's comment made all three heads nod in agreement. I stopped breathing. Heart. I didn't know what I was asking, but all I could say was the word heart. Yeah, it was ripped out. We thought that's what killed her, but when they got a better look at her arms, they really don't know how she died. But I'll tell you what, it was definitely murder. Murder? What's wrong with me? Why can I only say one word? The heart was ripped out and stolen. Someone did that to her. I don't know why anyone would even want a bloody heart. I do. To scare the crap out of me. Not literally, of course. So, what does this have to do with people staring at me? Well, see, the thing is, everyone had the impression that you two are mates. What? Why? I stopped myself from even starting the sentence. Was I really going to say that Hunter was my mate? He is not my mate, I said slowly, mentally forming each word before speaking it. But didn't you guys go on a date the day before he became a cruel murderer? Livia's words made me angry. Instead of fighting with her, I clenched my hands into fists under the table. He is not a murderer. Do you have live proof that he even killed the girl? I asked harshly. She looked taken aback. Well, no. But Alpha Hunter said. Hunter? Really? You hated the guy. Thought he was the murderer. So what changed? He's probably the one who killed the girl. My voice was rising, catching unwanted attention. I took deep breaths, trying to steady myself. He would never. Livia said with just as much anger. She then stood up, her eyes darting at mine. Look at you. Getting so defensive. What happened to you? What happened to all of you? I shouted. Tomas and Jarrett may not have spoken, but the looks they gave were enough. They stared at me, but their eyes held something more. They didn't see me as Rose, nor as Rosanna. They saw me as their enemy. Alpha Hunter is a damn good alpha. He protects this pack and would never hurt it. Livia shouted louder. Not only were other people staring at us, but they were coming closer to Livia's side. I laughed hysterically. I pity you, Livia. All of you. Don't you see how blind you are? I continued, I swear. He could tell you that you're all mermaids, and you lot would believe him. Slowly, small whispers emerged. Alpha Hunter is the best alpha. He cares for us. He protects us. He's not a liar. Not like you. That hurt. Not only because it was directed solely at me, but because it came out of Livia's mouth. Livia's eyes and mine connected. My eyes watered. People surrounded us. Everywhere I looked, I saw a serious face. I spoke. My voice wasn't even that loud, yet it still echoed off the walls. I walked away. Each step I took was like an elephant stomp on the silent floors. People parted as I walked past. I had to get away before they saw. Before they saw me. I held it in. I walked past the lunch doors to exit the school. I didn't look back. I left. Even though I said I wouldn't miss school anymore. There's no way I could go back. Not right now anyway. I ran to my car, opened the door, and slung my backpack into the passenger seat. I wanted to scream. To punch something. I wanted to sob. No matter how hard I tried to keep it in, I couldn't. I wasn't strong enough. A small tear rolled down my left cheek. It went over my lip, the salty taste entering my mouth. Another started rolling down my right cheek. I started driving. I didn't know where I was going. I picked up my phone and started dialing. I knew I shouldn't be driving while on my phone. I didn't even know who I was calling. Rose? Is everything okay? Greg. I said his name, almost sobbing after. Rose? What's wrong? Concern was apparent in his tone. I couldn't speak. Too afraid that I would break down. Greg. I said his name once more, testing how well I could speak. Why did you do it? I couldn't control my voice anymore. Or maybe I could, but instead didn't want to. I wanted answers. Do what? Rose, what are you talking about? A distant car in the background started honking its horn. Who is that? Rose, are you driving? Greg, where were you this morning? Walking. I told you. No, you weren't. My mind was too hazy, and voices were shouting in my mind. The voices of the students in the lunchroom. You wouldn't have taken that chance of being seen. I muttered more quietly now. Rose, listen to me. Calm down. I did go walking this morning, I'm not lying. I didn't go out on the streets. I went down the path in your backyard. The one leading to the woods. No one was there, I have great ears and I would have heard them if they were. I am not lying to you, Rose. Greg spoke urgently. I believe you. And I really did. Greg has never given me a reason not to trust him. His words seemed reliable. It doesn't make sense for him to have lied. Are you outside of school? Come home, I want to see you. Okay, I whispered, still quite shaken up. Okay, I said louder. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Drive safe. I was about to hang up, but something came through me. I asked Greg, why'd you put that heart in my room? There was silence for a moment before Greg replied, what heart? Nothing. I stated, then hung up. I tested him to see what he would say. Would he choke? Stutter? Confess? But no. His words came out calm and smooth. He took a moment, like any other, to think of a reply. Very reasonable. Greg, he's innocent. I know he is. He has to be. Chapter 16. Before driving back home, I decided to pick up Soph a little earlier today. Maybe even surprise her by taking her out for ice cream. Driving up to her school, I saw the parking lot fairly full with teachers' cars. Nonetheless, I still found an empty space by the entrance. Walking down the halls of her school, I saw lots of cutout trees and snowflakes. I smiled, loving the holiday spirit. Our winters don't usually get so snowy, so there are lots of other festive things done that bring everyone into the spirit. I tried clearing my mind of the memories of earlier at school. If I don't, I might take my stress out on Soph, and I absolutely hate when people do that. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I just wanted to sign out my little sister. Her name is Sophie Edwards. The secretary in the office nodded, then started clicking her mouse. Sophie Edwards, she asked. Yup. That's S-O-P-H-I-A. Yes, I see that, but, well, that's odd. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her face looked confused. What? I asked impatiently. She has already been signed out. What? That's not possible. My mom's at work, and I'm the only other person who can pick her up. Are you sure your mom didn't? Yes. Well then let me have a look at the sign-out sheet. She got up from her chair and came towards me. Walking past me to the small table in the corner, she picked up the green binder. S. Sophie Edwards. There it is. Her bright smile quickly formed into a frown. You're right. It wasn't your mom who picked her up. It was our alpha. Hunter. I foolishly asked. Huh. I mean, Alpha Hunter. Wait, that's not possible. He wasn't on the list to pick her up. Only my mother and I can. She laughed. Like, really laughed. Like the kind of laugh that someone does that is embarrassing for them, but makes you want to join them. He's Alpha. He can do whatever he wants, she finally said as she wiped the tears from her eyes. That wasn't even funny, I muttered quietly. Anyways, so you're telling me that you let my 13-year-old sister leave with a stranger. He is not a stranger. He is the Alpha. He's still a stranger to sophomore. Hey, what Alpha says, I do. Now shoo. I need to get back to work. Oh really, and what do you even do? Sit around eating food and do God knows what on that computer of yours. She didn't seem offended. Exactly. The lady started directing me towards the exit. Did he at least say why he's picking her up, or where they're going? I didn't like the thought of Soph being trapped defenseless with the wicked Hunter. She shrugged. I dunno. It wasn't my shift till afternoon. Ugh, you're all so useless. The secretary paced quickly, each step a tap. Hey. This isn't the end. I'll be telling my mom about this, and she'll tell all the other moms. And they will all tell you how unreasonably you are thinking. Alpha Hunter is an alpha. There is no way that I could ignore his demands, even if I wanted to, which I don't. I bit down on my tongue to keep myself from swearing at her. I don't care who Hunter is, you can't just let a student leave without their family's consent. She began to become angry. Your first thought should be to care for our alpha. He has, after all, saved us all. Oh God, not her too. Don't tell me he's manipulated you as well. It's all a lie. Can't you see? He kills people. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. He's selfish and evil. We were now just by the doors. Get out, she demanded angrily, pointing towards the exit. Okay, I'm going. But I'm just telling you now, if Soph gets hurt, it's on you. She shook her head hysterically. What do you want me to do? I couldn't have said no. No one can say no to Alpha Hunter. Yes, they can. I argued back. Oh, really? Prove it. I said. If I told her I had said no to Hunter, she would ask how. And then why? And there is no way that I would tell this lady that he's my mate. I know someone who has, and honestly, I'll say no to him any day. Oh please, the other day I saw girls your age practically dropping to their knees for him. Would girls drop to their knees for him? Something bubbled in the pit of my stomach. Was I jealous? Just go. Go find your sister. I made eye contact with the lady, and she didn't smile or act amused. Go, she urged. I followed her instructions and went to my car. Before I started driving, I took out my phone. Well, great. I want to call Hunter, but I don't have his number. Looking through my contacts, I searched for anyone who could help me. Just as my eyes scanned past the M column, I froze. What the? There in my contact list was the name, my strong sexy mate. Well, I take that back. I guess I do have Hunter's number. Not wasting any more time wondering how his number got there, I dialed. I didn't even bother changing the name. Finding Soph is more critical. Hello. At first, the calm yet lazy voice pushed me off track. It sounded like Hunter, yet it didn't at the same time. I was so used to Hunter yelling and being mad that I had forgotten what he sounded like when he wasn't. Or maybe I'm just having a really off day. Hello, he asked again, this time less patiently. There's the Hunter I know. Hunter. I asked. I don't know why I asked. I knew it was Hunter from the moment he spoke. I blame it on the mate connection. Rose, he asked, this time more alarmed. Where's my sister? Ooh, someone sounds angry, he mocked. Just tell me if she's with you safe. She's with me, he confirmed. I swear to God, Hunter, if you do anything to her. You'll what? Send your little boyfriend off on me. Oh wait. I kicked him to the curb. Hunter then laughed, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. I'll hurt you, I replied in a menacing tone. It was a weak threat, as if I could ever hurt an almighty alpha. I'd like to see you try, Hunter teased. Look, just don't do anything to her. I'm coming to get her. Where are you guys? You should have more faith in me. I would never hurt my mate's little sister. I'm at my house. I'll be waiting. I was prepared to yell at him, but never got the chance. He had hung up the second he spoke his last word. I already knew where Hunter lived. I went there when I was stuck in a cell and found a key to escape. I drove towards Hunter's house with thoughts from that night stuck in my head. Who on earth is sending me all those creepy gifts? That night in the jail cell, all the guards were passed out. Alive. But still, whoever this wolf is, they have to be strong. Or perhaps it isn't just one wolf. Maybe there are more of them. What if it isn't even a wolf? So many unanswered questions. The more I thought, the more my head ached. I was so into my thoughts that I hadn't realized I had already arrived and parked at Hunter's house. Well, that was weird and totally not safe. Was I driving all this time? Soph? Sophie? I didn't bother knocking. I just wanted to see that Soph was okay. Rose? I followed Soph's voice and saw her standing in the kitchen. She was holding a plate filled with 2 sandwiches. She placed it down on the counter and ran to me. Too stunned to move at first, I eventually hugged her back. Don't be mad, she whispered in my ear. I'm not mad at you, Soph. I'm mad at him. Where's he anyways? He's upstairs. He's coming now. You're gonna be mad at me. Soph kept glancing at everything but me. Her hands were clenched together as if she was nervous. Relax, sophomore. I told you, this isn't your fault. It's Hunter's. I started wandering around the house in search of him. No, wait. She ran to me and grabbed my arm. I called him. I told him to get me. And why would you do that? Soph wasn't making any sense. I told him, Rose. Told him what? I tried to keep calm, but the urgency in my words seeped out. About what, Soph? She looked down before speaking. About Greg and some other things. You told him about Greg. I screamed without thinking. For a second, a look of fear passed through Soph. I'm sorry, okay? But it was the right thing to do. Right thing? Are you kidding me? He's going to kill Greg now. I thought you were smarter than this, sophomore. I shook my head at her, showing her how disappointed I really was. No, he won't. I'm not stupid. I decided to talk to Alpha Hunter about it, and he made you a deal. Soph stood at a distance, but still allowed her gaze to meet mine. What kind of deal? I asked, skeptical. Well, he never really told me. He said he won't kill Greg. He'll make a deal, but only with you. He wouldn't tell me anything else. I didn't know what to say, and neither did Soph. The brief silence was cut by the loud footsteps of someone walking. So I see the introductions are all out of the way. Now, Rose, I think we need to discuss a few things. Hunter looked me dead in the eyes. No amusement was shown. He must be angry. I was going behind his back. Behind the pack as well. Soph, why don't you go and sit in the car? One sharp look from me, and Soph grabbed the keys from my hands and hurried off. Follow me. Hunter started walking, and it took me a second to realize he was talking to me. Take a seat. We both sat around the dining table. When you were talking to me on the phone, you said you kicked Greg to the curb. Why would you still pretend like you didn't know? That question had bothered me since the moment he had said those words. Boredom. His answer wasn't serious, but that's all I got. Are you going to kill Greg? I was too tired to wait. I just wanted to know what was going on. I shouldn't I? It actually depends on you and what you decide. After a few seconds, he spoke again. Let's make a deal. He waited for my reaction, but continued when he didn't see one. You have a choice. You and your sister go back home and enjoy the rest of your day while I take Greg and kill him. I gasped at his cruelty. There is no way I'm letting him kill Greg. Or I don't kill Greg. He finished his sentence, but I knew there was more to it. You move in here with me. You get your own room. Your own bathroom. You don't even have to look at me, but you will be living under my roof. And Greg lives? And Greg lives. So I had to live in his house. And he wouldn't kill Greg. What kind of deal is that? A very good one. There shouldn't even be a deal. I should have killed that mutt the second he spoke to you. I scowled at him. Why can't he do something nice because he wants to be nice? You're selfish, you know that, right? Yes, and I'm a monster and an asshole and a sexy beast. No, not the last one, I muttered. Now, what's it going to be? The ache in my head returned, adding to the stress that I felt. I kill Greg and you can go home, or move in with me and Greg gets to live? I didn't know what to say, but one thing was for sure. There is no way I'm letting Greg die for something he didn't do. And I'd rather move to Alaska than live under Hunter's roof. My head felt worse, almost as if I was lightheaded now. Taking a few deep breaths, I calmed down enough to say, I pick. Chapter 17. I pick. Yes! Hunter smirked. Fine. I agreed to stay with him. If it means that Greg gets to live and be part of the pack again, then, of course, I'll do this for him. Say it, he said while standing up and crossing his arms. I did, didn't I? I didn't meet his gaze. I don't want him to see how much this is affecting me. No, you just said fine. I want you to say, I pick you, Hunter. That jerk. There is no way that I'm saying that. He already knows he won. What more does he want? No, I refused. The smirk wiped off his face, his eyes hardening. A cold look passed through his eyes before he abruptly took out his phone and started dialing. What are you doing? I asked, alarmed. He ignored me. I heard the greeting of Hunter's beta before Hunter spoke. With a cold voice, he said, I want you to go to the Edwards residence. If you see former Delta Greg, kill him. No, you can't do that. I tried grabbing his phone, but it was too late. When I finally grabbed it, I just stared at it. I don't need the phone. I can just mind link him. It doesn't matter anyways. He should be arriving at our house in a few minutes. No, please Hunter, don't do this. He never did anything to you. Putting my arms out, I shoved him backward. I was surprised when he actually moved a step back. Am I getting stronger? He's taking my mate. That's something. No, you don't deserve to call me your mate. You rejected me. Maybe you didn't say the words, but you sure as hell treated me like a reject. You kill people, you hurt packs, you're a monster. I don't want you. As always, Hunter became angrier. He took steps towards me before his chest was to my face. I'm not gonna lie, he looks very intimidating right now. I know there's only one thing I can do to save Greg. I can't waste any more time. Greg can be dead by now. I'm yours, I whispered quietly, but I knew he heard. All emotion was wiped from his face. Pardon. I pick you, Hunter. I looked down, far too ashamed to face the problems eye to eye. And by problems, I mean Hunter. He smiled, not smirked, but actually smiled. It was then that I noticed two deep dimples on either side of his cheeks. What he did next shocked me beyond words. Before I could understand what was happening, Hunter had wrapped his arms around my torso, hugging me tightly. That's all I wanted to hear, he said as he stroked my hair. I felt so awkward. Does he not understand that we're not best friends? Why is he hugging me? Contrary to my words, I found my arms hugging him back. I blame my wolf. She doesn't understand the whole Hunter is an asshole concept. Rose? Soft's words brought me back to reality as I jumped back from Hunter. Can we go home? I have homework. I nodded. Greg. I shouted. What about GRE? He's alive, Hunter confirmed, but didn't smile. You won't hurt him, right? Not if you comply with your end of the deal. I will, but Greg, will he get back his position? Unless you want me to kill him, then no. He will have no such power, kinda like you, he joked. I didn't find his words surprising or offensive. He'll be alive and with his family. That's all I can hope for. I have to go. Looking back, I noticed that Soph was gone. You have tonight and that's it. You move in tomorrow, Hunter informed. Why? That's all I want to know. You hate me. You say you want to be with me, but you always hurt me. What good will it do if I live with you? Rose, if I had to say one of my weaknesses, it would be that I'm bad at this. Being a mate. You can say that again, I muttered. He ignored me. I guess all I can say is that I'm trying. I'm not a good mate, and I may never be one. But I promise you that I won't let you go. Not for another wolf or a human, and especially not Greg. I have to go. With that, I quickly exited Hunter's house. Things are just getting too complicated. Hunter says I can't be with Greg, Greg thinks I'm his mate, and I honestly don't know how I feel about either of them. It doesn't even make sense. Why do I have these weird yet good feelings about Greg? There's no such thing as a second mate, especially not for a regular she-wolf such as myself. Normal wolves only have feelings for their mate. Then again, I have Hunter as my mate. There's no way I'm normal. So, are you guys together now? Soph asked coolly as we were driving home. Who? I asked, distracted by the rush hour bustle. You and Gandalf. Who do you think? She asked, annoyed. Okay, somebody's having a bad day. I looked at her from the corner of my eye. I sighed. I don't know, sophomore. He's a monster, Soph stated harshly. Geez, thanks, Soph, for reminding me how bad my mate is, as if I didn't already know, I replied bitterly. Weren't you the one teasing me about him when we ate dinner at his home? Soph shrugged. I changed my mind. Suddenly worried, I asked, he didn't do anything to you, right? Her eyes widened. What? Of course not. Well then why the sudden hate? Not that I was disagreeing, Hunter is a monster, but something happened that made Soph think the way she is. Many reasons, she started. For one of his own pack members was murdered, and he's not doing anything about it. You don't know that, I quickly defended. It's weird. I don't mind when I bash on Hunter, but as soon as someone else says anything about him, I get this bad feeling. Ugh. Why did fate have to pair me with such a brute? Or how about the way he doesn't even care that you're being taunted by some creep? I cringed. He actually doesn't know about that. I kept my eyes on the road, making a left turn, then turning onto the highway. What? Soph screamed loudly, making me swerve the car. The car skidded right, just missing another car. Loud honks were heard. Before the car went completely out of control, I steered it back to the road and got it back to its original pace. Breathing deeply, I quickly exited the highway and turned into the first empty parking lot that came up. "Are you okay?" I asked, still stunned. "We almost died," Soph stuttered. "Yes, we almost did." When I finally caught my breath, I looked over to Soph to see that she was okay, a little shaken, but perfectly fine. "I'm sorry," I screamed. She rubbed her arm, something she did when she was feeling guilty. A saddened look passed over her face as she asked, "Are you going to move in with Alpha Hunter?" I was caught off guard by her question. I had been so selfish, not thinking about how my actions would affect my family. It was my turn to feel guilty. With my eyes closed, I nodded. I couldn't bear to see the pain in her eyes. She has already lost a family member. I didn't want her to think that she was losing me too. "I have to, sophomore. I can't let Greg die." She scoffed. "What?" I asked, confused. "Do you even know Greg?" she asked sharply. "Oh, so now you hate Greg as well? Don't you think it's a little strange how you've been getting these menacing gifts after you met Greg? What are you saying exactly?" "I just find this all odd," Soph stated as she stared out towards the streets. "Stop speaking indirectly and tell me what you're really thinking, Sophie." It angered me that Soph was doubting Greg. "I think Greg is the one who gave those creepy gifts to you. And I think he's the one who killed that wolf." I was about to tell her my opinion, but she shushed me with her finger. "And I think Alpha Hunter knows." "Is this what you really think?" "That's just a load of bull." "Did Hunter tell you all this?" "You spend, 5 minutes with the guy and he's turned you against me." "I'm not against you," she denied. "You think my mate is a monster and my boyfriend is a killer. I mean, I understand why you'd hate Hunter. I hate him too. But Greg? He gave you no reason to think all of this." Before she could speak, I continued. "Anyways, why would Greg even do that? Send me weird love notes with bloody hearts when he already has me. We're already together." Soph didn't speak. "He made Hunter's rejection bearable." I whispered the last part. "But he didn't even reject you," she shouted, frustrated. "No, but he was going to marry Emery. Remember her? Did you know that Hunter killed her mate? Emery ran away because of Hunter. She was afraid of him. I don't know what my tactic was, but at the moment, I just wanted to take all the blame off of Greg. Greg's a good guy. He doesn't deserve this, especially since he didn't do anything wrong." "Look, you want my opinion? Then here it is. I don't like Greg and I hate Alpha Hunter. They're both murderers at heart." The way Soph spoke, I have never seen her speak so coldly about another. "What happened to you, Soph? You would always give people the benefit of the doubt. You practically lived off the phrase, innocent until proven guilty." "It's true." Soph would never speak like this, call people killers, and tell me she hated someone. Just a few months ago, she told me she could never hate someone. "Hate's too much of a strong word," she had said. I guess I can blame myself for that. I always complain about Hunter and say how much I hate him. I guess she picked up on it. "You changed, sophomore." The car was still running, yet the hum of the engine had disappeared. It left us in complete silence. "No," she finally spoke up. "You're the one who changed, Rose." Soph spoke softly, yet her words cut through me. Why was she doing this? Putting such reckless thoughts in my mind. Greg did absolutely nothing wrong. He shouldn't be blamed for anything. He is innocent. I didn't want this to be how my last day at home would be. I wanted to enjoy a day out with my sister, grab some ice cream, head home, and watch a movie. Today was our sister day. It should have been a good day. No one spoke for the rest of the ride home. It was a tension-filled silence. As soon as I parked the car in my driveway, Soph jumped out and slammed the door shut. I knew exactly where she was going, the bathroom. That's where she always went when she cried. She hated crying in front of people, even family, so she would always lock herself in the washroom until she was all dried up. I remember she would do this at an even young age. I guess in a way it showed how mature she was. She would never yell and throw tantrums. She would silently endure the pain until she was left alone. The short drive home had seemed like hours. And it didn't help that halfway, silent tears came down Soph's face. It was then that I remembered how young Soph really is. Far too young to be going through everything that she is. Following Sophie upstairs, I let her go before I opened the basement door. The lights were entirely off, darkness consuming the whole floor so that I couldn't see anything but the stairs that led downwards. "Greg," I whisper-shouted. "Greg." I whisper-shouted more loudly this time. Finally, a groggy voice replied. "Why, yes. He must be sleeping." Walking down the stairs, I held my arms flat against both walls. Blindly, I made my way down. Once I reached the end of the stairs, I made sure it really was the last step by shaking my foot lower and lower. When it reached the carpeted floor, I relaxed. I patted the walls around until I finally found the switch. In a matter of seconds, my basement was filled with light. "Would it kill you to turn on the lamp?" I asked as I made my way towards him. He lay on the floor, a thin blanket only covering half his body. He wore only pajama pants, his torso showing off his nicely toned body. Ignoring the bubbling in my stomach, I began to speak. "Wake up." I tugged the blanket from his reach. "Ag, the light, it burns." He strapped his arm over his eyes to block the light. A small giggle escaped my lips. I couldn't help it. He just looked so cute. His hair was all ruffled up from tossing and turning, his muscular body seeming out of place on the floor. I had to stop myself from thinking about his half-naked body. Not because I couldn't control my hormones, but because my mind began to compare him to Hunter. Who was stronger? Who was more muscular? Who had better hair? Who was cuter? Ignoring the one name that popped up for all of those questions, I brought my attention back to Greg's sleepy state. "Get up. We have to talk about something really important." "Oh no, not the talk," he joked, but quickly shut up when he noticed how serious the situation really was. "Put a shirt on and meet me in the kitchen." He yawned in reply. "I just want to sleep," he groaned. "It's 4 in the afternoon. You shouldn't even be sleeping." As I waited for him in the kitchen, I picked up an apple and began chewing. When he finally entered, I saw he was entirely changed. He was now wearing blue jeans with a nicely fitted dark blue t-shirt. If this were an ordinary day, I would take time to appreciate the good looks of my boyfriend and how cute he looked as he stood there, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. "So, this talk, you're not breaking up with me, right?" He gave out a nervous chuckle. "'Cause that's gonna be awkward considering I'm staying at your house and you're my mate, so you can't really break up with me." I froze. Mate. Right, I never denied him the idea that we were mates. If anything, he actually did believe that fate matched us together. He is oblivious to Hunter and my relationship. Our very mystified relationship. Well, here's the thing. So you know how this whole ordeal with you being blamed for killing the wolf? Wait, you don't think I actually killed her, right? 'Cause I would never. I wouldn't even. I don't think you killed that girl. I cut Greg off. He sighed in relief. Phew. I was actually scared that they had you side against me as well. I don't know what I'd do without you. He came closer and pulled me into a hug. I accepted his warm embrace and actually cherished it, for it may be the last. Hunter said I had to end things with Greg, so I will. You're free, Greg. I talked with Hunter and got him to make a deal for your freedom. His expression changed. He seemed shocked, then a huge smile spread across his lips. You may not have your previous rank, but at least you can go back home and see your family, and before I could register what was happening, Greg had lifted me by my hips and twirled me around. This is amazing news, Rose. I can't believe you did this. Thank you so much. You are the best mate anyone could ever have. Greg finally placed me on my feet, only to once again crush me in a tight hug. My mouth was so close to his neck, I could smell his minty breath. Wait, Greg, there's more. I wanted to tell him about the other side of the deal, but it seemed as if he was too infatuated with excitement. He placed both hands on either side of my face, then brought his lips to mine. The kiss wasn't filled with sparks and passion, but more with excitement and a rush that I couldn't define. I knew it was a bad time to say this, especially since Greg was on his cloud 9, but I broke apart from our kiss. We can't be together, I rushed the words out before I could stop myself. I saw how slowly the smile on his face turned to a frown. What do you mean? We're mates. We're meant to be together. Instead of confessing the truth about us not being mates, I skipped that part completely. The other part of the deal was that we couldn't be together, at least not romantically. But we're mates. Does Hunter hate me this much? What did I even do? What kind of a person would intercept and not allow two mates to be together? Greg stated, very furiously. He now paced around the kitchen. I know it sounds crazy, but we can get through this. Like be together and not tell him? He asked, hope clear in his tone. Yes, but it's going to be much more difficult than that. I also have to live in his house. Before I knew it, wood flew everywhere, and one of my kitchen chairs was torn into bits. Greg was the one to blame. His anger rose as he paced much faster now. He kicked the other chairs and muttered curses. Greg, calm down. You have to calm down. Just take a deep breath. Breathe. My words seemed to affect Greg as he eventually calmed down. I'm sorry about your chair. We both looked down at the broken mess. It's all right. I won't let him do it, Greg spoke up. What? The deal you made, screw it. I'd rather live in hiding if it meant that I could be with you. I finally understood what Greg was saying. Greg, he'll kill you. I'm willing to take that chance. Greg looked very determined. And I'm not. It doesn't matter. It's settled. I'll even call him myself. What? Greg, are you kidding me? He'll come and kill you. Or even worse, torture you then kill you. I'll hide. What's the point? He'd still find you. So you want us to give up? I don't want to, but I have to. I'm not letting you go, Rose. We can't just give him what he wants. Greg shouted desperately. All right, then not for him, but for me. We can't be together because I said so. He stood appalled. Why would you do that? Don't you feel this? He grabbed my hand and placed it on his chest, just above his heart. I love you, Rose. Don't break my heart. Do you hear that? My heart just broke. The horrifying words from a few days earlier rang in my ears. I ever so quickly pulled my hand away from him. A look of pain washed through his features. I don't love you. I barely recognized my voice as I spoke the words. I sounded so emotionless. This is the right thing to do. Greg won't let me go any other way, and I won't let him ruin his life and his family's for a petty crush. Because that's all we are to one another. A brief and intense infatuation for each other. A crush and nothing more. This isn't the Rose I know, Greg stated. He looked at me as if I had grown 3 heads. I don't believe you, he finally said. It doesn't matter. I don't want to be with you because I don't love you. I may not love Greg, but I sure as hell wanted to be with him. Greg stared deep into my eyes, looking for a crack. A lie. Looking, searching, waiting for me to tell him that I didn't mean it. That I do love him. I want to be with him and no one else. I didn't bother mentioning once more that I'm also going to be living with Hunter from now on. Why add salt to the wound? It'll bleed anyway. You've changed, Rosanna. And, just like Sophie had done earlier, Greg stormed out of the house, slamming the front door on his way. Everything just felt so surreal. Did I really change? I think it's more of the fact that I've accepted my life as it's changing. It's not like I can do anything to stop it. I have to let Greg go, at least for now, just to buy enough time for me to think of a real plan. Because it's not like I'm actually going to stay with Hunter, I'll move in, then start thinking of a plan. The clock above the stove read 6:03 p.m. It was far too early to sleep, but I wanted nothing more than to be consumed by darkness. Maybe the numbing of my dreams will help my emotions fade away. Maybe if I dream of happy thoughts, I'll forget about the guilt, the pain, and the loss, even if it's just for a few minutes. I walked towards my room, walking past Soph's room on the way. I'll eventually have to make amends with her. I'll leave that for tomorrow. I didn't bother changing my clothes. Leggings and a sweater are comfy enough. I rested my head against my hard pillow and pulled the covers completely over myself. I want a dream. At least in my dreams, I can get away from reality and create a world where I'm thrilled. I shut my eyes and sleep comes naturally to me. Finally, I dream a happy dream. Chapter 18. I hate how much I love you. I didn't realize Greg was in my room until after I dropped my towel. I just finished a nice hot shower and wanted nothing more than to change into my pajamas and go to bed. Seeing him stand there, absorbing every inch of my body, I quickly grabbed the towel back off the floor and attempted to cover myself. "You have a beautiful body," he commented. I probably looked like a tomato right now. How did he even get in here? My door was locked, as was my window. Greg started taking slow yet daring steps towards me. "What are you doing?" I asked cautiously. "Enjoying what's mine. We are mates after all." He said the word mate in such distaste that I felt like he knew. I was too shocked by this realization that I didn't get a chance to stop Greg's grabby hands. He had the towel pulled away from me in seconds and pressed his body against mine. It was then that I realized he wasn't wearing a shirt. But I could have sworn he was wearing one a second ago. "Greg." His lips grazed mine. "Shh," he whispered, making his lips vibrate against mine. I could see the lust clear in his eyes. One second, he was staring into my eyes, like he could see my soul, and the next, his lips were on mine, as if he was searching for it. Part of me knew something was very off about Greg, but I ignored that part and gave in to the lust. A moan escaped my lips when Greg lightly bit my bottom lip. He suddenly stopped and went back to staring into my eyes. This time, there was no lust, but rather an empty pit of nothing. "Greg," I croaked out. "Rose," suddenly, his blank eyes were replaced by pain. "Rose, I'm dying." All of Greg's weight dropped on me, my tiny hands struggling to keep him up. Eventually, his weight became too much, and he fell back. Oh God, Greg. Blood tainted the pure white t-shirt he wore. At the time, I didn't care to remember that Greg wasn't wearing a shirt to begin with. No, I was far too disturbed by the bloody and twitching heart that lay beside Greg's body. "Rose." I dropped to my knees, reaching out and cupping Greg's face. He stopped moving. "Greg, wake up. Greg, don't do this." His eyes were wide open, staring into mine. "Rose." Waving my hands in front of his face, I found it of no use. It was too late. "Rose." He was dead. "Rose." I feel like I'm drowning. Every time I resurface, I find myself knocked back down. I can't breathe. My mind is going absolutely nuts. It's racing, and I am unable to form coherent thoughts, but at the same time, it's continuously telling me that I need to get to the surface. The instinct not to breathe underwater is so strong that it overcomes the agony of running out of air. No matter how desperate I am, I cannot inhale. As I feel the small bliss of oxygen entering my burning lungs, it's cut short by a large wave. "Rose," Soph shouted in my ear. Startled, I sat up at lightning speed. My body was soaked, not by water, but sweat. It seems that my dreams had turned into nightmares overnight. They always say a nightmare reflects your fears. If this is true, then that means I have a fear of losing Greg and drowning. I can't help but think that I have already lost Greg. Maybe nightmares don't reflect your fears, but rather your future. "Rose." I waited to catch my breath before replying. "What happened?" "I don't know. I found you all clustered and shivering. You looked scared. Were you having a nightmare?" "I guess." My eyes met Soph's. "What time is it?" I asked after a few seconds had passed. 7. "You have 40 minutes to get ready for school." Soph kept changing her glance to different spots. "I'm sorry." Both Soph and I looked at each other in shock. "Jinx," she yelled, a smile finally forming on her lips. I smiled too. "I really am sorry." I know I can't describe how I feel about Greg or Hunter, but I don't know what it is. I can't stand when people talk bad about either of them. I understand. I may not agree, but I understand. Relief washed through me. I didn't need Soph to agree with my decisions, but it did help if she understood why I made them. Sophie and I aren't the type of sisters to scream, hold grudges, and ignore each other. Well, sometimes she ignores me, but that's only if I finish her stash of Oreo cookies. But that's beside the point. We're the type of sisters to get it all out of our system, then say sorry later. "Are we good?" I asked. "We're good." I ruffled her hair and walked towards my closet. "Ugh, Rose." I just straightened my hair. Soph complained. I turned back towards her. "Excuse you, since when are you allowed to straighten your hair for school? You're too young, it will only kill your hair. You may have nice thick hair now, but if you keep straightening it, then you won't. Soph just rolled her eyes. Relax, I'm only doing it because it's picture day. Well, in that case, you might want to comb it. I may have messed it up. I smiled cheekily at her as I watched her exit my room. Mom needs to talk to you before you leave, by the way. I quickly changed into a sweater and jeans. I decided against makeup and just washed my face instead. There's nothing I hate more than washing off my makeup. Okay, that's a lie. I hate lamb meat more. You needed me? My mother's hands were busy washing some dishes, her face turned away from mine. Yeah, just give me a sec. By the time my mother was done, I'd already gotten my lunch made. While drying her hands, she said, "So I've already run it past Soph, but I wanted to inform you that Jasper will be moving in soon. I mean, if that's okay with you. You're my daughter. This is a big step for all of us. Mom, if you love him like he loves you, then of course he's welcomed here. I just want you to be happy. He's good for you. But you have to promise me one thing." "What?" "Promise me you'll cut down on the amount of hours you work." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, distracting us from our deep moment. My mom pulled me in for a hug. "I promise, baby. Now go get the door." When we parted, Mom went back to scrubbing the dishes. Who on earth is at our door at 7 in the morning? Shoving the door open, I saw none other than my mate. "Hunter? What are you doing here?" "You're moving in today. Don't tell me you forgot. I knew you had a small head, but I didn't know your brain was as well." "Geez, thanks." Looking back, I saw my mom busy in the kitchen, not paying any attention to me. "Stay there." I shut the door in Hunter's face. Slipping into some shoes, I could hear a small groan escaping Hunter's lips. "Don't ever shut a door on me again." Hunter spoke roughly, but his face showed no expression. "I need a day." "Pardon." I walked past him outside, closing the door on my way. "Give me one more day. I'll move in tomorrow." "No," Hunter refused. I attempted to use the guilt card. "I wasn't asking. I can't just leave my family. I need to sit down and tell them. Ever since my dad died, I've always been with my mom and sophomore. I can't just walk out telling them a second in advance." Something flickered within Hunter, but it was gone before I could register it. "Fine, you have until tomorrow morning. Now come on, I'm driving you to school." I was far too shocked that Hunter had actually agreed with me that it took me a few seconds to register what he said after. "What?" "No, thank you. I have my own car." I said, "I'm taking you." Hunter's tone directed that there was no space to argue, but me, being me, found some. But people will talk. And people will stare. Oh, and someone might actually think we're mates. Do you really want that? You're right, you should wear a paper bag over your face. Before I could argue back, I froze. Hunter's melodic laughter reached my ears. "Your face, oh my God, that was hilarious." I ignored him and went back in to get my bag. Knowing there's nothing I can do, Hunter will, one way or another, force me to get into his car. I gathered my bag and walked back out. "Mom, I'm going to school. A friend's giving me a ride. I'll see you guys tonight." I closed the door and walked towards Hunter's car. He was already sitting in the driver's seat when I got in. "Wait, Soph. We'll be getting a ride by your mother." "How do you know that?" I gave Hunter a skeptical look. "I'm Alpha, I know everything. Now wear this." In Hunter's outstretched hand was a small, brown paper bag. Oh, hell no. Hunter was, in fact, serious about the bag, but I guess it didn't matter because as soon as I saw it, I opened the window and threw it out. I was surprised when Hunter drove right up to the entrance of my school, an area where many people hang out. It was no shocker that people would stare. I mean, after the big scene in the cafeteria yesterday, I don't blame them. But it wasn't until they saw Hunter that the whispers began. I attempted to ignore them by mentally plugging my ears. Didn't work. As I arrived at my first period class, the talking grew louder and louder. Even the teacher looked at me weirdly. By the time I got to my last class, it had gotten too bad to ignore. As soon as I entered the change room, all the girls stopped their chatting. But of course, it didn't last long. "Look at her neck. I don't see a mark." "Of course not. Our Alpha would never mark her." Laughter. "She's not fit to be our Luna." The worst part was that they were right. I'm not fit to be a Luna. I wouldn't put the pack before me. I'm selfish. I can't help it. I never asked for any of this. It seemed like days had passed by the time the gym was finally over, my last class. At lunch, I ignored the cafeteria and wandered the halls instead. Livia wasn't at school today. Neither was Tomas nor Jarrett. In a way, I was happy about their absence. At least I have one more day before facing them. It wasn't until I left the front doors of my high school that I realized I didn't have a ride. Stupid Alpha. Hey you, Rosanna. From the calling of my name, I searched for the voice. Jackson? I asked as soon as the car pulled up in front of me. Why is the beta here? Get in, he demanded. He showed no aggression, but I decided to comply anyway. I'm guessing Hunter sent you? His eyes met mine, and he winked. That he did. Jackson reversed from the parking lot and went straight to the road. He doesn't make you call him Alpha anymore? That's right. Jackson was there that day when Hunter freaked out on me, demanding I call him Alpha and Jackson Beta. No, I guess he just forgot. So did I. It seems like years since that conversation happened. I'm not the only one who changed. Hunter did as well. I can't figure out if that's good or bad. Maybe if Hunter had actually rejected me or accepted my rejection, all this wouldn't have happened. I could have been with Greg. I didn't even want to think about Greg. There's no doubt that he hates me. I hate me. Well, in that case, you don't have to call me Beta. Not that you even did. Jackson's voice brought me back to reality. When he looked over at me, I gave him a short smile, but even I knew it didn't reach my eyes. Too many things were going on for me to smile and actually mean it. Turn left here, right? Yep. How do you know where I live anyways? I'm the Beta. I know everything. I'm Alpha. I know everything. I guess like Alpha, like Beta. No, but really. Really. But you're Hunter's mate. I should know where you live. My jaw literally dropped. M-mate? Me? Jackson chuckled. I'm his Beta and, quite frankly, his best friend. He couldn't keep a secret from me even if he tried. So you know all his secrets? Yes. And I'm not sharing them. I never asked you to. But that means you know the real Hunter, everything he's ever done. And everything he's ever regretted. Hunter regrets? And here I thought he was 100% monster. I know he regretted how he treated you in the beginning. He did? If he regrets that, then why is he still mean to me? I felt like a 6th grader complaining about their bully. You have to remember that he's still an Alpha. It's instincts to be strict and dangerous. He's very powerful, but he would never hurt someone he loves. Too late. Apart from all he's done to me, how could I ever forget about Emery? He killed her mate. Now that is something that can never be forgiven. So, are you going to just sit here all day? It was then that I realized that we were parked in my driveway. When I didn't move, he jokingly said, "Get out of my car." I opened the door and stepped out. "Hey, Rose," I looked up at Jackson. "Give him a chance." He didn't wait for my reply. Reaching over, he shut the door and left with a wave. Give him a chance? I wouldn't know where to start. Walking into my house, I slung my bag to the side. "I'm home," I screamed loudly. "Mom? Soph? Buzz? Did you just quote Home Alone?" Startled by Soph's voice, I slightly jumped. "What are you doing home?" "I usually get home before you." Soph had already changed out of her earlier clothes. "That's 'cause I didn't walk, I got a drive." "From whom?" Instead of replying to my question, Soph walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge. "By whom, Soph?" "Greg." "What?" I swear she told me she thought Greg was a killer. Ernest was there. We usually walk home, but Ernest was getting a ride and I couldn't say no. And why couldn't you? I didn't mind that Greg gave Soph a ride, but I found it amusing that she claimed she hated him, then trusted him to take her home. 'Cause Ernest would ask questions. And God forbid if Ernest asks questions, I joked. Well, I couldn't just tell him, "No thanks, your brother's a killer." "Soph," I warned. "You shouldn't spread rumors." Too late. Soph took out some vegetables from the fridge. "What are you talking about? Haven't you seen Greg?" "No," I felt slightly embarrassed. Perhaps I should have checked up on him. I just thought he would have wanted some time. Well then, a good thing at that, you wouldn't want to. He had bruises all over his face. "Why?" I suddenly became more alarmed. I'm not the only one who thinks he killed that girl. People have been giving him a hard time. Wow, you almost sound like you feel bad. She shrugged. Only for Ernest. That's his brother. It must be hard for him. I sighed. Mom and Jasper will be home early today. Maybe we can order out and have a little movie night? Kinda like a family. I nodded at her request. Yeah, that sounds good. Especially since I'm moving into Hunter's tomorrow. Soph froze as she was washing the vegetables. You're really leaving us? I knew Sophie was trying to cover the hurt she felt, but it was clear as day. You know I don't have a choice, Soph, for Greg. What about us? Soph's voice rose, but she didn't turn to look at me. I can't let him die, Soph. I'm not a killer. That's just not me. Plus, it's not permanent. I'll find a way out. Don't worry about it. Who's worried? Not me. A laugh escaped my lips. You sure it's not you? I teased. Nope. Maybe Mom. Oh, please, enlighten me. Was that a 50 Shades of Grey reference? How do you know 50 Shades of Grey? You're too young for that. I just saw the trailer, sheesh. Oh, Soph, you're so cute. Pulling at her cheeks, she got annoyed and splashed water on me. Hey, stop. Or I'll ruffle your hair again. How was picture day anyways? Fine, she muttered. And that was when Rose, here, walked out, then came back a minute later with a gas mask. Mom, I complained. And that's just the first time Soph pooped. Another time at the park. Mom, Soph complained. Well, I think that's enough baby stories. Movie anyone? Jasper, my mother, Soph, and I were all crowding around our family room, telling stories and just sharing moments. I was surprised when my news didn't anger my mother. She was, however, sad about it. She said she understood. Hunter was my mate. He'd do anything to keep me close. Eventually, I would have had to move out anyway. And thus began the embarrassing stories. What should we watch? Scary. Soph yelled excitedly. The Woman in Black should be out on Roman, Jasper added. Let's watch it. Soph yelled again. Really scary? What if you guys get nightmares? Mom, we're not kids. Soph argued. I think what your mother is trying to say is that she will get nightmares. A tin of blush reached my mother's cheeks and Jasper teased her some more. It was a warming sight to see the people I care for most in one room, all happy. Today may in fact be the last day I'm sleeping in this house, but I know for a fact that this will not be my last memory here. But it is a darn good memory. Chapter 19. Unlike most mornings, I didn't wake up tired today. Rather than the deep desire for sleep, I was filled with a pit of anxiety. Today was the day. The day I moved in with my mate. My alarm, which was set for 7, wasn't even what woke me up. Perhaps that's why I wasn't as tired. I absolutely hate my alarm. Instead of that horrid noise, I was woken by the buzz of my phone. It took me a few seconds before my eyes finally focused on my phone screen. Apparently, my strong, sexy mate was calling me. I should really change that. Hello. Why aren't you up? Hello, Rose. So nice to talk to you on this fine morning, I barked out sarcastically. Hunter ignored my sarcasm and repeated, Why aren't you up? What are you talking about? I'm talking to you, so clearly I'm up. Yeah, barely. I can nearly smell your bad morning breath from here. Hey, that's not even possible. Be ready in 20 minutes. Hunter immediately changed the subject. Okay, whatever, most of my things are packed anyways. That's fine. Oh, and I was about to ask Hunter whether I would have to take my bed when he hung up. Sighing, I got up and changed into the clothes I had already set out the night before. Last night, I finished packing all my clothes and books into boxes and even carried them to the middle floor by the door. Now all I had to do was get ready. By the time I was finished changing and eating breakfast, Hunter was knocking on my door. Opening the door, I muttered, Keep it down, will you? Soph and my mom are trying to sleep. We're not all crazy like you to wake up at 3 a.m. I don't wake up at 3 a.m. Hunter's appearance was blank of emotion. I was kidding. Hunter began picking up boxes from the floor and stacking them one on top of another. Does this guy not have a sense of humor or something? Are you sure you can handle all that? Hunter lifted 4 boxes, nearly blinding him. Hunter scoffed, then walked out toward his car. Hey, careful with those. All my books are in them. I took the last 2 boxes and followed him out. Why did you bring so many books? I know you're a nerd. You don't have to prove it. I take that back. I guess he does have a sense of humor. A very, very corrupt one. Oh, haha, so funny. Call me a nerd, I don't care. I like reading. I did. You did what? Hunter looked irritated by my question. You told me to call you a nerd, I already had. Although you're not smart like one. Hunter put all my boxes in the back of his car, then proceeded to the driver's seat. I quickly jogged to my house, closed the door, then ran back to his passenger side. It wasn't until we had reversed from my driveway that the realization of him and me being alone in a car came to me. Hunter didn't speak a word, and neither did I. The silence grew unbearably awkward, and I wondered how we would even last in the same house. Would we really just ignore each other? What if he has no food in his house? What if I starve? Welcome to your new home. Hunter's voice caught my attention. Hunter's house wasn't huge, not like the pack house. It was the perfect size for a family. We both walked up, boxes in hand. Without even taking off his shoes, Hunter took 2 steps at a time, going up the stairs and entering one of the rooms. I, on the other hand, put the boxes from my hands on the floor, slipped off my shoes, and then followed behind him. This will be your room. Mine is right across. Bathrooms in between, and you know where everything else is. What is that supposed to mean? I asked dramatically. You've been here before. When you and your family came over for dinner, you should know where the kitchen and dining rooms are. Right? I muttered, slightly embarrassed. Hunter placed all the boxes on my bed, telling me to unpack them later. I was about to reply when I suddenly got really dizzy and stumbled a few steps. Whoa, are you okay? Hunter rushed to hold me up, his arm tightly gripping my waist. Once I regained control, I pulled myself away from him. Why do you even care? The brief look of worry washed from his face, and he looked sad instead. I'm your mate. I'll always care. Hunter left after that, stating that he had a pack of things to do. He also told me to stay here and not go. Supposedly, I've been excused from all of my classes today. When I had asked him how, he said, "Don't worry about it." Whatever that means. I didn't know what to do anymore. I care for Greg, I really do, but things have been so complicated, I don't think we would work out. At least not for now. And then there's Hunter. Aside from his rude remarks, he's acting quite civilized. Might I say, like a mate. Well, that's the most mate-like Hunter can get. My head started pounding again. I could practically hear it. I groaned, realizing that I didn't even bring any Tylenol or Advil with me. I made my way to the kitchen and started looking through the shelves. Perhaps Hunter had some. First shelf? Nope. Second shelf? Nope. Third shelf? Nope. Last shelf? Oreos. Wait, Oreos? All the other shelves were filled with spices, uncooked noodles, peanut butter, Nutella, all those things. But this shelf? For boxes of Oreos. Who just has 4 boxes of Oreos in their house, but God forbid they have any Tylenol? I knew I couldn't rest until my head became somewhat bearable, so I grabbed my purse and prepared to walk to the nearest store. I really should have brought my car today. I mean, it would have saved Hunter the trip. He must have known that anyway, yet he still came. From the few times that I've come to Hunter's house, I was able to remember the Shoppers Drug Mart a few blocks away. If I walked fast, I could get there in 10 minutes. The air was chilly, but with a warm sweater like mine, you could barely feel it. Reaching the store, I walked straight in and smiled at the worker standing there. I then made my way to the pill section. From there, I saw rows and rows of different types of pills. Crouching down to the last level, I scanned the shelf until I found Tylenol for headaches and pains. They were the last ones for headaches that were left. I gasped, seeing the price. $15 for a small container of pills, really? I swear they sell this at the dollar store now. Despite my cheapness, I grabbed it anyway. Getting up, my head came in contact with someone's chin, making me groan and move back. Ouch! Ugh, my head. Rubbing my head, I looked over to see the back of a stranger, complaining about their chin. In my defense, he shouldn't have stood right beside me. I'm prone to disasters. However, being the nice person I am, I apologized anyway. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Oh yeah, it's all cool, Rose. Greg. My heart stopped at the sight of Greg. His eyes stared at mine, but I was too transfixed on the bruises on his face. They were scattered all over. He had a black eye, a cut on his lip, a faint blue bruise on his left cheek, and a small bump forming on his chin. What happened to you? Why on earth is he all bruised and battered up? Nothing, he muttered curtly, then grabbed the box of Tylenol from my hand. Hey. I was going to buy those. Greg gave me a look as if to say, I think I need them more than you. And he did. Did someone do this to you? Greg tried to walk past me, but I just blocked his path. When he realized there was no way out but to push me aside, he did just that. As he slid me over using his hand, I grabbed onto it for dear life. Rose, let go of me. Jack, I'll never let go. I held on tighter. Rosanna, he said sternly. Gregor. He looked at me annoyed. That's not even my name. I don't care. Now tell me, did someone do this to you? No, Rose. I just like punching myself in the face. Repetitively. Of course someone did this to me. I couldn't help but notice how Greg was acting much more rudely than usual. I don't blame him. The last time we spoke, I told him I didn't love him. Who did that to your face? I asked, worry clear in my voice. He laughed bitterly. Oh, it's not only my face. I've got broken ribs and bruises all over. Oh my God. Greg. Who the heck did that? He smiled harshly. None other than your infamous roommate. What? Hunter did that to you. My voice went soft. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Is there another? I didn't realize that I dropped my grip on Greg, but he did as he made his way to cash out. I followed him. You should put on some bandages. You can get infections and I think your lip is still bleeding. It never stopped. Greg quickly paid for the pills, then hurriedly walked out with me in tow. Let me help you. It's hard to do that yourself. I thought you couldn't talk to me. No, I can't be with you, but I can talk to you. Although I shouldn't. Then again, if Hunter did beat Greg up, then he's the one in the wrong. He said he wouldn't hurt him. Rose, you're making things too difficult. I'll fix things. How? I'll talk to Hunter. I mean, he shouldn't have beaten you up in the first place. Yeah, because that worked out so well the first time. And who says he'll listen to you, Rose? What makes you so special? And why did he want you to move in with him anyways? He am I. Can we talk about this somewhere else? I'll answer all your questions if you answer mine. Greg gave it some thought, then agreed. My car's over there. I nodded and followed him. Did you drive or walk? Walk. I awkwardly got into his car and waited for him to start it. We can go to my house. My car's there and I needed to pick it up. Plus, I have a bunch of medical stuff that my mom brought from the hospital. We can clean out your cuts. I can handle myself. I know, but I want to. If Hunter hurt Greg, then it's no doubt because of me. The least I can do is help Greg in return. Oh, and yell at Hunter. But I'll leave that for later. When we reached my house, I was surprised to find it unlocked. Usually, either Soph or my mom locks it before leaving. You can sit on the couch. I'll go get the first aid kit. Grabbing the kit, I made my way back to Greg. Opening it up, I took out some alcohol wipes. Is that necessary? Don't be a baby, I teased. He frowned but didn't complain when I reached to wipe at his face. I can do it. Greg's hand reached out to grab the napkin from my hand, but I pulled it back before he could reach it. No, just let me do it. It's easier if I do it. Fine, he grumbled. As the alcohol touched his wounds, I could see Greg's muscles tighten. So Hunter really did all this to you? Most of it. The rest was random people from the pack forcefully bumping into me. Why would they do that? Just because you believe me, Rose, doesn't mean they do as well. People still think you killed that girl. Wouldn't they think otherwise since Hunter let you go? Hunter let me go, but he didn't tell the pack that I was innocent. He only told them that I was not to be killed. That wasn't part of the deal. I shouted angrily. Yeah, well, it's a monster you're dealing with. What do you expect? I knew it shouldn't have bothered me, but the fact that Greg called Hunter a monster left me with a feeling of distaste. It's hard to hear someone you care about hate on someone else you care for as well. Although, by the marks on Greg's face, that goes both ways. Hunter went too far this time. I put up with his part of the deal. He should have put up with his. Greg doesn't deserve any of this. It was never his fault. A small part of me suggested that if I stayed away from Greg, things might get better. But the bigger part of me found that ridiculous. I shouldn't submit to Hunter because I've given up. I can't give up. Okay, all done. Greg said a quiet thanks, to which I shrugged and packed up. So, first question? I asked. Why does Hunter care so much for you? He doesn't. Don't deny it. I see the way he looks at you, and why else would he demand for you to live with him? Plus, he beat me up because I'm your mate. That must be why he's doing all this. But why? Okay, see, the thing is, Hunter thinks I'm his mate. What? How's that possible? You only get one mate, and I'm your mate. I know, it's crazy. Do you have a pull with him? Instead of lying, I told him the truth. Yes. Is it stronger than what you feel with me? Yes, very much. But I didn't say that. Because if I did, then I knew for a fact that Greg could break. He's already on the edge. It's the same. So, both me and Hunter are your mate? No. Yes. I loved Greg, I really do. But Hunter's my one and only mate, and for that, I'm in love with him. But Greg's special. I have feelings for him when I shouldn't. It should be impossible for me to love anyone other than my mate and family, of course. So that's what it is. You love the both of us, but he's alpha, so you chose him. I mean, I get it. He's stronger, richer, more powerful, and I'm just pathetic. No, Greg, it's not like that. I wanted to be with you, I still do, but Hunter wouldn't allow that. I mean, why else would I go out with you from the beginning? You chose me? I asked, a genuine smile forming on his lips. I did. Any other questions? Will you wait for me? I don't want you to be with him. As Greg said the word him with so much bile, it made me scared. I didn't know what to say, but I understand. He's making it so easy for you to be with him and away from me. Greg, Sure, let's just change the subject. I smiled and nodded in relief. I didn't know how to reply to his request because I didn't know what the future held. Maybe, just maybe, somehow I will end up with Hunter. Maybe. Would you like to watch a movie? Greg asked while picking up the remote. Do you think that's a good idea? Why not? Hunter would never know if that's what you're worried about. And it's only a movie. I don't really have any other plans tonight. Okay, why not? There's Netflix, we can pick something from there. After arguing over what to choose, we settled for Catching Fire. It's been a while since I've seen it, and Greg has never watched it. That's so stupid. Why do they have to kill each other? Why can there only be one winner? Because, Greg, that's just how life is. We both got settled into the couch, our arms nearly grazing each other. Life is just killing everyone until you're the last one alive? Greg turned to look at me as he spoke, making me realize how close we were to each other. Shut up and watch. Greg laughed, but remained silent as the movie began. So, does that mean he forgives me? Doubt it. Greg can have mood swings. Sometimes he's nice, sometimes he's mean. Most times it's my fault, rarely it isn't. It was the second time today that I had been woken by my strong, sexy mate. However, I didn't even remember falling asleep or when my head stopped hurting. When I woke, I was still on my couch, the TV off, and my phone ringing in my pocket. Greg was already gone. I didn't mind, however. It's easier if Soph doesn't come home to see him here. Light peered from all the windows, the clock on the wall reading 2 p.m. Soph must still be at school. Hello? I answered. Where the heck are you? Can you ever just start with a hello? Is that too much to ask for? Hello, Rose. 2 people were just found dead in the forest. Now, where the heck are you? Wait, 2 people or wolves? Wolves. But they died in human form. Now, I'm not going to ask again. Where are you, Rosanna Maria Edwards? I'm at home. What do you mean human form? Were they murdered? Don't lie to me, Hunter sneered. I was just at the house and you were not there. What are you talking about? I'm still here. I was just sleeping before.
Introductory author's insight. In this chapter, I wanted to show that the greatest danger isn't always physical, it's psychological. Rose is finally forced to share her secret with Hunter. She shows him the stalker's note, hoping he will protect her. But instead of banding together, they turn on each other. Hunter blames Greg. Rose blames Hunter. They are both so blinded by their jealousy and distrust that they miss the bigger picture. In my opinion, the most chilling part of this chapter isn't the argument, it's the fact that while they are fighting, the stalker is still active. The note on the fridge proves that the enemy has access to Hunter's home. They aren't safe anywhere, and their inability to work together is exactly what the killer is counting on.
Chapter 20. Rose. The sudden voice startled me as I crumpled the note in my hand and shoved it into my pocket. Yes, I asked innocently. What did you just hide from me? My mind pondered on what to do. Perhaps Hunter really could help. Okay, I have to tell you something, but you have to promise you'll control your temper. What temper? He scoffed. Before I could change my mind, Hunter had already reached into my sweater pocket and snatched the paper. Hey, you can't do that. Just did. He smirked before unraveling the note. Hunter, wait. Hunter ignored my protest and began reading the words. I saw as his face morphed from humor to shock, then finally to rage. Who sent you this? Hunter was shouting out in anger, but I knew it wasn't aimed at me. Well, I hope not. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I mean, I really don't know. The person never put their name on it. Hunter read the note again, his hands in fists. Do you not know what this is? Rose, this is a threat to not only you, but me as well. It all connects now. Hunter shook his head, his eyes concentrating on the horrid note. The killings, Rose, they all match up. Someone's attacking my pack, and they're going after my mate and pack members. Except, the killings started more than a week ago, and you just got this now, I assume. I looked away from Hunter's haunting eyes. Right? Hunter asked loudly. Rose, please tell me this is the first note you got. Well, I may have gotten one or a few other notes before. What? And now Hunter was angry at me. You said you would control your temper. Why the hell didn't you tell me as soon as you got the first one, Rose? This time, Hunter didn't speak as harshly. I didn't know how you'd react. Plus, you ended up locking me in a cell for a night. I didn't know if I could trust you. And now you can? Now I don't have a choice. Hunter didn't speak, his face deep in thought. Hunter, Jackson is on his way as we speak. He has the report on the couple. The one who died? Yes, Hunter spoke sternly, but deep down I knew how much it bothered him that 2 of his pack members died. Any alpha would be worried. Were they mates? They were. Except they were killed differently. What do you mean? He sighed. I don't know much right now. I need Jackson to come with all the documents. Speak of the devil. I heard a car door slam and seconds later, the doorbell rang. Hunter nearly jogged to the door. When he got there, Hunter let Jackson in but grabbed the papers from his hands before even saying hi. As I walked down the last steps of the stairs, my eyes connected with Jackson's. Instead of speaking, I just smiled, to which he gave a short nod. Is this it? Hunter asked in his serious mode. That's it. Both Hunter and Jackson walked towards the dining room, sitting down and staring at some papers. What is that? I asked, also sitting down. Hunter looked up from his papers. I expected him to be angry or annoyed since I was including myself with them. However, that wasn't the case. It was one male, one female. Mates just had a 3-year-old little boy. They were on their way to the park when attacked. By the time anyone found them, both adults were dead, the child crying endlessly on the floor. I was shocked. How could people be so cruel? The guy, he had many wounds on his body. Looks like he was beaten to death. The girl, on the other hand, she has black spots all over her skin. Like, on the outside? Or was it in her? It was like black veins popping out, but in random spots. We've never seen anything like it. It wasn't even some weird disease. Other than a common headache, a werewolf is immune to any other sickness. Jackson was the one who informed me more about what happened. Then what is it? How did the person kill them? We're considering a type of drug. For a werewolf? Well, if it killed one, then yes. Whoever these people are, they're not playing games. They're going straight for the neck. Maybe not. Hunter spoke up, taking my note and tossing it over to Jackson. Beta Jackson read it over, his face furrowing. Roses are lying. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, sure, I lied to Greg about us being mates, but that has nothing to do with this creepy stalker. Well, at least now we know who the killer is. We should have never trusted him. Hunter nodded in agreement to his beta's words. Wait, you know who did it? Who? Greg. My features froze, my mouth hanging slightly open. You're joking, right? Greg didn't kill those people. I thought we already went through this. You banished Greg, I proved he was innocent, and now he's supposed to be left alone. And how exactly did you prove he was innocent? Hunter asked, his face showing no emotion. Hee. I mean, I was at a loss for words, my mind completely blanking. Hunter was right. I hadn't necessarily proven Greg innocent, as I just made a deal with him. But then again, Greg was always innocent. There's nothing to prove. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? You have no proof that Greg did any of that. The proof is right here. Hunter said angrily, scrunching the note in his fist, then raising it. Greg didn't write that. He has no reason to. Plus, I know for a fact that Greg didn't kill those people. Oh, really? What, were you with Greg at the time the couple was murdered? Hunter spoke out sarcastically. Maybe. Hunter's eyes enlarged, taking many short breaths, his hands shaking in fury. You were with Greg today? Hunter even had his teeth clenched. Maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut. But I couldn't let them wrongfully blame Greg. I bumped into him at Shoppers Drug Mart when I was buying Tylenol. Jackson spoke before Hunter could. You only bumped into him. Even if you stayed to talk, what is that? 30 minutes at most. He killed them after. Perhaps your interference triggered something in him. No, it wasn't like that. He had cuts and bruises all over his face, which was from my beloved mate. I gave Hunter an irritated look before continuing. I just helped him clean up. He was with me. He couldn't have done it. You don't even know what time the people were mercilessly killed. How do you know he was with you at that time? Because I know Greg didn't do it. Greg isn't the monster, and if you take him, you'll just see how wrong you are. Where were you at 2? With Greg. I could see Hunter's hands turning white from his tight grip. He clenched tighter every time I said, Greg. I called you at around 2:30, and you said you were at home. Was Greg with you then? I couldn't look at Hunter. Well, not exactly. I mean, he was with me before that, but when you called me, he was gone. But he didn't do it. Hunter didn't look too convinced. Hunter, he didn't do it. You have to believe me. I know you guys hate Greg, but he isn't a killer. You believe me, right, Jackson? I gave him a hopeful look. I'm sorry, Rose, but it all adds up. He meets you, you guys start having this thing, then someone dies. He gave a short glance at Hunter before looking back at me. He leaves for a while and everything's okay. He comes back and a few days later someone dies. That doesn't mean he killed them. I shouted, standing up. It's a coincidence, okay? Or heck, maybe he's being framed, or it's all in your head. But I know for a fact that Greg did nothing wrong, and I'm not going to sit here and listen to you guys single him out. Don't speak to me like that. You may be my mate, but I am still your alpha. Screw you, Hunter. You broke our deal. You said you wouldn't hurt Greg. Well, guess what? Roses aren't the only ones who lie. Hunters lie as well. No, I said I wouldn't kill him. Not that he would be all safe. He should have known better than to walk up to me and demand his rank back. He disrespected me. Well, I didn't know that part of the story. Yeah, well, it shouldn't have mattered anyways. You took away his rank for no good reason. And God forbid if someone disrespects the almighty Alpha Hunter. Is that chair comfy enough for you? You look parched. Should I get you a glass of water? I mocked. Enough. Hunter screamed, standing up as well. His height made him look even more intimidating. Just because you hate the truth doesn't allow you to lash out. Look at you, Rosanna. You've said and heard so many lies that you're believing them. Think about it from anyone else's point of view. Greg is angry that I kicked him out, and so in revenge he kills 2 of my members. That's not true. And the letters started before anyone died. He is obsessive. That's why you got the letters from the beginning. The more time you spent with me, the worse it got. You don't know anything. We almost kissed, and so someone dies. We did not almost kiss. And anyways, that doesn't mean Greg is the killer. Stop defending him. You stand up and dare call me a monster, but look at the man you lay your loyalty with. I am no more of a monster than he is. That's not fair. You can't compare yourself to him. Of course not, there's nothing to compare. And even if you did, the results are obvious. I'm better, faster, stronger, smarter, more powerful. Yeah, well, despite all that, he still beats you. Oh, really? Well, do I even need to remind you that I am your mate? You may act as if I am the most revolting person in the world, but you could never truly hate me. I don't care about any of that. Mate or not, I don't hate you, Hunter. A smug look appeared on his face. But I don't love you. I love Greg. Very, very slowly, Hunter's face inched from his smirk to neutral. Even though I couldn't see a frown on his face, when I looked into his eyes, I saw them filled with emotions. I hate you, they said. And right now, I hate myself too. Hunter left after that, muttering to Jackson that he needed to cool off before he did something he regretted. I was afraid he might go in search of Greg, but Jackson assured me he wouldn't. He just needs some time alone. What you said, it really hurt him. I didn't mean to. I mean I did, but I just wanted to wipe the look off his face. Sometimes he just gets under my skin and I hate it. But you don't hate him, Jackson stated. No, I don't. He's my mate. I may treat him like he's the worst, but I guess I'm just scared. The more time I spend with Hunter, the more civilized he acts. I chuckled. Who knew Hunter could scare people by being nice? You know, he may put on this front as if he's invincible, which for the most part he is. But deep down, he's breakable. Just remember that, Rose, the next time you want to hurt him. Jackson's words gave me something to think about as he walked out. I was now completely alone, with nothing but negative thoughts running through my head. I decided I needed some fresh air, so I grabbed my phone and put on my shoes. Maybe Soph wants to hang out. I began walking around Hunter's block while dialing her phone number. It's good we got her a phone. I mean, I didn't get mine till grade 10, and she's only in 8th grade, but it's safer to have one. Hello. Hey, Soph, what's up? I'm just walking, just finished school. Oh, do you want me to pick you up? I can get you, and maybe we can go out for some ice cream or something. I miss you. I feel like I haven't seen you for weeks. Rose, I saw you yesterday. Yeah, but still. I'm bored. Let's do something. If I do recall, you were the one to always beg me to take you places. I felt slightly offended that Soph, my sister, didn't want to hang out with me. Look, Rose, I'm walking home with Ernest. We were actually on the way to bowling with some other friends. Does Mom know? Yes, Rose, Mom knows and she's okay with it. I'm not a child anymore. Pfft, I know that. Don't you have any friends of your own? Of course I do, but can't I just want to hang out with my little sister? Do you hear yourself? Rose, you need to make some friends. Take your mind off all this craziness. At the reminder of everything that's going on, I started getting concerned. You guys are okay, right? Did you hear about those two mates? Yes, we did. Don't worry, the pack warriors cleared the area. Whoever did it, they've cleared their tracks. So, you finally believed me that it wasn't Greg? I don't know. Honestly, I'd rather just not think about it. I'll leave that for the higher ranks. Just be safe, Rose, whether you're with Greg or Hunter. I will, you too. And I do too have friends. She laughed. Then go to them and stop talking to me, you loser. Shut up. Bye, sophomore. I realized that Soph was right. I don't have any friends. I used to have Livia, Tomas, and Jarrett. But that's all gone now. I haven't even seen them since the big incident in the cafeteria. I wonder if they'd treat me differently if they found out Hunter, their almighty alpha, is my mate. Probably. They'd all suck up. It's kinda sad when you think about it. It seems that everyone from my previous pack has adapted quite easily to their new surroundings. When I first imagined my pack being taken over by the Dark Moon pack, I thought it would be the end. The worst part wasn't even the thought of my pack being destroyed. No, the worst was the thoughts that rushed through my head. Because maybe, just maybe, if everything did end, I would be in heaven with my dad. People die every minute, which means families are suffering nonstop. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how I did it. I like to tell myself that my father was bad. That he never cared for us kids. In the end, despite him being a bad dad, he was still a good person. He loved my mother to no end. He made her happy. Sure, now Jasper makes my mom happy, but it's never the same. My mom will smile, laugh, and blush, but very rarely will it reach her eyes. You know what they say, eyes are the window to the soul. I was too busy thinking that I nearly missed Hunter's house. Had I really walked in a complete circle already? I walked to the house. I doubt Hunter is home right now. The door was unlocked, just like I had left it. In my defense, I would have locked it if Hunter had given me a key. With everything going on, I felt a little uneasy. For all I know, the killer could be waiting in there, eating a sandwich and drinking some wine, waiting for me to walk into his knife. And knowing me, I'd slip on the wine, somehow choke on the sandwich, and literally walk into the knife. Yeah, I have one wild imagination. Well, no man was eating a sandwich. The house appeared empty of anyone else. I didn't want to be paranoid and check the upper level, so instead I decided to get something to eat. Without even looking at the fridge, I grabbed the handle and swung it open. Surprisingly, it was filled with food. I wonder who does the grocery shopping. I doubt it's Hunter himself. I nearly laughed out loud thinking of Hunter picking out lemons from a basket and putting them in bags. Remembering the stack of Oreo boxes in the cupboard, I grabbed the jug of milk from the fridge. I poured a cup of milk, then opened one of the boxes of Oreos and placed a few on a plate. What if Hunter gets mad? I feel like the Oreos are his guilty pleasure. Oh well, he summoned me to his house. He'd better expect I'd eat all his food, or at least his favorites. I grabbed the jug to put it back in the fridge when I noticed things on the refrigerator. 2 pictures were hanging on the fridge, each with a magnet. One was of a family with one little boy and a loving couple. It must be Hunter. Even as a child, Hunter was very cute. The second picture was of Hunter holding a woman's hand. Their features looked so alike, I assume it's him and his mother. Hunter never talks about his family. All I know is that they've passed and to never, ever mention it to him. It's something that only he can talk about. In the picture, he looked about 10 years old. His dimples were even more noticeable. He was smiling so brightly, I don't think I have ever seen him look so happy. My heart melted a little from the picture. Hunter was very dangerous, mean, and cruel, but he is like that for a reason. Not that I think it's okay for him to do all the things he does, but I understand it. A smile was framed on my own face, but quickly dropped when something in the corner of the fridge caught my eye. It wasn't a picture, but a note. A very familiar-looking note. It was the note that I had gotten this morning, all crumpled up now. Had Hunter placed it here? I lifted the magnet to get the paper, but instead, another note fell down. Apparently, there was something else behind the note. I grabbed the note from the floor and read it. Deny my existence, or see my consistency. You know what they say, snitches get stitches. It took me a few seconds to understand what the note meant. Did the killer want me to deny to Hunter and Jackson about the notes? But they've already seen it. This doesn't make sense. Unless they want us to just stop looking? Maybe the killer is afraid we're going to catch him. Whatever the note meant, I didn't even have much time to think about it before the door shoved open and in came Hunter. Hunter wore nothing but a pair of shorts, leaving his body all out in the open. It took everything in me not to stare. Hunter was all sweaty and panting from running. "Rose," he said with a determined voice. "We need to talk."
Author's insight. Here, Rose lies to protect Greg again, but notice Hunter's reaction. He isn't just angry, he's hurt. "You could never truly hate me," he says. This is the first time he's appealed to the mate bond not as a biological fact, but as an emotional truth. He is desperate for her to choose him, not because he owns her, but because he needs to believe that he isn't the monster everyone says he is. End of chapter analysis. In my opinion, this chapter is a perfect example of dramatic irony. Rose finds the note on the fridge and assumes Hunter put it there. But the note says, "Snitches get stitches." This is a threat aimed at her, for telling Hunter about the first note. This means the stalker was in the house after Hunter and Jackson left, but before Rose returned. They were watching the entire conversation. Rose thinks she is safe in Hunter's kitchen, eating his Oreos, looking at his childhood photos. But the reality is that the killer has been in this room more recently than the owner has. Audience engagement questions. Rose told Hunter she loves Greg just to hurt him. Was this a necessary lie to protect Greg, or just cruelty? Hunter keeps insisting Greg is the killer. Is he letting his jealousy cloud his judgment, or is he actually right? The stalker left a note on Hunter's fridge. How did they get past the Alpha's security, and what does this mean for Rose's safety? Hunter just burst in demanding to talk, but with the stalker's new threat burning in her pocket, Rose has to decide, does she confess and risk everything, or lie and face the consequences alone?
Chapter 21. It was like a scene out of any horror movie. Blood stained the walls in human-sized handprints. The hall was empty, all doors locked. In fact, the whole school was empty. I'd never heard it so quiet before. How could the school be 100% vacant? A part of me prayed that it wasn't. That perhaps a janitor was cleaning some random classroom. At least then, someone would hear my screams. Everything in me was telling me to turn back, to run away. But deep down, I knew that no matter what, family comes first. I couldn't risk Soph's life, not for mine. I didn't think blood had a scent, but it does. Maybe not from a paper cut, but fresh blood-tainted walls do give out a toxic smell. I wanted so badly to believe that it wasn't real. It's all for show. The killer is just a joke. When the double doors leading to the library approached, I stopped walking. I can't do it. But I have to. For Soph, I whispered to myself, then opened the door. I tried being very gentle so as not to make a sound. Maybe I could use the element of surprise. Not much surprise when they know you're coming. Before entering, I braced myself for the worst, piles of bodies, puddles of blood. But there was nothing I could have done to prepare myself for the sight in front of me. Greg, I barely got his name out of my mouth. Greg sat on his knees, his hands preoccupied by the limp female in his arms. Greg's startled face met mine. He looked down at the girl in his arms, then back at me. It looked like he was conflicted on what to do now. Greg, you're killing her. I could barely speak. I couldn't believe my eyes. I could tell from my position that the girl went to my school, and she was now dead. There was nothing I could do. If only I had come a few minutes earlier. Greg stood up, the body dropping with a thud to the floor. "Stop," I demanded as he walked towards me. "Rose," he spoke so softly. "I can explain." 19 hours earlier. "We need to talk," Hunter repeated when I didn't reply. I finally just nodded in agreement. "Rose, I don't know what else you want me to do. I'm trying. I'm trying really hard to change. I'm trying to change for you." Hunter reached out and gripped my hand in his. No, let me talk first. Don't get me wrong, I know I've made many mistakes, especially when we first met. But I am willing to change. Maybe not completely, but I'll try to be a better mate. Hunter wasn't finished there. He softly squeezed my hand before continuing. I was nearly distracted by the sparks tingling on my fingers. "That being said, I want you to be my Luna. I want us to be fully mated. I want everyone to know that you're mine because you are. I'm not perfect, but neither are you. If we both try, I think we can do this." Hunter. "Oh, and I'll even forget about all this crap about Greg." I agree, it was very low of me to beat him up like that. "If you really believe that he is innocent, then I'll let him be free. So long as he doesn't affect our lives. But Greg and I are a thing, I know. He's not your mate, Rose. You can't possibly feel more about him than me." Hunter grabbed my other hand as well, his face desperately searching mine. This time, I didn't bother replying. He wasn't finished yet. "You don't have to love me, at least not yet, but you do have to accept me." Perhaps it was the fact that we were in the moment, or that my wolf was aching for Hunter's touch, but I ignored everything rushing through my mind. I went with my gut. "I accept you, Hunter." Hunter took a sharp intake of breath before a smile formed on his face. But his smile dropped. "I need time. I can't be the Luna, at least not now. I need to get the thought of us being in us processed first." "Yeah, sure, makes sense. Step by step, he stated. "Today I've done many surprising things. For one, I woke up willingly. 2, I made an effort to look nice. And last, I'm at school. And let me tell you, I would rather be anywhere but here. However, I've committed to graduating, and that will only happen if I actually attend classes. This morning, when I was getting my binders from my locker, I had nearly forgotten my lock combination. Now I'm sitting in math class, waiting for the bell to ring to dismiss me to lunch. All right, class, you can pack up. Don't forget to submit your university applications before the end of the month. There will be no late submissions. Don't miss the deadline. I used to have my whole future planned out. I wanted to graduate from high school, then go to a school far enough away that I could actually live a peaceful, mundane life. My entire childhood was filled with the thoughts of living happily ever after with my mate. However, after seeing the death of my father affect my mother, my thoughts quickly changed. Sure, losing someone who isn't your mate hurts. But the pain of losing someone is intensified nearly 100% more. I don't know how my mother even overcame her mate's death. She truly is a strong woman. Miss Edwards, the bell has rung. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I hadn't realized everyone had left the classroom. Oh, my bad. I slid on my backpack and then walked out. Bye, Mrs. Morgan. I kept walking but turned my back to say bye. My body collided with another, both of us crashing to the ground. Whoa, Livia, are you okay? A boy pulled the girl up, and a hand reached out to help me. Not acknowledging who they were, I took it. Rose, Livia said, surprised. I almost expected Livia to have a livid face and yell at me as she did a few days ago. However, as my eyes met hers, then scanned over Tomas, followed by Jarrett, I noticed regret. Oh, Rose. I am so sorry. Livia pulled me into a tight hug, repeating the words, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what to say. They all turned against me, yelled at me, and left me feeling weak and embarrassed. I don't know what overcame me. It's just, I owe our alpha everything. When I heard what you said about it, I snapped. Livia let me go, but still gripped my shoulders. Oh, please, please tell me you forgive me. Please. Livia went back to hugging me. I would honestly forgive her if it meant she would let me go. And Livia, she can't breathe. Oops. I'm sorry. Livia apologized again, but thankfully let me go. Come eat with us. Livia began dragging me down the hall by my hand. Was she always this, touchy? And Livia, you do know she hasn't accepted your apology yet. She probably wants to bash your head. Livia gave a death glare at Jarrett for his comment, but listened by letting my hand go. Look, I get it. It was all just one bad situation. I forgive you, but I don't think I can go back to being all jolly and gossiping. I totally understand. I'm so sorry again. Come sit with us for lunch at least. It's not healthy to eat in the bathroom. I do not eat in the bathroom. I looked away, guilty. Score, Tomas muttered to Livia. Oh no. I'm making you hate me even more. I'm so sorry, Rose. How about this? I'll sit with you guys if you promise not to apologize anymore. Okay, I'm S. Never mind. They all started walking towards the cafeteria, Tomas teasing Jarrett the whole way. As they all sat down, I sat beside Jarrett, Tomas across from me, and Livia beside him. Tomas said something about Jarrett trying to make him jealous. So, how long have you guys been dating? I asked innocently. We are not dating. For the love of God, Jarrett's been dating some girl for 6 months. Tomas spat out, his cheeks tainted pink. I laughed. You do sound jealous. It seemed weird to get back into it. Teasing and having fun. It feels like years since I've been back in this position. Midway through lunch, Tomas mentioned we had a geography quiz. With this information, I excused myself to study in the library. Contrary to my words, I ended up going to my locker instead. I guess I'll have to think on the top of my head for the quiz. It's just geography, I reminded myself. I don't even know why I retook it. I guess I just assumed I would be traveling one day, so it would be good to know where to go. Although I doubt my knowledge of permafrost and urban patterns will help me much in the traveling department. Oh well. Walking into the class, I noticed I was the only one there. Even the teacher was gone. The door, however, was wide open. Go right ahead. A voice called out from the back of the classroom. My teacher was busy leafing through the bookshelves. I was about to ask him for help, but decided against it. Maybe I could get a little review in. When the gym finished, I was sure I was the last one there. I had no rush to get home. I even volunteered to put away the day's equipment. By the time I entered the change rooms, everyone had left. I took my time changing back into my regular clothes. My feet ached from my previous workout as I walked to my locker. It's crazy how quiet the halls are. No human in sight. No aliens either. I couldn't have taken that long. Distracted by the loneliness of the school, I passed my locker. Once I realized what had happened, I rushed back. That can't be it. On my locker was a sticky note, a bright yellow one with Sharpie writing on it. Come to the library, don't bring your mister. Ignore my note, and I'll kill your sister. My first reaction was to look around me. I felt as if I was being watched. So, I put my life on the line by going to the library, or I let the creep kill my sister. No one hurt Soph. I decided I wasn't going to act scared and like a coward. I was going to barge into that library and demand answers. And if there was a person with a working saw, then I guess I'd run as fast as I could. The closer I walked to the library, the more the fear started to affect me. I can explain. Oh, I'm sure you can. I can't believe this. You just killed that innocent girl. What did she ever do to you? Huh? No, it's not like that. She was already dying when I came. I didn't kill her. I don't believe you. My heart was breaking with each word I spoke. I was framed, Rose, you have to believe me. I would never kill anyone. When I looked at him, I didn't know how to act. So instead, I wiped all expression from my face and stared at him with cold eyes. Come on, Rose, I would never hurt anyone. You know I wouldn't. How am I supposed to believe you when I just saw you with a dead girl in your arms? Listen to me, I was set up. I got a note to meet you in here. I assumed it was from you. When I walked in, I saw this girl. She was choking on the floor. There was blood everywhere. She had a gash on her stomach. Someone would have heard. Why didn't anyone else come in? I don't know, Rose. I begged for someone to come and help me, but no one did. I couldn't find any help. Why didn't you call 911? It just didn't add up. I left my phone in the car. Why did you use the library? There was no use. She was already on the verge of death. The stab was fatal. Oh, so you're a doctor now? No, but I didn't kill her. You have to believe me. See, you keep saying that, but you're not proving it. Greg had no words left. But I do. I can't believe you. I trusted you. I defended you. I told everyone you were innocent. They all called me crazy for standing up for a criminal, and now I realize they're right. Don't say that. You were my first boyfriend, my first date. I actually risked my life for you. I did so much for you, and this is how you repay me? By threatening me with stupid notes. A part of me, fear, reminded me that I probably shouldn't be yelling at the person who can mercilessly kill me. What? Rose, what are you talking about? Don't you see? This wasn't me. I was framed. Someone wants us apart, and they're willing to do anything about it. It's probably Hunter. Anger rose within me, although I was already angry. I can't believe you right now. Are you really going to blame this on Hunter? If this is Hunter's doing, then where is he? Right. It's just you, me, and a dead body. This wasn't me, Rose. I'm telling you the truth. You know me. You love me. Greg reached out for me, but I stumbled back just in time to miss him. Once he saw I didn't want him near me, he stopped trying. I loved you. I loved Greg. You can't be Greg. Greg is not a monster. I shouted, tears spilling from my eyes. I can't even remember when I started crying. I was out of breath. Greg is the killer. He always was, yet I was too dense to accept the possibility. Everyone was pointing to him. It all makes sense now. I felt sick to my stomach. I had defended that disgraceful waste of a wolf. My head kept rushing to every memory I shared with Greg. His name alone brought bile to my mouth. Everyone was right. Hunter was right. Greg is the real monster. Chapter 22. Why am I up so early? You missed the pack meeting. Why was there a pack meeting at 5 in the morning anyway? I'm a werewolf, not a vampire. I need sleep. If you don't wake up right now, I swear I'll. You'll what? At the sudden mention of a threat, I sprang up from my bed. Doesn't matter. You're up. A smirk formed on Hunter's full lips, his eyes staring down into mine. Truthfully, I didn't want to hear the end of that threat. I knew Hunter was on a pledge to be a better mate, but when he wanted something done, nothing could stand in his way. Now get dressed. I need to tell you something important. What, are you pregnant? I laughed at the horrified expression on Hunter's face. I'm a man. I didn't expect you to listen in class, but it's basic knowledge that men don't get pregnant. It was odd to see someone shift from humor to seriousness so fast, but this was Hunter we were talking about. His emotions were volatile. One second, he was laughing and having a good time, and the next, he was staring at you with cold eyes. Relax, it was a joke. I forgot you had alexithymia. I brushed past Hunter to my bathroom. I don't have. Right. Hunter's words dropped from his mouth when he saw the amusement on my face. Just meet me downstairs in a minute. Or make that too, make sure to brush your teeth. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? My question fell on deaf ears as Hunter was already halfway down the stairs. Although he still technically heard me. In record time, I washed my face and brushed my teeth. Rather than changing all my clothes, I threw a sweater over my t-shirt and kept my pajama pants on. Before I even entered the family room, Hunter's voice called out, I thought I told you to get changed. I am. Oh, for the love of, you're covered in antlers. Staring down at my pajama bottoms covered with moose, I guessed he had a point. I'm from Canada. We like animals. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Really? Have you even heard yourself speak? Hunter gave me a mock smile before carrying 2 mugs over to the table. Oh, thanks. He handed me one of the mugs. It's tea. After taking a sip, I broke the silence. So, what's so important that you dragged the whole pack out of their beds? I joked. Hunter didn't find it amusing. Instead, his expression was focused on the floor. What happened? I asked, more alarmed. It's getting worse. There were 2 more found dead this morning. How's that possible? You have the biggest pack with the best protection. How can a murderer get through? That's what we don't know. Our warriors are the best, and the whole territory is covered. We don't think the problem is from the outside. Hunter's phone started beeping. You think it's one of us? I questioned. It looks like it. Hold on, Jackson's calling. Hello. Of course, it was someone from the inside. It was Greg. I already knew it was him. Why did it feel like I was still trying to convince myself? I saw the blood. I saw the girl. I saw her die. Hunter, I have to tell you something. I couldn't hide this. I couldn't lie anymore. He needed to know. It didn't look like Hunter even heard me. His breathing became short and quick, his hands balling into fists. I'm on my way. Hunter got up in a flash and was nearly at the door before I could even understand what was going on. Where are you going? I have to tell you something. Hunter? Are you even listening to me right now? I need to go. I have to go. Hunter kept muttering words that made absolutely no sense. Hunter, Greg is the killer. I shouted. He still didn't stop. He put his shoes on in seconds and was out the door a moment later. Why aren't you listening to me? What's going on with you? Hunter had his car door open, his keys in the ignition. Hunter? Hunter, stop moving. Tell me what's happening. By this point, I was attempting to stop Hunter by grabbing his arms. Hunter. I asked one last time. My mother just died. I was far too shocked to reply. Hunter easily got out of my grip and started driving away. I knew I shouldn't have let him go. At least not alone. I should have said something. I should have done something. But it was too late. He had already left. Going back into the house, I took a seat. All this time, I assumed Hunter's parents had already passed. No one ever spoke of them. He didn't even talk about them. Plus, I would have assumed that since Hunter was the alpha and his father was not, he was the only one. I really didn't know that much about my mate. A startling noise met my ears. It was footsteps from outside. At this time, I didn't even have the energy to be scared. I just felt emotionless. It was like every mistake and every lie I'd ever told was flashing through my head. I felt terrible. You know, if I was a murderer, you'd be dead right now. Glancing up, my eyes met the betas. Well, are you? Am I what? A murderer? Of course not. Jackson took a seat across from me. If you're not here to kill me, then why are you here? I am here to make sure no one else kills you. In other words, I'm your babysitter. I don't need a babysitter. I would have sounded offended if my voice wasn't so monotone. Maybe, maybe not. However, Hunter's mother was just murdered. He's not taking any chances with his mate. At the mention of Hunter's mother, I became more intrigued. How come no one ever spoke of Hunter's parents? I asked. Well, there's not much to tell. Jackson didn't seem to want to share. Please, Jackson, I need to know. Okay, fine. It's not this big story. It's simple, really. Hunter's father died years ago in battle. Hunter was young, old enough to be affected by it, but still young. How come he's alpha? Shouldn't his mother have been in charge of the pack? Her mate had just died. It might sound harsh, but she didn't care about the pack. What about her son? I couldn't help but ask all these questions. Jackson knew so much. She always cared about her son. She cared so much, she gave him the pack. All of it. All the power, all the decisions, and most importantly, the position of alpha. If she cared, shouldn't she have taken the responsibility? Hunter wanted to do it. He wanted to be alpha. Ms. Revered is too nice anyway. Is Hunter. He's going to go see her. Do you know what happened? Yes, but I don't think I should go into detail. Please, Jackson, I need to know. How else can I help Hunter? Hunter wouldn't want me to tell you everything. If it was up to Hunter, I wouldn't know anything. Just one more question, please. Just tell me how it happened. I looked at Jackson with hopeful eyes. All right. But this is the last question. I promise. Well, Ms. Revered lives about a 2-hour drive away. Another question popped into my head, and if you knew me, you knew I had very little self-control. Why does she live so, right? No more questions. Carry on. Jackson gave me an annoyed look, but continued. She lives in a small town 2 hours away, and she hasn't left it for 2 years. She had little to no contact with the pack life. Other than the few calls to Hunter, she was just like an ordinary human. Jackson paused as if he were thinking about something. She was odd like that. A werewolf who would rather be a human. I guess that for anyone else, that would sound weird, but I understood that desire. There were too many complications and struggles to being a werewolf. At least if you were a mundane, you could start fresh anywhere you liked. Live anywhere, do anything. I mean, as a werewolf, you couldn't even go off living alone. Not only would you be counted as a rogue, but everyone you had ever known and loved would disown you. She wasn't a part of the pack, but everyone knew that she wasn't a threat. She lived far from any packs. I think she even had a job. However, this morning she was found just outside the borders. Dead. Murdered. My eyes widened, and my mouth fell open. We're not too sure how she got here. Like I said, she never leaves her town. Whoever killed her must have brought her body all the way here. They were trying to prove a point. Would Greg really do that? Sweet old Greg, who got nervous on first dates. Why couldn't Greg have an evil twin? That would explain so much. We also found a student dead. Jackson's words still shocked me. And you guys think whoever killed that student also killed Hunter's mother? 100%. Jackson nodded in assurance. In that case, I know who did it. Jackson froze mid-motion. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. How would you know? Unless, when his eyes met mine, I knew exactly who he was referring to. It's Greg. Jackson rubbed the side of his mouth, his eyes looking elsewhere. I always thought there was something weird about that guy. Still, I never would have thought he would do something like this. Even when Hunter had pinned the previous murderers on him, I assumed it was only out of anger because of your feelings for him. It was my turn to look away out of embarrassment. Are you sure? Jackson's eyes searched mine, looking for a fault in my words. I saw him. In the library, I saw him and the girl, but it was too late. I wanted to help her, I really did. I just froze. I didn't know what to do. Oh my God. Someone died and it's my fault. I was in hysterics from all that had happened. Hey, calm down. Relax, it's okay. What's done is done. What happened was horrible, but you can't change it. All we can do now is find Greg before he kills anyone else. I need to go tell Hunter. I'm gonna call him. Are you okay now? I nodded. Yeah, you do know that you're a werewolf. You don't need to use a phone to communicate. Smiling, he replied, Hunter's going through a lot. There's no doubt he's blocked everyone out of his head. Oh. Jackson left, but returned minutes later with a distressed expression. Standing up, I asked, what's wrong? I need to go help Hunter. I'll come with you, I suggested eagerly. No, if you come you will only distract him. His wolf needs to be on alert. If you're around, he'll be more concerned about you. Okay, I guess I understand. Can you tell me what's wrong though? And don't say nothing. Something happened, I can see it in your face. I really shouldn't be telling you this, but on behalf of keeping you safe, I'll tell you. Greg is missing. What do you mean by missing? His words felt like a punch in the stomach. He is nowhere to be found. His family has no idea where he is, and his house has already been searched. Our first priority right now is finding him. There are 2 people on their way here. Don't get freaked out if you see them. They won't come in. They're just guarding the house. What? Why are they guarding the house? You know how Hunter can be. Just go along with what he wants for the time being. He really is going through a lot. He may never have mentioned family, but it's only because it means so much to him. Jackson already had his shoes on, his hand reaching for the door. His hand twitched toward the knob, but froze for a moment before actually opening it. Just when I thought Jackson was going to shut the door, he turned back towards me. Rose, you don't happen to know where Greg is, right? I felt offended that Jackson had to ask. If I did, I would tell you. But I don't. Fair enough. Jackson finally left. My stomach grumbled loudly, reminding me of my hunger. Going to the kitchen, I decided to make eggs. I hadn't realized how hungry I was or how late it had gotten. The clock flashed 1 p.m. I guess school was out of the question. Especially with the death of a student, that would take a few days or even weeks to resolve. As soon as my food was ready, it was gone. I was so hungry. I guess it shouldn't have been a surprise that when I opened a door, the possibilities of what could be behind it were endless. I mean, there could be a giant pink pony with a glitter tiara, and I wouldn't be surprised. However, contrary to my words, my whole body froze. I couldn't even breathe. When I opened my bedroom door, my first thought was, when did I close it? The man sitting on my bed surely answered that question. I didn't know how Greg got past the guards, or even past Hunter. Yet, there he was, sitting there. He looked normal, aside from the anguished expression on his face. He didn't look up when I entered, making me believe he hadn't seen me yet. Unfortunately, he started talking. Rose, Greg said with a velvety voice. What are you doing here? My voice was shaky. Rose, I miss you. Get out. How did you even get in here? I could barely understand the words that I spoke. All I knew was that I wanted him out. Greg's sudden motion to stand up made me stumble toward the door. Stop moving, I demanded harshly. Greg wore innocently regular clothes. He looked different than the last time I saw him. Considering the last time I saw him, he was covered in blood. The mental image flashed in my mind, boosting my desire to get away from Greg. Greg noticed my expression and grew angry. He started shaking his head, his hands trembling in fists. Rose, I did something bad. Suddenly, he stopped moving altogether. His shoulders squared with mine. Yes, you killed innocent people. Get out of my house. Get out. I screamed, hoping someone would hear. No, but I might as well have. Greg began pacing back and forth, his feet stomping against the hardwood floor. Hunter, I whispered in my mind. Hunter, help me. If only Hunter would open his mind. Just for a second. To hear my pleas. Greg's motions became more aggressive. It's not my fault. Things just happened so fast, and before I knew it, bam. Greg's fist hit the wall, creating a hole. The violent action made me yelp in fear. There was no doubt that Greg was stronger than I. There was no doubt that he might actually hurt me. They're all dead. Dead. I couldn't even bring them back if I wanted to. His breathing became louder, almost as if he was panting between words. You were right, Rosanna. I didn't realize it until this morning. When one more died. It's all my fault. I am the monster. I wanted to run away and scream, but my body wouldn't listen. Hunter, I'm scared. Please help me. But it's not just me. Everyone's got a bit of madness in them. Only some of them are willing to show it. Hunter, except you. You're purely innocent. Help. You would never hurt anyone. Me, Rosanna. I didn't know when it happened, but somehow Greg drew ever closer to me. You don't think I'm all bad, right? I wasn't the one who killed those people. At least not literally. I pressed my body firmly against the wall, but it was no use. Greg was already too close. Looking into his eyes, there was a glint in them. Greg's mouth was now at my ear, his breath tickling it slightly. Rose, he started with the same velvet voice. I think I've gone mad. Hunter, I whispered one last time. Chapter 23. Greg's mouth was now at my ear, his breath tickling me slightly. Rose, he started with the same velvet voice. I think I've gone mad. Hunter, I whispered one last time. I never did believe in hope. Desires can always be ignored, and feelings don't always exist. And that's just what hope is, a feeling of expectation and a desire for something to happen. Sometimes giving up is easier. No, it's always easier. If to hope is to risk despair, then what do you call someone with no hope at all? When you hope, you expect, and when you expect too much, you'll only be disappointed in the end. I've thought this my entire life up until now. When my mind frantically screamed for Hunter, his name even escaped my lips. It was then that Greg finally stopped moving wildly. For just a split second, I allowed myself to hope. I hoped that I will be saved. To hope that things could get better. That maybe, just maybe, I'd survive what was coming ahead. If I thought Greg was acting weird before, he expanded my expectations when he tugged my body toward him. I couldn't even push myself away as he wrapped both his arms around me, squeezing tight. If you ignored the tight grip he had, you would see it as an innocent hug. However, I wasn't hugging back. In the most desolate voice, Greg spoke out, "It's my fault they're dead." "What do you mean it's your fault? You killed them, didn't you?" If it were possible, Greg's grip got tighter. "Didn't you?" I urged on. I needed to hear it from him. Greg stepped away, but left one hand on each of my shoulders. That day in the library, he started, his eyes intensely staring into me. I waited for him to say more, but he never did. "I even have this," Greg chuckled humorously as he stomped toward a bag leaning against my bed. I didn't even realize that was there. "Gee, Greg, what are you doing?" The light from the window reflected right on the tainted knife in his hands. "Look," he demanded, bringing the knife closer to me. "What are you doing with that, Greg?" For once, my legs knew exactly what to do. Run. I ran to the door, my hand on the handle in seconds. Nothing. Despair. Once again, I was left disappointed. Hope is useless. Hope is deadly. Hope doesn't exist. The door wouldn't budge. How did you? Turning back around, I expected Greg to be standing exactly where he was moments before. Stupid of me to really think of such a thing. Rather than what I imagined, Greg was right there, an inch away. As I turned, I almost bumped into him, the knife in his hand unforgotten. "I'm tired, Rose, aren't you?" "I'm so tired of life. So tired." I wouldn't say my life flashed before my eyes. Or at least that's not what I would call it. Before I could even process what was happening, the words slipped from my mouth like a bar of soap in wet hands. "Kill me." The life I saw was not one I was proud of. I have made mistakes in my life, but who hasn't? But I've made too many mistakes. Perhaps one too many. One too many lies. I've disrupted everyone's lives. Livia. Sure, she was pretty nasty to me as well, but none of that would have happened if we had never met. Emery. She may have said that she wanted nothing more than to leave, but what if there was more for her here? She could be anywhere now. She could be dead. Mom. My mother has always felt the need to work hard for us. She would work late, tiring shifts to make extra money so I could save up and get a car. It's a long shot, but maybe, just maybe, if I wasn't even born. Greg. Well, for one, many people would still be alive. I was the main reason Greg did everything he did. If we had never met, he would have still been the Great Delta for the Dark Moon Pack. Hunter. I'm not too sure about him. He's already unpredictable as can be. Although I've caused him so much distress, I'm sure his life would be better without me as his mate, and without me in general. Kill me, my voice was stronger this time. More demanding. Like, I really wanted it. I wanted to die. No, I deserve to. I've destroyed my life. All I cause is pain and misery. No. Greg looked appalled by my request. He stumbled many steps back, as if I had slapped him, the knife slipping from his grip and falling to the floor. I was too focused on Greg to hear the knife's impact on the hardwood floor. I'm not going to kill you. Is that what you thought? You thought I was going to kill you. Pain flashed in his eyes. My mouth opened as if I was going to say something, but I was at a loss for words. Rose, I would never hurt you. I love you. It was at that moment that the door slammed open, and in rushed many large men. Before I knew it, Greg was being shoved to the ground, and shouts rang out everywhere. It was so chaotic that my brain began to get fuzzy. I couldn't hear anything. Someone may have been speaking to me, yelling at me, and I wouldn't know. Greg's eyes never left mine. I kept his gaze. He didn't resist. That's the first thing I thought. He almost seemed relieved. His face was harshly pushed against the floor, his eyes still connected with mine. His lips started moving. I couldn't tell whether he was actually speaking or mouthing something. At first, I thought he was mouthing "I love you." However, that wasn't the case. As my eyes focused on his lips, it became clearer. "Goodbye, Rose. Goodbye." I didn't understand what he meant. Would they kill him? Did he know? My lips twitched slightly. "Goodbye," I wanted to say. I never really did get the chance. They roughly pulled Greg up, and 4 men escorted him out. My eyes didn't leave him until his body was completely gone from my vision. "Rose." As if an alarm sounded in my head, I was quickly brought back to reality. People were everywhere. More specifically, large, strong men, most likely pack warriors, were everywhere. Some were inspecting every corner of the house. I saw someone walk out with a knife carefully in their hands. "Rose?" A voice repeated. "Jarrett?" I asked, confused. "What are you doing here?" "I'm a pack warrior, same with Tomas." "Are you okay?" "I've been trying to get your attention for the past few minutes." "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," I attempted to reassure him, but I couldn't bring myself to smile. "Alpha Hunter will be here soon. Do you want to come downstairs and have a seat? You're safe now." It was ironic that he was right. I was safe now, but I've never felt so exposed. Despite this, I still followed him to my living room, sidestepping all the people walking past. There were so many people I didn't even know where they came from. If Hunter didn't come, then how did you guys know where I was? A small part of me, the selfish part, wanted it to have been Hunter. I wanted Hunter to be the one to slam that door open. I wanted him to be the hero. As soon as I sat down, Jackson walked up to us and dismissed Jarrett. "How are you feeling?" he asked as he sat down across from me. "Fine. Fine." He raised his eyebrows as if to say, "Oh really? What do you want me to say? That I'm not fine? That I've got this big, uneasy, anxious feeling? That I just want to break down and shut everything out? That I wanted to die?" It seemed that I was already breaking. Words kept leaving my mouth and I couldn't make it stop. "You what?" Jackson asked loudly. Realizing what I just said, I looked away and muttered, "I'm fine." "You wanted to end your life?" he asked more calmly. "No. Maybe kinda." It was more of an in-the-moment thing. I couldn't hold his agonizing glare. "What is wrong with you? Do you not realize how many people would be affected by your death?" Jackson seemed really upset about it. I guess I didn't think of it like that. I thought that if I was gone, people would live more at peace. I wouldn't be able to hurt them anymore. Well, that's a stupid way to think. If you died, everyone would be affected in the worst way possible. Think of your mom and sister. How would they react if they found out you were dead? How long would it take them to recover? Would they? Or how about Hunter? He's your mate. If he died, he would feel like part of him died as well. The majority of wolves whose mate dies ends up killing themselves. And let's say, for argument's sake, that Hunter passed as well. That would leave a whole pack without an alpha. People would fight for power, wars would happen, lots of people would die. All that because an 18-year-old didn't want to face the world. Hey, don't you think you're being a little harsh? I know what I thought was wrong. I never would have gone through with it. At the time, it just seemed like the right way. I thought I was going to die anyway. I guess I accepted it. I didn't want to take the risk of any more harm coming to the people I care about. But don't worry, I know now how bad what I thought really is. Good. Look, I know taking risks is scary, but sometimes it's essential. Everything has risks. To hope is to risk despair. To try is to risk failure. To love is to risk not being loved in return. But risks must be taken because the greatest hazard in life is to risk nothing. Wow, I didn't know you could be so deep. I have my moments. Jackson smiled warmly. There was something in that smile that told me everything would be okay. Abruptly, Jackson stood up, his eyes looking at something behind me. Alpha, he greeted. When Hunter walked in, I also stood up. Beta. Hunter's voice was stern and formal, his eyes not once looking toward my direction. Everything's all sorted out, the suspect locked up for now. It's up to you on how you would like to proceed. It was an odd sight to see Jackson act so professionally. I'll deal with that in a few minutes. Jackson's lip twitched as if he were about to speak. Was he going to ask about Hunter's mother? You may go. I will meet you at the pack cells. Jackson nodded, then left. Even after Jackson left, Hunter would still not meet my gaze. At last, he turned toward me. I'll be out all night doing pack work. You should stay at your family's for tonight. I understood why Hunter was so formal with Jackson, but why with me? Although he had been through a lot. Yeah, that sounds good. I was waiting for him to offer me a ride, but I just stood there awkwardly in silence as he said nothing. A man a few years older than me approached Hunter and began talking about what they saw when they found Greg. I cringed inwardly when he mentioned what they'd heard before they walked in. Rose, I would never hurt you. I love you. As Hunter was busy with the guy, I approached Jarrett, who stood a few feet away. Hey Jarrett, I know we may not be on good terms, but I was wondering if you could give me a ride to my house? A sincere smile formed on his lips. Only if you promise that we can start from the beginning. Forget about all the crap that has happened. I really am sorry for that. Deal, I allowed a smile to place on my lips. The more friends I could get, the better. I'll wait till you're done, I gestured toward all the other wolves, finding something to do. Well, I'm cleared from my duties for the night. We can leave now. Do you want a jacket? It's chilly outside. I nodded. Jarrett excused himself to grab my jacket from my room, claiming that I wasn't allowed to enter my own room yet. Looking back at Hunter, he was still talking to that man. Before I knew it, Jarrett was back. My lady. He stretched out his hand toward me, my jacket in it. Thanks. All right, my car is the last one on the driveway. If you're lucky, you might even get to ride in the front. It was nice to see Jarrett in a different light. He was always the shy guy getting teased. Now he was the one teasing. That won't be necessary. A deep voice rumbled from behind me. Hunter stood so close behind me that my back was touching his torso. I'll take her. There was a sense of threat and possessiveness to his words. Of course, Alpha. I was just trying to be polite. Jarrett gave me an awkward half smile. You can leave. I couldn't see Hunter, but from Jarrett's reaction, I could tell he was giving him a dark stare. I thought you were busy? I asked, trying to ease the tension. I am, but it's on the way. I knew that Hunter was lying. My house would be at least a 10-minute detour. Okay, fine. Can we go now then? I attempted to speak as politely as I could. Yeah, let's go. Hunter shouldered past me and walked ahead. Sorry, I mouthed to Jarrett. He smiled understandingly. You didn't have to drive me. You probably had better things to do. Probably, Hunter agreed, his steady hands driving carefully. You look tired, I commented. Hunter had bags under his eyes, his brown hair all ruffled, and he even had short stubble. He looked older. Stress can do that to a person. I'm fine. Yeah, you and me both, I mumbled, more for myself. When we drove up to my street, he stopped just outside my driveway. Did he? Greg didn't. He wasn't. Did he hurt you? Hunter stumbled over his wording, an uncomfortable expression reaching his features. No. Are you okay? I knew for a fact that Hunter wasn't one to share, but it was worth a shot. Of course. Well, you have stuff to do. I should leave. Opening his car door, I hopped out, hesitating at the door. I'll pick you up tomorrow, Hunter said. I closed the door and he sped off. Sighing, I made my way up to the front porch. Trying the handle, I rang the doorbell when it didn't open. Of course, the stupid person I am, I left with no phone, no key, and no money. I rang the doorbell 5 times and still no answer. The front light was off, although it's always off when Soph is home alone. Mom's car was in the driveway, but Jasper's was not. Rather than ringing the doorbell another 5 times, I pressed my ear to the door and tried to hear anything. The sound of a knob turning, followed by the gush of water, left me to conclude that Soph must be taking a shower. Darn her and her nightly showers. God forbid she loses precious sleep by taking one in the morning. If Soph were a bit older, she would have heard my loud banging. Unfortunately for me, not only is she young, but her senses are not at their best, and she likes to play music when she's showering. I eventually gave up and sat on the floor, my back against the white wooden door. It had been only 20 minutes, and several cars had driven past the house. It wasn't until a specific car stopped by my house that it caught my attention. Jarrett. I called out confused. Why was he here? Parking on the side of the road, he jumped out and walked speedily toward me. Hey, What are you doing outside? He asked. I can ask you the same thing. Why are you here? I live down the street. I saw a body on your porch. I was worried. I felt slightly embarrassed that Jarrett lived just down the street from me, and I didn't even know. My sister's in the shower. I forgot to bring my key and my door's locked. Well, you can always break it down, he suggested. Yeah, I'd rather not, I chuckled. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Want to go out for a bite? I thought over his offer, my eyes wandering from him to the house. Soph will be done soon. I let my sentence hang. So that's a no? Well, I mean, I want a butt. But, he urged on. When I didn't say anything, he continued. Come on, it'll be fun. We can hang out. You really just need to relax a little, especially with everything that's going on. It's a lot to handle. I don't know. I mean, Hunter. That won't be a problem. We're just friends, and plus, I would never deceive my alpha. Oh, alright, why not? A big grin appeared on Jarrett's lips, and his whole face seemed brighter. Come on, hop in. Jarrett gave me his hand, helping me into his truck. As soon as we started driving, Jarrett asked a question. So, where do you want to eat? Chapter 24. I'm telling you, their eggs are to die for. Who dies for eggs? I mean, chocolate, milkshakes, cookies, or a chocolate cookie crumble milkshake is worth it, but eggs. Jarrett looked at me like I was crazy before turning his attention back to the road. Just try the omelet there. If you don't like it, I pay. If you do, you pay. He smiled cheekily at me, parking the car in front of a Denny's. Deal. I couldn't help but smile when I saw his. It was contagious. Jarrett opened the door for me as we entered. The place was quite empty, although it was pretty late. Table for two, the waitress asked, and we nodded. She led us to a booth by the glass windows, and we took a seat. The lady handed us 2 menus. I'll give you 2 a minute. Actually, Jarrett interrupted, his eyes glancing briefly at mine before looking back at the waitress. We'll order now. Can I have your original omelet with a side of hash browns and turkey bacon? The waitress, whose name tag read Maya, nodded politely while writing down Jarrett's order. When she turned to me with a clueless expression, I looked back with the same face. And she'll have the same as me, Jarrett spoke smoothly. Maya hesitated for a moment before writing it down. Any drinks? She finally asked after collecting the menus. Someone told me the chocolate cookie crumble milkshake here is amazing. Can we get 2 of those, please? And that's it. That's a good choice. It'll only be a few minutes. You know it's nighttime, right? A little too late to be eating eggs, I finally commented when the waitress left. Just try them. You'll regret ever resisting. Jarrett and I carried on a conversation, talking about school, friends, sports, shows, and even relationships. So, you and our alpha must be nice? His expression was sincere, but I could hear the hint of sarcasm. Oh, so nice. Looks like I was matched with the cruelest guy on earth. You think Alpha Hunter is cruel? Well, maybe not as much anymore, but don't think I forgot about all that he's done. He has killed many people. Sure, but many people he's known have died as well. I mean, aside from all that, he can't be that bad. It was weird to be talking about Hunter so freely. Our food came then, but Jarrett didn't drop the subject. If you could choose anyone to be your mate, who would you choose? They must be a werewolf. Jarrett's question really made me think. Who would I choose? The first person I thought of was Greg. But not the Greg who killed all those people and sent me the letters. I thought of the Greg I first fell in love with. The one who was shy and would blush easily. The one who brought flowers on our first date and didn't even tease me when my mom took our picture. That is the Greg I want for a mate. He changed. But so did Hunter. Hunter changed for the good. He may not be an angel, but he has toned down a lot. He has shown something he has never shown before, empathy. I don't know, I finally said. Jarrett took a bite from his omelet, his eyes almost closing from satisfaction. It was actually quite amusing. I know who I would choose. He wiped his mouth with a napkin before going on. I would choose you, duh. I'm obsessed with you. I was midway through swallowing when I heard what Jarrett said. The food clogged my throat, and I started coughing loudly. Whoa, are you okay? I felt a thump on my back, not stopping until I finally controlled my breathing. I'm fine, just went down the wrong tube. What did you mean by, choosing me? A grin formed on Jarrett's face. I was kidding. I was going to tell you that, but you started choking. I actually have a crush on someone, but I can't tell you who. Before I knew it, the tension was gone, and we were back to joking around. I tried multiple times to make Jarrett confess, but he remained stubborn. First initial. Just give me that, come on. At last, he caved. Okay, fine, but you have to promise me you won't tell. It's Livia. He looked away when he said her name. See, that wasn't that hard. Now you. Jarrett looked at me with challenging eyes. What do you mean? What did you think? Jarrett's voice was hard and cold. Of the eggs. There was a moment of silence before we broke out in laughter. I didn't know what was happening to me. I had never laughed so much. Nothing was even funny, just the setting, I guess. They were. I looked at him with a sneer on my face. Quite delicious, actually. Not going to lie, you were right. I knew it. However, considering I'm such a gentleman, I'll still pay. I smiled at his generosity, but took out my wallet anyway. A deal's a deal. It's on me. Reaching into my pocket, realization hit me. I didn't bring my wallet. On second thought, I smiled sheepishly at him. Like I said, I'll pay. Just then, the waitress walked over. How's everything going over here? Any dessert? Maya wore a bright smile. She seemed familiar. Perhaps she went to my school. No, just the check, please. A confused expression reached her face. Check? Your meal has already been covered. All costs, even extra for dessert. Jarrett looked at me as if I knew the answer. Don't look at me, I really don't have my wallet. Oh yes, a young man covered it. He picked up his order and said he would pay your bill as well. I thought you knew, guess not. It's a nice surprise though. Doesn't happen anyway. Now, dessert. No, I think we're good. We'll be on our way now, I replied. The waitress took our now empty plates and wished us a good night. Who do you think paid for it? I asked Jarrett once she left. I'm not sure, but who cares? Whoever it was, they've got a kind heart. Jarrett took it as a kind gesture, but something within me told me otherwise. How about you go warm the car, and I'm just going to quickly visit the restroom. Jarrett nodded and left. When he left the restaurant, I made my way towards the kitchen, where I saw Maya standing just outside it. Hey Maya, is it? I was just wondering if you could tell me what that guy looked like. The one who paid. Oh yeah, I actually didn't see him, but my coworker did. Hey Colini, come here for a second. A blonde girl who looked just about my age walked up to us, speaking to Maya. What's up? This lady here wants to know who paid for her meal. Remember that guy that came? The cute one, Maya winked. An awkward chuckle left my mouth. Oh yeah, what about him? Girl here wants to know who he was. Oh. Colini slipped her hand into the pocket of her apron, revealing a little pad. I've got it right here. Name's Greg. Greg Vanderveen. He actually left a message. Said enjoy it while you can, whatever that means. Do you know him? Are you sure that's the real name? That's impossible. Greg was in the pack jail. There was no way Greg could have been here. The thought entered my mind before I could filter it out. What if? Yep, Greg Vanderveen. He wrote it himself here. Sure enough, the note was dabbed with neat writing. I would have compared it to Greg's if only I actually knew what his writing looked like. But sure enough, it looked identical to all the other notes. Brown hair, blue hoodie, in his early 20s. Okay, thanks, I finally said, turning my back towards them and walking out. My emotions were skyrocketing, chills racing up my skin. This couldn't be real. This must be some sick joke. Greg had to have planned this. What if? My body stopped before I mentally did. I had reached the truck. What if we were wrong? Jarrett reached over and unlocked the door. What if Greg isn't the killer? A smile too bright for my liking was on his face. What if the killer is closer than I think? You can stay the night at my place if your sister's not home. Don't worry, my parents are home so we'd be supervised. Rose? Rose? What? I couldn't get the thoughts out of my head. Greg isn't the killer. He was framed. I mean, none of this makes sense, but if anything did, it would be this. This still doesn't explain why Greg was acting like a maniac today. He pretty much confessed he was the killer. Jarrett was waiting for my reply. Had he said something? Just drop me off at home, please. But you don't have your key? Right, and Soph will be asleep, I said more to myself. Like I said, you can stay the night at my house. My parents won't mind. I was glad that Jarrett and I were getting along, but the last time I stayed at a guy's house, he went crazy on me. Or perhaps that was just Greg. I appreciate it, but I don't think I'm ready for sleepovers and painting our nails. I studied Jarrett's features, worried that he was offended by my words. Fair enough. So, where to? The pound. A teasing smirk formed on his face. His words were supposed to amuse me, his eyes flickering to me waiting for my reaction. He stopped looking when I didn't give one. I didn't feel like smiling anymore. You're acting weird, he commented. I'm just tired, I shrugged off. If it's about the bill from the restaurant, if it makes you feel any better, you can pay next time. Again, I couldn't bring myself to laugh as he did. I did, however, give a weak smile. It was about the bill from the restaurant. Jarrett smiled at me, but it didn't reach his eyes. Well, this is farewell, he commented as he stopped the car just outside the house. Bye. When I turned the knob, I didn't expect it to be open. I mean, I know it's just a door, but shouldn't the Alpha's house be the tiniest bit protected, even if it's one lock? I got my answer when I heard shuffling from down the hall. Hunter was home. Rather than just barging in, I took a deep breath and then knocked on his door. He was in his office. Raising my fist, I knocked 3 times. Hunter didn't speak. I could hear the shuffling of papers, the tapping of his foot against the hardwood floor, and the sound of a pen hitting a surface. After doing another round of knocks and receiving no reply, I just walked in. I knocked, I said as I saw Hunter look up from the crowd of papers on his desk. He had bags under his eyes. You look tired, I commented when he didn't break the silence. Maybe you should get some sleep. Maybe. He reached up and scratched the back of his neck, a yawn breaking out. Why are you here? I thought you were staying at your mom's. I forgot my key, but that's not important. Maybe you should sleep first, and I'll tell you in the morning. I looked at him wearily. If I told him now, it would only stress him out even more. He would put off sleeping. He needed rest. I already took a nap. Doesn't look like it, I muttered loud enough for him to hear. What's so important that you're disrupting me? He asked, more awake now. I think you need rest first. Rose. Hunter growled out my name. What is it? He demanded. It was now or never. I don't think Greg is the killer. In the most deadly yet calm voice, Hunter spoke out. Get out. No, listen to me. I got a note. Another one. Where is it? Hunter stood up from his seat, his body towering over mine. This lady from the restaurant has it, but listen, it can't be Greg. Greg was locked up when I got it. I rushed each word out of my mouth. Slow down. Start from the beginning. Where you were, why you were there, and with who. Hunter sat at the edge of his large desk. One hand gripped the table for balance, the other rubbed at his face. Okay, so I was waiting outside my house for Soph to finish taking a shower and to let me in when Jarrett drives by and stops at my house. He notices I'm outside and asks what's wrong. Jarrett. A questioning tone laced Hunter's words. He was from my old pack. He's a pack warrior, I explained. I know who he is, but why is he stopping at your house? I didn't understand why this was important to what was happening, but I replied anyway. He's my friend from school, and he lives down the street from me. He probably thought I was some homeless guy trying to sneak into a house. Anyways, when I told him I was locked out, he suggested we go eat somewhere until Soph was done. And you said no, Hunter finished in a strict voice. Yes, well, not exactly. He's a good friend and didn't want me to stay out in the cold. It's not that cold, you're a werewolf, you'll live. Ignoring the harsh words from Hunter, I continued. Bottom line, I took up his offer, and we went to Denny's. You went out. Hunter growled out between his teeth. With another guy. It's not that bad. My mate was out with another guy while I sat reviewing the papers for my dead mother. Well, when you put it like that. That's not the point, Hunter. I'm so sorry about your mother. My only regret is never getting the chance to meet such an amazing woman. This afternoon, you left me. You didn't want to talk. Even if I tried, it would be pointless. You don't open up. You don't share. And I get it. It's not like I'm ready to tell you my life story, but if you need to talk, you can. Hunter, you don't have to go through this alone. I went the extra mile and rested my hand over his. It was probably the most awkward thing I have ever done in my life. I was waiting for Hunter to shove my hand away, yell at me, scream, shout, move. He didn't. He didn't even move his hand away. Instead, he changed the subject. What happened at the restaurant? Our meal was paid by some guy. When I asked the waitress who, she said Greg Vanderveen, or at least that's the name the person put. They also left a message. Enjoy it while you can. What does that mean? I don't know. This proves it wasn't Greg, doesn't it? No. For all we know, the person could be working under Greg. Then why would they say Greg's name? Not really clever, don't you think? It's not about being clever. It's about making a point. It could be a message to all of us or a threat. So it's not just Greg? I asked. I don't know. If it is someone working under Greg's arm, there might be more. Like an army? A chill reached my spine. Maybe. There's only one way to find out. What? Hunter was up and past me before he even replied. We go and talk to the man himself. What? I repeated and followed him towards the entrance. Perhaps it's time you, me, and Greg all sit around and have a little talk. I didn't even notice when Hunter put on his shoes. Grabbing the keys from the counter, he walked out, his hand outstretched to keep the door open for me. Thanks, I murmured. As I slid past him, I could smell his minty scent laced with Oreo? Don't mention it. Hunter closed the door after me. And we were off to see Greg. Chapter 25. There was a damp forest smell that reached my nostrils. The deeper we walked, the worse it got. The last time I was here, it wasn't pretty memories. Aside from the darkness, it seemed my mind didn't want to remember that day. There was a single road leading to the jail. The rest was all forest. As Hunter and I walked past many cells, I found myself moving closer and closer to him. There were some creepy people in here. One person even sneered at me. Sneered. You're a wolf, not a snake. By this point, I was literally pushed right against Hunter, my shoulder rubbing against his arm. My head barely reached his shoulders. As I looked up at him from the corner of my eyes, he gave me a weird look. Despite his expression, he didn't move away from me. I could feel the warmth radiating off him. The building was freezing. Even as a wolf, I was on the edge of shivering. I even eyed the light jacket, snug on Hunter's body. Greg's cell was the last one. All the way in the back, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Why are the lights off? I asked quietly of Hunter. Hunter ignored my question and kept walking. Feeling frustrated by his attitude, I gave him some space. Bad idea. As soon as I was close enough, a hand reached out between the bars and caught my leg. Shrieking, I saw the hand first, all wrinkled and old. I must have said that aloud because when my eyes reached the owner of the hands, she muttered, "I'm not old." I attempted to pull my leg back, but that woman was strong. I expected Hunter to assist in my aid, but of course, he didn't. The lady tugged my leg, making me fall. It wasn't until the metallic smell of blood entered my nostrils that Hunter stepped in. "Let go," I yelled as I felt her nails digging into my skin. Within a second, Hunter pulled me to my feet and pushed me backward, making me stumble. Before the old lady could pull her hand back, Hunter had it in a locked position. One move away from snapping it. Hunter must have unintentionally used his full strength when pushing me back, as I ended up slamming my back against the cell on the other side of the thin hallway. Before I could refocus, an arm wrapped around my neck, cutting off my air. I tried to pull away, but it only added pressure. "Remember me, sweet pea?" I could recognize that voice in my dreams. And I had in my nightmares. It was one of the older women I had seen when I was unjustly put in one of these cells. H. Hunter. My voice was all scratchy, and it hurt to speak. The grip was too strong. Hunter froze before turning to me. He stalled. "Don't think about it, Mr. Alpha." I'll have your mate lifeless in a matter of seconds. Her words made me fight harder. It was no use. She had me right where she wanted me. Why are the spaces between the bars so big anyway? Hunter's leg twitched as if he were about to take a step. He wasn't looking at the lady. He was looking at me. Call me crazy, but I wanted Hunter to care. I wanted to say that when I looked into his eyes, I saw pain, fear, panic, the terror of losing me. I want to say that, but it wouldn't be true. His eyes showed nothing. He was emotionless. That's the moment I decided. Despite the offender's threats, Hunter took the chance. The chance that he would be fast enough to release me before she added just a little bit more pressure. Just a little bit more, and I was a goner. The lack of oxygen entering my body made me feel numb. 1 second, all my circuits were blocked, and the next, I was slumped on the floor, gasping for air. Hunter saved me, but why do I still feel bad? Physically, my burning throat was healing by the second. But inside, I felt empty. I sat up on the floor just in time to see Hunter strike the woman down. He let her drop to the floor, inches away from me. When Hunter's eyes looked down at me, they were entirely black. Now in alarm, he was beside me in seconds, inspecting the damage. Hunter, I tried to speak, but he growled for silence. Taking deep breaths, his eyes returned to their regular ocean blue. Guards. Hunter yelled loud enough for a group of well-built wolves to run to us. Once they all saw the scene, no questions were asked. Within minutes, the mess was cleaned and the body removed. Someone offered their hand to help me up, but as soon as my hand came in contact with theirs, Hunter started growling again. Now I was angry. He didn't help me when he could. He showed no emotion. That was expected from Hunter, but anything. That's all I asked for. But my decision was made. Hunter doesn't care. The only reason I'm around is that I'm his mate. Despite Hunter's possessiveness, I gripped the man's hand tightly and allowed him to help me up. My leg stung from the deep scratches. As I put some weight on it, I immediately stumbled. The guy who helped me up saw me falter and held my arm to steady me. Although this time, when there was no danger, Hunter decided to intervene. He tugged on the edge of my shirt, making me fall towards him. Hunter! I yelled as I tumbled into him. Grabbing onto his arms, I balanced myself. I pulled myself away from him. I turned towards the way we were walking from the beginning. Stomping away from Hunter, I could hear his footsteps as he followed me. Rosanna, Hunter's alluring voice called out. Oh, how much I hated him right now. I initially ignored him, quickening my pace when he did. Don't walk away from me, Rosanna. I broke my silence. Don't call me that. The further we walked, the fewer people there were. At that moment, we were the only people on this end. Stopping to read a sign, I turned right. Greg's cell should be here. I saved your life today, he commented. I abruptly stopped walking and turned around. Hunter looked shocked that I turned, stopping a foot away from me. Oh, thank you so much, Hunter. How can I ever repay you? You have so much integrity, oh high and mighty alpha. Sarcasm dripped heavily with every word. Hey, I deserve respect, Hunter demanded. Shaking my head, I gave a dry laugh. You deserve nothing. I saved you. Because you wanted to, or because you had to? I looked at him with cold eyes and prayed that he could feel the frustration radiating off me. What's the difference? You know, it's all my fault really. I really thought you changed. Hell, I actually thought we could have a normal life as mates. Even despite all this crap. But boy was I wrong. What are you talking about? Hunter questioned. I can't do this, I don't want to. I don't want to be with someone who would never truly love me. Love? Where is this coming from? Can't we deal with one problem at a time? Let's start with this murderer. No, Hunter, I don't want to. I want to lay it all out here. In a jail. Hunter laughed as if I had made a joke. Yes. All right, let's talk. I motioned between us, won't work. Didn't we already go through this? Don't you find it weird that we're together because we're supposed to, not because we want to? What's the point of being with someone if you don't love them? Hunter finally realized the seriousness of the conversation. No, I don't find that weird. That's how wolves are supposed to be. Exactly, supposed to. But not want to. What if we're happier with different people? You're my mate, Hunter said. I know. We don't have to be together because of that. You are my mate, he repeated. I know that. His eyes glazed over again. Hunter, I asked when he didn't say anything but looked at me. I waved my hand close in front of his face to get his attention. You're mine, he said, power radiating from him. Grabbing my waving hand, he pulled me close to him. His hand caressed my cheek. I froze. I couldn't move away. I don't want this. I don't like this. The sound of my own heartbeat drowned out the chanting in my head. Tingles erupted from his fingers to my cheeks, his mouth so close to mine. How can you say I don't care? I wanted to move away from his intense eyes, but I couldn't. I liked it. I liked being close to Hunter, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine. It made me forget everything that he did. How could you possibly think someone else can make you feel like this? Butterflies erupted in my stomach. Hunter's mouth was at my ear now, whispering, You must be crazy, Rosanna Maria Edwards. There's only one person in this world for you. I felt his warm lips brush against my ear. Goosebumps raised on the back of my neck. Me. Hunter's lips crashed against mine. I know I was angry at him 10 seconds ago. I know that I was ready to end it all. But right now, I didn't care. Hunter kissed me, demanding entrance. One hand was on my waist, pulling me closer to him. I found my own 2 hands holding onto him, one on his shoulder, the other in his hair. I didn't fight back and argue because Hunter was right. There is only one person made for him in this world. Me. Hunter wouldn't let me see Greg. At least not first. He directed me to wait outside the room while he used his method. Hurting him won't solve anything. Why don't you just try talking to him first? He'll tell the truth. He's had time to think. My words went through one ear and out the other. Hunter went back to being his grumpy self even after our moment. They were now in one of those rooms where the insides looked like mirrors and the outside was a window. There was a table in the center, and at one point Greg sat there. I tried to break in. I tried smashing through the window. I even started screaming for help. Hunter had no mercy, and Greg wasn't talking. Hunter. I banged my fist against the glass. Hunter. I screamed in our mind link. Please, Hunter, you're not going anywhere. Just let me talk to him. No. Hunter, I begged. He's on the edge, he's going to spill. But what if he doesn't actually know anything? What you're doing is wrong. It's unnecessary. The real killer is out there. Greg most likely has no clue what is going on. He's framed. Why did you even bring me here if you aren't going to let me talk to him? As I was ranting, I didn't notice that Hunter really did stop hitting Greg. The door became unlocked, and out he walked. Greg slumped against the floor, his clothes all bloody. It hurt me to see him like that. You make me sick, I muttered between my gritted teeth. You weren't thinking that an hour ago. A smirk formed on Hunter's lips. I gave him my death glare, but still turned my head away so he couldn't see the blush on my cheeks. That was a one-time thing. MMHM. Hunter came closer to me, a devilish smile on his face. I'm serious. MMHM. Stop MMH me. I yelled. There are rules. 1. No touching him. Hunter began talking, confusing me. What? 2. You can only talk about the matter at hand. Wait, was he going to let me talk to Greg? 3. No kind words are allowed to be used. That's unfair. There can't be 2 bad cops, now there's got to be a good one. Me. You have 5 minutes, he said, opening the door. What? You heard him for an hour. 1 hour of me banging on that freaking door and being ignored. I should get as much time as it takes for him to tell us what he knows. If he even knows anything. Just go, Hunter muttered under his breath. Walking in, I noticed Hunter following behind me. What are you doing? I'm staying in here. Oh, so now you care about me being safe. No way. You wait out there, just like I did. Are you comparing yourself to me? Hunter asked, offended. Of course not. I would never insult myself like that. I pushed Hunter to leave, and eventually he did. Out! I demanded. Fine, but remember my rules. When Hunter left and the door shut, I stuck out my tongue. Although all I could see was my reflection. A deep chuckle, followed by a cough, caught my attention. Ow! Greg moaned as he attempted to stand up. Even if Greg is generally stronger than I am, in his weakened state, there was no way he could harm me. Only himself. I took slow steps towards him, deciding whether I should help him up. Reaching down, I gripped his arms and tried to pull him up. As soon as I did that, there was banging at the door. Now you know how I feel. You do know I can enter right now if I wanted to. Looking towards the locked door, I called his bluff. Do you think I'm crazy to lock you in a room with a criminal? I ignored Hunter and continued helping Greg. You look like crap, I commented as we sat across from each other. And you look like an angel, he smiled. It looked odd to see a smile on such a bruised and battered man. Greg, I need to know the truth. Please, we may all be in danger. If you can help us. I can. You can what? I asked slowly, making sure to hear every word. I don't know who the killer is, Rose, but I can help you find out who. Leaning in slightly, I asked how. Because they were after me too. Chapter 26. What do you mean they were after you? Greg coughed loudly before continuing. I got a message a couple of months ago. It was stupid. It started by telling me basic facts about my life. Simple things like where I was, who I was with. I didn't think much about it until they started mentioning my family. Then they started threatening me. They wanted information about the pack. I was the Delta. I knew all the answers. I didn't answer them, of course. At least, not until the first person was killed. The threats got worse. I knew I couldn't tell anyone. That would ruin someone else's life as well. They got earnest. They didn't hurt him. It was more of a way of proving that they were capable of hurting the people I loved if need be. That day in the library, it was a setup. They told me that I would finally get to meet the leader face to face. When I showed up to the meeting room, I was greeted by a bloody floor and a dying girl. When you say they, I don't know who they are. Every time, it was someone different. Someone insignificant, just the messenger. I wanted to meet the leader, but I tried, but they were persistent in keeping me out. It doesn't matter. Most of their demands I ignored. I paid the price, but it was always small. The other day, when you were in my room, I was hysterical. I honestly can't remember much of that day. When Greg noticed the discomfort on my face, he asked, I didn't hurt you, right? Subconsciously, Greg's hand lightly held mine. I looked down at it, then back to his face. When he realized, he just held tighter. Even his hands were bruised. Rose. My thoughts were consuming my mind. I couldn't even think straight. No, you didn't hurt me. But you acted really strange. You had a knife. You kept screaming and walking around, saying it was all your fault. The last thing I wanted was to add to his suffering. Even so, he needed to remember. The more he remembered, the more he could tell us. It was my fault. Greg brought his hands to his lap and stared down at them. What was? Cocking my head slightly, I studied him. I'm so sorry, Hunter. Greg looked straight at his reflection. I didn't have a choice. They were going to kill Ernest. I know it's still a life gone, but I couldn't let him die. He's too young. He has his whole future ahead of him. Your mother didn't deserve it either. I'm so sorry. I finally understood what he was trying to say. He wasn't looking at his reflection. He was looking through it. At Hunter. Greg's voice cracked as he spoke. I didn't think they would kill her. They only asked me where she lived. I know it's stupid, but I had hope. You have to understand that it was not my intention for anyone to get hurt. You trusted me enough to tell me about your past. About your family. I want you to know that for as long as I live, I will always feel the guilt of my actions. I'm so sorry. Greg began to pant, taking deep breaths as he searched his reflection. There was only silence. He finally gave up and went back to looking at his hands. I gave them the bait. I told them what they needed to know. I didn't pull the trigger. What I did was worse. I gave the gun. Without me, she would have been alive. Greg's admission left no words. I should go, I finally said after minutes of silently sitting there. I'm sorry. I wasn't much help. I may be able to recognize any of the people helping. I know for a fact that there is more than one of them. A lot of them, actually. But there's only one leader. I nodded and smiled weakly. Will you be okay? I sorely looked at his injuries. He gave back a weak but determined smile of his own. They'll send someone to check up on me later. It's not that bad. He tried easing my worries. Somehow, I find that hard to believe. Go, he finally urged, but didn't move from his seat. I'll be back soon. When I opened the door, I braced myself for Hunter. There's no doubt that he heard what Greg said. He will either be extremely angry or emotionless. Emotionless it was. Hunter stood when I walked out. It's been a long night. I need to talk to some of the guards before leaving, but we can go right after that. Hunter. His eyes looked glazed over and distant. Do you want to talk? No. As we were far enough from the room Greg was in, guards started to show up. Hunter tossed me the keys and directed a guard to follow me out to the car. The guard walked ahead of me, but respectfully. He stopped and looked at me. I just need to get the card to let us out, I smiled, gesturing for him to go. Don't go anywhere. As soon as he left, there was a movement to my right followed by mumbling. PFFT. Girly. Pft. The cell's light was out. The only light visible was by the front. It wasn't until the person in it came towards me that I decided to listen. What do you want? I asked angrily, but quietly enough that no one else heard. The old lady from earlier sent a sickly smirk my way. I've got a message for you. Well, why don't you write it down and shove it up your... Silence, the old bat screamed. That was stupid of her. A guard will be running our way at any second. The ailing smile returned. They say. I heard loud footsteps running our way. Ready or not, here we come. She then let out a hoarse laugh. My eyes widened. A hand gripped my elbow and started pulling me down the hallway. Luna. I felt sick. Luna. I didn't know what was making my gut turn more. The fact that they got that old lady to give me a message, or that the guards were calling me Luna. After the long night, I went straight to sleep the moment my head hit my pillow. When I woke, the sun was high in the sky, the birds were chirping, and my stomach was growling. I quickly got up and threw on a sweater. The weather was getting cold fast. I pushed the thoughts of yesterday to the back of my mind and worried about finding some food like pizza, or French fries, or a nice juicy cheeseburger. My mouth was watering at the thought. What can I say? I'm a foodie. Aside from the growling of my empty stomach, the house appeared to be empty. I guess that's why I was so surprised to see both Jackson and Hunter sitting at the kitchen table, sipping on coffee and reviewing papers. Was I so loud that I outsounded them? It wasn't until I spoke that they looked up. What's that? I gestured towards all the papers. Papers proving that Greg was telling the truth, Jackson replied when Hunter did not. If the papers prove that Greg is innocent, does that mean Hunter isn't angry? What do they say? I asked as I walked closer towards the table. Before I could get a good look, Hunter gathered them all and placed them in a folder. You're seriously not going to let me see them? I crossed my hands and gave Hunter a pointed look. You don't need to see them. I thought we were working together, Hunter. No more secrets. Instead of glowering at him, although it was very tempting, I tried giving him a luscious smile. This isn't a secret, you just don't need to know about it. Sighing, I gave up. There's no point in arguing anymore. So if those privy papers of yours prove that Greg is innocent, does that mean that he will be released from the pack jail? Jackson was quick to reply, not exactly. He was still involved. He reported some information to them that greatly assisted them with their killings. But he was the victim as well. They cornered him, said they would hurt his family. You see where the problem is, right? Look, Rose, we just think it would be in everyone's best interest if Greg was still kept put. If he was released, there might be some trouble with other pack members. Yeah, but... Rose, let it go, Hunter spoke sternly. Shouldn't this be up to him? If he's released, then that means he understands the danger he'll put himself in. At least let him decide for himself. Hunter seemed to consider my words. I'm not stupid. I know that if Greg is released and seen by other pack members, trouble may arise. Just because he's suddenly proven innocent doesn't mean everyone else will believe us. At least not until Hunter makes an event about it. I just prayed that once Greg is released, he'll move far, far away. Join another pack. Maybe even work his way back up to a high rank. He is, after all, a great Delta. I pray that he'll find his real mate there. They'll be happy. Move into a small but cozy house. One big enough to fit his family for when he has kids. I want him to feel the great gift of life. I want him to start over. To refresh. Can I talk to you? Hunter directed his question at me. Hunter stood up, leaving his cup in the sink. He'd better not expect me to wash that. I followed him towards his office. I'll ask him. If he wants to be released, he can. Thank you. Hunter nodded in reply. About yesterday, are you okay? Do you actually care? Look, I'm trying to be nice about this. You don't have to be rude about it. My jaw dropped at Hunter's words. Well, you know what? I do have to be rude. Why did you save me yesterday? Yes, I am still on that. What can I say? I know how to hold a grudge. Not this again. Just answer me and I'll never bring it up again. As much as I hated to admit it, I hated the fact that Hunter didn't care. Because if our positions were reversed, I would have saved him without blinking. What made you hesitate, Hunter? I'm a wolf, Rose, a very strong and powerful one. However, I can still make mistakes. I still need to take my time sometimes. I didn't know what to do. That moment of hesitation was me thinking. That woman didn't give me many options. Hunter straightened his posture, adding to his height. Bullshit. I sent daggers at him using my eyes. My audacity angered him, and he spoke in a much louder voice. Fine. You want to know the truth? Yes. I yelled, bringing my hands up in exaggeration. I was scared. I was scared because someone found my weakness. In all my life of hardship, I have never been put in that situation. Do you want to know why, Rose? His eyes searched mine. I hesitated because for a second, just a mere second, I imagined my life without you. Do you want to know what I learned? Despite his rhetorical question, he gave a pause. I learned that I didn't want to live in a world without you. Hunter began shaking his head. He was so close to me. Was he always standing this close? You're my weakness, Rosanna Edwards. Hunter's nose brushed mine. I parted my lips, about to speak. No words came to mind. Hunter's eyes kept searching mine. He was cracking. It's stupid, I know. You hate me. I made you hate me. But for some insane reason, I love you. His lips brushed mine as he whispered, I love you, you idiot. His lips met mine. Chapter 27. The kiss was everything. Lustful, passionate, hot, desirous. My back arched as Hunter's firm hands grabbed onto my waist. I felt the sparks, and they were everywhere. Hunter jolted me up, making me wrap my legs around him to keep from falling. I didn't stop to think or allow my mind to process. I didn't even acknowledge the tense presence in the background until he made a noise. Ahem. I pulled myself back from Hunter, seeing Jackson stand by the door looking all uncomfortable. Hunter didn't stop as I expected. Instead, he started placing kisses down my neck. Hunter. I whisper-yelled. Hunter's eyes met mine. He was battling for control. Jackson took a step forward, catching Hunter's attention at last. Letting me go, I stood slightly behind Hunter, but with a clear view of Jackson. If you want everything sorted out before nightfall, we shouldn't waste any time. Jackson's eyes cast towards mine once before looking permanently at the floor. Very well, gather all the stuff, I'll be out in a second. Just when I thought it couldn't be more awkward, Jackson paused before leaving. Oh, and use protection. I'm not ready to be a godfather. A gasp left my lips at Jackson's boldness as a chuckle escaped from Hunter. You're not going to be the godfather. Hunter replied amusingly. And there's not going to be a baby, I muttered quietly. At least not yet. Hunter gave me an annoyed look before following behind Jackson. Wait, Hunter, I need to tell you something. He gave me his full attention, making me nervous. Yesterday, on my way out. The old lady. We already went through this, Hunter interrupted. No, not that. On my way out, another old lady told me she had a message for me. And you believed her? She's crazy. People are in there for a reason. He began walking. Yeah, well, I was there once. Wrongfully, of course. That stopped him. Look, that's not important right now. She said that they said, ready or not, here I come. Hunter kept walking. This is serious. I know. Then why are you walking away? Didn't you hear the beta? They're closer than we think. Action needs to be taken. We both entered the kitchen to see Jackson with a suitcase. We need to have a pack meeting. It's worse than we suspected. He spoke formally to his beta. I'll set it up, Jackson replied. No, I'll do it. Hunter paused, his eyes looking back at me. He looked to Jackson, then back at me. Conflicted. Oh no, no one's babysitting me if that's what you're thinking of. You said it yourself. Action needs to be taken. That's not going to happen if one of the strongest wolves is here babysitting me. Hunter looked at me with a challenging expression. Pursing his lips, he finally replied, You can't stay here by yourself. I'll go with Sophie. Oh yes, your little 12-year-old sister will definitely be able to fend off a dozen wolves. Hunter's words dripped with sarcasm. Bitterly, I muttered, She's not 12. Crossing my arms, I gave another suggestion. What about Jarrett? He's a pack warrior. He'll be able to protect me for the few hours that you guys are busy. No, Hunter spoke sternly. Why not? Because I said so, and I'm alpha. So everyone has to listen to you? I asked lightly. Exactly. Well, everyone but the Luna. Isn't that right? Hunter was caught off guard. Huh, he asked, confused. Well, at least that's what the guards called me from the jail. Hunter just shrugged. You're my mate. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to discover that you will be the Luna. A frown formed on my lips. You didn't even discuss it with me beforehand, I commented. Like I said, it's an obvious fact. You'll be the Luna once we fully mate anyways. What's the big deal? Before I could help myself, the words left my lips. What if I don't want to be Luna? All expression was wiped from Hunter's face. Fine. Call your little friend. I was shocked that Hunter even caved. I'll call you to pick you up. Don't go out of town. Don't go to his house. Don't go to any creepy dark alley. Why on earth would I go into a dark alley? Because you're stupid. I'm not stupid. You're stupid, and I can prove it. Put your hand in front of your face. If it's bigger than your face, you're stupid. Go ahead, try it. I was once again surprised when Hunter placed his open hand an inch away from his face. I didn't think he was actually stupid enough to try it. Bringing up my hand, I pushed at his with as much force as I could. Hunter just stared at me with an amused look when I couldn't even get his hand to move a millimeter. I stared at him, dumbfounded. He didn't move his hand, and I tried again. I even used 2 hands. A fitting smirk reached Hunter's lips. I couldn't do that. Well, would you look at that? Guess you are the stupid one. Crossing my arms keenly, I glared at him. I'm not stupid. You're stupid enough to think you're stronger than me. I'm not. Hey, you're trying to change the subject. As amusing as this is, we should go. We're losing valuable time, Jackson pitched in. I looked down, embarrassed. I had forgotten he was standing right there. Call your friend. We'll wait for him to get here. Taking out my phone, I clicked Jarrett's contact and waited for him to pick up. Hello. A scruffy voice answered. Hey, Jarrett, it's Rose. Are you busy? Kinda, why? The smile on my face faltered. Oh, it's all right then. I couldn't help but grimace when I realized how drastically my tone changed. Is that Rose? A female spoke on the other side of the phone. Is that Livia? I questioned Jarrett. Why, yes. What did you need, though? I figured he finally got the confidence to ask her out, and so rather than demanding that he leave her, I let him be. Never mind, you two enjoy your day. I'll be out. Look, if you want to live one more day, then you better be here in the next 5 minutes. You're protecting Rose, and if anything happens to her, I swear I will rip you to more shreds than Gordon Ramsay can do with any cheese. My eyes widened in horror. Hunter, I scolded, grabbing the phone from him. He's joking. He was just kidding. Nothing's going to happen to you. Looking over to Jackson, I saw him mouthing words to Hunter. Gordon Ramsay, really? I'm on my WA. Jarrett attempted to steady his voice, but failed. No, really, if you're busy. Oh, I'll show you busy. Hunter spoke loud enough for Jarrett to hear. I am not. Livia and I will be right over. Where exactly is that? I noticed Hunter is now putting on his shoes and exchanging words with Jackson. Hunter's house. I'll be there. Oh, will Alpha Hunter be there too? No, he's leaving now. Hanging up on Jarrett, I walked up to Hunter and slapped his arm. What's your problem? You're as moody as a white girl on her period, if not more. What was with all that shredding talk? You can't just force people to do what you want. You may have just ruined the best day of his life. Nice pun. What? That wasn't even a pun, Mr. I'm so smart. It was a simile. All right, stupid. Hunter. I yelled in frustration. Who is the best day of their life on a Wednesday? Hunter remarked as he was about to follow Jackson out. Hunter, I said his name harshly. Sighing, he finally said, I sent him a message. You need to be protected. If I hadn't said anything, he wouldn't try as hard as he will. So that was about protecting me? Sure. Because you care? A warm smile reached my face. Because you're stupid. I am not stupid. I'm kidding, he finally said. I have to go. Have your phone on you at all times. I'll message you when I will pick you up. I just silently glared at him. He took one step out in the cold. What, no goodbye kiss? He teased. I don't know what coursed through me as I dared to walk up to Hunter and kiss him with a vast amount of passion. Hunter's hands immediately reached my hips, pressing me into his body. The cold swept over my body, but the shocks coursing through me kept me from feeling it. As soon as Hunter attempted to deepen the kiss, I pulled back. Taking a quick hop into the house, I smirked. Goodbye. Forcefully, I slammed the door in his face. As soon as Hunter's face disappeared from my vision, the emotions in my stomach exceeded. Oh, the feels. Leaning my back against the locked door, I rested my head. I couldn't believe I just did that. I wanted to scream, jump around, do something. I felt too energetic. Before I could do anything more, my phone rang. Jarrett. I answered. Hey Rose, we might take a few minutes longer. Traffic's horrible. Where are you now? Just past Niagara Road. It's the intersection right after the movies. Isn't there that cafe halfway there? Samuel's spot. Why don't I just meet you there? I suggested. I don't know, it could be dangerous, and Alpha Hunter said. I'm not any safer here. It's a close walk, plus, it'll be faster to just meet there. Are you sure? Jarrett asked warily. Of course, I tried reassuring him. I can take care of myself. Alrighty, Jarrett said doubtfully. I'm sorry you had to do this. You probably have a million better things to do. God, this is so embarrassing. What 18-year-old needs a babysitter? No, it's all cool. I wanted to hang out with you anyway. I smiled at his shirty. Oh shoot, Jarrett suddenly swore. What's wrong? I asked alarmed. I think a cop just saw me talking on the phone, I gotta go. I might be a little later than I thought. I heard police sirens, then a groan. I had forgotten all this time that Jarrett was driving. How stupid of me. He got a ticket, and it's all my fault. Despite my guilt, I grabbed a light jacket from my room and slipped on my shoes. Ready to go. Every time I entered my room, my thoughts quickly changed to what had happened the other night. I knew Greg was hysterical and out of his mind, but I couldn't help but wonder. Would he actually hurt me? My mind began to cloud over with ideas as I walked down the empty sidewalk. It was empty, but not dangerous. The cold wind's chill affected everyone. Unfortunately, even werewolves got cold. We can withstand colder temperatures than humans, but we'll still feel it. Before I knew it, I was right in front of Samuel's Spot Cafe. Opening the door, the sound of the chime rang as a few curious eyes went my way. Finding a secluded spot by the windows, I took a seat and waited. Taking out my phone, I sent Jared a quick text. I'm here, everything okay? So am I. Turn around. Confused, I turned back to be greeted by nothing. I began typing, but was interrupted by a text message. Don't tell me you fell for that. You did, didn't you? Oh wow. Embarrassed, I didn't reply. I started reminiscing through my old photos when the door chime sounded again, and once more. Okay, now I really am behind you. Turn around. I'm not falling for that again. Straight face. You sure? Rose. A creepy voice screamed in my ear, tickling it and making me cringe. Jarrett. I said, surprised. He gave me a cheeky smile. I told you to turn around. You didn't listen. He took the seat across from me. And why couldn't you just come and welcome me like any other normal human being? I realized my mistake straight off the bat, and so did he. First of all, he pointed at himself, then me, are not human. And second of all, we ain't in Canada. Don't expect no please and thank yous. Raising an eyebrow, I commented, isn't that just insulting yourself? He tilted his head to one side and just smiled. So, drinks? He asked. Yeah, I'm going to get a coffee. I stood up, only for Jarrett to push me back down. I got it. No, it's okay. I followed closely behind Jarrett. He ordered as he took out his wallet. Before he could take out a bill, I took out my own. Giving it to the hands of the employee, I ignored Jarrett's skull. I told you I was going to pay. You paid for the dinner, it's my turn. But still, he pouted. Well, you just saved $1, congrats. Actually, more like $1.60. Even better. He frowned at me. Cheer up, Buttercup. We both silently made our way back to the table. Taking a small sip, I was thankful that it wasn't scorching hot. So, how come Livia isn't with you? I asked casually. Laundry. Laundry. She has laundry to do, Jarrett stated. Either you're really bad at lying or she is, because that is a horrible excuse. Rolling his eyes, he didn't reply. We both enjoyed the silence just as we enjoyed our drinks. Do you know how long I need to distract you for? I tried not to let it show how much his question bothered me. Distract. As if he were too ashamed himself to say, babysit. If you have plans, Jarrett, you can go. Nothing will happen. Don't listen to Hunter. Look, we're in a public place, with humans around us. No one would ever be stupid enough to start something. Jarrett glanced around at the mention of humans. And no, it's not that. It's just if he won't be back for a few hours, we should go catch a movie or something. We can't just stay here the whole time. Jarrett spoke politely, yet his eyes never met mine. Can I finish my coffee first? As if startled, Jarrett was quick to reply, oh yes. Of course. After a few moments, I decided to get some answers to my questions. Hey, Jarrett, how come an alpha can't be rejected? Taken aback by my question, he took a few seconds to compose himself. Wiping his mouth, he began with an answer. Well, an alpha can't be weak. They have a pack to control. If their mate rejects them, and they react like any other rejected mate, the consequence would be awful. The alpha would eventually lash out at the pack. The feeling of rejection is unbearable, possible to get through, but unbearable. They would become depressed, lack interest in their pack, and just ultimately become weak. Jarrett's answer was all news to me. So that's why it didn't work when I tried to reject Hunter. So how is it fair that the alpha can reject his mate? He can't? An alpha can't reject his mate either. He would still feel the same exact way as he would feel if he was being rejected. You weren't thinking about? No, of course not. I regretted replying so suddenly. It wouldn't matter anyways. Like I said, you can't reject him. You're stuck with him. Forever. Kinda romantic, don't you think? How on earth is that romantic? Because you are and will only ever be madly in love with him, just like he will and can only be madly in love with you. Wow, didn't take him for the romance kinda guy. But then how can I feel? My eyes widened as I literally slapped my hand over my mouth. But how can I feel something for Greg? I'm ashamed to have even thought of it. I need to let Greg go. I only ever cause him pain. Everything that has happened is my fault. He doesn't deserve the pain he is in, I do. Wanting to think of something else, I raised another question. Can I train with the rest of the pack? A frown was imprinted on my face at his short and curt reply. No. Chapter 28. Wanting to think of anything else, I bring up another question. Can I train with the rest of the pack? A frown appears on my face at his short and curt reply. No. Because you're a girl. Just as I was swallowing a sip of my coffee, I almost spat it out. Jarrett starts laughing while handing me some napkins. It's not funny. I grab the napkins from his hands and start drying my lips. I was kidding, he finally gets out. When he notices I'm not comprehending, he goes on. About you not being able to train because you're a girl. Oh, so I can train? I ask. No, he says again. But you just said. You can't train, but other females can. Frowning once more, I reply, why not? Because you're Luna. I am not, I say stubbornly. R2. I am not. R2. I am not. I am not. A smirk forms on my lips. Huh, you agreed. I was attempting to use reverse psychology. Well, you failed. Now, why aren't I allowed to train? Sighing, he pushes his empty cup away. Rose, whether you like it or not, you're Alpha Hunter's mate. You are, or at least will be, the Luna of our pack. Lunas don't train because they'll never fight. Why can't I fight? Because the Alpha would never let his mate get hurt. I won't get hurt if I train, I say determinately. The Alpha would never take that chance. Plus, if you were to fight, you would be the enemy's biggest target. Everyone knows the best way to get to the Alpha is to harm their mate. I take in Greg's words and understand them, but that doesn't mean it is fair. That could go both ways. I'd be worried if Hunter got hurt. If I were in charge of a pack, shouldn't I be able to fight for them? Rose, he groans out my name. Those are the rules, okay? There's nothing we can do about it. If it makes you feel any better, mothers can't fight either. Why not? I ask defensively. He smiles at my persistence. They have their own tasks if a war breaks out. For example, they're in charge of gathering all the pups and taking them to safety. Taking out his phone, he checks the time before resting his eyes back on me. Can I ask you something? He says randomly. You just did, I tease. Scowling playfully, he says, I am going to ask you a question. Then ask, is it true Greg thought you and he were mates? All too quickly, my head snaps to him, craning my neck. Where'd you hear that? It was just one of their theories. His gaze doesn't reach mine. There. As if now realizing what he said, Jarrett is quick to say, no one specific. There were just rumors. There were worse ones, but, Hunter dismissed those. Worse how? Jarrett hesitates before replying. There was one where you had apparently gotten pregnant with Greg's child, but so was Emery, and that's why she left. Then Hunter got angry at you because he blamed you for scaring Emery off. And then as revenge for what Hunter did, you terminated the pregnancy and then got pregnant with Hunter's child. I am stunned. That is the worst crap I've ever heard. What? How? But I'm shocked. And here we thought humans were the unintelligent species. Don't tell me you believed that crap. I look at Jared accusingly. Of course not. You can't get pregnant by two different werewolves. I open my mouth, prepared to yell at him some more, when he cuts me off. Relax, no one believed it. However, Greg and you being mates on the other hand. Is it true? You know I'm Hunter's mate. Why would you even ask that? Werewolves only get one mate. But you felt something, didn't you? For Greg. I did. I really did. That would be impossible. And it was. Then why did you date him? Because I try again. Well, because I liked him. He was nice, kinda. I mean, at first he was kinda mean, but then we got closer and it just happened. You shouldn't be able to like someone else other than your mate. I know that, okay. What do you want me to do? I'm just weird. I knew Hunter was my mate, and yet I still loved Greg. I'm a horrible, horrible person, I get it. People halfway across the world probably get it too. But Hunter's not so innocent either. I take a breath. When I first met him, he asked his Delta to literally kidnap me. And then there are the countless times he makes fun of me. Oh, and might I forget, he put me in a jail cell. Do you really blame me for wanting to be with a nice guy like Greg? Jarrett scoffs. Have you already forgotten your dear beloved murdered many people, including your mate's mother, and almost killed you? Sneering, I mutter, those are all lies. He did no such thing. I thought Hunter was supposed to talk to everyone. He did talk to us, but that doesn't mean we believed him. He's your alpha. You can't go against his words. Taking a deep breath, Jarrett says, I didn't say anyone would go against his words. I only meant that just because Greg is deemed innocent doesn't mean everyone in the pack will treat him like it. Some people are just ignorant. They believe what they want to. Jarrett seems to confuse me to no end. I can't tell whose side he is on. Well, perhaps you're a princess. He attempts to cheer up the mood. That would make everything make more sense, he adds, more serious now. Except that's impossible considering all the royals are dead, and I know for a fact that my family tree does not lead to one of them. I say a little too defensively. How about your dad? You never speak much of him. What if he's not your real father? It is my turn to scoff. No, I know for a fact that my dad was indeed my father by blood. On one of the last weeks of my father's life, he needed a blood transfusion. My mother's a nurse, so she got them to do a bunch of other checks too. We've got the same DNA. Pity. Anyways, where is Alpha Hunter anyways, he asks. Trying to find the real killer. Silence envelopes us after that. With my drink nearly done, I pull out my phone. Jarrett does the same. Just as I start a game, my phone starts ringing. Apparently, my strong, sexy mate is calling. Right. Still have to change that. Hello. I answer. I'm outside. Hurry, Hunter grumbles out, then hangs up. Shocked, I stare at my phone, then at a confused-looking Jarrett. Who was it? Hunter. I think he's here to pick me up. Looking out through the window, Hunter is in fact sitting in his truck, impatiently waiting. You better go, Jarrett states. Yeah. Have fun doing the laundry with Livia. A dramatic gasp leaves Jarrett's mouth, followed by laughter. Sure. Now go. Grabbing my bag and phone, I rush out. Hunter doesn't greet me when I enter his car. Silently, he starts driving. After a while of silence, I ask, are you okay? It is a habit I have always had. Whenever I see someone distressed, too quiet, or just acting strange, I ask if they are okay. I would always do it to soften my mother. I know the answer is yes. It always is. But I guess I fear the day that the answer will be no. Those things won't be okay. Yes, Hunter answers simply. You sure? His eyes glance at mine for a second before making their way back to the streets ahead. Yes. I accept his answer as I don't want to push. We all mourn in our different ways. Where are we going? Just as I ask this, Hunter pulls into a parking lot. I recognize it instantly. We're visiting Greg. I mean it as a question, but it comes out as a statement. Come on. Before I know it, Hunter is out of his seat and has my door open as well. A little taken aback by his quick movements, I hesitate before stepping out. Hunter takes hold of my wrist with one hand while shutting the door firmly with the other. Walking speedily with my wrist in his grip, I struggle to keep up with his pace. Can we slow down? I mutter. No. Then let go of my wrist. My voice comes out louder than I expected. His grip remains firm. He is so not okay. Eventually, Hunter lets go and walks more slowly. The guards unlock the doors for us, my eyes not leaving the floor. When will you be releasing him? I ask as we walk further away. Tonight, Hunter assures. Hunter walks me through the halls until we reach the end. Can I talk to him alone? Hunter's facial expression hardens, but he nods anyway. Gripping the handle, I look back to see Hunter standing with his arms crossed, feet planted. Can't you, go for a walk or something? I suggest. I'm not leaving you alone with him, he says stubbornly. Please, Hunter. Right now may be the last time I'll ever see him. I just want to talk. We're not killing him. He's going to be free. Don't be so dramatic. Please, Hunter. I promise I'll never see him again after this. I beg him to see the grief in my eyes. Sighing, he agrees. I'll come out when I'm done. And I'm serious, Hunter. I just want privacy just this once. You're really not going to see him anymore, he asks skeptically. I've caused him enough pain. I hear the small echoes of his footsteps as he walks away. Opening the door, I mentally chant, for Greg. Rose. His eyes brighten instantly. Greg looks rough, but better than the last time I saw him. Despite his tired appearance, he still looks good. How are you feeling? I ask, taking a seat across from him. Like the luckiest man alive. I raise my eyebrow at him. Now that you're here, he adds. You're too cheesy. A wide grin spreads on my face. So they're letting me out tonight, Greg states. I heard. You deserve it. After all, you're innocent. Always have been. Greg nods in agreement. There is a moment of silence as we stare at each other. What's bothering you? He asks. Giving him a sad smile, I reply, how do you know something's bothering me? I know you, Rose. Just the way he says my name, I believe him. Do you remember the first day we met? I ask randomly. In the forest or in my car? Car. A smile so pure finds its way to his lips. At once, all the pain and sadness were wiped from his face, replaced with joy. Oh, I remember. You were mean to me, I pout. Chuckling, he says, I had my reasons. Like. I extend the word. Well, for one, I was very confused. I had all those thoughts about us being mates in my head. When I noticed you were in the pack we were taking over, I wanted to keep my distance. Just my luck, because an hour after that thought, Hunter comes up to me demanding for me to bring you to him. Why did you want to keep your distance from me? Because I couldn't control myself around you. You are the definition of beautiful. A blush taints my cheeks as I register what he said. Why does it sound so familiar? Her long brown hair, her big hazel eyes. Just her sight alone made me freeze. She was the definition of beautiful. You've said that to me before. When you described that girl you saw in the forest with Hunter, I say shyly. Well, it's true. You offered me a place to stay when I was left by Hunter, I mention, remembering the memory. If only you had stayed longer. Nah, I would have annoyed you, I tease. Well, you sure know how to wake a person up. At the mention of that, I remember when I woke Greg up by drenching him in water. I do admit, you deserved that for being mean to me. We both laugh quietly. You know, as lame as it sounds, you were my first boyfriend. My first date. My first kiss. I'm happy to be your first. If only I could be your last. As Greg speaks, his eyes search mine. I don't cower back. Not like I want to. I stare right back at him, looking deep into his eyes. A distant look clouds him. Insidious 3, he says. What? That's the movie we saw on our date. I remember that. It seems you wanted to scare me into a second date, I joke. I carry on. You know what I also remember? A certain man too embarrassed to admit his age. Greg scoffs. I don't know what you're talking about. You're so old. When you went to school there was no history class. Greg stares at me blankly before bursting out in laughter. That was the worst joke I have ever heard. Crossing my arms dramatically, smiling, I say, you try then. All right. Do you like fruit? He asks amusingly. What? No, of course not. Why would you even ask that? Giving me a cheeky smile, he says, because we'd make a great pair. Without thinking, I whisper, we would, wouldn't we? Greg's face warms at my comment. Thank God I sent Hunter away. The small smile on my face escapes at the thoughts in my head. Gulping silently, I mentally prepare myself for what I need to say. Greg, you need to leave. Chapter 29. Greg, you need to leave. Minutes pass as silence surrounds us. Unable to meet his gaze directly, I stare subconsciously at his chest. Once you're released, everything won't go back to the way it used to be. You'll still be in danger. I think it's best if you start fresh, move far, far away from here. It hurts to even say the words. Greg stares at me blankly, his once emotional eyes looking dead. Please say something, I urge. He licks his dry lips and then clears his throat. At last, he speaks. This is my pack. My home. My family is here. You're here. The crack in Greg's voice makes me whimper inside. Why does doing the right thing feel so wrong? Greg, I whisper weakly when once again we're forced into silence. Greg's expression flickers from nothing to anger in a matter of seconds. How can you ask me of such a thing? Do you not care how this would affect me? Hearing Greg's accusing voice, I grab his hand tightly in mine. Of course I care. That's why I think it's best you leave for a while. The Dark Ellipse pack is one of the best aside from Hunter's pack. Hunter had a good relationship with that pack. He can even get you a good rank. This is a chance for you to start over. You deserve this. Maybe you'll even find your mate. Greg shakes his head disapprovingly. About that, Greg, I may have lied. You're not my mate, I know. I look at Greg for even the slightest reaction, but am left with nothing once again. No surprise, no shock, nothing. I open my mouth, about to fire questions at him, when he interrupts me by raising his finger to my lips. Don't. That's the last thing I want to talk about right now. Especially if it's the last time I'm going to see you. Going against my curiosity, I oblige. So does that mean you're going to go? I ask. Greg sighs tiredly before responding. There's no denying the facts you brought up. It seems that everyone's life would be better without me. I'm quick to disagree, but Greg's scowl easily shuts me up. Just let me finish. My parents, my little brother, the Dark Moon Pack, Hunter, you. All of you would be happier without me. I easily find the fault in his words. You're wrong. I won't be happier without you, and neither would your family. I don't want you to go forever, but just for now. For you. Greg scoffs. You and my family might not be happier, but you sure will be safer. If I leave, these people will stop. Perhaps it was never you or the pack. Maybe it's always been me. Pausing for a breath, Greg continues. Aside from all that, you're right about that fresh start. God knows I need it. We all do. But my family, I can't just leave them. A look of sadness forms on Greg's features. Your family will be fine. You'll be able to visit whenever you want. You need to do this, and not for the pack, but for yourself. Sometimes you need to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. It's hard, I understand, but it's better that way. Everyone in this world will one day leave you, but you know who can't? You. You can't escape from yourself, Greg. You have to live with yourself. And, as much as it hurts me to say this, you will be happier away from here. Away from this pack, and these killers, and Hunter, and me. You will be so much happier without me. Greg looks at me with pained eyes. He looks so deeply into my eyes, I bet he sees my soul. Since we were young, we were taught it was wrong to cry. That showed weakness, and a person should never come off as weak. Especially a werewolf with a rank. We were told to accept fate and discipline ourselves. Don't break down. Don't cry. Don't be weak. And then there are the hypocrites. The ones who find it weird when one does not cry out of grief. The people who judge others for every single thing they do wrong. As if wrong is always bad. Sometimes it's okay to make mistakes as long as it's reversible and not harmful. These people are the reasons we don't allow ourselves to cry. To accept that things don't always have to be okay. Instead, we have accepted the illusion that they have created for us. My father and I were never close, but he did teach me one thing. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is a choice. If you are alive, you have experienced pain. Pain is a very important ability people possess to protect themselves. Pain helps control us, to tell us our limits. If we didn't feel pain, what would stop us from burning ourselves alive? Suffering is different. You can feel pain without suffering. It's when you choose to stop suffering that you can finally feel the quality of your life. Pain is an experience, and suffering is a perception. Looking at Greg now, a silent tear dragging down his face, my vision of him is nothing near a weak man. I see a man who has suffered for far too long. A man who needs to make the right choice. Greg's next sudden movement surprises me, yet I still stand still. Lifting his other hand, he drags a strand of my hair behind my ear. So cliché. He rests his palms against my cheek. I really did think you were the one. It just all added up. The moment I had met you. It's indescribable. Even now I feel it. What have you done to me, Rosanna Maria Edwards? The warmth of his hand radiates softly to my skin. Greg rests his forehead against mine, our lips barely brushing. I'll never forget about you, Greg Vanderveen, I whisper. Is this a goodbye? Greg's voice tickles my lips. I think it has to be. My voice comes faint between our distance. I'm not very good with goodbyes, Greg confesses. Me neither. Very slowly, Greg's lips meet mine, and we kiss. This is our goodbye. Are you good? Hunter asks as I emerge from the hall leading to Greg's cell. Yeah. Will you be releasing him now? I ask curtly. As soon as we leave, yes. Hunter orders the guards to release Greg and finish his paperwork, then starts walking toward the door. Come on, we have to go, Hunter says as he opens the door for me. Thanks, I say quietly and follow behind him to the car. Something happened. You're never this quiet. Hunter's observation is like a flashback to what just happened in Greg's cell. Had he seen Greg's and my kiss? Feeling uncomfortable to begin with, Hunter's comment makes me feel even worse. Despite my feelings, I reply hastily, or perhaps you're just being too loud. That makes no sense, although you never make sense. I stay silent while staring out the window. I'm in no mood to talk, is that so wrong? Why do I always need to smile to show that I'm okay? What if I'm not okay? It's going to be okay. It's the right thing to do. I can't and will never understand your feelings for Greg, but if you really care about him, then you need to let him go. He will be much happier without you. Suddenly realizing what he said, Hunter rushes out in a panic, Wait, I didn't mean it like that. I mean like he will be better off without this pack, which you are in, so I guess that's you too, but. Hunter, I stop him from his rambling. With one hand on the steering wheel, he scratches the back of his neck with the other. I guess I'm not the only one who is uncomfortable. Was he trying to make me feel better? I know what you're trying to say, so thank you. Hunter smiles at me before returning his attention to the road. After a bit of silence, I decide to break it. You said you loved Emery. You should understand how I feel, I say absent-mindedly. Hunter accepts my question with ease. Sure, but my feeling for her was nothing compared to how I feel about you. Ignoring the warm feeling in my chest and the pink tint to my cheeks, I say, that can't be true. You sent me to a cell when you thought I was the reason she left. I'm an alpha. I was angry at what I was feeling, so I acted irrationally. The more time I spent with you, I started to feel. You know. Smiling, I look away so he can't see my expression. So the big bad alpha isn't so great with his words. It also helped that she left. The less I saw her, the easier it was to forget. Hunter makes sure not to look at me as he speaks. So she was your childhood friend? Yes. My curiosity aches my insides. Remembering something I thought I forgot, I say, she told me something before she left. She told me you killed her mate. Is that true? Yes. Don't you think it's weird that both you and I thought we had another mate? It is, but I cannot find any explanation. We're not royalty, and you don't even have a rank. The only thing I can think of is this is what happens when an alpha falls in love before meeting his mate. Hunter speaks casually as he drives, not knowing how much his words are getting to me. Biting my tongue, I ignore the pain felt with his words. I know it's unfair for me to feel like this, considering I loved Greg before Hunter as well. It was unintentional, killing her mate. He was stupid enough to attack my pack. He was asking for it, Hunter states. Did you know he was Emery's mate when you killed him? Yes. Sounds intentional to me, I mutter. Hunter surprises me by laughing. I'm never going to win with you, am I? His smile is contagious, and I find myself smiling right back. Of course, I reply. Unless we were wrestling. I would win that. The image of Hunter and me wrestling playfully flashes in my mind, my face reddening. Maybe not, once I start training. I try to slide in the new topic. You're not training, he says stubbornly. Hunter. No, I said no. If something happens to me, you will be in charge of the pack. If both of us get hurt, the pack would go to destruction. The chances of me getting hurt are raised when I can't even fend for myself. Your reasoning just doesn't make sense. Hunter sighs, then nods. All right, fine, but I'll be training you. Are you sure that's such a good idea? I ask doubtfully. Hunter shrugs. You're the one who wants to train. Without thinking, I say, okay, fine. I guess it's better to learn from the best. You think I'm the best? Hunter smirks. Freezing, I now realize what I had said. The best at hurting people, yes. So thoughtful of you, Hunter says as he drives into a parking lot. Why are we back here? I ask, staring up at the coffee shop I was in this morning. I need to take care of some things. Jarrett's already on his way. I'll only be an hour. Why can't Jarrett just babysit me at my house? I say grumpily. Our house. And because it's safer to be in public when I'm not with you. Plus, the last time I had you at home with guards outside, Greg still got in. I need better guards, he says the last part quietly to himself. And Jarrett is a really good guard? I raise an eyebrow. I just always thought of Jarrett as a jokester, not a serious protector. Yes. Why? He hasn't done anything inappropriate, right? I didn't want a male to be so closely guarding you, but he is one of the top. Well, of course he is when you don't let girls train. I cross my arms. Rose, did he do anything to you? I ignore Hunter. Rosanna, he says between clenched teeth. No, he didn't, I say at last. Good. And females can train, just not you. He winks before leaning over to open the door. Why here? Why not like McDonald's? Rolling his eyes, he says, just go, we can have McDonald's another day. Fine. I give in and hop out. Before I can shut the door, Hunter stops me. Rose, wait. Yes, I ask, confused. I like your jawline. What? Why? Because it's perfect. And with that, he leans over across the empty seat and reaches out to slam the door shut. Even after Hunter drives off, I'm frozen still. Jawline? Like? Perfect? What? What a weird compliment. Well, there Hunter goes, always confusing me. Looking across the street, I see a very tempting McDonald's. Despite my strong desire for French fries, I walk towards the coffee shop. Jarrett should be here soon. The shop seems even busier than before, yet the table Jarrett and I sat at earlier is now cleared. Waiting in line to order, I decide what to get. Next please, the employee calls. Walking up with a smile on my face, I say, "Hello, can I please have a cheddar bagel with cheddar cheese inside and a medium hot chocolate? Would you like to upgrade to a chocolate deluxe for 20 cents? Sure. Great, that's $3.35. Handing the girl a $5, I get my change back. You can take a seat and we'll bring the food to you. Oh, okay. I didn't know that they did that. Only a minute later, my bagel and drink arrive. Thanking the waiter, I immediately bring the hot chocolate to my lips. Taking a sip, I was glad to realize that it wasn't scorching hot. It's more like lukewarm. Great, I have lukewarm hot chocolate. Sarcasm intended. Taking a few more sips just to wet my mouth, I pull out my phone and check social media while eating. Where on earth is Jarrett? He should be here by now. I had already sent him a text asking where he was, and he just replied with one word, traffic. My bagel is already done, as I resort to taking small sips of my cold hot chocolate. Even after eating, there is a pounding in my head. Excuse me, can I take a seat? Looking up, I see an unrecognizable man. He seems younger than me, just by 1 or 2 years. Looking around, I still notice that indeed every seat is full. Yeah, sure, but I'm expecting someone soon. Boyfriend, he asks innocently. Very aware of stranger danger, I think over what to say. What's scarier, boyfriend or father? Father, I reply finally. The boy chuckles. What's so funny? I ask, not amused at all. Oh, nothing, just thought of something ironic. What's that? I ask, although it hurts to speak. Just thought it was ironic that you told me your father will be meeting you here when he's probably rolling in his grave right as we speak. My body tenses as I interpret what he means. I don't know you, I say, bemused. No, but I know you, Rosanna Maria Edwards. But you prefer Rose. Isn't that right? I've never met you. How do you know me? My head is going into full alert mode. It is also pounding heavier than ever. I'm not safe. I'm not safe. Oh, and where are your manners, Rosanna? You never thanked me for paying for your breakfast at Denny's. I even tipped greatly. You're welcome. You're the one doing all this to me. I try to control my voice, but even I hear the unsteadiness. And what if I am? He smirks evilly. Why? If you should learn anything from me, it's to never take anything in life personally. Think of yourself more as a casualty. You're part of something greater, Rosanna. He winks, then leans back in his seat. I want to scream, or run, or say something else, but I can't. A fuzzy feeling enters my mind. Are you okay? You don't look so good. The stranger leans closer as if he is concerned, but smirks when close enough. Good choice with the deluxe hot chocolate. Easier to hide something in the whipped cream. What? I ask in panic. Bravo, though, for drinking nearly half of it. All I needed was a sip. Oh well, better for me. His eyes twinkle with mischief. Bad for you, he pouts playfully. Gripping the edge of the table, I try pushing myself up. What did you do to me? I ask in terror as I can't even hold up my weight. Suddenly, the boy stands up. Oh my Rose, you need to get to the hospital right now. You know you shouldn't have had that drink when you were allergic to peanuts, remember? The boy tugs on my arms, helping me to a standing position. My whole weight leans on him. Stop, I say, but it only comes out as a whisper. I can't even feel my tongue. It's okay, your EpiPen is in my car. Come on, I got you. I try to push away, but I just can't move my body. It is as if I am made of jello. The pounding in my head gets worse. A few people ask if I am okay, to which the kidnapper responds carefully. I don't know when it happens, but eventually the boy picks me up and walks out quickly. My mind is dazed, and I have an empty feeling in the pit of my stomach. With each step the boy takes, the darker the room gets. Finally, he stops moving, only to shove me into a car. After that, I lay numb in the back seat. I can't move. I can't talk. My vision blurs and my nerves are all over the place. Shoo, the boy clamps his hands over my eyes, forcing them shut. Go to sleep. Let go. I can't do anything to defend myself. Only run the thoughts in my head on repeat. Why isn't anyone helping me? Who is the boy kidnapping me? And the idea that has been eating at me since day one, why me? I'm in a hazy state. The kind when you wake up at 4 a.m. and have no idea what's going on. The first thing that registers in my mind is the fact that I'm cold. A cool breeze is hitting me from all directions. The next thing that I guess I should have realized first was that there is a blindfold on my face and my hands are tied behind my back. Moving around, I feel grass poking at my skin. I'm outdoors. Aside from the wisp of the wind, there is an eerie silence surrounding me. The sound of shoes against grass meets my ears. Someone is coming. So what's the plan? We just ended her. That is the boy's voice from earlier. A girl speaks next. No. We wait till he is here, then we end her. What if he doesn't show? The boy asks. I am so focused on hearing what they're saying that I forget the sound of their footsteps. To my left, at an estimated 2 or 3 feet, they stop moving. In the coldest voice I've ever heard, the girl snarls, "We'll end her anyway." That voice. There is something about it. So faintly familiar, yet unrecognizable. Filled with power and greed and filled with destruction. But there is something else. I'm no expert on voices, but there is something oddly familiar about this woman. There is a hunger in her. That's what I fear the most, the question that pops up next in my mind. A hunger for what? Before I can think more on the thought, she speaks once more. He's here. Chapter 30. Hunter, so nice of you to join us. I was worried you were going to be a no-show. I guess you're not as heartless as they say. Someone walks around me, stepping on my fingers on the way. Biting my lip, I stop the scream that wants to escape my mouth. Oops, my bad. Wouldn't want to hurt your little mate over here. The fear in me heightens when I can't hear a reaction from Hunter. Tugging at my wrists, I try to free my hands, my fingers aching badly. On second thought, what's a few broken bones? A yelp escapes my mouth as the woman squeezes my injured fingers. Stop. Hunter's alpha command makes the woman freeze, the pressure of her hand still on mine. All at once, the pressure is gone. A loud, chilling laugh escapes from the woman's mouth. If it wasn't for the initial shock of what's going on, I would be sobbing right now. The realist in me keeps chanting, "You're going to end. You're going to end. You're no alpha of mine." I don't need to listen to you, she speaks harshly. Gulping down the pain, I struggle to free myself. If you're smart, you'd listen to me anyway. Hunter speaks strongly, but I can sense a fraction of doubt. And let's say, for argument's sake, that I'm not smart. What then, oh almighty alpha? There is a sense of teasing in the woman's voice. Trying intently to listen, I hear the rustle of moving feet in the background. I hate this. I hate how vulnerable and weak I am at this moment. Blindfolded. Bound. Trapped in a reality far worse than any imagination. Cut the crap. What are you doing here? Hunter's voice appears closer than before, yet still at a distance. A mocking giggle sounds before the woman speaks once more. What, no welcome home? I'm disappointed in you, Hunter. Don't you miss me? I sure missed you. Despite the hell I've been through because of you, there wasn't a day you weren't in my mind. There is a frightening silence surrounding all of us. Tugging at the rope around my hands, despite the burning pain, I get it slightly loose. Stand her up. With the woman's demand, I feel 2 arms grip me under the armpits and drag my weak body up. A hint of the drug still in my body restrains me ever so slightly. I stand limp, but still up with the strength of the stranger. Rather than fighting, I don't move at all. When the stranger realizes my lack of defense, his grip loosens. Using this to my advantage, I slowly grind my hand outwards to stretch out the rope. Stab her. Barely being able to breathe as it is, the new demand makes my lungs feel like they're locked away, and I don't have the keys. The stranger hesitates at first, before I feel one of my legs being raised. No. Stop. Please don't do this. Blind and begging, I thrash around violently. Leave her out of this, Hunter speaks in a deathly tone. Oh, Hunty, you've gone soft. The woman's sickly sweet voice makes my ears ache. The stranger once more hesitates, and I think that my begging worked. I spoke too soon. An unbearable pain erupts in my lower abdomen. The insufferable pain outweighs anything I've ever felt before, making my screams get caught in my throat. I can feel the fresh tears stream down my face as I sob. I don't know what it was. Perhaps the stranger had used his foot, or his fist, or a bat for all I knew. Whatever it was, it did the job. The rope around my hands is removed, as is the blindfold and the stranger altogether. Crumpling to the floor, I lay in a ball in agony. My sight comes back to me brightly. Just as my head makes contact with the ground, I see Hunter charge at a very familiar woman. All I can hear is the throbbing of my body, if that is even possible. It is like a scene from a movie, the battle scene. As soon as Hunter charges at the woman, she moves away and is then backed up by groups of more werewolves. It hurts even to think, but I can still comprehend that the werewolves who surround the woman are evil. Before a second can even be counted, Hunter's men in their werewolf form join the battlefield. And then they fight. Wanting to sit up, my body feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. As werewolves, fighting doesn't take hours as it does for humans. Just minutes later, I see other bodies lying emotionless on the floor. The fear of being able to recognize the bodies sinks in, and I avert my gaze to the sky. I feel like I'm fading. I probably am. The pain I feel is overlapped by the powerful fear that courses through me. What if the Dark Moon Pack loses? They are the strongest pack out there. But what if there's someone stronger? All I can see is blue and white clouds and sky. My fear is joined with guilt. Although I physically can do no help, the guilt that I am doing nothing at all is eating away at me. Feeling something wet against my forehead, I wipe at it with my better hand. Blood is smeared on my fingers, most likely from when my head hit the ground. This is pain. I hope Soph and my mom are safe. This is guilt. The Dark Moon Pack might survive, but what if I don't? And this is fear. But I do not fear the end. I never have. I'm afraid of losing the people I love. I'm so scared of leaving this world with a mind filled with unanswered questions. I'm not ready to let go. I have been granted such a fortunate life, and yet I've destroyed so many good qualities within it. Although my vision consists of only 2 colors, my ears can hear loud and clear from the sound of a fist connecting with its victim, to the heavy steps of each fighter, down to the thud of a conquered soul. The worst is the sound of the pleading of the men as they take their last breaths. Speak their previous words. And, just a second later, they're gone. It's so easy for a person just to become a memory, and that's what the end does. Makes the initial change of present to past. Between all my despair and agony, I hadn't acknowledged the close presence until they pressed down on my wound. A new burn erupts where the person touches. Blinking feverishly, a head comes into my vision, surrounded by the blue of the sky. Bright, bright blue. Gee, Greg. I ask, dazed. Sure, you need to keep pressure on the wound. You're losing too much blood. He speaks calmly, but his hands move with haste. Am I going to die? That's not the question I wanted to ask, but it was the only thing that escaped from my lips. I want to ask what is going on. Is it over? Is my family okay? Is Hunter? How is he here? Who's the familiar woman? Why is she doing this to us? Why? Not if I have anything to do with it. Greg wastes a second to look at my face before going back to my wound. He has taken off his shirt and is now tying it around my wound. Greg's bruises are now healed, but there is a scar leading from his wrist to his forearm. It is old. Each time I blink, my eyes stay closed a little longer than intended. A sense of fatigue hits me full on. You're okay, stay awake. You have to stay awake, Rose. Hearing Greg's words, I force my eyes open. This is going to hurt. As Greg tugs on the cloth, the stab wound throbs achingly. Finding the courage to speak, I say, "Is it over?" "Yeah, it's over. We won. Everything's going to be okay." He whispers soothingly. Greg gently but swiftly lifts my upper torso so I am leaning against his crouched figure. The bleeding stopped. "You'll heal in no time. I guess being a werewolf has its perks." In my new position, I can see the whole field. It is a disaster. Bodies lay everywhere, weapons included. You would think, as a werewolf, weapons would be unnecessary, but people would do anything for an upper hand. The Dark Moon Pack's members crowd the field, buzzing with energy. They were all men, go figure. However, I can't help but notice the still female bodies lying on the ground. Gone. Watching my gaze, Greg speaks. "They're from the enemy." "Were they a pack?" I ask. "No, just a lot of rogues who teamed up." "And they're all gone?" "Every last one of them," Greg says proudly. "Even that woman?" Greg looks at me confused. "What woman?" "The leader. She told that guy to stab me. I wasn't here for the beginning. I never saw a woman, but don't worry. They're all dealt with. You're safe." Although Greg's words were supposed to comfort me, I am still in a pit of worry. What about Hunter and Soph and my mom? "Rose, they're all okay. We should go. They're clearing up the field." "I'm gonna pick you up, okay?" I nod and grip onto his neck. Lifting me up bridal style, I lay my head on his chest. As we pass, every pack member turns to look, but none speaks. Greg carries me all the way to the parking lot where tons of cars are parked. Just as he takes a step on the cement, a figure starts running at us. "Rose," he shouts, rushing over to us. "Hunter," I say with just as much of a jolt. Without exchanging any words with Greg, Hunter takes me from Greg's arms and pulls me against him. "Ouch, Hunter!" In an instant, Hunter puts an arm's length between us. My feet are now firm on the floor, but my calves are trembling. I feel much better than before, but not well enough to stand on my own. My knees buckle and I almost crash to the floor. Fortunately, Greg catches me in time. "What's wrong? What happened?" Hunter's tone is drenched with panic and accusation. "She was stabbed by their knife," Greg informs Hunter. Hunter transitions me back, so I would be supported by him rather than Greg. "I didn't ask you," Hunter says in a rather harsh tone. It actually startles me by how rude he is being. I know he never liked him, but still. Greg saved my life. If the blood hadn't stopped, then I wouldn't have been able to heal. "You were there." "I thought you knew," I speak back firmly. I blinked with rage as soon as she told them to stab you. "I told my men to cover you. I thought you were okay. As it seems, I might need to get better warriors." Looking at Greg this time, Hunter says, "I'm assuming the knife was laced?" "Yes." "What do you mean laced?" I ask. The group carried weapons like knives and guns. A regular weapon like these wouldn't cause too much damage on a werewolf, but it looks like they laced the weapons with a drug harmful to werewolves. The gun works automatically, but the knife only challenges the healing process. All you need to do is get the blood to stop. Taking each word at a time, I attempt to wrap my head around the news. Werewolves using drugged weapons have never happened before. Mainly because there hasn't been a drug that could affect us like this so far. I guess that's not the case anymore. An unfamiliar face starts walking up to us, his eyes cast only on Hunter. Alpha, the whole border and territory had been checked. We can't find her anywhere. Perhaps she left? Hunter's arms tense. She wouldn't leave. This is all or nothing for her. She's not done playing. Have everyone secure the territory one more time. Also have someone check up on the women and children, update them, but do not worry them. We'll find her. She never was good at hiding. Who's she? I ask, alarmed. Hunter's arms tighten around mine, but his eyes don't match mine. Emery. One word. One little word that answers so many questions. However, they are only replaced with even more questions. Emery? Like the one you used to. I can't even finish my sentence. I am shaking with disbelief. Emery looked so different from the last time I saw her. She changed so much that I couldn't even recognize her. How? Why? She wouldn't do this. I mean she left. She was gone for good. She said it herself. Well, it looks like she hadn't gone too far. She planned it all. The attack, the killings, the notes. All of it. Her. All the information begins making me feel faint-headed. Well, it looks like she was very good at hiding. And now she just disappeared. We'll find her. She's just hiding in the shadows. The only reason she lasted so long before was because no one was looking for her. Don't worry, you're safe. Everyone's okay, Hunter says. Why do people always say that? That everything's going to be okay. What if it's not? The future is unpredictable. Anything can happen. Okay, it may not occur. No one might be okay. Everything might not be okay. And that's the thing about it. It's okay not to be okay. Things won't always go the way we want them to, and there's nothing we can do about it. We have to accept the sad fate. Alpha, should we wait for you to proceed? The man interrupts. Speaking with authority, Hunter replies, no, go on for now. I'll meet with you in a few minutes. Yes, sir. Right after the man leaves, Hunter starts to speak again. Can I trust that you will take her safely to my house? I'll send a pack doctor over to check up on her. Yes, of course, Greg replies civilly. Oh, and I assume there was no need to address this earlier, but according to what happened this morning, it should be said. If you ever kiss my mate ever again, I will personally make your life a living hell. When I get through with you, you'll be begging me to end it. Understood? Yes, sir. Greg's eyes widen with Hunter's threat, and so do mine. My mouth hangs open as I openly gape at Hunter. I can't believe he just said that. I can't think he even knew. A smirk forces onto Hunter's face when he notices my expression. Kissing my cheek, he leaves me with a scared Greg. He's joking, I say, not at all convincing. He's Hunter, Greg speaks out. I can't tell whether he is joking or just stating a fact. When we get to the house, Greg is very insistent on carrying me. No, really, I feel much better. I think an arm will do just fine. Greg smiles at me, giving up. I'm going to miss this, you and I. It's fun teasing you. I scoff. I hardly call that teasing. And I'm going to miss you too, but there's also this cool device thing where you speak and someone else across the world can hear. Cool, ain't it? Greg smiles and ruffles my hair. Hey, I'm injured. Leave me alone. I stick out my tongue at him playfully. Promise you won't forget me when you get to your new pack? I give him a sad smile. I promise. And promise me that you won't forget about your old, but not that old. Good-looking pal, Greg. I promise. Although the short moment of forgetting all of our stress was nice, it was over all too soon. Back to reality. Giving me his arm, I put as much weight on it as I can, then stammer the rest of the way. The door is unlocked just like we assumed. Stumbling in, Greg suggests that I should sit in the kitchen while he gets me a glass of water. I never really asked you before, but are you okay? I'm fine, Greg states, smiling to prove he's fine. At least he didn't say he was okay. Welcome, welcome. You're late, I was starting to worry. Let me guess, secret makeout session. Looking at the source of the voice, I gasp in surprise. There she was, sitting on the kitchen counter, sipping from a straw in a glass. On second thought, Greg's too much of a wuss to do anything like that. Although I gotta give you some credit, Gregor. That kiss this morning, that was hot. Getting angry, Greg speaks before I can. You're a freak. Nice one, Greg, really threatening. Ooh, I'm scared. Emery lets out a laugh so high that I think her glass almost shatters. This girl, this couldn't be Emery. I may have hated Emery the first time I met her, but she can't be this girl. People used to think so highly of her. She had this grace to her that I hated the most. She was almost the Luna. But this new Emery. So dark and evil, so pained and tainted. This Emery was different in the worst way possible. You know, I took a lucky guess that you would come here. I mean, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt that he wouldn't be stupid enough to really send you to his home. Guess I was wrong. Letting the glass cup in her hand slip, I see it fall and smash into 1,000 pieces. Emery hops off the counter, taking slow strides around the kitchen. As she walks, I see a gun in her hand. It was a hard decision, actually. I mean, so many possibilities. Would he tell you to go home? To the pack house? Or even take you with him? Guess my luck's finally turning around. Greg steps in front to protect me. Emery smiles at this, then raises her gun. Greggy, I'm sorry I had to drag you into all of this, but unless you want to be dragged into your end, I recommend you take a step back and let us girls talk. No, Greg spits hatefully. Greg, let me do this. I speak quietly, even though Emery would hear anyway. No, he says again. Greg, I need to do this, I say and demand. Greg takes several steps back, but that's as far as he goes. Knowing that's all I get, I don't argue. Connecting eyes, I see the message in his. Don't do anything stupid. I give a curt nod before going back to Emery. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. This can end with both Greg and me gone. Or with an explanation and a defeated Emery. So what's the plan? What's your big finale? Swallowing up everything I feel, I hide the weakness and stand tall. That's simple. I, Emery, will end you, Rosanna. Don't take it personal, it really isn't. Hunter killed my mate. It's only fair that I kill his. Fair? You honestly think this is fair? My voice comes out shaky but clear. You're right. I don't care if it's fair or not. I want Hunter to suffer, and frankly, I want you to as well. I hated Hunter because of what he did, but I also loved him. I guess we have that in common. Emery's wink repulses me. I knew that when you came into the picture he would leave me. So I left first. I was all alone in the cruel world, and let me tell you something about loneliness. It sucks. I had no money, no house, and no one to keep me company. Although that changed at a mild pace. I met some other werewolves who were feeling rather lonely as well, and I guess we just bonded. They're all gone now, but oh well. You see, we all had a similar desire. We wanted Hunter to suffer. We wanted him to lose the desire to live. For the big bad alpha to drown in his very own pit of agony. Emery gives a short pause, as if recoiling her thoughts. I don't dare speak. Honestly, I can hardly even breathe. It's harder than you think, you know, to make up a plan that has this conclusion. Hunter couldn't feel. He truly was heartless. Ending countless people, ruining thousands of lives. He never loved, never genuinely laughed, even when he was with me. He forced himself to believe that it was real, but I could see through his mask. Unfortunately, I never truly saw this until you came in the picture. You can't fake the love you have for your mate, even if you really, really try. You make him feel. Even his mother didn't affect him as much as I expected. Emery paces around the kitchen, continuing with her rant. I understand where Emery is going with this. It just seems to click. If I end you, Hunter will break. I am quick to remark, you're underestimating how much he really cares for me. Oh please, I've been watching you two the whole time. You think Hunter was always this possessive? All his emotions, even anger, got heightened when you came into the picture. Why are you telling me this? Why not just shoot me and get it over with? I might be going against Greg's message. Because unlike you lot, I've got patience. Plus, I want to enjoy this. Alright, so what's the plan after this? He'll come after you. I have a plan. It's far-fetched, but it might work. If I stall her until someone comes, anyone, preferably a specific alpha, they might be able to help us. If it weren't for the gun in Emery's hand, I would have shown her my dark side already. I don't care. I'll run, and if he catches me, then that's it. I don't care if I go as long as I pay my dues first. That's kind of pathetic, don't you think? I question. Laughing bitterly, Emery taps her gun against her thigh. You're right, it is. However, I think I've stopped caring what people thought of me about 20 bodies ago. I just don't care anymore. Hearing rustling from the front door, I pray to see Hunter's ocean blue eyes enter the room. We all stare at the main hall, the suspense eating at me. Relief washes through me at the sight of my mate barging in. He goes straight for us, stopping a foot away from me. Looking at him so close to me, I feel hope rise inside of me. Turning back to Emery, I see the end of a gun aiming right at my forehead. And like always, hope leaves me disappointed. I should have known better. This is what she was waiting oh so patiently for. She wanted Hunter to see the life drain from me. Too afraid to look anywhere other than the gun, I ignore the shuffling that Hunter makes. You think you're scary? Guess what, so am I. Hunter's dark voice makes my breath hitch even though it isn't aimed at me. Sparing a second to look at him, I see a gun in his hands, pointing at Emery. Emery isn't looking at me anymore, although her gun is. A wide grin forms on her face. It seems so odd, but it isn't like she is sane. Do it, I dare you. Emery turns back to me, her finger resting on the trigger. Stumbling a step back, I prepare myself to run. With a crooked smile, she whispers, "Let's shoot together." I start moving before she whispers. I am running when the trigger is pulled. I stop breathing when Greg shouts. I collapse right after he does. Blood stains his naked torso. I push his head to rest against my lap. His lips quiver. His skin begins to go cold. His veins start to stand out. Greg is fading. Oh God, no, Greg. Greg, stay with me, I cry out, my hands brushing his hair back. Greg's lips shudder to form words. Answers. My house. Go there. What? Greg, no, you can't leave me. Please. You can't. A silent tear drags down Greg's cheek, and I am quick to wipe it. Take care of my family. No, you take care of them. You can't leave us, I beg. It is useless. It is too late. Rose. Yes? Greg, I'm so sorry this happened to you. You don't deserve any of it. I love you, Gregor. One of my hands attempts to cover his wound, but I know there is no hope. The gun had the drug. Greg's skin is almost ice cold, his veins turning black. Yet, he still says 2 more words. The last 2 words that would ever escape Greg's lips. I promise.
Introductory author commentary. And here we are, the end of Rose's journey. This final chapter is about closure, but it's also about new beginnings. We finally get the explanation for the love triangle, the second mate theory, which adds a layer of destiny to the chaos. But what I love most about this ending is that it isn't perfect. Rose still grieves for Greg. Hunter is still learning how to be vulnerable. They aren't riding off into the sunset with 0 problems. They are driving away with a car full of secrets and a promise to figure it out together. In my opinion, that's the only kind of happy ending that feels earned, the one you have to fight for.
Chapter 31. One of my hands attempts to cover his wound, but I know there is no hope. The gun had the drug. Greg's skin was almost ice cold, his veins turning black. Yet, he still said 2 more words. The last 2 words that would ever escape Greg's lips. I promise. Everything is going far too fast. The second those words escape his lips, he is gone. His body is cold as ice with black veins running through his skin. The drug did its damage, the message loud and clear. My throat clamps up and I can't even breathe. Hunter. You. Help. Save. Him. I am desperate now, refusing to accept the end of Greg. He didn't deserve it. Such an innocent soul corrupted by the cruel world. Although no one truly is innocent. My only sight is of Greg's motionless body. For all I know, Hunter isn't even here right now. Despite my panicked accusation, Hunter crouches down close beside me. I have no control over my hands as I forcefully shake Greg's body. Wake up, wake up. My voice comes out croaky and harsh, the back of my throat throbbing in agony. That doesn't matter now. Greg is fading. I have to save him. I feel the grip of hands wrapping against mine, separating me from Greg. No. Help Greg. But Hunter does not. Instead, he has one hand on either shoulder, squeezing down. No, Greg is fading. Help him, damn it. Why aren't you doing anything? I scream at Hunter, attempting to escape his grasp. Greg is fading, I say once more, my vulnerable state holding on to this last strand. Rose, Hunter says with a calm exterior, but a grimace on his face as if he is pained. As if he is the one fading. It's too late. He's already gone. I search Hunter's ocean blue eyes for a lie. For a betrayal of his rigid words. I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The moment Greg's last word escaped from his mouth, he was gone. Deep down, I knew this for a fact. Yet, I refused to accept it. To accept that there was this person on Earth whom I knew so much about. So many useless facts, like Greg's favorite color is green, his favorite number is 18, and that he hates sushi. But none of this matters anymore. Because he's gone. Greg is gone. Breathing becomes difficult, and my emotions are getting the better of me. Hunter tries to catch my attention, but gives up when I won't even look his way. My eyes begin scanning the room. Past all the blood is another limp body. Emery. Hunter must have noticed where I was looking because he immediately stood in my way. I ended her. It's over. We won. Hunter's words don't reassure me at all. This isn't a win. This isn't a victory. This is a loss. I wish I could say I blanked out after that, but that would be a lie. I wish that I could just forget the last 24 hours, in denial at its best. My forehead rests against the cool window as blurs of trees pass my vision. I can't speak, and Hunter doesn't even bother. Seconds after Hunter stated that we had won, crowds of armed men barged in. After clearing the territory, Hunter decided I needed rest. He threw out demands about what to do and where to take the bodies. There's going to be a funeral tomorrow in memory of Greg and the other few who lost their lives in the battle. At first, I thought Hunter was going to drop me off at my house, although dread filled me at that thought. I know that my family is safe, thank God, but I can't take the confrontation. Are you okay? How are you feeling? Do you want to talk about it? No, I don't want to talk about it. And that's something my mother would never understand. I can accept the passing of someone without mentioning their name aloud, because I'll say it 1,000,000 times inside my head. My mind will slowly take me on the journey of agony as every memory of them flashes through my mind. Analyzing what they were wearing, what we were doing, and what I should have done differently. This is how I grieve. It's how I behaved when I lost my father, and how I'm planning to get through Greg. Even if I can't get through it, I have to. Hunter's voice startles me out of my thoughts. You need some rest. Sleep for now, and I'll be back later with some food. The, funeral will be at 2 p.m. We'll go together. Hunter is out of the car in seconds, the door wide open for me to hop out. Hunter closes the passenger door and makes his way to the driver's seat. Just before he can shut the door, I stop him. Wait. Hunter looks shocked that I did, but he stops nevertheless. I don't want to go tomorrow. Go where? To the funeral. Hunter's already on his way back to me. Yeah, I can't go. I can't bear to see his expression, so I fix my gaze upon the cement floor. Rose, you're tired. You've been through a lot. If you don't go, you will regret it forever. You need closure. No, I'll regret it if I go. You'll regret it if you don't. Hunter is very close to me now, his tall structure staring down at me. I just can't. The last thing I want is to be closed in a room filled with people who will just remind me of him. Peeking a look up at him, I notice his features harden. You're not the only one who lost someone, Rose. Because of today, there are 2 families without a father and a female out there who will never find her mate because he's gone. You're the Luna of this pack. You need to start acting like one. Hunter's tone isn't harsh, but strict. Genuine, even like he meant each word that he said. Somehow, I find this worse. People pass, it's life. We start fading the second we are born, so just accept it. There's a whole pack out there who is grieving. They're counting on you to protect them. I never asked to be Luna. I remark too quickly to think better. My arms are now crossed, my eyes not wavering from his. I never asked to be Alpha. His lips tremble. Not in an emotional way, but in a dangerous way. As though he's holding himself back. I am stunned by his confession. Didn't all male werewolves aspire to be in charge? In complete power? I'm leaving at 2 o'clock whether you're coming or not. I want to reply by stating that if he leaves at 2, he'd be late. I bite my tongue instead. Hunter drives away, off to save his pack. Walking in, the first thing I do is take a seat. Breathe in. Breathe out. Emery's gone. I can't believe it was her. All this time, when people were falling, people from the strongest pack, and we didn't know who. They had us fooled. Breathe in. Breathe out. The war is over, but for how long? This is the Dark Moon Pack. They're known for their wars. Breathe in. Breathe out. Hunter was right. I'm the Luna now. I need to be strong like one. I need to accept fate. I need to fight with my pack. No, I need to fight for them. Although my mind is spurting out motivational verses, my body aches too much to get up. One more day. One more day of being just weak, Rose. Tomorrow will be different. I'll be the Luna. My eyelids are getting heavier by the second, begging just to shut. To fall into a pit of darkness. Closing my eyes, I submit. I like the darkness anyway. The screams of horror echo all around the room, along with a few others. My grip subconsciously tightens around the arms of the couch. I must be truly insane. I love watching horror movies, yet I'm absolutely terrified. Clenching my teeth so I don't accidentally bite down on my tongue when a jump scare comes up, I barely recognize his hand over mine. Scared, he whispers teasingly. I shake my head and reply, "It's okay, you can close your eyes. I won't judge." Rolling my eyes, I playfully bump my shoulder against his. I stay silent and keep watching the movie. Rose. His breath tickles my ears. "Shoo," I whisper back. "Rose, will you be my girlfriend?" "What?" I whisper pathetically, my eyes staring widely at his. Stupid, stupid Rose. What kind of an answer is that? Nearly cowering away, I reply again, I mean yes. Greg's deep chuckle reaches my ears. "I'm so lucky to have met you. You know, I know we haven't known each other for many years, but I can just feel it." Greg's smile is so big I think his cheeks would tear. I can feel how special we are. "I'll always be here for you, even when I'm gone." His words warm my heart. "Promise?" I whisper, my mouth so close to his. "I promise." I entwine our hands and allow myself to feel the bliss that Greg's words bring. When I wake up, I am drenched in sweat. My neck aches from the horrible position I was in from sleeping on the couch. Standing up, I nearly stumble back down. My head is pounding. Wonderful. So a werewolf can't get a cold, but a stupid headache is inevitable. It's bright. Too bright. The sun is shining high in the sky, blinding me from looking outside. Walking to the kitchen, I take out a glass and fill it with water. My heartbeat is erratic, the dream of my memory still laced in my mind. Of all the things I could dream of, it had to be that memory. I didn't realize how thirsty I was until I gulped down the whole glass of water in less than 5 seconds. The sudden sound of the door slamming makes me yelp from my stance. It sounded like it came from upstairs. Opening some of the drawers in the kitchen, I find what I'm looking for. I take deep breaths, trying to calm my nerves. It's probably just Hunter. If only I weren't such a deep sleeper, I could have heard him when he first entered. Gripping the knife at a close distance, I walk up the stairs on my tiptoes. "Rose." Jumping at the startling voice, the knife drops to the stairs. Nearly missing my foot, I tumble down a few steps. "What's wrong with you?" I say in frustration. "Me? What's wrong with you?" "A knife, really?" Hunter walks down past me until he's right above the knife. Picking it up, he looks it over. "Self-defense," I merely say. The sound of a door slamming sounds once more. "Hunter," I whisper, scared. "Relax," he demands loudly. I left the window open. We need some air in the house. Hunter makes his way to the kitchen, and I follow close behind him. "Are you crazy?" "Hunter, someone can come through the window." "And who's going to come through the window?" Hunter raises an eyebrow as if to mock me. "Oh, how about a serial killer? An enemy, or anyone for that matter." "Rose, you're safe now. The enemy is gone." Checkmate. What? Sorry, chess reference. You wouldn't understand. Astounded, I say, "Are you seriously joking about this?" People fell, Hunter. Rose, Hunter starts in an irritated tone. People are falling every second of the day. If we allowed ourselves to be affected by it, then we would just end up ending ourselves. This is different, I say in a broken voice. My throat aches, my eyes are watering. Why? Because it was Greg. Hunter spits out harshly, knowing the exact answer to that question. People pass, Rose. Get over it. Hunter bumps past my shoulder and out the door. I am flabbergasted. Running out to Hunter, I see him already in his car. Where are you going? His window is up, but I know he can still hear me. I watch as he sighs, not looking up at me or speaking out. He gets out of the car and, for a second, I fear that he's going to come and yell at me. Instead, he walks to the passenger side and opens the door. It's two. It takes me a few seconds to register what he means by his two words. I can't go, I pathetically stammer out. Why? Unprepared for his second question, my mind blanks for words. Why? I don't know. But I couldn't say that. I don't want to. You're being a coward, he says coldly. I can't grasp why Hunter is suddenly acting so mean. Then I remember. I promised myself that today would be different. I can't cower away from my problems. For once, I understand why Hunter acts the way he does. Why does he push people past their limits? If he doesn't do it, then who will? Everyone needs a little push, or they'll never accomplish anything in life. You're right. I'll come. Even though my clothes are all wrinkled and my hair isn't neat like it always is, I walk past Hunter and into the open car with my head held high. Hunter starts humming 2 minutes into the drive. 3, 2, 1. And now it's been a full minute of his humming. It is an odd sight to see Hunter do, but I just sit quietly in my seat while staring at the clock. When Hunter had said it was 2, he really meant it was 2 o'clock on the dot. We're already late. I need to pick something up from our beta. We're going to be late. I mean, we're already late. Can't you get it later? Or tell Jackson to drop it off. I can't, he replies. Hunter, don't you think the pack's going to think it's disrespectful of us to show up late? Never mind super late. It's fine. I feel like I'm having a conversation with a child. Actually, I feel like I myself am the child. Like all my ideas are stupid and wrong because I'm the child. What are you picking up? I attempt to change the subject. A piece of paper. No one ever wins with Hunter. What's on the piece of paper? I push. Words. Oh, for the love of God, Hunter, what do those words say? Hunter takes a moment to study my expression before looking back out to the road. It's a sheet with all of the deceased's information. Things such as their address, bank accounts, wills, passwords, family members, marital status, etc. What? Why would someone give you all their information? It's just a simple sheet that they must fill in and all pack members must do it. I'm quick to disagree. I don't remember doing such a thing. That's because you didn't do it, your mother did. A lot of times for younger wolves, if possible, their parents just fill it out for them. So much for privacy, I mutter under my breath. Hunter makes me sit in his car all alone for 40 minutes in boredom before he returns from Jackson's house. What on earth took you so long? I say angrily. We've already missed the ceremony for all the wolves who passed. I got distracted. By what, a purple panda? Watch your language, he growls out. Oh right, my bad. I forgot I was speaking to a child right now. Sarcasm drenches my words. Maybe not a purple panda, but equally as interesting. Hunter tosses a folder of papers onto my lap. I pick it up and look through it. Not getting what these papers mean, I look up at Hunter for an answer. I saw these with Greg's file. What do they say? I look through a couple of pages, but my eyes get blurry from all the words. A few unknown words pop out. It's a theory. A theory of what? I ask. A theory of the second mate. Shocked, I stare at Hunter with my mouth hanging open. You mean like what's going on with us? It's completely about us, Rose. It explains why we each have another mate. There's something else too. What? I hate the fact that Hunter won't just speak out. All his unnecessary pauses are driving me crazy. There will always be a second mate. Waiting for Hunter to continue, I groan in frustration when he doesn't. Hunter, just say it all. I'm not in the mood for all this, please. Just tell me what it means. What's going on? Greg was your second mate and he passed. As of now, you'll have another second mate. You don't know who it is, and there's a chance you never will. You have a second mate because if I pass, you need to be able to keep on the bloodline. When your true mate dies, and that would be me, your second mate becomes your mate. Are you following? Slowly, but yes. So Greg was my second mate, and when he passed, another werewolf took that position. I try summing it all up in my head. Exactly, and it goes both ways. Emery passed, so my second mate is somewhere on this earth. I didn't like that thought. Alright, but why us? Why do we have this option? We're not royalty. They all died off a long time ago. Plus, we already established that we're not from the bloodline, so why? I want answers. I'm sick of having all these unanswered questions. From what I read, the theory was that because the bloodline of the royals was brutally ended, there was a myth that in 5 centuries there would be 2 mates with the gene of the royals. That's impossible. How could that just happen? I shuffle through the papers again, but my head won't focus. This new information is giving me a buzz. It's an ancient werewolf myth, but it stated that if ever the royal bloodline ended, in time a new one would proclaim. The point was for all packs to come together under the rule of the royals. It's supposed to be a good thing though, not like all those anarchy leaders that humans have. The royals were always pure at heart. Biting my lip from laughing, I remind myself how inappropriate laughing would be. What's so funny? Not wanting to answer honestly, but knowing he would know if I tried to lie, I tell him the truth. It's stupid, but if all this is right, which it may not be, you said royals were pure at heart. Have you met you? Hunter, you end people as a sport that is in no way pure, other than pure evil. I just find it ironic. I haven't ended anyone for sport in a long time, he states proudly. Shaking my head disapprovingly, I grumble out, "You're a horrible werewolf." He only shrugs in reply. So, how do we know how true all this is? I question him. First thing we need to do is go through all those papers. Greg's house was piled with them. It seems that he knew all along and was still doing his research. We'll go through each paper, look for the source, then work backward to find the roots. Makes sense. I agree with his plan. What if it's all true? I ask, not really knowing what I expected him to say. Then we'll live happily ever after. I smile knowingly. It won't be that easy. He smiles back. No, it won't. However, it's our lives, so no matter what happens, we'll get through it. We're mates. Mates with second mates, I correct. Look, Rose, I know we've been through a lot and deep down you might hate me, but the truth is we really are mates. You can try hating me, but you'll always still love me. Being apart will only lead us to suffer. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, will you marry me? Taken aback, I stare at Hunter, dumbfounded. Why would we get married right now? Because being mates isn't enough for you, so let's get married. That way we'll be together forever. And now Hunter is speaking like he's crazy. You think the best reason to get married is so we won't be able to leave each other? Hunter thinks about it for a second before replying. Well, no, the best reason to get married is pregnancy. But that's more of a human thing anyway. Mates don't usually get married, but I just thought it was something you wanted. My mouth goes dry as I think of what to say. It is what I want, but not now, Hunter. There's already so much packed on, I can't take on a wedding, I say lightheartedly. So you're going to reject me? I don't understand why Hunter is asking these questions. He sounds almost insecure. And that's something I had never expected from him. What you said was true, Hunter. We're mates, and you can't just run away from your mate. Plus, you're the one who said that I can't reject you even if I wanted to. You can't, but when you chose Greg over me, that was just as good as a rejection. Hunter's words feel like a punch in the gut, and the worst part was that it was true. I can't lie anymore. He needs to know the truth. I'm not very proud of all my past options, but I really did love him. Hunter stares out the window, refusing to meet my gaze. And I know it's wrong, but deep down, I love you too. Hunter whips his head in my direction, so fast I thought he cracked his neck. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, let's start over. Forget the past, forget all our mistakes, just start fresh. Let's be mates. Hunter doesn't speak at first. His eyes search mine with so much vehemence that I force myself to look away. I was always horrible with eye contact. When the car is left with nothing but silence, I look back at him to see him closer to me than he was before. Much closer. Do you really mean that? I do. As soon as those words leave my mouth, Hunter kisses me. Taken off guard, I move back in my seat, but that doesn't stop Hunter. He kisses me with so much passion and intensity that when we finally part, I am breathless. Can we just take it slow? Hunter's face drops, and he quickly moves back in his seat, as far away as he can. Just for now. It's just that I'm slightly new to relationships and all these things, and I was always so awkward, and still am, and I guess I never got over it. I probably don't even make any sense right now. Oh God, I'm such a horrible person. Hunter's deep voice cuts me off. You're babbling. Oh, sorry. Looking down, I feel the embarrassment dawn on me. We can take it slow for now. If that's what you want. I nod. Just for now. Good. Now that this is all sorted, there's somewhere we need to go. Hunter begins driving down the road towards the cemetery. Where are we going? I ask skeptically. We're going to say goodbye. But the ceremony's over, I state. So, when we reach the cemetery, we're surrounded by silence. We are the only ones there. Go all the way down, then turn right. It's the third one from the tree. Giving Hunter a confused look, he urges me to move. Doubtfully, I follow his directions. When I reach the end of the rows, I notice Hunter still standing where he was before. 1, 2, 3. The third one from the tree. In memory of Greg Vanderveen. Gone from our home, but not from our hearts. My shoes stop an inch from the fresh soil atop the grave. I thought I was done with all the tears yesterday. I was wrong. A single tear slides down my cheek and falls to the soil. I can't help but stare at it. How humbling to see that in the end. It doesn't matter how much money you have or how famous you are. In the end, you are just another body in the ground. Beside Greg's stone are 3 other new ones. I feel bad for missing the whole ceremony, but deep down I feel relief. I always feel more comfortable saying my own goodbyes. Hey, Greg. You can't even hear me right now, making this utterly useless, but I guess this isn't for you. This is my goodbye. So here goes. Greg, I miss you already. You taught me so many things about life. You changed my life. You taught me it's all right to be myself. You taught me how insignificant people's thoughts are, to live for yourself and no one else. But most of all, you taught me how to forgive. You forgave me so many times for all my stupid lies and mistakes, and I just thank you, Greg. I'm so very thankful to have met you. I'm even thankful for how we met. Feels like years ago. My mind wanders to the very first memory I had of Greg. Waking up feeling all fuzzy in a stranger's car. It's just so crazy how 2 strangers can just one day go from knowing nothing to knowing every single thing about the other person. Well, I guess not everything. The sky turns a beautiful purplish pink. I continue my goodbye. Our love may have not been eternal, but at least it was true. I hope you've found your peace. I take a step back, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. It gets dark fast. In a minute, the colors in the sky change. Breathing deeply, I say my final words before walking back to Hunter. I hesitate at first, taking a moment to memorize the scene in front of me. Goodbye, Gregor. Till we meet again. Regretting the fact that I came empty-handed, I walk slowly back to Hunter. So this is why he took so long. Earlier, he could have brought the papers to the car, but instead, he sat inside. He knew I needed this. I needed to say goodbye all by myself without the extra whispers and stares. Hunter stands, his back leaning on the front of his car. His arms are crossed, accentuating his biceps. There is no emotion on his face, not until his eyes meet mine from a far distance. He couldn't hear a thing I had said, and that must have been why he stayed back. Hunter really has changed. He smiles brightly at me. Studying him from afar, I can't help but smile back. This is our life now. There is no doubt that the new facts about the royals and second mates will change our lives, but I have a good feeling about this. Hunter and I will finally be like all those cliché mates, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And to think I thought I was mated to my doom. The end.
Author's insight. Here, we learn that Greg was Rose's second mate, a biological backup plan for the continuation of the royal bloodline. This revelation recasts the entire love triangle. Greg wasn't just a rival, he was a biological necessity. And now that he's gone, the universe has already assigned a replacement. This implies that their happy ending is just a pause before the next cycle of destiny begins. End of story analysis. In my opinion, this story ends on a note of hopeful realism. Rose and Hunter don't end up together because destiny forced them, they end up together because they chose to forgive each other. Hunter forgives Rose for loving Greg, and Rose forgives Hunter for his cruelty. But the ending also leaves a door open. The second mate theory means that somewhere out there, another man is destined for Rose if Hunter dies. And another woman is destined for Hunter if Rose dies. This creates a lingering tension. They are happy now, but they are both living with replacement policies hanging over their heads. Their love is strong, but it isn't safe. And maybe that's the point. Audience engagement questions. Rose admitted she loved Greg, but chose Hunter. Do you think she made the right choice, or did she settle for safety? Hunter proposed marriage to secure their bond. Is this romantic, or just another form of possessiveness? The second mate theory implies there are others out there for them. Do you think this strengthens their love, or threatens it? Series wrap-up. This concludes this story. Rose started as a victim of fate and ended as a survivor of choice. She lost her first love, found her true mate, and discovered that sometimes, the only way to beat a monster is to love the man underneath.